I exchange my senses of taste, smell, and touch with the enchanting campus belle, Mu Xinci. She bathes while clad in sheer black stockings, and Yi Fan can distinctly perceive it. The campus beauty indulges in exquisite salmon, resides in a presidential suite, and drives a supercar, all of which Yi Fan experiences vicariously. Thus, on a moonless and tempestuous night, the campus beauty boldly arrives at Yi Fan's door, pinning him against the wall. You shall sleep in my grand bed. You shall savor the finest cuisine. You shall spend the lavish pocket money. The entire faculty and student body were astounded to witness the typically aloof campus beauty pursuing Yi Fan, even compelling him to live off her generosity. In the sweltering summer, he savored the first bite of watermelon. In the midst of pristine white snow, an umbrella would surely be held above him. Whispers circulated among the crowd. No wonder Yi Fan doesn't date. It turns out our campus beauty is merely his devoted admirer. Chapter 1. I shared a lunchbox with a campus belle. On September 20th, 2022, in the magical city of Shanghai, at Hucking University, the campus beauty Mu Xinci was reported to have drowned, drawing significant attention. Students hurried to the scene, discovering not only the unconscious beauty, but also a striking young man closely beside her. Wait, who is the person lying next to the campus beauty? So handsome. Is there such a dashing figure in our academy? He is even more striking than a reader from Tomato. His looks surpass even that of our school's Wu Yanzu. But why are they lying together? Gasps of astonishment echoed, irrespective of gender. Medical personnel arrived promptly, anxiously transporting the individuals away, while the girls reluctantly bid them farewell. The narrative concludes here. Not quite. Ding. The system has been successfully installed. Yi Fan suddenly heard a peculiar voice. What is happening? Who is speaking? Struggling to open his eyes, Yi Fan found himself in a hospital, bewildered. He recalled a girl falling into the water and had jumped into the lake to save her, but his strength waned, causing him to lose consciousness after bringing her to shore. Could it be that he has already perished? You are now granted an activation gift pack. You will exchange sensory experiences with the campus beauty Mu Xinci. You endure hardship while she bears it. She revels in your fortune. Holy moly! As a bookworm who has always indulged in web novels, I have fantasized daily about possessing a system, and now my dreams have come true. Isn't Mu Xinci the campus goddess revered by all the boys? The most beautiful and the most aloof, with suitors eager to please her, yet she remains indifferent. Yet, she has bound herself to me. This means that whatever she does, I can feel it too. Furthermore, as long as the system detects your interactions, the host can earn points and participate in system lotteries for rewards. The experience will last for 2 months and will automatically expire, at which point you will revert to normal mode. The system subsequently began providing Yi Fan with information about Mu Xinci. Gender: female. Age: 20. Height: 175 centimeters. Weight: 45 kilograms. Identity: the only daughter of the Mu conglomerate. Assets: 1 trillion. With numerous zeros omitted, RMB. Hobbies: yoga, flower arrangement, tea ceremony, hand drawing, calligraphy, photography, dance, horseback riding. Additionally, a reminder: when you are in close proximity, the sensory experiences can overlap. While Yi Fan was in high spirits, a knock at the door interrupted him. Knock, knock, knock. He noticed a well-dressed gentleman entering the hospital room. With utmost respect, the man expressed gratitude. Thank you for saving our young lady. I am the secretary of the Mu family, and this is a small token of appreciation from our chairman, a humble gesture of respect. A check was presented before Yi Fan, amounting to a staggering 300,000. Yi Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. With such a sum, he could indulge in collecting figures, dining lavishly, and pampering himself without restraint. This realization filled him with immense joy. Meanwhile, in the premier hospital suite, Mu Xinci opened her eyes. She fluttered her long eyelashes, her gaze languid yet slightly dazed, and she appeared quite frail. Daughter, you have awakened. Upon seeing his beloved daughter regain consciousness, Mu's father clutched her hand tightly, overwhelmed with excitement. As Mu Xinci realized she was still alive, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. I was saved by someone. Indeed, it appears to be a young man from your academy. Fortunately, he administered timely rescue. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire, her father replied. Mu Xinci nodded faintly. Is he all right? She had a vague recollection of someone diving in to save her, yet she could not see the person's face. The doctor has confirmed there are no major issues. He is able to handle discharge procedures today. Father will ensure you express your gratitude appropriately. That is good to hear. Mu Xinci delicately lowered her long lashes. Are you hungry? Father has arranged meals. You must nourish your body properly. Mu's father cherished his daughter dearly, as if cradling a fragile treasure. Mu Xinci had no objections. Her father promptly summoned the dishes, which were placed upon the dining table. Scallop and shrimp porridge, matsutake chicken soup, fresh almas caviar, braised shark fin, lobster omelet, liyunzi prawn, goji berry shark fin soup, and rock sugar bird's nest awaited her. Mu Xinci picked up a spoon and took a mouthful of the scallop and shrimp porridge. Instantly, a fiery and pungent flavor overwhelmed her palate. It was quite sour and foul. Cough, cough, cough. Mu Xinci erupted into a fit of coughs, finding it difficult to swallow. It's so spicy and sour. Impossible. This was specially prepared by a national banquet chef. Mu's father was taken aback. The porridge is not spoiled. How could it taste sour? After all, his daughter's palate was exceptionally discerning, and he could not afford to overlook her culinary preferences. Such a bowl of scallop and shrimp porridge would sell for thousands outside. Mu Xinci frowned. This is outrageous. She took another bite of the caviar. What should have been a smooth and delectable delicacy instead emitted an off-putting sour bamboo shoot flavor. Even more absurdly, when Mu Xinci took a sip of the chicken soup, which appeared so light, it turned out to be acutely sour and spicy upon her tongue. Father, I think there's something wrong with my sense of taste. Mu Xinci exclaimed in a panic. Realizing the gravity of the situation, her father hurried to summon a doctor. At that moment, in the adjacent hospital room, Yi Fan was savoring a bowl of snail noodles. Yet his taste buds were still enchanted by the rich and savory essence of the scallop and shrimp porridge, piping hot and utterly exquisite. Yi Fan smacked his lips in reminiscence before relishing the flavor of the caviar. It was truly delightful. One must understand that caviar is a luxury for the common folk, especially the premium almas caviar, which costs hundreds per spoonful. The level of deliciousness was indeed unparalleled. It was simply divine. He never expected that a meal costing less than 20 yuan for snail noodles would allow him to experience the pinnacle of gourmet delicacies worth tens of thousands. However, unbeknownst to the blissfully indulging Yi Fan, an unforeseen event was about to unfold. Chapter 2. A heart unburdened by women, a blade drawn naturally. Within the VIP ward, Mr. Mu anxiously inquired, Doctor, how is my daughter? After reviewing the examination results, the physician replied, After our assessment, Miss Mu is not in serious peril. She merely exhibits signs of physical weakness. Her distorted sense of taste may be attributed to a lack of rest. Proper recuperation should suffice. Upon hearing this, Mr. Mu sighed in relief and cautioned his daughter. My dear, you have overexerted yourself. Return home and rest well. Following the confirmation of her health, Mu Xinci acknowledged that her recent fatigue had indeed led to hallucinations. Despite having accomplished nothing strenuous, she felt an unusual soreness in her muscles and an overwhelming fatigue, particularly in her legs. Clearly, she needed to return home for proper recuperation. Mr. Mu completed the discharge formalities for Mu Xinci, intending for her to rest peacefully at home. Upon exiting the hospital, as fatigue weighed heavily upon her eyelids, she inadvertently collided with a passing figure. Oof! Yi Fan instinctively pressed his hand against his forehead. He had just stepped out to finalize his discharge paperwork and had not anticipated such an encounter, now feeling a slight swelling in his forehead. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have achieved an intimate collision with your target, earning 300 points. Yi Fan immediately began to partake in the lottery. Congratulations. You have won a Kawasaki H2 motorcycle, now parked in the hospital garage, complete with an expert driver's skills and a motorcycle license. The Kawasaki H2 motorcycle was the embodiment of Yi Fan's dreams, especially with the added bonus of exceptional driving skills and no need for a test. It was simply exhilarating. As Yi Fan savored the delightful sounds surrounding him, he noticed a beautiful girl encircled by a cadre of bodyguards. Her long black hair cascaded down to her waist. Her delicate face was exquisite, with skin as pale as snow, though her brows were slightly furrowed as she clutched her arm, appearing somewhat innocent and pitiable. Yi Fan was all too familiar with that face, since his enrollment. The boys had constantly spoken of her beauty, her illustrious lineage, and her stunning figure. Gazing at the enchanting girl before him, he felt a rush of heat in his nostrils. He had never imagined that he would find himself entangled with such a goddess. The exquisite meal he had just enjoyed was undoubtedly due to her presence. Having savored snail rice noodles, he wondered if she might appreciate them as well. Though he was unsure of her taste preferences, the local delicacy was beloved by all, and he himself could never tire of it. At that moment, Mu Xinci felt no pain in her forehead. Although her brow had made contact with his arm, her own arm felt as though it had been struck by something rigid, leaving it sore and numb. Hearing a deep, magnetic groan, she looked up in astonishment. Before her stood a strikingly handsome young man, gently massaging his forehead. Tall and slender, he exuded a masculine aura. His tousled black hair shimmered faintly in the sunlight, and his dark eyes and thin lips formed an appealing curve, embodying a vibrant spirit. "Are you all right?" His voice resonated like a bass. "I'm fine," Mu Xinci replied coolly, feigning indifference. "I apologize for the collision." Internally, she was perplexed. Why was he rubbing his forehead if he hadn't hit his head? What transpired next left Mu Xinci astonished. Her fingers felt the smooth skin of her forehead, perfectly synchronized with his actions. As doubts clouded her mind, Mr. Mu called out from outside the hospital, "Daughter, what is wrong? Hurry and get in the car." "Okay," Mu Xinci responded, making her way toward her father. As she brushed past him, Yi Fan watched her depart with a tinge of reluctance. After all, it was his first intimate encounter with a goddess. Yet, their conversation was fleeting, and she was gone. Fortunately, he was bound to her as his target. There would be ample time in the future. But securing the motorcycle was a priority. In the parking lot, after finalizing his discharge, Yi Fan beheld the meticulously crafted, aesthetically pleasing black Kawasaki H2 motorcycle. At last, it was his. He eagerly mounted the bike, reveling in its allure. Especially with the helmet on, he felt utterly dashing. Without hesitation, he rode it out of the hospital. Though the day was overcast and windy, Yi Fan found public transportation inconvenient and opted for the motorcycle instead. He had donned an extra jacket for warmth, which he hoped would suffice. Once on the bike, he felt no chill. Instead, he basked in the comfort of the luxurious seat and the warm air blowing against him, reminiscent of spring. Without a doubt, Mu Xinci was seated in a top-tier luxury vehicle. He had just witnessed her enter a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Now, he effortlessly enjoyed the comfort of riding in a luxury car. What a delight! Yet, unbeknownst to Yi Fan, as he reveled in his joy, Mu Xinci was enduring discomfort. Achoo! Mu Xinci sneezed, trembling as she felt a biting chill. So cold, she thought, wrapping her arms around herself. Mr. Mu, noticing her discomfort, anxiously scolded the driver, quickly, raise the temperature. However, it proved futile. No matter how high the temperature was set, Mu Xinci still felt a penetrating cold. Her eyes reddened, glistening with tears, appearing pitifully vulnerable. How strange. Though she sat in a warm, comfortable car, she still felt the sting of the cold wind. Though she was resting, it felt as if she were riding a motorcycle. What had made her body behave so peculiarly since that fall into the water? Surely, she wasn't possessed by a spirit. Yi Fan had already returned to the academy. Arriving at dormitory 502, climbing the stairs, especially to the 5th floor, usually left him exhausted. Yet now, he felt no strain in his waist or legs. The sensation was utterly liberating. Upon pushing open the dormitory door, he found his 3 roommates engrossed in a game of League of Legends. "Back already? Let us team up." His roommate Xiao Wu exclaimed enthusiastically. "What took you so long? You missed a big event." The campus bell fell into the water. Fat Tiger, typing furiously, commented curiously. "Yeah, she was rescued and sent to the hospital, but it seems she's all right. I heard it was a guy from our department who saved her. What a hero. I'll treat him to a month's worth of milk tea. Otherwise, I may never see the campus bell again." Lei Gu exclaimed excitedly. Xiao Wu chimed in. "I'll cover his meals for a week." Listening to their chatter, Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. "You better keep your word. The one who saved the campus bell is me." "Oh, then it's all good," they chorused, nodding in agreement. But soon, realization dawned on them, and they exclaimed in disbelief. "Wait, what? The hero who saved the campus bell is you?" Yi Fan nodded. "Indeed, just remember the snacks and milk tea." After securing some tasty treats, Yi Fan noticed the remnants of instant noodle cups and takeout containers piled on his desk. He immediately erupted in frustration. "For heaven's sake, can you please throw your trash in the bin after you finish eating? And Xiao Wu, what is the deal with the several pairs of stinky socks on my bed? Is this your doing? Are you intent on researching biochemical weapons? You've worn these for several days without washing them." Under normal circumstances, Yi Fan would have been overwhelmed by the stench. However, since he has exchanged sensory perceptions with the school beauty, he is utterly oblivious to it. This has ceased to be a source of distress for him, which is delightful. Instead, he is greeted by a waft of floral fragrance mingling with the refreshing scent of a girl's room. At long last, he can escape this filthy, foul-smelling den and inhale something more palatable. How delightful. It is likely that Mu Xinci is now residing in a luxurious mansion. Nonetheless, Yi Fan still needs to ensure that these unruly companions tidy up properly. The hygiene standards of the male dormitory are deplorable, and as the dormitory leader, the responsibility weighs heavily upon him. Yet, his roommates have abandoned their games, all idling around Yi Fan, eager to inquire. What on earth happened? How did you save the school beauty? Did you perform CPR? Did you kiss her? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Such beauty is akin to a ravenous wolf, capable of shattering one's resolve and corrupting one's spirit. Please refrain from such sordid thoughts, all right? Then do elaborate on the situation. Yes, we're brothers. There's no need for secrecy. Faced with the urging of his companions, Yi Fan replied sternly. The table is filthy, the socks are reeking, the dormitory is a mess, the trash hasn't been taken out, and the homework remains unwritten. I'll do the homework, declared Lei Gu. I'll clean, proclaimed Fat Tiger. I'll wash the socks, chimed in Xiao Wu. The three boisterous roommates, eager for gossip, have thrown all caution to the wind. Typically as lazy as sloths, they are now bustling with activity. Yi Fan, as the dormitory leader, is finally able to take a break. What a relief. He stretched languidly. Of course, once the chores are completed, they will undoubtedly pester Yi Fan for further gossip. He recounted the entire sequence of events, omitting any mention of the system, of course. The others exchanged wide-eyed glances, astonished by the miraculous occurrence. You are now the school beauty savior. Incredible. That's a reward of 300,000. Why bother working when your living expenses are more than sufficient? It's as though a pie fell from the sky. Oh, how I wish I had been there. Otherwise, such fortune might have befallen me. Observing the envious expressions of his friends, Yi Fan felt a swell of pride. Heh, you have no idea that I possess a remarkably powerful system. I have it. And you do not. Mu Xinci had just returned home, feeling not only the fatigue in her legs, but also the unbearable stench of foot odor permeating her room, mingled with a nauseating scent of instant noodles. The odor was utterly overwhelming, despite having lit scented candles and adorned the space with fresh flowers. The scent should have been pleasant. Mu Xinci had sprayed on copious amounts of perfume, yet the fragrance eluded her, leaving her with an intolerable odor. With no other option, she retreated to the bathroom. I must be overly fatigued. Perhaps a soothing bath will alleviate this. It's merely a figment of my imagination, she reassured herself. After all, having just emerged from the water, it was normal to experience a distortion of taste, smell, and touch. She sighed, wondering when her sensory perceptions would return to normal. Meanwhile, Yi Fan felt an uncomfortable warmth as he paced around the dormitory. What's wrong? Fat Tiger inquired. Nothing, just feeling a bit hot. Yi Fan fanned himself with his hand. It felt as if the school beauty were in a sauna. How could he not be warm? But it's only in the teens. How can you be so hot? Xiao Wu muttered, unaware that Yi Fan had bound himself to a system. Fortunately, this torturous phase eventually passed. Yi Fan let out a sigh of relief. Following that, he reveled in the luxurious texture of high-quality clothing, feeling exceptionally comfortable. It was far more pleasant than the cheap t-shirts he had purchased for a mere dozen yuan. Lying on the bed, he felt not the hard, low-quality wooden plank of the dormitory but the comfort of a soft mattress. How delightful! Yi Fan was thoroughly content. Mu Xinci's bed must be worth tens of thousands, yet despite lying on such an expensive mattress, she felt no softness whatsoever. Instead, it felt rigid and left her with a sore back. No matter how she turned, she could not find comfort, though she was exhausted and had closed her eyes. Her mind remained acutely aware. She even sensed water splashing on her body, as if someone were bathing nearby. Goodness, am I losing my mind? Am I dreaming of something so bizarre? Chapter 4. School Beauty, Something Seems Off. The next morning in the cafeteria, Xiao Wu and Fat Tiger stared despondently at their bowls of white porridge. Is this truly porridge, or merely water? There's not a grain of rice in sight, just liquid. The cafeteria lady, her hands trembling, had only managed to ladle half a bowl of porridge. This bun is rock hard, and there's no meat left. The cafeteria's food is dismal. Amidst the complaints, they noticed Yi Fan enjoying his meal with great enthusiasm. As he savored the porridge, he appeared to relish it, unlike the others who were disdainful. His roommates gazed at him in disbelief, wondering how he could derive such pleasure from such a bland dish. Little did they know, what Yi Fan was actually experiencing was a culinary delight. The flavor he tasted was not mere porridge, but the exquisite breakfast prepared by the school beauty. Tender and delicious rice rolls wrapped in eggs, lettuce, and sausages melted in his mouth. He also savored crab roast soup dumplings, likely made from crabs caught in Yanqing Lake. Rich and delectable, the thin skin burst with heat upon biting, releasing a flavorful chicken broth enveloped in delicious crab roe. A perfect balance of temperature and taste that left him yearning for more. Yi Fan couldn't help but smack his lips in delight. The school beauty seemed to relish the crystal shrimp dumplings as well, their translucent skin yielding to a delightful chewiness. the fresh shrimp likely made to order, enhanced by a touch of vinegar for an exquisite flavor. Who among ordinary people could indulge in such luxurious dim sum for breakfast? Especially as students. Merely filling their stomachs with whatever was available sufficed. How satisfying. Yi Fan drank his porridge, considering it one of the cleaner options available in the cafeteria. Students typically start their mornings with a bowl of porridge to aid digestion, and it wouldn't overly irritate their stomachs. Today, Yi Fan spent a considerable sum on an array of dishes, including pan-fried buns, shou mai, seaweed and pork floss rolls, and tofu pudding, alternating between them. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Xinci was quite particular about her taste, and even a meticulously crafted breakfast by a national banquet chef might not satisfy her, let alone the ordinary fare served in the cafeteria. Mu Xinci found her sense of taste peculiar, constantly perceiving different flavors, leaving her feeling quite lonely at the dining table. After finishing her meal, Yi Fan returned to the male dormitory, planning to ride his motorcycle to attend to some matters. To his surprise, he found several attractive girls gathered around his Kawasaki motorcycle, discussing it animatedly and snapping photos. This motorcycle is so cool. Its design is so unique. It must be expensive. My brother is quite fond of racing. At that moment, a male voice interjected, not expensive. It's just an off-brand, cheap model, probably only 4 or 5,000. What's the use of a good-looking motorcycle if it's just going to be exposed to the elements? It's not as practical as my self-funded Wuling Hongguang. Who is this pretentious person? Certainly not Yi Fan. Yi Fan turned towards the voice and beheld a bespectacled young man striding over with an air of arrogance. The individual was none other than his class monitor, Hong Yi, who relished showcasing his knowledge, yet was merely a pretender to academic prowess. His position as class monitor was obtained through gifts bestowed upon the counselor. Hong Yi's words elicited sighs of admiration from the girls. Truly deserving of the title of class monitor, his breadth of experience is commendable. He is quite impressive, managing to ride a motorcycle while still a student. Indeed, there are hardly any boys in our school who own a vehicle. It's evident that those who drive possess a different perspective. Initially, they had assumed this motorcycle was quite expensive, only to discover it was merely aesthetically modified. Although the Wuling Hongguang may lack monetary value, it still possesses the advantage of 4 wheels. It certainly offers more comfort than cramming into buses or subways, qualifying him as part of the automobile-owning elite. In an instant, various envious gazes and praises encircled Hong Yi. He smugly touched his nose, feigning humility. It's nothing special. With a little effort, you could all be like me. Don't be misled by the allure of motorcycles. They may appear flashy, but they cannot compare to our practical Wuling Hongguang. However, Yi Fan scoffed at this and approached directly. Though he remained silent, all the girls' attention had shifted to him. After all, Yi Fan was extraordinarily handsome and regarded as the star of the department. His gallant deeds had become widely known throughout the school. Not only was he a heartthrob, but a hero as well, leaving many girls utterly captivated. Yi Fan, would you care to take a stroll around campus? We heard you saved the school bell. How impressive. I can't swim either. It seems quite perilous. Would you teach me how to swim, Yi Fan? I just bought a super sexy bikini. Yi Fan, have you had breakfast? Let us go to the cafeteria. I heard there are new dishes. If you find the cafeteria too far and don't wish to go, I can bring something back for you. The girls practically clung to Yi Fan, their intentions unmistakably clear. This, of course, incited a seething anger within Hong Yi. Just moments ago, the girls had shown him enthusiasm, but their demeanor shifted drastically with Yi Fan's arrival. Since the beginning of the semester, Yi Fan had garnered an extraordinary following among the opposite sex. Despite being at the bottom of the academic rankings, numerous girls were eager to shower him with affection. And after he saved the school bell, his fame skyrocketed. What was once confined to the girls in his class had now expanded to admiration from all the female students in the school. Yet, Yi Fan remained indifferent to the alluring and beautiful girls, calmly stating, "I'm sorry, you're blocking my Kawasaki motorcycle." What? The girls gasped in astonishment. Yi Fan raised the keys in his hand, declaring, "The bike is mine." A wave of shock swept through the crowd. Even Hong Yi struggled to believe it. This eye-catching motorcycle belonged to Yi Fan? Hadn't he previously been destitute? How could he possibly own such an expensive motorcycle now? Meanwhile, Hong Yi found himself holding a hot potato as several girls glared at him. Kawasaki motorcycle? I know about that. My brother said it costs several $100,000. Not to mention the modification costs. To their astonishment, they learned that Yi Fan owned one. Monitor, didn't you say this was a cheap ride? Turns out you don't know your worth. How can your Wuling Hongguang even compare to his motorcycle? Oh, it doesn't even measure up to him. The chorus of complaints from the girls was relentless, and Yi Fan could see the palpable embarrassment on Hong Yi's face. A smirk crept onto Yi Fan's lips, relishing Hong Yi's downfall. Just as he was about to don his motorcycle helmet, the girls cast flirtatious glances and began to plead, "Yi Fan, take me for a ride." Yi Fan, Please take me for a spin. My legs are so sore, and I'm wearing black stockings today. Please take me with you. However, Yi Fan remained unmoved by their advances, succinctly replying, "There's no back seat." With that, he placed the helmet on his head and rode off, leaving behind a group of discontented girls who could only watch in frustration. Witnessing the girls clamoring for a ride, Hong Yi felt an unbearable frustration bubbling within him. Unable to tolerate Yi Fan's grandeur, he quickly interjected, "It's cool today, you can ride with me." The girls, however, dismissed him with disdain. "Who wants to ride in your car? It's so bumpy. Your car is small. How can it compare to Yi Fan's?" Furious, Hong Yi clenched his fists as he watched the girls depart in groups, unwilling to accept this humiliation. Little did he know, this scene was being observed from the higher floors by a shadowy figure. As Yi Fan prepared to return to his dormitory, a slender, enchanting silhouette suddenly blocked his path. "You were the one who saved me last time, weren't you?" Following the melodious voice, Yi Fan found himself face to face with a stunning young woman. She wore a white dress that accentuated her alluring figure, her 36D figure and slim waist captivating his gaze, yet she exuded an icy demeanor. Her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of challenge. Yi Fan was taken aback. The girl before him was none other than the school belle, Mu Xinci. What could she possibly want with him? Yes, that was me. Yi Fan hadn't anticipated her approaching him. Suddenly, she stepped closer, a uniquely delightful peach scent filling the air, intoxicating him momentarily. Yet, in the next instant, she grasped Yi Fan's hand and, to his astonishment, urged him to pinch her delicate, soft face. Yi Fan was momentarily dazed by the sensation of her skin. System notification. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully pinched a face, earning 200 points. Wait, that's not right. I don't feel any pain." Mu Xinci bit her rosy lips, her eyes widening in disbelief. "It's true, we exchanged." Yi Fan was equally astonished. How could she have discovered that? Such an absurdity was not something he dared to mention, fearing he would be labeled as insane. He had planned to find a suitable moment to tell her, but now she had found out. Just as Yi Fan braced himself for Mu Xinci to retaliate, he was startled to see her eyes glistening with tears, her beautiful face marred by a look of grievance. "I haven't been able to eat well or dress warmly these past few days. It's all your fault." Yi Fan, who feared nothing in this world, was most afraid of seeing a girl cry. Now, with her eyes glistening with tears and a pitiful expression, his heart softened instantly. "I'm sorry. I didn't want to exchange sensory experiences with you, but it just happened. This was all the fault of that wretched system, while it had helped him gain benefits. This exchange skill was indeed a bit harsh for both him and the school belle." Unexpectedly, Mu Xinci's fair hand grasped Yi Fan's shirt, her voice quivering. "Regardless, you must return my sensory experiences." Moments later, Yi Fan felt a warm softness on his lips. He looked in disbelief at the beautiful girl before him as she leaned in and kissed him. In that instant, all rational thought fled his mind. No woman could distract him. He was resolute. Yet, no matter how he tried to numb himself, he found himself utterly captivated. His adrenaline surged, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Their breaths became disordered, and Yi Fan found himself lost in the moment, surrendering to the sweetness of the encounter. The school belle had kissed him boldly. System notification. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully kissed, earning 2,000 points." When she finally released him, Yi Fan gasped for air, still lingering with the intoxicating scent that belonged to Mu Xinci. She was so bold. However, he found it immensely enjoyable. Yi Fan could not suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Yet, Mu Xinci's eyes widened. Her face flushed with a delicate hue as she exclaimed in astonishment, "Why hasn't it reverted yet? Isn't it said in dramas that a kiss is all it takes to exchange back? I sacrificed my first kiss for this. I mustered considerable courage to kiss. And it turned out to be futile." The memory of that passionate kiss left Mu Xinci feeling utterly embarrassed. Yi Fan silently critiqued the situation. This was all a result of the system's mischievous machinations. Naturally, a kiss could not reverse the exchange. After 2 months, it would automatically revert. Mu Xinci, however, remained resolute. "No, we must unlock other methods. Come with me, since you saved me after I fell into the water. Perhaps if we recreate the scene and I fall into the water again, it might work." She speculated. Yi Fan replied, "That's out of the question. What if it doesn't succeed? What if another drowning accident occurs? What then?" The previous drowning incident had indeed left her with lingering shadows. "Let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps things will return to normal after a while." Yi Fan expressed sympathy for Mu Xinci's predicament, comforting her, especially since the deadline was 2 months away. Mu Xinci's previously composed demeanor now appeared somewhat dejected and unwilling. "Fine, it seems we have no choice. Perhaps we will discover a solution later." She raised her gaze to Yi Fan, adding, "I still owe you a heartfelt thank you for saving me last time. Can I trouble you for one more thing?" "What is it?" "Please take good care of yourself. Mu Xinci's fair face turned completely crimson. Before we return to normal, could you at least think of the other person? The haughty and aloof campus belle was now pleading with him. He wasn't an unyielding man. So he nodded in agreement. All right, I can do that. Let us add each other on WeChat. I need to know where you are and what you're doing at all times. Mu Xinci's ears were entirely flushed. Sure, no problem, Yifan accepted eagerly. After all, the issues arising were due to his actions, so he felt a sense of responsibility. Moreover, with the soft rice system he had activated, increasing his interactions with Mu Xinci would undoubtedly yield personal benefits. Yifan swiftly added Mu Xinci as a friend on WeChat. It was notable that many had chased after the campus belle for her contact information, only to be met with coldness, yet here he was, adding her as a friend. As if living in a dream. Her profile picture was a reflection of her true self, exuding a cool elegance and exquisite beauty, resembling an artful photograph. Yifan delightfully labeled her contact as Mu Xinci. Once I discover an effective method to revert us, I will reach out to you. As Mu Xinci leaned in slightly, her beautiful eyes locking onto Yifan's, she added, but I don't want a third person to know about our exchange. Understood, I shall keep it a secret. Yifan had no interest in revealing it either, for he would also be troubled by it. Mu Xinci nodded and then departed. Yifan opened the system interface and immediately clicked to draw a lottery. The system announced, "Congratulations, host. You have drawn a bottle of appearance enhancement potion, which not only strengthens your physique, but also increases your height, enhances your attractiveness, and even alters your voice to become more magnetic. Would you like to use it now?" Although Yifan was confident in his appearance, he harbored a deep-seated desire to grow taller. After all, he was a striking young man. Yet at a height of only 1.78 meters, he was just shy of entering the 1.80-meter club, despite consuming copious amounts of milk and playing basketball extensively. His height had remained stagnant. This was indeed a heavenly benefit. Use it. Thus, he consumed the appearance enhancement potion. Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the potion. You will gradually undergo noticeable changes over the next month. Soon, Yifan felt a surge of vitality coursing through his body. Eagerly, he returned to his dormitory to measure his height. To his astonishment, he was now 1.79 meters tall. It had only taken a short time to grow a centimeter. Tomorrow, he would surely reach 1.80 meters. Haha, soon he would be as tall as Yao Ming. Glancing in the mirror, he noticed his skin had improved significantly, appearing even fairer than before. Originally possessing a strong facial structure, his features now seemed somewhat softened. In short, he looked even more handsome. As he began reciting lines, Yifan noted that his previously slightly hoarse voice had transformed into a clear and magnetic tone. With such a voice, it would be a shame not to pursue a singing career. Yifan was quite pleased with the results. After a while, someone suddenly pushed open the door. It was none other than Chapter 6. The campus belle appears on the playground. And for what reason? Xiao Wu burst through the door, calling out to Yifan. Old Yi, let us go play ball. No way. Yifan declined. After all, he was still adjusting to his new physique. He couldn't tire out the campus belle. However, Xiao Wu insisted. Hong Yi is here too. He said if you don't come, it's because you're afraid of being beaten. That one sentence irked Yifan. He can dream. Fine, I'll play for a few minutes. A few minutes will be enough to crush Hong Yi. With the physique potion in effect, he wouldn't have to exert himself as before. Yifan took the basketball and headed to the playground with Xiao Wu, Lei Guo, and Fat Tiger. Besides Hong Yi, several upperclassmen had also come to join. Upon arrival, Yifan overheard the seniors praising Hong Yi. Hong Yi is really good at basketball. Let him take it easy for a bit. Yeah, give the other side some game experience. Haha. Luckily, I'm not your opponent, or you'd be in trouble. In basketball, who could compete with Hong Yi? He had previously held the position of captain of the basketball team. Yifan and the others haven't arrived yet. They must be too scared to show up, one senior remarked. Xiao Wu retorted, who has scared? I'll crush you all. Hong Yi smirked, unable to hide his smugness. He couldn't just say it out loud. Basketball was his strong suit, and this time, Yifan was bound to be thoroughly humiliated. Yifan tossed the basketball at Hong Yi's chest, asserting confidently, let us see your true skills. Prepare to be schooled. The others assumed Yifan was joking, but they would soon realize he was serious. Yifan started the game by stealing the ball from Hong Yi several times, culminating in a high-flying dunk that cleanly went through the hoop. Incredible. Xiao Wu and the others cheered, giving Yifan thumbs up. Thanks to the physique potion, his basketball skills had skyrocketed, and more importantly, he felt no fatigue. This was the key to his success. Now, he could easily handle 30 players like those whiny ones without breaking a sweat. Hong Yi was extremely displeased. Initially, he had hoped to show off by letting Yifan take a few easy shots, but now he was exasperated. He and the seniors attempted to corner Yifan. But to their surprise, Yifan's agility allowed him to pull off a feint and succeed with a long-range shot. Ugh, Hong Yi sighed in frustration, panting heavily, and ended up with nothing to show for his efforts. Yi Fan's roommates were ecstatic. Old Yi, you're playing phenomenally. Unbelievable. You're simply on fire now. Even the seniors were in awe, exclaiming, who knew you could play like this? Yi Fan chuckled, brushing his nose. Just average, third in the world. All right, I have something to attend to, so I'll stop playing. Although it had only been a few minutes. He felt a bit guilty knowing the campus belle was bearing the brunt of it. He certainly didn't want to tire her out. Despite the other seniors' regretful attempts to dissuade him, Yi Fan remained resolute. All right, I shall cease my game. My girlfriend is expecting me for a movie soon. Upon hearing this, Hong Yi, observing the crowd gathered around Yi Fan, felt he could never outshine him in basketball, thus decided to take a different approach. He deliberately began to flaunt himself in front of everyone, successfully capturing their attention. A girlfriend? You've finally found someone, exclaimed a senior who knew Hong Yi, astonished. Hong Yi puffed up with pride. Just this afternoon, a freshman from the finance department confessed her feelings for me. This revelation sent a wave of excitement through the other seniors, who began to gossip eagerly. Could it be that stunning pianist, the department's flower? How enviable. She is quite beautiful. Hong Yi, you've struck gold. Seeing the envy in their eyes, Hong Yi basked in his glory. What can I say? My charming personality won her over. I heard she has had a crush on me for quite some time and begged me to date her. How could I refuse her confession? He cast a sideways glance at Yi Fan and slyly remarked, could it be that there are still some among us who remain single? Without girlfriends? Everyone present had girlfriends, except for Yi Fan. Some seniors looked at Yi Fan with a wicked glint in their eyes, clearly relishing the drama. Yi Fan merely scoffed at their comments, well aware that Hong Yi was subtly mocking him. It was audacious of Hong Yi to show off in front of him without fear of embarrassment. What can I say? Yi Fan shrugged. I too wish to find someone. But there are simply too many admirers vying for my attention. The choices are overwhelming. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. This was not mere boasting. It was the truth. After all, Yi Fan, being the most sought-after male in the department, had never been short of admirers. There were always girls sneaking peeks at him outside the classroom, and he was a frequent feature on the campus confession wall. Suddenly, the focus of envy shifted back to Yi Fan. Even though the others had found girlfriends, they lacked the plethora of admirers that Yi Fan enjoyed. Yi Fan was different. He captivated the hearts of girls from all walks of life. If he so desired, he could easily embrace multiple relationships. Could any other boy enjoy such privileges? Indeed. Yi Fan is extraordinarily handsome. I'd love for him to be my brother-in-law. I heard he was mentioned again on the confession wall yesterday. His romantic prospects are simply too abundant. Being this attractive is a double-edged sword. Dating feels like choosing a concubine. The crowd was in awe of Yi Fan, momentarily forgetting about Hong Yi by the Ming Lake. However, Hong Yi, feeling overshadowed, clenched his fists in discontent. The girls pursuing him were hardly of high caliber. It was only natural for him to feel conflicted, as Hu Wen-ti wanted a beautiful girlfriend. Upon reflection, everyone agreed. After all, Hong Yi's girlfriend was the department's flower, both stunning and talented. Although many girls chased after Yi Fan, none could match the beauty of Hong Yi's girlfriend. Hong Yi continued to boast. Just now, my girlfriend messaged me, asking if I wanted some milk tea. She knows how exhausting basketball can be. This prompted a wave of envy among the others. How wonderful it would be to have a girlfriend who cared so much. Unfortunately, none of them did. While Hong Yi might not be as handsome as Yi Fan, winning the heart of the campus flower proved his worth. The others began to crowd around him, eager to extract some wisdom. Hong Yi, please share your secrets. How did you manage to land such a remarkable girl? My girlfriend is great, but she doesn't look nearly as good and can be quite fierce. What is your trick? Hong Yi, relishing in the attention, raised an eyebrow at Yi Fan, feeling triumphant. Not so cocky now, are we? I have this beautiful girlfriend, while you have none. What good is your good looks if you can't even find a girlfriend? Before Yi Fan could respond, someone suddenly shouted, Ah, it's the campus flower. Everyone turned in unison toward the entrance of the playground. A graceful and stunning girl appeared before them. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her back, and she wore a fitted off-the-shoulder gown that highlighted her porcelain skin, accentuating her elegant swan neck and slender waist. She held a cup of exquisite milk tea, treating it as if it were a piece of art. Yet, her expression was frosty, embodying the allure of an untouchable flower. Many were captivated by her presence, their hearts racing. She is so beautiful. My heart races just looking at her. She is a goddess beyond my reach. If only she would glance my way. I would sacrifice everything to be with her, even if it meant stealing a bike to support her. I wish I could be the milk tea in her hands, just to be close to her. Even Yi Fan's roommates were abuzz with excitement. Xiao Wu clutched Yi Fan's sleeve. Ah, the campus flower is so close to me for the first time. Fat Tiger's face flushed with excitement. It seems like she is coming towards us. Is she looking for someone? Could that milk tea be for one of us? Lego conjectured. Xiao Wu scoffed, no way. Have you ever seen the goddess show interest in anyone? She asked just passing by. Lego quickly dismissed the absurd notion. After all, Mu Xinci was known for her aloofness, with countless admirers. Who had ever seen her approach a boy, let alone bring him milk tea? Such gestures were reserved for those who could boast about it for a lifetime. The campus flower rarely stayed on campus, making any glimpse of her a rare and treasured experience. As everyone indulged their eyes, they realized that Mu Xinci was indeed walking towards them. Oh my, could it be? Is she really here to deliver milk tea? For whom? As everyone's hearts raced with anticipation, Mu Xinci halted in front of Hong Yi, his face flushed crimson. Could it be that the campus flower harbored feelings for him, hence delivering milk tea? If that were the case, why would he seek a girlfriend? With just a word from her, he would abandon everything to be with her. The others, witnessing Mu Xinci's attention on Hong Yi, were filled with envy. Heavens! Is Hong Yi so fortunate? The campus flower has a crush on him, and she's interested? What a windfall for Hong Yi. If the campus flower delivered milk tea to me, I could boast for an entire year. If she confessed to Hong Yi, how would he choose between her and his current girlfriend? Hong Yi, buoyed by the surrounding murmurs, felt elated. Hey, feel free to envy me. Fortune is on my side. Who can resist such irresistible charm? Hello, Hong Yi greeted, brimming with confidence. Mu Xinci, cold and indifferent, replied, step aside, you're blocking the way. Hong Yi, stunned. The boys who had just envied Hong Yi erupted in laughter. Ha! How could the campus flower possibly be interested in Hong Yi? Her standards are far too high. Now Hong Yi's face burned with embarrassment, caught in a mortifying moment. He could only sheepishly step aside. But whom was he blocking? A question arose in his mind. Turning around, he discovered that standing behind him was none other than Yi Fan. Thirsty, are you? You can have the milk tea. Before the gathered crowd, Mu Xinci astonishingly blushed as she handed a cup of milk tea to Yi Fan. In truth, onlookers perceived her flush not as a sign of shyness, but rather as a result of the heat generated by her excitement over Yi Fan's basketball prowess. What an unexpected turn of events. Everyone was left in a state of disbelief, witnessing this miraculous scene, akin to a world record. Xiao Wu and his companions were rendered utterly speechless. They had been fretting over Yi Fan's pickiness and his prospects of remaining single, never anticipating that such a stunning campus beauty would present herself so readily. The lad was indeed fortunate in matters of romance. Hong Yi was equally dumbfounded, his mouth agape, as if he could swallow an egg whole. Just moments before, he had mocked Yi Fan, only to find that the goddess of their hearts was now courting him. It had always been Mu Xinci in a passive role. When had she ever been so proactive? This was a scene many had fantasized about. Yet it was Yi Fan who lived it. I am envious. Yi Fan, too, was taken aback by Mu Xinci's public display of affection with the milk tea. He could feel the envious and resentful gazes converging upon him from all directions, relishing the moment of his newfound prestige. With a sense of triumph, he accepted the milk tea from Mu Xinci's hand. Congratulations, host. By accepting Mu Xinci's milk tea, you have earned 300 points. Countless eyes fixated on the milk tea in Yi Fan's grasp, filled with envy. How they longed to savor it. Yet, Yi Fan tilted his head and drank the very beverage that everyone coveted. How infuriating. That cup of milk tea must have been extraordinarily sweet. If it were them, they would have cherished it, preserving it as a treasure. Instead, Yi Fan heartily gulped it down. Observers noted that the formerly aloof campus beauty now wore a slight smile at the corners of her lips. Oh, the campus beauty smiled. Alas, it was directed at Yi Fan. Little did they know, Mu Xinci was elated merely by the taste of the milk tea. With Yi Fan's intense basketball game under the sun, she felt herself becoming overheated. She was on the verge of heat stroke. Not to mention, Yi Fan's relentless energy left her breathless and her limbs aching. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed to find him, bringing along the milk tea she had purchased. In such a sweltering environment, if she did not take a break and enjoy a refreshing drink, she would surely be exhausted. Now that Yi Fan had tasted the chilled milk tea, she too could relish its icy sweetness. It was delightful and invigorating, restoring her completely. Yet, that alone was insufficient. The heat was unbearable. She urged him to take a break and enjoy some air conditioning. Without further ado, Mu Xinci took his hand. Upon feeling her palm, Yi Fan experienced a jolt of electricity coursing through him, nearly numbing his senses. He watched as the graceful and enchanting Mu Xinci confidently led him away, under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Congratulations, host. By holding hands with Mu Xinci, you have earned 500 points. The system chimed in. After they departed, the group of boys on the scene remained in shock, unable to process what they had just witnessed. Did I see that correctly? The campus beauty just held Yi Fan's hand. How impressive. Yi Fan, the goddess that everyone admired, had been snatched away by him. They had always labeled Yi Fan as a lonely soul, oblivious to the fact that the campus beauty held an interest in him. So, the goddess was actually Yi Fan's admirer? Remarkable. In comparison, I believe the campus beauty far surpasses Hong Yi's girlfriend. The one we ought to learn from is Yi Fan. How did he manage to elicit such initiative from the campus beauty? This juxtaposition made the difference abundantly clear. The campus beauty was stunningly beautiful, akin to a celestial being. From a prestigious family, excelling academically, a quintessential rich beauty. She completely overshadowed the department flower, who could hardly compare to her beauty. It was well known that the campus beauty was exceedingly aloof, rarely conversing with boys, let alone initiating contact. However, this historic moment was unfolding before their eyes. A testament to Yi Fan's extraordinary charm. To have a beautiful goddess proactively deliver milk tea and instinctively grasp his hand, Yi Fan was indeed a formidable romantic figure. This revelation infuriated Hong Yi. He harbored feelings for the campus beauty himself, yet she was notoriously difficult to pursue, showing him no interest whatsoever and dismissing his gifts. Hong Yi was merely left with his affections hidden away, viewing Mu Xinci as an unattainable goddess, only to find Yi Fan had prompted her boldness. How frustrating that this fellow continued to flaunt his luck. At the entrance of the Blue Moon Cafe, when Yi Fan stepped inside, the doorman, with an expressionless face, stated, "I'm sorry, but we are not hiring part-time staff at the moment." He had assessed Yi Fan, noting his student appearance, clad in what appeared to be inexpensive streetwear. Although he was somewhat handsome, good looks alone could not earn a meal here. This was the city's most upscale establishment, where the average patron spent over 1,000. Those who dined here were either affluent tycoons or socialites. This handsome young man seemed to be either here for an interview or perhaps a social media influencer just passing through for a photo shoot. To avoid potential trouble, it was best not to let him in. Unwilling to be judged by appearances, Yi Fan retorted, "I'm here to dine." At that moment, Mu Xinci had followed closely behind. Her elegant and captivating demeanor instantly caught the doorman's attention. Clad in designer brands and holding a Chanel handbag, he recognized her as the daughter of the Mu family conglomerate. A regular patron of the cafe. "Miss Mu, you have arrived," the doorman greeted with a smile. However, Mu Xinci coldly replied, "From now on, when he arrives, do not obstruct him." Her words left the doorman stunned. He suddenly realized that Mu Xinci had already ushered Yi Fan inside. This incredibly handsome young man was truly remarkable. Was he exceptionally talented to have won the heart of Miss Mu so willingly? Chapter 8. A perfect pair. It is noteworthy that Miss Mu had dined here countless times, never once bringing a male companion, and today she had brought him. Who could accompany Miss Mu if not a wealthy student? It turned out this handsome young man was more than he seemed, his understated attire concealing his true status. What appeared to be a simple t-shirt was, in fact, custom-tailored. "Please, come in. I was blind to your true worth," the doorman said respectfully, personally attending to them and holding the door open. Yi Fan basked in the glow of Mu Xinci's presence, enjoying the privileges that accompanied it. What a delightful experience. How the doorman's superficial judgment must have backfired. This indeed was a high-end restaurant where the ambience was refined and tasteful, with decor that hinted at substantial investment. Yi Fan had not anticipated being here. As a student, he could hardly afford afternoon tea in such an establishment. Once seated, Mu Xinci reveled in the cool air conditioning, feeling the heat dissipate. It was blissfully refreshing, and she wore a contented smile reminiscent of a languid cat. The warmth from her face gradually faded, yet a lingering blush remained, softening her previously sharp demeanor and adding a touch of youthful innocence. "I'm sorry," Yi Fan realized he had made a significant error. Feeling somewhat bashful as he scratched his head. "Now that you know, can you promise to take better care of yourself?" Mu Xinci leaned forward, her eyes gazing at him with a pleading expression. "All right, I will strive to think of us." Yi Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment, with her delicately curled lashes fluttering. She appeared troubled, then that settled. "Since you understand, you must make it up to me." Without uttering a word, she promptly placed the entire menu before Yi Fan. "Order." Yi Fan's gaze swept over the menu, and he was taken aback. Good heavens, how exorbitant. Surely, this was akin to highway robbery. The cheapest cup of black coffee was a staggering 320 yuan. Wouldn't it be more delightful to brew one himself? As Yi Fan grappled with the bewildering prices, Mu Xinci inquired, "Are you in a quandary? Then allow me to order." She proceeded to request a variety of dishes: Guixia hand-brewed coffee, refreshing mimosa-scented orange cake, Fafna chocolate lava cake, doner with milk-fed veal and tuna sauce, and white truffle gelato. Yi Fan listened in astonishment. Was she truly not just reciting a list of dishes? Mu Xinci ordered more than a dozen items in one breath, each more costly than the last. By the time all the dishes arrived, Yi Fan felt certain he would be driven to financial ruin. The exquisitely arranged plates boasted mouth-watering delicacies that looked utterly delectable. Was this paradise? Yi Fan had longed for such indulgence, yet his wallet had never permitted it. Now, astonishingly, His wish had come true. I shall treat you. You simply need to enjoy, Mu Xinci said languidly, her demeanor exuding a charming nonchalance. After all, only by ensuring Yi Fan's enjoyment could she derive pleasure herself. Otherwise, any meal would taste like cardboard to her. Rest assured, I shall not hold back. I will eat whatever you desire, Yi Fan assured her, but you must partake as well, so we can both savor what we wish. Mu Xinci nodded in agreement. Very well. After all, it was she who had sought Yi Fan's assistance, and she could not allow him to feel shortchanged. Thus, Yi Fan followed her lead and began with the tuna, which was precisely what he had craved. The moment he took his first bite, his eyes lit up. The premium tuna, priced at over 100 yuan per pound, was exquisitely tender. In the past, he would have hesitated to indulge. Now, he relished every morsel. Meanwhile, Mu Xinci, oblivious to the loophole in their exchange, found the experience no different from usual. The soft, delectable fish melted in her mouth, granting her a long-lost sense of satisfaction. She had heard that a single spoonful of the white truffle gelato cost hundreds. Now she was feeding it to Yi Fan. Spoonful by spoonful. How utterly gratifying. This luxurious afternoon tea was nothing short of sublime. Congratulations, host. Dining sweetly with Mu Xinci has awarded you 500 points. Yi Fan, reflecting on his substantial points, immediately ventured to the back end to participate in the lottery 3 times. The system interface quickly displayed the results. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've drawn an ultra-high gaming ability. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've drawn an investment information card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've drawn 8 million RMB. Ultra-high gaming ability? That would make accumulating points in games a breeze, without having to witness the clumsy attempts of amateurs. Perfect for gaming with friends. Yi Fan opened the investment information card to discover. Jiahua Media Agency is currently experiencing a funding crisis and urgently requires investment. Within a year, it will become a leading comprehensive film and television group in the industry, promising substantial returns. Upon seeing the information card, Yi Fan's mind raced. This was a glimpse into the future. With only 300,000 yuan to his name, he had thought it impossible to invest. Thankfully, he had now drawn 8 million yuan, an opportunity for significant profit with minimal risk. Yi Fan had a plan. He would invest in Jiahua Media as soon as he returned. After a satisfying meal, Yi Fan leaned back contentedly, instinctively placing his hand on his abdomen. This action caused Mu Xinci's cheeks to flush crimson as she exclaimed, "Wait, what are you doing? What's the matter?" Yi Fan inquired, puzzled. "Don't touch me so casually." Mu Xinci stammered, biting her lip in embarrassment. "Remember, whatever you do, I can feel it." Her palms still held the warmth from where Yi Fan had touched his abs. Yi Fan's adrenaline surged. He had nearly forgotten that their tactile senses had also swapped. When Mu Xinci bathed and touched her body, he could perceive it too. Ahem, my apologies. I shall try to be more cautious, but some things are simply unavoidable. Yi Fan said sheepishly. I understand, so I beg you to refrain from touching sensitive areas. Mu Xinci murmured, her discomfort evident. Yi Fan, intrigued, playfully teased, refrain from what? Driving? Mu Xinci took a deep breath and managed to utter. I really don't want to experience that peculiar sensation. The last time had been when Yi Fan was bathing, and she had encountered that awkward contact, leaving her feeling incredibly embarrassed. Fear not. I am single. Yi Fan paused, yet I have not been presented with the opportunity. What a coincidence, so am I. Mu Xinci sighed. Then we are even. Yi Fan smirked. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? Let us cohabit, Mu Xinci suggested. Yi Fan, just about to sip his water, immediately coughed upon hearing her words. Cohabit? Why would we cohabit? Is this a distortion of human nature or a degradation of morals? Is the campus belle confessing her feelings and seeking a relationship? Chapter 9. Moving into the campus belle's luxurious mansion, surrounded by maids. Mu Xinci gently caressed her throat. The discomfort of choking on water was now her experience. Forgive me, your words were simply too shocking. Yi Fan took another sip of water, soothing his throat, hoping to ease her discomfort. Only then did Mu Xinci's expression improve. However, her cheeks remained flushed, and her eyes, slightly narrowed, exuded an alluring charm. What I mean is for you to stay at my home. After calming her emotions, Mu Xinci bit her lip, her face growing hotter. It's not what you think. Their current situation was indeed quite complicated. She paused. For the sake of my sleep quality, I must arrange your living environment to feel at ease. Although Mu Xinci had never visited the male dormitory, she had certainly caught a whiff of the odor of dirty socks and the unpleasant dormitory atmosphere. Not to mention that Yi Fan had to sleep on a hard wooden bed. She bore the brunt of it all. If Yi Fan lived at her home, she could ensure a more peaceful sleeping environment, allowing her to rest more soundly. This is unacceptable. How can I just stay at a girl's house? Yi Fan refused. It simply wouldn't be proper. How could he casually reside in the campus belle's home? It would tarnish her reputation. Furthermore, a male and female living under the same roof? Yi Fan acknowledged his self-control, but the allure of beauty was hard to resist, especially when the other party was such a stunning campus belle. It made it all the more difficult to decline. No funny business. Mu Xinci's eyes brightened at Yi Fan's refusal. If it had been any other boy, they would have eagerly agreed, but Yi Fan had reservations, proving he was no opportunist. He was genuinely admirable, so dependable. This only served to enhance Mu Xinci's impression of Yi Fan and solidify her determination to keep him around. If you stay at my home, you will enjoy the same privileges as I do. The servants will treat you like a master, and I will also provide you with an allowance each month. Please, help me. Mu Xinci gazed at Yi Fan with her glistening eyes, filled with longing. Seeing the campus belle plead with him, Yi Fan's heart softened. Why would he pass up the chance to live in a luxurious mansion, preferring to squeeze into a filthy dormitory? Although his friends were good company, the dormitory environment was truly abominable. The lights went out at 10:30, and sometimes he barely had time to charge his phone, let alone finish washing up. Not only that, but the dormitory resembled a scene from a biological hazard zone, to say nothing of the 3 untidy roommates who never bothered to clean, leaving the room in utter disarray. Leftover takeout boxes lay scattered across the table, spoiled under the sweltering heat, while mosquitoes and flies buzzed incessantly. It fell upon him, the dorm leader, to supervise the hygiene of their living quarters. As if that weren't enough, discarded socks lay strewn about, and Xiao Wu was a veritable foot-scratcher, neglecting to wash his feet, emanating an odor that was simply unbearable. Did you think that was the extent of it? The trio also had a penchant for flatulence. Pop, 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 pop. The sounds echoed, one following another. What began as a gentle cascade of pearls soon morphed into a cacophony akin to thunderclaps. This only exacerbated the already deplorable state of the dormitory. Apologies, my friends, but he had no choice but to take his leave. It wasn't merely the allure of a luxurious residence, nor was it that he truly wished to escape the stench of flatulence, but rather, he simply could not refuse the request of the campus belle. Thus, Yi Fan nodded, conceding to her invitation. Congratulations, host. You have received a cohabitation invitation and earned 300 points. Thank you, Mu Xinci replied with a satisfied nod. Everything was far easier than she had anticipated. She could only hope that no further complications would arise, though she was entirely unprepared for the course that events would take following Yi Fan's move in. When it came time to settle the bill, the waiter instinctively approached Yi Fan, inquiring, "Hello, would you like to pay via QR code or card?" The waiter glanced at the handsome Yi Fan, then at the stunningly beautiful Mu Xinci across from him, and without a moment's hesitation deduced that Yi Fan must be pursuing Miss Mu. After all, with such breathtaking beauty, even she, a girl, felt a flutter in her heart. The lilies of her hometown were in full bloom. Typically, in such situations, a gentleman would hastily offer to pay. As the waiter reveled in her own cleverness, Mu Xinci unexpectedly presented her black card. "Card, please." The waiter was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. Surely she hadn't misread the situation? It was indeed Mu Xinci covering the bill. Was it not the gentleman pursuing the lady, but rather Miss Mu pursuing this gentleman? What extraordinary qualities must he possess? He was, after all, the object of many suitors' affections. While the waiter was astonished, she took a moment to scrutinize Yi Fan more closely. Initially, she hadn't noticed, but now seeing him head-on, she was captivated by his striking features. How handsome! His eyes sparkled like stars, his lashes long, and his nose elegantly high. Surely he must be a celebrity. Not only was Miss Mu of exceptional standing, but even the waiter found herself enamored. She gazed at him, unable to tear her eyes away. Were it not for the fact that he was a customer, she would have eagerly requested his WeChat. It was only when Mu Xinci tapped the table that the waiter came to her senses, apologizing. "My apologies." After processing the payment, she returned the card to Mu Xinci. Ding! Detected an instance of living off of another. Reward, 500 points. The system chimed. "Let us go?" Mu Xinci said to Yi Fan. He nodded and followed her outside. The waiter watched them leave, her heart unwilling to return to her duties. Deep down, she was convinced that Yi Fan was not merely handsome. He must possess other exceptional qualities. After all, Miss Mu had encountered countless handsome men, even mingled with top celebrities, yet remained indifferent. What could have drawn her to this boy? At the entrance, Yi Fan, who had no bicycle, informed Mu Xinci, "I'm going to take the bus back to the dorm to gather my things." "You cannot take the bus." Mu Xinci frowned resolutely, dismissing the idea. "Why not?" Yi Fan inquired, puzzled. "The weather is sweltering, and the bus will undoubtedly reek. Furthermore, it's crowded. You must take my sports car." Mu Xinci insisted. Although she had never been on a bus, her friend Xiaoya often complained about being squished into a pancake on public transport. Most importantly, there were potential perverts. What if some lecherous hand reached out? Mu Xinci certainly did not wish to endure such a dreadful experience. Since birth, She had enjoyed the luxury of high-end vehicles. All right, Yi Fan acquiesced. Who would choose a bus when luxury was an option? Thus, Yi Fan confidently entered Mu Xinci's sports car. He had already relished the experience once. It was truly delightful. Moreover, driving a convertible with the wind rushing past was an unparalleled pleasure. Yi Fan settled comfortably into his seat, reveling in the moment. The Lamborghini's sixth element. Indeed, there was a reason for its exorbitant price. Soon, the car came to a halt outside the male dormitory. The luxury vehicle quickly attracted attention. After all, few could be seen driving such an eye-catching sports car on campus. Some recognized it as the Campus Belle S ride. Isn't that the Campus Belle sports car? It seems someone is in the passenger seat. Could it be a girl? I've never seen the Campus Belle drive anyone before. Looks like a guy. Who is he? My goodness, has the Campus Belle been getting close to a boy? As the boys gaped in astonishment, the car door swung open, revealing a tall and handsome figure. His features were striking, illuminated by the refracted sunlight, his contours enchanting. Instantly, he stunned the onlookers. Chapter 10. The entire school discovers my relationship with the Campus Belle. The crowd was abuzz, unable to contain their excitement. Who is he? What is his relationship with the Campus Belle? I heard she sent a guy milk tea today. Could it be him? Is the Campus Belle finally taken? Has she gotten together with him? Wasn't it said that she had a cleanliness obsession and disliked anyone sitting in her car? Some recognized Yi Fan as the class heartthrob from the finance department. A sophomore in class 2, pursued by many girls. Who would have thought the Campus Belle was interested in him? I concede defeat. He is undeniably handsome with nice skin. Upon closer inspection, the two appeared quite the match, yet bitterness lingered. How could he benefit from her affection after all this time spent longing for her? Amidst the murmurs, Mu Xinci gazed intently at him. I'm waiting for you. Please hurry. Yi Fan felt the envious gazes from all directions, striding confidently into the male dormitory, where several boys eagerly surrounded him. Yi Fan, what is going on? Are you dating the Campus Belle? Yes. Why did she send you home today? When did you two meet? As the barrage of questions bombarded him, Yi Fan felt his ears nearly blistering. Yet, it was exhilarating. Who wouldn't relish being regarded with such esteem? I'm not dating the Campus Belle, he asserted, instantly alleviating the boys' concerns. Some even felt it was only natural. Mu Xinci was stunning and from a prestigious family. How could she casually date anyone? Yi Fan was merely an ordinary student, handsome but lacking any remarkable skills. How could the Campus Belle possibly fancy him? But why did she bring you back? Indeed, no other guy has received such treatment. Faced with the relentless inquiries, Yi Fan concocted a quick excuse. I live next door to her. This should certainly quell the whispers, providing a plausible explanation for everything. After Yi Fan ascended the stairs, the others stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape in astonishment. The Campus Belle resided in the illustrious Rose Garden Villa district of Green City. If Yi Fan lived next door to her, wouldn't that imply he also owned a villa in the Rose Garden? My goodness. It turns out Yi Fan is an invisible tycoon. How modest he is. No wonder I previously saw him riding a Kawasaki H2. Can an ordinary student afford such a machine? The cheapest house in the Rose Garden costs at least 50 million. It's astonishingly expensive. That place is my dream mansion. Yet Yi Fan's family resides there. However, Yi Fan was blissfully unaware of all this. He had already returned to his dormitory, preparing to organize his belongings. Just as he entered, 3 eager wolves pounced upon him. Brother Lei exclaimed, You just returned from a date with the Campus Belle. Did anything happen? Xiao Wu chimed in. Be honest with us. When did you meet the Campus Belle? Fat Tiger added. I was wondering why you weren't in a hurry to find a girlfriend. Turns out the Campus Belle has her eyes on you. Tell us, when did this all begin? Yi Fan looked at his 3 curious roommates, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. It's a long story, but I assure you, I am not in a relationship with the Campus Belle. As soon as he uttered these words, the trio was even more astonished. No way. The Campus Belle is pursuing you. You're bringing glory to our dormitory. It's hard enough for us to even see her, and yet she is making advances towards you. She even offered you milk tea, and you're not moved? Are you even a man? Yi Fan sighed internally. He, too, wished to be in a relationship with the Campus Belle. Alas, that had yet to materialize. But time was on his side. What was meant to be would eventually be. He had only just begun. Yi Fan retrieved his suitcase, starting to pack his clothes. Upon witnessing his activity, the 3 roommates inquired with curiosity. Old Yi, are you going on a trip? Why are you packing your things? Planning to go home? Yi Fan shook his head, fabricating a story. My family is relocating, and my father purchased a grand mansion for me. I've applied to live off campus. Technically, this wasn't a lie. After all, with the system at his disposal, relocating was a trivial matter. Living with Mu Xinci, earning points was no small feat. In the future, he could easily afford a mansion and own a villa in the Rose Garden. In a moment, his roommates began to marvel. Your family is relocating? Doesn't that make you a rich second generation? Goodness, I can't believe I'm friends with a wealthy heir. Damn, you're moving into a mansion. I wish I had such affluent parents. Let us not forget our humble beginnings. Yi Fan laughed heartily. Don't worry, even though I'm moving out, my heart will always remain with you. Don't miss me too much. Xiao Wu retorted, get lost. You're not a girl. Why would we miss you? Fat Tiger rolled his eyes. Just go already. No farewells. Close the door and unleash the dogs. Brother Lei gleefully declared, fantastic. I won't have to climb to the top bunk anymore. I can just claim your empty bed. Your desk is mine as well. Yi Fan thought to himself. Will affection truly fade away? How ridiculous, these guys. After organizing his belongings, Yi Fan began his descent with his suitcase in hand. Xiao Wu, Fat Tiger, and Brother Lei, despite their earlier jibes, showed genuine concern as they escorted him downstairs. After all, it was 5 flights of stairs with no elevator. Carrying a suitcase down was quite laborious. Yi Fan felt helpless. When would the dormitory install an elevator? With no other option, he had to carry it down. To lighten the load and spare the campus bell from unnecessary strain, he enlisted the help of his roommates. However, the stairs were steep, and the suitcase was heavy, making the descent challenging for the group of boys. Suddenly, a melodious female voice rang out. Yi Fan. The roommates, who had been lifting the suitcase alongside him, turned crimson with embarrassment. Even the boys who had been crowding around Mu Xinci to ascend the stairs were taken aback by her call, their envy palpable. What transpired next was beyond anyone's imagination. The radiant and beautiful Mu Xinci dashed up the stairs, without a moment's hesitation, and seized the suitcase from Yi Fan's grasp. It's too heavy. How can you carry this? Let me help you. Mu Xinci felt the immense weight as she took hold of the suitcase. Her arms ached, especially as she navigated the stairs, nearly bringing her to tears. Without a thought, she rushed forward to grab the suitcase. Otherwise, her arms might dislocate from the exertion. Yet, this act astonished everyone present. After all, Mu Xinci was a paragon of privilege. Having lived a life of luxury since childhood, untouched by hardship, she had no need to carry anything. With just a glance, boys would rush to assist her. Yet, she had always been reluctant to let boys even touch her belongings. But now, she was eager to alleviate Yi Fan's burden. Even though they had 3 more floors to descend, the staircase was long. Carrying the suitcase down was no easy feat. It was a struggle even for a burly male, let alone a girl. Yet, Mu Xinci quietly bore the weight, descending the stairs without a single complaint, unaware that all the burden was on Yi Fan's shoulders. However, with the physique-enhancing potion he had consumed, this was trivial for him. The boys were abuzz with excitement, incredulous at the scene unfolding before them. What was happening? The campus belle had entered the boys' dormitory to help carry a suitcase. Had anyone told me this, I would have thought it was a joke. Wake me up. I believe the campus belle was in a relationship with Yi Fan, but it turns out she was pursuing him. This is truly outrageous. The campus belle has stooped to being a love-struck admirer. Seeing her selflessly devote herself, my heart aches for her. Chapter 11. The campus belle invades the boys' dormitory. Meanwhile, the object of everyone's envy, Yi Fan, remained unfazed. Xiao Wu, Fat Tiger, and Brother Lei were left agape, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. They quickly surrounded Yi Fan, exclaiming in disbelief, "What the hell? Did you save the galaxy or something? I was wondering why you were so eager to move out. Turns out it was the campus belle coming to fetch you. This is absurd. The campus belle is actually pursuing you." Yi Fan hadn't anticipated that his exchange with the campus belle would lead others to believe she was chasing him. It felt exhilarating. He decided to play along. What can I say? My charm is irresistible. I've already turned her down, but she insists on this. I have no choice but to go along with it. The boys were seething with envy, their frustration mounting. Damn it, that's the school's campus belle. She's the unattainable dream of countless boys. And she's chasing you, yet you don't appreciate it. The campus belle had been rejected, yet she pursued Yi Fan relentlessly. She truly cared for him. By the time Yi Fan reached the ground floor, Mu Xinci was waiting for him. The suitcase was already placed in the trunk of her car. Sitting in the driver's seat, she shot Yi Fan a knowing glance, signaling him to get in. However, to the onlookers who were oblivious to the context, this gaze was misinterpreted as a flirtatious invitation, making it seem as though she was playfully coaxing him to join her. The crowd was envious, lamenting, "Yi Fan is so fortunate. The campus belle truly loves him." In the midst of envious and resentful gazes, Yi Fan departed in a car, leaving the crowd in deep sorrow. The hatred for the usurper of a wife was unforgettable. Meanwhile, the entire Hucking University erupted in chaos. Not only were the various teaching buildings and dormitories abuzz, but even the campus network and school forum were ablaze with chatter. The tale of the campus belle invading the boys' dormitory solely to assist Yi Fan with his luggage spread like wildfire. Did you know that Yi Fan lived next door to the campus beauty? It turns out he is an invisible tycoon. Today, as he moved out, the campus belle personally came to escort him, even climbing up the stairs to help him carry his heavy suitcase. In less than half an hour, this news had already reached every corner of the school. As the story was passed from one person to another, it gradually morphed. Did you know? Yi Fan slept next to the campus belle. Eventually, it escalated to, did you know? Yi Fan slept with the campus belle. The entire school was shaken. The boys were on the verge of a breakdown. Their beautiful goddess had been sullied by Yi Fan, and she willingly delivered herself. Oh, is this a fall from grace or a distortion of human nature? However, the protagonist, Mu Xinci, remained blissfully unaware of any of this. She had already driven Yi Fan home. To Yi Fan's astonishment, Mu Xinci's residence was a lavish 5-story villa, complete with its own garden and golf course, a place of such immense luxury that it bordered on the inhumane. This opulent villa was situated in the most flourishing and expensive area, the Rose Garden of Green City. It was truly a case of land being worth its weight in gold, a testament to the wealth of the Mu family. Ding! Host detected entering the Mu residence. Earning 500 points. Welcome home, Mississippi. A graceful maid stood by the door, ready to greet her return. This is Yi Fan, our guest. And you are to treat him with utmost hospitality, Mu Xinci instructed nonchalantly. Yes, the maids replied respectfully, welcoming Mr. Yi. This was truly a paradise for a recluse. Each maid, donned in charming maid outfits, exuded sweetness and had exquisite figures, some alluringly sensual, while others radiated pure innocence. Yi Fan was exhilarated. As a child, he had often fantasized about being surrounded by obedient maids. And now, in a single day, that dream had come true. Yet, beyond the beautiful maids, the sumptuous decor of the house left him utterly speechless. The design was sophisticated and understatedly luxurious, with the oil paintings adorning the walls emanating an air of opulence. Wow. Starting today, he was going to reside here. How unbelievable. Seated on the sofa, Mu Xinci still felt the lingering ache from standing. She had not savored the softness of the high-end couch at all. Thus, she turned to Yi Fan, a hint of reproach in her voice. Can you not sit for a moment? All right, Yi Fan acquiesced. In truth, he had already relished the couch's plushness. It was delightfully springy and comfortable. He didn't want to agree, but since she was asking him so earnestly, what could he do but oblige? After all, she was beautiful. Yi Fan settled onto the luxurious leather sofa, allowing Mu Xinci to experience its softness, her face lighting up with satisfaction and comfort. As she relaxed, her stunning, shimmering eyes gently closed, revealing less of her usual icy demeanor and more of a charming innocence. As Yi Fan gazed at her up close, his heart raced with exhilaration. It felt surreal to share a roof with the campus belle. The system was indeed not deceiving him. This was truly an invisible benefit. Consider this your home. Feel free to eat whatever you like and use anything. She lazily glanced at Yi Fan. Once our sensory exchange returns, our relationship will also conclude. All right. Yi Fan responded without objection. After all, their relationship would end in 2 months. By then, he would have enjoyed everything he desired and amassed his points. He would be the master of his domain. Where will I sleep tonight? Yi Fan inquired curiously. In my room. Mu Xinci blurted out. Yi Fan was taken aback. Did he hear her correctly? She said to sleep in her room. By all accounts. Didn't that mean he would be sharing a bed with her? A flurry of risque thoughts surged through his mind. This seemed inappropriate. Yi Fan scratched his head, but he couldn't help feeling a tinge of excitement. Upon sensing Yi Fan's awkward thoughts, Mu Xinci's face flushed crimson. You've misunderstood. When I said you could sleep in my room, it's because I'm particular about beds. I'll be sleeping in the adjacent room. How did you know I was thinking wrongly? Could it be that you were also having impure thoughts? Yi Fan teased. Mu Xinci, with her densely fringed eyelashes fluttering rapidly, clearly blushed with embarrassment, her cheeks a rosy hue. I absolutely was not. I just wanted to dispel any improper notions you might have. Yi Fan scoffed. I wasn't overthinking. I was just worried you might be. I would never, she exclaimed, her voice rising, yet the blush on her face lingered. The topic sent her mind racing back to the encounters of the past few days. Boom. Her thoughts spiraled. Her cheeks grew warmer. This was not a time for improper thoughts. What was she even thinking? Once she regained her composure, Mu Xinci began to show Yi Fan around the rooms. Upon entering her chamber, Yi Fan felt a surge of excitement. This was the domain of a young lady. It smelled delightful, the sweet scent of peaches wafting through the air. Then, he stumbled upon one of her little secrets. She had a collection of adorable trinkets. Chapter 12. So this is the campus belle's room. The entire space was spacious and immaculate, with neat arrangements, and the color scheme was a soft pink, embodying the quintessential princess room filled with girlish charm. He never would have imagined that the seemingly aloof campus beauty had such a fondness for pink. Not only that, but there were also numerous cute plush toys adorning the bed. At night, do you enjoy sleeping with your toys? Yi Fan asked as he plopped down on Mu Xinci's bed. The moment he picked up a teddy bear, Mu Xinci's face flushed with embarrassment. and she rushed forward to snatch the doll away. Mind your own business. It's quite adorable, Yi Fan remarked, grinning at her protective demeanor towards the plushie. As Mu Xinci gazed into his handsome face, her heart raced. She had not paid much attention before, but now he seemed to have become significantly more attractive. An alluring charm emanated from him, making her shyly avoid his gaze. The doll is truly delightful, Yi Fan's voice echoed again. Mu Xinci quickly regained her composure. She was not harboring any inappropriate thoughts about him. That wardrobe is empty. I'll put my clothes in there, Yi Fan announced. Mu Xinci heard the wardrobe open and her heart sank. Oh no, this was not good. She had forgotten to clear it out. She whipped around to find Yi Fan peering into her wardrobe, and her face turned beet red. At that moment, Yi Fan was taken aback. He had discovered a plethora of intriguing items. Alongside beautiful designer dresses, there were various styles of JK uniforms. Is this what a wealthy girl's wardrobe looks like? I'll tidy it up, please don't put anything in yet. Mu Xinci blurted, her face burning with embarrassment as she rushed to close the wardrobe. However, Yi Fan's hand had not withdrawn in time, and his finger got pinched. Ouch, that hurts. Mu Xinci clasped her palm, wincing in pain, tears welling up in her eyes. Are you all right? Yi Fan asked with concern. I didn't mean to open it. I just wanted to put my clothes away. I'm sorry. Yi Fan was devoid of any sensation of pain. It was Mu Xinci who bore the brunt of it. Woe is me. Mu Xinci bit her crimson lips, her eyelashes fluttering as tears of grievance began to stream down her cheeks. Oh, please don't cry. Yi Fan, who was otherwise fearless, found himself utterly disarmed by a girl's tears. He was caught off guard by the situation. How absurd it was that I exchanged sensations with you, only to be bullied in return. Mu Xinci sniffled, her originally cool voice transforming into a soft, delicate tone. Yi Fan gazed at her, her eyes glistening with tears, her nose tinged with red, exuding a pitiful charm that stirred his heart. I did not bully you. Besides, wasn't it you who pinched my hand? Mu Xinci, true. Yet the pain is hers to endure. Stop crying. Let me apply the ointment, Yi Fan consoled her. With tears still lingering, Mu Xinci emphasized. I'll do it for you. Very well, go ahead. A hint of relief washed over Mu Xinci's face. After she summoned a medical kit, Yi Fan instinctively reached for the ointment, only to be halted by Mu Xinci. I'll do it. You just sit still, Mu Xinci instructed. If you hurt yourself again, it will be my burden. Yi Fan acquiesced, extending his finger for her to apply the medicine. As Mu Xinci held his hand, she took a moment to truly observe it, realizing how long and elegant his fingers were. This pair was perfectly suited for playing the piano, distinctly boned, impeccably clean, and fair. Quite attractive indeed. A flush crept onto Mu Xinci's cheeks as she shook her head, hastily beginning to disinfect Yi Fan's injury. Ding. Detected that Mu Xinci is applying medicine to you, earning 200 points. Yi Fan watched her, the tangible sensation of their hands intertwined conveying a profound reality. She lowered her exquisitely pale face, her cheeks slightly flushed, and after applying the ointment, she gently blew on his injured fingers with her full, crimson lips. Yi Fan's heart raced with excitement. Mu Xinci was so gentle now. She even blew on the spot where he had been pinched. How adorably sweet. What happened to the aloof school beauty? Her facade was completely shattered, and she appeared utterly charming. Her lips looked irresistibly soft. Now, with Mu Xinci meticulously tending to his injury, Yi Fan felt elated as if he were floating. Surely, he was the first boy to receive such attention from her. After applying the ointment, Mu Xinci instructed, try not to get in the water today. Agreed, Yi Fan replied. Also, don't rummage through my room. I'll clear out the wardrobe for you to put your things in. Mu Xinci declared, her face flushed. All right. Yi Fan watched as Mu Xinci merrily dashed to the wardrobe, instinctively moving her belongings to the adjacent room. Once she finished, she bounded out like a rabbit, her small, rosy face radiant with enthusiasm. Yi Fan found it utterly delightful. He suddenly realized the school beauty was quite amusing. What an intriguing encounter. After Mu Xinci left, Yi Fan reclined on the large bed, entering the system's back end for a 5-time draw. Soon, he was pleasantly surprised by the gifts he received. As follows. Chapter 13. The Iceberg School Beauty's Pleading. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a double deposit reward card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a limited edition game skin purchase rights. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired superhuman combat abilities, possessing the exquisite strength and skills of a boxing champion. Quite splendid. He had drawn 3 prizes, all of which were remarkably practical. Yi Fan utilized the double deposit reward card, effectively doubling his savings. Now, he possessed over 8 million yuan. In the blink of an eye, after using the card, it surged to over 16 million. Wow. Outstanding. He had become a millionaire. How exhilarating. One could only hope for more of such double deposit cards. He could then lay back and watch the money roll in. However, with an investment information card in hand, he had no fear of lacking funds. Yifan quickly located the contact information for Jiayue Media's management company. In a short while, he managed to reach out and set a meeting for the following afternoon to discuss potential collaboration. Done. This was far smoother than Yifan had anticipated. Once he invested in Jiayue Media and became the primary shareholder, a continuous stream of income would flow in. From then on, he could purchase limited edition sports cars, luxury mansions, or travel the world at will. Yifan's spirit soared. Remembering the system's reward of superhuman combat abilities, he was eager to test them out. After hearing from the maid that the villa had a boxing room aside from the gym, he promptly went to explore it. My goodness. Upon entering, Yifan was taken aback. This was practically a competition-grade facility. The boxing room was well-appointed, equipped with all necessary gear. Captivated, Yifan forgot about the sensation exchange and felt an itch to try it out. He donned the boxing gloves and began throwing punches at the punching bag. Bang, bang. Impressive. It seemed he truly knew how to box now. His technique was spot on. He could certainly knock out several of those whiny authors with a single punch. Quite something. Who could possibly intimidate him? If anyone dared approach him, they would be left searching for their teeth. He had no fear of kidnappers or thugs. There was no need for security. He could handle himself in a bare-knuckle brawl. Just as Yifan was preparing to wrap up, the door to the boxing room swung open. You should take a break. A weary voice echoed. Yifan turned to see Mu Xinci, who had entered while leaning against the wall. With her ponytail swaying and an alluring blush on her cheeks, she glistened with a light sheen of sweat. Even her hair had become damp, clinging to her flawless face and accentuating her delicate pink skin. At that moment, he felt a twinge of guilt. He had completely forgotten about the sensation exchange. Mu Xinci grabbed Yifan's shirt with her dainty fingers, biting her silver teeth. Are you trying to exhaust me? Tears shimmered in her eyes, reflecting her grievances. After all her efforts, she finally felt the softness of the mattress, only to be met with a bout of vigorous exertion. Her fists were sore and tingling. She was utterly spent. I'm sorry, I forgot. Yifan apologized, instinctively suggesting, shall I help you to bed for a while? You mean I should go to bed for a while? Mu Xinci insisted. Only if he enjoyed it could she too. If he continued, wouldn't she be utterly worn out? All right, I'll go sleep. Yifan coaxed. Surely this is acceptable. Upon hearing this, Mu Xinci sighed in relief. Finally, he was done boxing and was going to sleep. Now she could blissfully lie down for a bit. Wait a moment. Just as Mu Xinci was about to leave, Yifan called out to her. Mu Xinci's long lashes fluttered. You're not having second thoughts about not sleeping, are you? She was genuinely afraid now. Of course not. It's just that you're drenched in sweat. Are you not going to wipe it off? Yifan fetched a towel, stating, you're sweating. And it makes me uncomfortable too. Mu Xinci's ears flushed a delicate red. She stood there, acutely aware of Yifan's intense gaze. As Yifan gently wiped the sweat from her face, she unexpectedly felt a surge of nervousness. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to steady her racing heart. It seemed as though he appeared significantly more handsome than before. In truth, Yifan's hands trembled slightly. The cheeks of Mu Xinci glowed a rosy hue, reminiscent of ripe apples. Even in her perspiration, she exuded an enticing fragrance. Truly, as the campus belle, her complexion was flawless. With a lingering blush and a pair of beautiful almond-shaped eyes that gazed at Yifan, causing his heart to flutter, though there was no physical contact. The sweetness of her scent was intoxicating enough to nearly overwhelm him. Let me do it, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as she snatched the towel to wipe her face. This allowed Yifan to feel her delicate fingers brushing against her smooth skin, soft as silken tofu. Ding! Detected face wiping for the campus belle, earning 300 points. At last, the system stirred to life. All right, now go rest. Mu Xinci mumbled, reminding Yifan. Sure. Yifan found her to be quite adorable. This little human alarm clock. Hee, how delightful it would be if she became my wife in the future. He removed his gloves and was about to return to his room when he noticed Mu Xinci following him. Could it be that the esteemed campus belle wishes to accompany me back? Yifan decided to tease her. Exhausted as she was, Mu Xinci had not anticipated being subjected to Yifan's playful banter. Her face instantly turned crimson as she took a few steps back. Absolutely not. Her crimson lips pouted. I'm just worried you want to sleep. I'll leave once you're asleep. When I say sleep, I mean sleep. How could I deceive you? Yifan grinned. Rest assured, I shan't disturb you further. All right, then take a good rest, and if you need anything, just tell the servants. With Yifan's assurance, Mu Xinci felt considerably relieved. Yifan smiled, understood. Mu Xinci haughtily huffed, then I shall return to my room. Watching her retreat, Yifan shook his head, a look of fondness on his face. He had not anticipated that the aloof campus belle would be so adorably naive. quite soft and endearing. However, Yi Fan remained unaware that a significant surprise awaited him shortly. Chapter 14. Is the young lady spoiling her husband too much? Not long after returning to her room, Mu Xinci felt the plush softness of the mattress beneath her and the refreshing coolness of the air conditioning. It was delightful. She blissfully rubbed her face against the duvet, feeling the heat gradually dissipate. Her body and mind relaxed, the soreness fading away, replaced by a comforting sensation of impending slumber. A satisfied smile graced her rosy lips. You have a conscience, you didn't deceive me. Her eyes sparkled, and her cherubic face radiated joy. After a refreshing nap, Yi Fan awoke to find the outside world cloaked in darkness. Checking the time, he realized it was already 8 in the evening, having slept for several hours. It was no wonder he felt a pang of hunger. Yi Fan promptly sprang from the bed. The immediate priority was to satiate his hunger. He recalled that there was a cup of instant sauerkraut beef noodles in his suitcase. He quickly retrieved it. Instant noodles were a fine choice, flavorful enough. He wondered if there was any food available. For now, he would make do with the noodles. Hurrying downstairs, he prepared the noodles with hot water, adding 2 links of double happiness sausage for a delightful mix of flavors. Just look at this sauerkraut, and observe how elastic the noodles are, truly enough to make the neighbor's child weep with envy. As he peeled back the lid, he savored the instant noodles with great enthusiasm. However, the first mouthful was bland, a taste akin to plain water. Ah, right, he had exchanged taste sensations with Mu Xinci. As long as she was well fed, he could speak later. Yi Fan paid no mind to the lack of flavor, slurping the noodles down despite the insipid broth. Stop. As Yi Fan was indulging in his noodles, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the staircase. Soon, a graceful figure appeared, placing her hands on the table as she and Yi Fan locked eyes. How can you eat instant noodles? Mu Xinci exclaimed, her voice tinged with a hint of distress as she covered her nose, unwilling to inhale the pungent aroma of the sauerkraut noodles. I'm hungry. What is wrong with eating instant noodles? Yi Fan replied, perplexed. I'm just an ordinary person. I'm not picky. As long as there is food, I'm content. I even added 2 sausages for you. Would you like me to throw in a marinated egg as well? Mu Xinci was nearly in tears. Is this about adding sausages or eggs? I simply detest instant noodles. They're neither nutritious nor appetizing, especially the flavor of this particular brand. How could she possibly endure it? It was utterly intolerable. Having been peacefully asleep upstairs, she was now assaulted by the nauseating scent of instant noodles, and the taste of the preservative-laden sauerkraut was making her feel sick. Consequently, she hurried downstairs to prevent Yi Fan from eating the noodles. In her instinctive attempt to stop him, she seized the noodles, declaring, no more instant noodles for you. Yi Fan was baffled. If I don't eat instant noodles, what should I eat? They're quite delicious. Come with me, Mu Xinci insisted, promptly discarding the noodles and guiding Yi Fan away. He was led to a certain area within the villa. Goodness, this dining room is truly exquisite. Yi Fan marveled. It was evident that wealth afforded one the luxury of transporting fine dining experiences into their home. The renovation costs must have been substantial, and the ambience was impeccably designed. Once Mu Xinci had seated Yi Fan, a chef approached with a respectful nod. Mr. Yi. The chef had already heard of the unprecedented occasion in which the young lady had brought a boy home. It was well known that she typically showed little interest in males. Thus, it was astonishing that she would allow one to live in her home. What was even more remarkable was that she seemed to care deeply for this young man, even relocating from her own room to ensure his comfort. Everything was meticulously arranged, leaving no room for negligence towards him. This had caused quite a stir among the household staff. In the past, others had endeavored to win the young lady's favor, yet never had anyone witnessed her being so attentive. Even Mr. Mu Xinci's father, had never received such preferential treatment. Now, this sudden appearance of a boy had garnered her utmost attention. If Mr. Mu, who was abroad for work, were to learn of this, it would surely tug at his heartstrings. The chef, upon seeing Yi Fan, was struck by his appearance. As a chef himself, he felt somewhat inferior. No wonder the usually aloof young lady had become so warm and welcoming. Just look at him. He was truly a striking figure, with starry eyes and thin lips. He was extraordinarily handsome, exuding an air of confidence and charm. Forgive him for his limited vocabulary. In simpler terms, he was an extraordinarily handsome man. His looks could rival those of the youthful Chun Guanxi and Wu Yanzu. It was no wonder the young lady was captivated. It seemed that one should cling tightly to this opportunity. What delicious dishes do you have? Yi Fan, being a first-time visitor, was unaware of the chef's specialties. The chef immediately began to enthusiastically list his signature dishes. Yi Fan listened, astonished. It felt as though he were being presented with an elaborate menu. Stop. Just tell me what you can't make. Yi Fan inquired. It appears there is nothing beyond my capabilities. I was once a chef for state banquets. The chef declared with a hint of pride. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was utterly astonished. Is that truly the case? To have a state banquet chef as a mere cook indicates that the remuneration must be substantial. Indeed, wealth affords one a certain audacity. However, Mu Xinci calmly remarked, "My father commissioned him out of concern that I might not have a good meal." Yi Fan was aware of the Mu family's chairman's exceptional affection for his daughter, but he had not anticipated such indulgence. Once he finds his own fortune, he would surely replicate this, perhaps even hire a state banquet chef for his own family. If you are uncertain about what to order, allow me to take the lead. 2 portions of charcoal-grilled Australian M9 steak paired with port wine sauce, caviar pasta, French foie gras with salad, black truffle duck breast pizza, salmon aburi sushi, creamy baked Boston lobster, mango avocado shrimp salad, and strawberry mousse. Mu Xinci effortlessly recited an impressive array of dishes. The chef, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement. This is quite the display. The Australian M9 steak is of the highest caliber, and compared to its steep price, it is remarkably tender and delectable, especially when accompanied by the exquisite port wine sauce, which requires meticulous attention to detail to craft such a refined dish. The caviar used is a premium ingredient employed by numerous Michelin-starred establishments, with just a gram costing hundreds. Not to mention the Boston lobster and black truffle duck breast. Each is a luxurious and mouth-watering delicacy. If it were a regular customer, they could be easily satisfied. But to host someone with such exquisite taste calls for only the finest culinary offerings. Very well, I shall prepare these immediately, the chef exclaimed, rushing off to the kitchen. Yi Fan sat at his table, filled with anticipation and excitement. This was his first experience tasting dishes crafted by a state banquet chef. Just hearing the names of the delectable dishes Mu Xinci had listed made his mouth water. Thank goodness he hadn't settled for instant noodles. They would have been utterly outclassed by these gourmet delights. Little did Yi Fan know that unexpected events awaited him shortly thereafter. Chapter 15. The campus belle lends me a supercar, revealing my $1,000,000 fortune. After a brief interlude, exquisite dishes began to grace the table. The first to arrive was the French foie gras paired with salad. Merely by appearance, the vegetables were exceptionally fresh, complemented by the alluring foie gras, which promised an enticing flavor. The foie gras was indeed rich and delectable, harmonizing beautifully with the vegetables, delivering a subtle sweetness on the palate. Yi Fan's taste buds were immensely gratified. He then shared the charcoal-grilled Australian M9 steak with Mu Xinci. The sauce was the crowning touch. The aroma of port wine wafted invitingly, whetting the appetite. The steak was juicy and tender, and as he sliced into it, the meat juices burst forth. Upon tasting it, he found it to be crispy on the outside yet tender within, perfectly mingled with the sweet and savory sauce. This was undoubtedly the most exquisite steak he had ever savored. It was evident that raising the price ensured an unparalleled quality. Yi Fan was thoroughly engrossed in his meal, relishing each dish, and could not help but marvel at the renown of a state banquet chef's creations. While the quality of ingredients was crucial, the chef's skill was paramount. It was no wonder such a hefty sum was spent to hire a chef of this caliber. The difference in taste compared to an ordinary chef was astronomical. After the meal, Yi Fan felt an unprecedented satisfaction, both physically and spiritually. How delightful it is, with a state banquet chef at home. He could indulge in such culinary delights every day. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. Not only was Yi Fan content, but Mu Xinci also reveled in the experience. At last, she could enjoy a proper meal through Yi Fan's company. The chef's skills remained impeccable as always. Being able to savor meat left Mu Xinci in tears of gratitude. Was this not infinitely better than instant noodles? Had she not acted swiftly, she would have likely been reduced to consuming only instant noodles today. Are you full? Mu Xinci asked as she wiped her mouth. I am, Yi Fan replied. Then come with me. Where to? He inquired, curiosity piqued. You shall find out shortly. Yi Fan sensed a hint of mystery, but with her prompting, he decided to follow. With her family's wealth, it seemed implausible she would lead him to any nefarious end. As they traversed, Yi Fan was taken aback upon arriving at the garage. Is this truly a garage? Surely it must be a parking lot. Over 100 cars were parked within. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Maseratis, Aston Martins, Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, Bugatti Veyrons. Pagani Zondas, Yi Fan gasped in astonishment. Is that a Koenigsegg one? Isn't that a limited edition? One cannot simply buy it with money. Becoming enamored with the dream car before him, he could hardly contain his excitement. He was now in the presence of the esteemed Koenigsegg 1. Do you like it? Then you may drive it, Mu Xinci said nonchalantly. You cannot be serious. You want me to drive it? Yi Fan was taken aback. Such a limited edition luxury car is typically reserved for collection. I cannot be expected to drive you around at all times, as long as you hold a driver's license. You can drive any car here, Mu Xinci stated matter-of-factly. I have but one stipulation. Do not crash it? Yi Fan interjected. No. Mu Xinci shot him a glare. You are not to take public transportation, ride the subway, or bicycle. Luxury is easily attained, but simplicity is a challenge, especially for someone like Mu Xinci, who was born with a silver spoon and has only ever enjoyed the best. With the weather warming, the prospect of squeezing onto a crowded bus and enduring unpleasant odors was a torturous thought for her. Naturally, Yifan was also prohibited from biking. Given his remarkable stamina and prowess, the thought of him cycling all day would surely leave her weak in the knees. Rather than risk such a scenario, she preferred to provide him with a car for a more comfortable experience. Yifan had not anticipated Mu Xinci's peculiar demands, but upon reflection, it was reasonable given her pampered upbringing. Nevertheless, this arrangement suited him perfectly, as he would be the one to relish the experience. Very well, it's settled. Yifan smiled at Mu Xinci. Mu Xinci breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he agreed. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for words. She promptly instructed the butler to hand Yifan a car key. Yifan then took to the road as he test drove the Koenigsegg 1. Truly, this limited edition luxury vehicle's performance was unparalleled. It was a sight to behold, equipped with safety features, and the interior was exquisitely designed, making for an exhilarating drive. Finally, Yifan understood why so many people were willing to spend millions on luxury cars. It was not merely for show, the performance was genuinely exceptional. After several laps, Yifan was thoroughly satisfied. Upon disembarking, he assured Mu Xinci, "Rest assured, I will certainly drive often." With the Koenigsegg 1 in his possession, his Kawasaki H2 would be relegated to the sidelines. Upon hearing Yifan's words, Mu Xinci beamed with genuine joy. How wonderful! This was the happiest news she had received in days. Little did she know, the one most elated was Yifan. After all, what man does not relish driving? With the car key in hand, Yifan ascended the stairs. It was still just past 8 o'clock, and he planned to indulge in some gaming before retiring for the night. He had no inkling that the villa boasted a dedicated esports room, equipped far beyond that of an internet cafe, which instantly thrilled Yifan. First and foremost, we have the limited edition custom-made Fat House happiness chair reminiscent of Kai Luali. This is a genuine leather ergonomic seat designed in a space capsule style. It is utterly remarkable. One can recline at any angle without feeling fatigued in the slightest. Moreover, it is exceptionally convenient for gaming, making it an indispensable item for the laid-back individual. Initially, he felt a pang of desire. However, Yifan was deterred by the price. Even a similar model would cost no less than 30,000. The one from the Mu family would likely be even more exorbitant. Yifan reclined and indulged in the comfort. The angle was perfect for gaming, an unparalleled delight. Did he spot an ROG SuperGod X? His gaze fell upon the computer on the desk, igniting further excitement within him. This was a hardcore, high-end machine, boasting unparalleled specifications, the only drawback being its steep price. It was simply unaffordable for the average person, starting at a staggering 59,999 yuan. In addition to the ROG SuperGod X, there was also the Alienware AW2521H monitor, renowned for its exceptionally high frame rates. Even the keyboard was a top-tier brand, valued at no less than 10,000, let alone the headset. All peripherals were of the finest quality. This entirely catered to Yifan's needs as a young gamer with an internet addiction. He felt immense satisfaction. He recalled the skills bestowed upon him by the system, super high gaming ability, and limited edition skin purchase rights. It was imperative to showcase his prowess, lest he squander such a remarkable opportunity. Yifan promptly launched League of Legends. He had started playing League a bit late, missing out on many skins due to their prohibitive costs, which he had ultimately regretted after they transitioned to limited edition status. Fortunately, he now possessed the limited edition skin purchase rights, allowing him to fulfill his dreams in an instant. To his astonishment, he even received a mysterious reward, the school beauty. Chapter 16. Everything I ever desired is now mine. After using the item, the limited skin marketplace quickly opened exclusively for Yifan. He found a treasure trove of skins: the rare Braveheart Darius, Silver Judgment Kale, Dragon Blind Monk Skin, Star Slayer Master E, Unstoppable Jax. The 3-year anniversary limited Goddess of Gaming Misfortune, Goddess of Gaming Ari, and Legend of Jade, Sword No Shadow Talon. Everything he desired was available, fulfilling Yifan's every wish. He was overjoyed beyond measure. Without hesitation, he began clicking to purchase, only to realize he had not spent a single dime. Freebies. Wow. This is simply exhilarating. The system truly understands him. Yifan claimed all the skins in one fell swoop. Now possessing every skin, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He opened WeChat on his phone and, entering the dormitory group, shouted, "Everyone, League of Legends is online. Let's team up." The previously quiet WeChat group erupted in excitement. "Fat Tiger, the missing person has returned? I thought you had been lost in the gentle embrace of love, forgetting about us. Little 5, you're not going to sweetly double Q with the school beauty, but you're still thinking about gaming? Brother Lei, Old Yi, you're super popular at school right now. I advise you not to come to school these days. I'm afraid you might get ambushed. You've become the enemy of all the boys in school, so be careful. Yi Fan reflected on how Mu Xinci had driven him away, creating quite a stir in the entire school. After all, Mu Xinci was a goddess admired by many, and tonight would likely be a sleepless night for countless admirers. However, that had nothing to do with him. He was simply enjoying himself. Were they still going to play games? Yi Fan responded with a voice message. The three of them replied in unison. We're logging on immediately. In no time, they successfully formed a team. As they began selecting their heroes, Little Five suggested, you should play support. Yi Fan, however, was the ultimate support player, usually coasting to victory while relying on Little Five's jungle prowess to carry them. No, I'll play jungle, Yi Fan stated resolutely. His declaration left Little Five, Fat Tiger, and Brother Lei in disbelief. You can't be serious. The last time you played jungle. Do you remember how terrible our experience was? Fat Tiger exclaimed, agitated. Little Five nodded vigorously. Yeah, the opponents laughed at us while you kept feeding them kills. Brother Lei chimed in. There's no challenge too daunting as long as one is willing to concede. Playing support isn't all that bad. Yet Yi Fan remained steadfast. Let me give it a try. It will surely be different this time. He now possessed godly skills and was no longer the novice he once was. All right, let us see how it goes. I'll play tank. Little Five agreed. Brother Lei concurred. I'll do my best to deal damage. After all, gaming is about having fun. Winning or losing is secondary. Fat Tiger echoed this sentiment. Since Yi Fan wanted to play, they would let him. If they lost, they lost. At least they were all together, and happiness was paramount. After all, they were indulging Yi Fan, being the youngest in the dormitory. Yi Fan felt a surge of gratitude for his roommates' reactions. Despite his past inadequacies in gameplay, these brothers had never berated him. This time, he was determined to shine and elevate his brothers to victory. Coincidentally, their match teammate, noticing that Little Five and the others had only basic skins, began to boast about his flashy new skin. Isn't it cool? It cost me several hundred to get it. Little Five and the others couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. This new skin was something they had long desired, but its exorbitant price made it unattainable for students, so they had refrained. Yi Fan, upon hearing this, replied nonchalantly. It's just average. The teammate dismissed him. Come on, you're just sour grapes. Apologies, but I have it, Yi Fan retorted, unimpressed. He was not boasting. The skin his teammate flaunted was exactly the one he had just acquired, without spending a dime. Who would believe him? However, as soon as he made his choice of hero, the teammate's breath hitched. The blind monk, with the skin being the descendant of the dragon. The teammate's astonishment was palpable. This skin, renowned for its rarity and difficulty of acquisition, was the very one he yearned for, but had never been able to obtain. It was rare to even encounter an opponent with this skin. To his utter disbelief, a teammate had it, one he had just mocked. How could someone possessing such a prestigious skin possibly regard his own as worthy? It was a crushing blow to the teammate's pride. Little Five gasped, wow, you actually have that skin. Fat Tiger exclaimed excitedly, you're definitely a big shot. I want to use your account. Brother Lei exclaimed, when did you get that? You're truly hiding your talents. Yi Fan rubbed his nose, feeling a bit smug. I just wanted to show off a little. The teammate, stubbornly defiant, retorted. So what if you have a limited edition skin? Gaming relies on skill. If you play poorly, you might as well quit. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Let me show you what true skill looks like. Initially, his roommates had been concerned for Yi Fan, thinking he would quietly develop his skills. They all wanted him to shine and win the game. However, they soon realized their worries were unfounded. Yi Fan's gaming skills were absolutely phenomenal. He was a killing machine. One kill after another, whether it was one opponent, two, or an entire group, he annihilated them all in merely 10 minutes. Without the need to destroy any towers, the opposing team surrendered entirely. My roommates were left in a state of disbelief. Not only did they achieve an effortless victory, but it was also thanks to Yi Fan leading them to this triumph. Could it be that you hired a booster? When did your skills become so exceptional? Climbing ranks like this is surely not a mere dream. Old Yi, you are truly remarkable, a master indeed. I bow before you. Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. It's just that the skins feel good. Of course, the computer at the school beauty's house is also excellent, with incredibly fast internet. However, he refrained from voicing this, as it would surely attract unnecessary envy. The once arrogant teammates, after being pulled back to their room, were now gasping in astonishment. They felt utterly foolish. What of the big spenders? Yi Fan can spend too, and his skills are top-notch. So, how do you feel now, convinced and in awe? Xiao Wu asked proudly. He was immensely pleased. His friend had brought him great honor. Let this naive one boast, while he is now being slapped in the face repeatedly. Ding dong. Yi Fan was prepared for some trash talk from the opposing team. Instead, his message interface lit up with friend requests. Big brother, please carry me. I kneel before you. Are you accepting disciples? I was blind not to recognize your greatness. Yi Fan, child, where is your pride? It wasn't just this individual. Even the entire opposing team from the previous match sent friend requests, all eager to cling to his coattails, all wanting to join his ranks. Master, I will gift you skins if you help me climb. Boss, I have numerous photos of beautiful women. Add me on WeChat, and I will send them to you. Big brother, I can give you a discount on Pinduoduo. I have a pretty sister. Shall I introduce her to you? Yi Fan. Chapter 17. Choosing between the game and a beautiful sister? As night deepened, Mu Xinci changed into a light and comfortable nightgown. She lay in bed, preparing to drift into slumber. Yet, her mind was acutely alert. She could not only feel her fingers rhythmically tapping on the keyboard, but also the delightful numbness from sitting still for too long. Most importantly, her nervous system was in a state of heightened excitement. Sleep seemed an unattainable luxury. Bang! Mu Xinci suddenly sat up in bed. How could she possibly sleep now? At that moment, Yi Fan was fervently engrossed in his game, boasting a remarkable 20-game winning streak. This master was truly extraordinary. The opposing team was no match for him. Although League of Legends is said to be a 5-player game, he was single-handedly equivalent to 5. Previously, he had relied on Xiao Wu to carry him. Now, Xiao Wu was merely along for the ride. The match began with over 40 spectators watching, leaving Yi Fan exhilarated. This was a pinnacle moment in his gaming career. While he was passionately immersed in the game, a figure abruptly appeared before him. Knock, knock, knock. His desk was tapped lightly. Yi Fan turned to see a stunning and alluring sight. Mu Xinci stood there, clad in a V-neck camisole nightgown, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her exquisite face radiating both innocence and allure. With a graceful neck, a slender waist, and long legs, she exuded the tantalizing fragrance of a ripe peach. Yi Fan found it impossible to focus on the game. Can I go to sleep now? Mu Xinci pouted, rubbing her eyes sleepily. It was already 1 o'clock. And she had class the next day. She was clearly still irritable from waking, her complaints sounding more like playful whines. Yi Fan, momentarily dazed, realized he had lost track of time in his fervor. Oh, it's so late. My apologies. I'll finish this last game and then stop, he replied. After all, he couldn't leave his teammates hanging. Is this really the final game? Mu Xinci inquired. It truly is the last one. Once this is done, I'm finished. Then I shall sit beside you and watch. With no chair available, Mu Xinci simply perched herself atop the computer desk. She knew boys loved their games. If she didn't keep an eye on him, Yi Fan might very well play all night long. Oh dear, she was so sleepy, yearning for rest. As Mu Xinci yawned, her already flawless features took on a lazy charm that made Yi Fan's breath quicken. She was so close that he could easily steal a glance at her. Yi Fan could hardly comprehend how some men could manage to have girlfriends while still engaging in their games. If it were him, he would certainly prioritize the former. His face flushed crimson since Mu Xinci's presence had completely distracted him. To make matters worse, the voices of his roommates filled his ears through the headphones. What is going on? Why has everyone suddenly gone silent? Xiao Wu wondered aloud. Yeah, what happened? Did someone hide a beauty away? Fat Tiger teased with a chuckle. Yi Fan's face reddened further. He hadn't expected to be accurately guessed. There was indeed a stunning beauty right beside him, and she was so close. Especially as Mu Xinci appeared tired, her eyelids drooping, her gaze seemed to hold an affectionate glimmer. With such an enchanting beauty looking at him, Yi Fan felt immense pressure. However, he certainly could not disclose that the school beauty was in his room, for that would create quite a stir. Upon reflection, a solitary male and female, alone together at such an hour, wouldn't those old lecherous friends jump to wild conclusions? Yi Fan quickly unmuted his microphone and replied, You're overthinking it. I'm just focused on slaying. Afraid of any strange sounds being overheard and revealing that someone was beside him, he promptly muted himself again. His friends continued their playful banter, but Yi Fan paid them no mind. He was eager to conclude the game swiftly. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Yi Fan successfully destroyed the tower and the game came to an end. He logged off with a sigh of relief, feeling as though he had been playing a covert operation, fearful of being discovered. It's over, Yi Fan said to Mu Xinci, initially burdened with fatigue. She finally revealed a joyful expression. She could finally sleep. Yet, upon entering the room, she noticed that Yi Fan was not heading to bed, but was searching for something. What are you up to? You aren't planning to skip sleep for a workout, are you? If he goes to work out at night, I'll be utterly exhausted. Mu Xinci anxiously grabbed the hem of Yi Fan's shirt. The system chimed. Congratulations, host. Interaction value detected. You have gained 300 points. Yi Fan shuddered, feeling her soft little hand grasping his shirt. Turning to look, he was met by her clear, glistening eyes. Her anxious and eager expression stirred something within him. I think a bit of exercise before bed wouldn't hurt. Yi Fan smirked, playfully stepping forward. In response, Mu Xinci clutched his shirt tightly, pouting her lips. No? We're going to sleep. Are you sure it's sleep we're going to? Yi Fan emphasized the word we. He swiftly pushed Mu Xinci against the wall, their faces mere inches apart, so close that Mu Xinci felt as though he might kiss her. She now appeared quite flustered and bashful, her lovely visage entirely flushed with embarrassment. His gaze revealed a trifling coldness, a hint of mockery, and a substantial air of indifference, causing her heart to race wildly. Did I say something wrong? Can't you just go to sleep directly? Murmured Mu Xinci, her skin radiating warmth. She found herself unable to meet Yi Fan's dark, penetrating eyes. Of course, I merely intended to take a shower, Yi Fan replied, his gaze slightly lowered. After all, you wouldn't want to fall asleep to the scent of my sweat, would you? Mu Xinci involuntarily lifted her gaze. His chiseled, handsome features rendered her utterly speechless. Unlike other boys who reeked of sweat, Yi Fan exuded a subtle fragrance of soap, refreshing and not at all unpleasant. Yet, his words filled her with overwhelming shame. She hastily extricated herself from the crook of Yi Fan's arm. Then you should hurry. Just a moment ago you were reluctant, and now you're urging me? Yi Fan teased, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Chapter 18. The School Bell's Shared Experience and Its Consequences. She stepped forward, pushing against Yi Fan's back. Her cheeks aflame as she insisted, just go already. I'm really so tired. Her voice, tinged with a hint of petulance, was soft and endearing. Yi Fan, feeling quite pleased, complied and entered the bathroom to shower. Once he was inside, Mu Xinci returned to the comfort of her own large bed. Although she did not hear the sound of rushing water, she could sense he was washing up. Her heart raced, and she bashfully buried her face in the pillow. Hurry up and finish, she muttered, her beautiful face a canvas of shyness, repeatedly rubbing against the pillow. How embarrassing, if not for the fear of social death. She truly wished to knock on the door and implore Yi Fan to stop showering. Fortunately, after some time, Yi Fan finally emerged from the shower, and Mu Xinci felt a wave of relief wash over her. He must have lain down. The sensation of his freshly washed skin against the soft, plush bed was blissful. Allowing Mu Xinci to relax, she contentedly pressed her delicate face against the sheets, her lips curling into an involuntary smile. The following day, Yi Fan awoke from the comfort of the expansive mattress. This bed was far too cozy. Unlike the wooden planks of the school dormitory that barely allowed one to stretch out, Yi Fan rolled around several times without a care. The bed so large that he could scarcely fall off. Coupled with the fact that Mu Xinci's bed was also exceptionally comfortable, Yi Fan enjoyed an unparalleled night of rest. As he prepared to rise, he felt a gentle brush against his shoulder, as if someone were playfully toying with his hair. Yi Fan squinted slightly, already conjuring vivid images in his mind. An enchanting figure seemed to sit on the edge of the bed, long hair cascading down to her waist, her slender fingers weaving through her locks, ethereal and pure. The sensation was overwhelming. How wonderful it would be if she were his wife. To dispel such thoughts, he promptly commenced doing sit-ups. Knock, knock, knock. A voice called out from outside. Yi Fan, don't be too excessive. Make sure to rest. The shyness and mischief in the tones startled Yi Fan, leaving him momentarily taken aback. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. He hadn't anticipated that his exercising would be discovered. Indeed, he had perhaps overdone it and should take better care of himself. I'm sorry, Yi Fan called out, only to hear the footsteps retreat, clearly indicating that she had left without responding. Yi Fan raked his fingers through his hair, pondering what he should do. The current exchange of sensations was a shared experience between the two of them, and while it was somewhat inconvenient, it would be wise to exercise less and rest more. After Yi Fan finished his morning routine, he headed downstairs for breakfast. Mu Xinci donned a light blue sailor uniform, the ultra-short skirt barely skimming above her knees. Her fair legs clad in black stockings, exquisite and slender. Sitting at the table, she buried her flushed face in her bowl of porridge. This scene caught Yi Fan's eye, and he felt a pang of guilt. About this morning? What about this morning? I don't remember anything. Please don't bring it up. She drank her porridge hastily, then awkwardly added, I need to get to school. In a swift escape, she departed. Yi Fan couldn't help but picture the image of Mu Xinci's rosy ears and flushed cheeks. A smile creeping onto his lips as he felt a surge of happiness. The school bell was far from being aloof. She was quite endearing. Later that morning, Yi Fan drove his Koenigsegg 1 to school. As the sleek car glided through the campus, it turned heads in abundance. Boys gawked, their eyes wide with disbelief. After all, they had seen people driving Wuling Hongwangs, Mercedes, and BMWs, but who had ever seen a Koenigsegg? In no time, several students pulled out their phones to capture the moment. Wow, is that a Koenigsegg sports car? Who would drive such a flashy vehicle to school? The excitement was palpable. It's incredible. I need to snap a photo for my social media. They speculated about which wealthy heir could possibly own such a car. Do you think just any rich kid could drive this? This is a Koenigsegg 1, of which there are only a few in the world. Being rich doesn't guarantee you can buy one. I can't believe I'm seeing one at our university. Chapter 19. Yi Fan. What should I do if the department flower likes you? Some scoffed at the spectacle. Honestly, these sports cars aren't that impressive, they guzzle gas. My electric bike is far more practical. Such remarks were dismissed as sour grapes. For the price of even a single part of a Koenigsegg could rival that of an electric vehicle. Yi Fan parked the sports car and headed to class. Upon entering the academic building, he immediately captured the attention of a group of girls, who blushed and followed him, whispering to one another. Yi Fan is incredibly handsome. I heard the title of school hunk was originally his, but it went to the principal's nephew instead because he is taller. Yeah, he is definitely more attractive now. Has he grown taller? He must be over 1.8 meters now. If I were to date him, would I need to stand on my tiptoes to kiss him? Someone pinch me. I must be dreaming. The school bell is throwing herself at him. What chance do we have? Oh right, why is my rival the school bell? I heard she has been very flattering towards him. I'm utterly defeated. Sighs of resignation echoed among the girls, each wishing that Yi Fan's affections were directed towards them, yet knowing it was merely a dream, as he hardly cast them a glance. Yi Fan, too, drew the attention of the boys. A suitor of the school bell, having heard the rumors circulating in the forums, began to vent his jealousy. How infuriating. He actually slept with the school bell. That guy is only good-looking. Another companion doused his flames of envy. Do you think he is just handsome? Look at the car key in his hand. That is his confidence. I heard his family is quite wealthy. He is just here to experience life as a rich kid. I even saw him riding a Kawasaki H2. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed true that Yi Fan held a set of car keys. In that instant, the boys fell silent, feeling despondent. What is the point of living? He is not only handsome, but also rich. The only consolation is that his grades are slightly lacking. That is where I find my balance. Can grades fill your stomach? With his wealth, he can inherit his family's business without needing to care about his education. We, with our excellent grades, are merely destined to work for him. In light of this, it seemed quite clear that he was more than deserving of the school bell's affections. Who would dare to speak ill of Yi Fan now? He is neither exceptionally handsome nor wealthy, yet he is pursued by the campus belle. How can anyone compare? Truly, the adage comparison breeds envy rings painfully true. Soon, Yi Fan entered the classroom, immediately catching the attention of a group of boys. Brother Yi, you're here. Your heroic deeds have spread throughout the school, exclaimed one. The campus belle even brought you milk tea and helped you with your luggage. Incredible. You truly bring glory to us boys. Another chimed in. We always pursued the campus belle. When did the tables turn? This is exhilarating. Are you really dating her? I heard you two have gone all the way. Surrounded by his classmates, Yi Fan wore a puzzled expression. Gone all the way? I wasn't aware of this. I'm still single. His words drew gasps from the crowd. Is that true? Brother Yi, you can resist the charms of the campus belle? So she is the one pursuing you. Acting like your devoted admirer? Impressive. The rumor that he had slept with the campus belle was just that, rumor. He was still single. And amidst the scarcity of girls in the school, how could he compete with them? Just let the campus belle go. Hurry up and find a girlfriend. You two make a great match. The other boys, fearing that their crushes might fall into Yi Fan's hands, began urging him to find a partner. Yi Fan had not anticipated such an exaggerated reaction from his peers. Nearby, Hong Yi watched as the others fawned over Yi Fan, feeling a twinge of envy. He couldn't understand how Yi Fan had managed to attract the campus belle's attention. He felt a profound sense of unfairness, wishing that the center of attention was himself. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a graceful figure entering the classroom, with her chestnut hair cascading over her shoulders. Clad in a white dress, her ample bosom and slender waist complemented her delicate features, radiating an extraordinary aura. As she walked in with breakfast, she diverted the boys' attention from Yi Fan. Isn't that the department belle? What brings her to our class? She looks adorable in that little dress. Who is she looking for? Hong Yi boasted to the other boys. Of course, she is here for me. The boys couldn't help but feel envious of Hong Yi. While he did not have the campus belle, a girlfriend like the department belle was still quite remarkable. Not only was the department belle a renowned talent, skilled at playing the violin, but she was also bringing breakfast, truly a top-notch girlfriend. As the others looked on with envy, Hong Yi approached the department belle, saying, Shue Shue, what brings you here? And why did you bring me breakfast? I've already eaten. He raised his voice deliberately to draw attention. However, the department belle quickly withdrew her hand. Who said it was for you? She replied, displeased. Hong Yi, momentarily taken aback, asked, if it's not for me, then for whom? She coyly directed her gaze toward Yi Fan, who was seated not far away. To the astonishment of everyone, she walked over and offered the breakfast to Yi Fan. With a shy demeanor, she said, I stood in line for a long time to buy this breakfast for you. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I got a variety. I hope you enjoy it, Yi Fan. Yi Fan was left bewildered. What was this baffling behavior? Was his charm so potent that it could sway the department belle's affections? Hong Yi's face darkened dramatically. The murmurs from the boys began. What is going on? Isn't the department belle Hong Yi's girlfriend? Yeah, how did she suddenly fall for Yi Fan? Isn't that akin to putting a green hat on Hong Yi? The department belle, hearing this, hastily clarified. What? When was I ever Hong Yi's girlfriend? Others chimed in. Wasn't it just a few days ago that Hong Yi was bragging about how you had a crush on him and begged him to date you? The department belle glared at Hong Yi, furious. How can you spread such rumors? You were the one who kept pestering me, and when I rejected your advances, it somehow became me having a crush on you? Fearing that Yi Fan might misunderstand, she emphatically stated, You must believe me. I've never dated any boy. Her cheeks flushed as she confessed, I only like you, Yi Fan. I've had a crush on you for a long time. The truth was laid bare. Everyone came to a sudden realization. It turned out that the department belle had been harboring feelings for someone else, and Hong Yi had merely been the one to pursue her unsuccessfully. They had all been deceived. Chapter 20. Is Mu Xinci with you? Hong Yi, how shameless can you be? What a ridiculous boast. Class monitor, do you really think you're worthy of the department belle? You ought to reflect on your own circumstances. The one she likes is Yi Fan, not you. How can you tarnish her reputation? We were all deceived by your lies. The entire class began to chastise Hong Yi. Seeing his goddess upset with him while professing her feelings for Yi Fan, he felt utterly defeated. He had loved the department belle for so long, only to discover that her heart belonged to Yi Fan. Once again, Yi Fan had outshone him. Yi Fan felt a sense of satisfaction watching Hong Yi's embarrassment. Hong Yi's arrogance had finally backfired. The last time, Yi Fan had subtly mocked him. Now he was receiving his comeuppance. Class monitor, are you not going to explain yourself? Yi Fan cast a sidelong glance at Hong Yi. Hong Yi, feeling intensely awkward, stammered, I just liked her too much. I've always seen her as my future wife. It was only a matter of time before I won her over. He then turned urgently to the department belle, saying, Shwe shwe, just give me one chance. The department belle, however, responded in exasperation, absolutely not. You need to give up on this. I will never be with you. My heart belongs only to Yi Fan. She looked at Yi Fan, a hint of shyness in her gaze. Would you like to be with me? I'll bring you breakfast every day, come rain or shine. The crowd was utterly envious. All the admiration seemed to be directed at Yi Fan. The campus belle was his devoted admirer, and even the department belle was smitten with him. Hong Yi could hardly believe it, grinding his teeth in disbelief. He had pursued the department belle for so long, indulging her every desire, only to find himself empty-handed. It felt like a cabbage had been claimed by a pig. I'm sorry, but I currently have no intention of dating, Yi Fan declined outright. As a student, I only wish to focus on my studies. The department belle's gaze fell, disappointment evident in her eyes. Hong Yi thought to himself, perhaps now she would finally give up on him. Shwe shwe. If he doesn't appreciate you, there are others who will. Hong Yi instinctively moved closer to comfort her. However, the department belle immediately pushed him away and rushed to Yi Fan's side, shyly stating, Yi Fan, you are so ambitious. I like you even more. I can accompany you to the library every day to study. Hong Yi was left speechless. This is absurd. No, thank you, Yi Fan replied. Regardless, I will continue to like you. I will wait for you to change your mind. After being rejected, the department belle covered her face and ran out of the classroom in tears. Yi Fan sighed. Being too popular has its downsides. I've turned down yet another beautiful girl. Meanwhile, Hong Yi's heart was shattered. The devoted admirer ended up with his rival. He glared at Yi Fan, saying, You will regret this. The humiliation he had to endure, compounded by the resentment of having his wife taken from him, would surely lead him to settle the score with Yi Fan. Shwe shwe. Hong Yi shouted the name of the goddess as he chased after her. Yi Fan shrugged, unperturbed. Bring it on. I have a system. Who should I fear? After a while, Xiao Wu and the others arrived, their expressions frozen in shock upon learning of the recent commotion. With such potential to be a player, why choose to remain single? You are destined to become the enemy of the entire school. Fortunately, I have found someone. Otherwise, with you around, I would be left without any chances with the ladies. Yet Yi Fan calmly retorted, Women may only influence the speed at which I draw my sword. With no woman in my heart, my blade is naturally divine. The first page of the sword manual, forget your beloved. The second page, slash through the mundane world. It is indeed more pleasurable to remain single. In the school's art studio, when Mu Xinci appeared, numerous curious gazes fixated on her. The attention made her somewhat uncomfortable, and hushed whispers ensued. Mu Xinci felt perplexed. What was going on? As she settled beside her best friend, Xiao Yu, preparing to paint, Xiao Yu leaned in and asked, Did you spend the night with the finance department's heartthrob? How do you know? Mu Xinci responded, astonished. Who leaked this information? Could it have been Yi Fan? Not just me. The entire school is aware. Xiao Yu exclaimed excitedly. What? Mu Xinci gasped in disbelief. How could the entire school know? What on earth happened? Could it be that Yi Fan let it slip? Although she had never met Yi Fan, she had heard he was quite handsome. Handsome men are often unreliable. If he were a player, cold-hearted and ruthless, it would be disastrous. If Mu Xinci were to become pregnant again, it would be the icing on the cake of misfortune. Chapter 21. The Husband-Defending Maniac. What are you saying? Mu Xinci's face flushed crimson. I am your best friend, if I am already on guard. How long do you intend to keep me in the dark? The school's internal network is going wild. Xiao Yu immediately pulled up a post from the internal network to show Mu Xinci. Upon seeing it, Mu Xinci was infuriated. They claimed Yi Fan had slept with her? She had merely kissed him. The most scandalous thing that happened was accidentally seeing him in the nude while trying to stop his misconduct. How could these internet users be so idle as to fabricate such ludicrous stories? This was slander. Mu Xinci's face was entirely flushed with rage. So nothing happened. Xiao Yu sighed in relief, but then questioned, "Are you Yi Fan's devoted admirer?" Mu Xinci replied, "What even is that supposed to mean? I heard you even delivered milk tea to him on the playground, barged into the boys' dormitory just to make him smile, and willingly carried his suitcase." Mu Xinci pinched the bridge of her nose. "This is a long story. Anyway, I am not his devoted admirer." Currently, Mu Xinci felt trapped. She couldn't possibly tell Xiao Yu about the inexplicable body swap experience she had with Yi Fan. Even if she did, Xiao Yu would never believe her. She could potentially get into trouble. If she were sent to some laboratory for research, it would be dire. Well then, Xiao Yu mumbled, "In my eyes, no man is worthy of you. I heard Yi Fan is only slightly good-looking and has no other merits. His grades are abysmal, ranking last in the school. And despite numerous confessions, he has never had a girlfriend. Maybe he is even gay." In response, Mu Xinci retorted, "So what if his grades are poor? He can always improve. Just because he hasn't had a girlfriend means he is gay? What about you? You've been single since birth. Could you be gay as well? Xiao Yu, and you still say you're not an admirer? I must have the administrator delete those posts immediately." Mu Xinci declared angrily as she looked at the comments. Just one night, and so many people had spread rumors. It was her first experience of being accused of such nonsense. How could she ever get married now? Wait, Yi Fan posted something. As Mu Xinci fumed, Xiao Yu glanced at her phone. Mu Xinci stole a glance and was astonished. Yi Fan had indeed posted a clarification, asserting that he had not slept with Mu Xinci and that their relationship was entirely innocent. The post garnered countless replies and was even pinned by the administrator. Xiao Yu's perspective shifted slightly. If those vile boys are eager for the rumors to spread, it's because they would relish the opportunity to brag about it since you are so exceptional. Yet he clarified it immediately. He does have a conscience. These words resonated deeply with Mu Xinci. She had not anticipated Yi Fan would speak up for her. Scrolling through the comments, she found some keyboard warriors maliciously attacking Yi Fan, labeling him a freeloader. It was utterly outrageous. How could Yi Fan be a freeloader? He hadn't even consumed his family's rice. Why meddle so much in his affairs? Mu Xinci's anger flared even more. She promptly registered a new ID to defend Yi Fan. Mu Xinci quickly contacted the school's administrator. In addition to having them clear the rumor posts, she demanded the IDs of those who insulted Yi Fan be exposed. Ban these users permanently. Oh, or better yet, don't just ban them, delete their accounts. Xiao Yu, who had been listening, was utterly dumbfounded. Just for some keyboard warriors insulting Yi Fan, Mu Xinci was making such a fuss? Weren't you supposed to be his admirer? The administrator, upon hearing Mu Xinci's orders, complied without hesitation. Of course, no problem at all. Mu Xinci was the daughter of the Mu Group. Her family had invested in Huaqing University, and her father was one of the shareholders who had sponsored numerous initiatives for the school. Offending Mu Xinci would mean the school would miss out on substantial benefits in the future. Only a fool would dare neglect her. Mu Xinci felt quite satisfied upon hearing the administrator's response. The administrator was indeed efficient. Within 5 minutes, all posts regarding Mu Xinci were deleted, especially those that defamed her, which were forcibly removed. Any mention of Mu Xinci would be harmonized by the forum, and not just that. All negative news about Yi Fan disappeared as well. Anyone who had criticized Yi Fan would find themselves banned and blacklisted. Thus, Yi Fan and Mu Xinci became the unspoken topic of the campus. Those who noticed the oddities were even more excited. This was undoubtedly the work of a husband-defending maniac. Look at how powerful Mu Xinci had become. Anyone who insulted Yi Fan was swiftly banned and silenced. Mu Xinci truly adored Yi Fan. Yi Fan had practically saved the galaxy. This led many to envy Yi Fan, wondering how he managed to gain the silent support of someone as outstanding as Mu Xinci. At that moment, Mu Xinci was thoroughly pleased with the outcome. All negative information about Yi Fan had vanished. However, alongside her satisfaction, there was also a rising heat. So hot. Mu Xinci's face flushed red as she quickly wiped the sweat from her brow and even tugged at her collar. Is it hot? Aren't we running the air conditioning? It's set quite low, Xiao Yu remarked, puzzled. The temperature in the art studio was indeed low. Some girls were shivering and starting to put on jackets. Even Xiao Yu felt the chill and huddled her shoulders. Really? Mu Xinci was taken aback. If that was the case, then it must be an issue coming from Yi Fan's side. As anticipated by Mu Xinci, Yi Fan indeed encountered a challenging predicament. During the afternoon professional course, he found himself in a B-level classroom devoid of air conditioning. To compound matters, the temperature soared to over 30 degrees Celsius, and the cramped quarters, filled with numerous students, rendered the air stagnant and oppressively humid. Xiao Wu was already fanning himself with a textbook, beads of sweat forming on his brow. It's unbearably hot here. When will the air conditioning be repaired? With the temperature rising, how can we endure this? Indeed, chimed in Fat Tiger, even though it's already September. Can't they see how torturous this late summer heat is? We've complained about the broken air conditioning for ages, yet the school remains indifferent. It's truly stingy. He took a sip of his lemonade, the icy sensation providing only a momentary respite, while sweat continued to pour down. Other students echoed the complaints. Is it even possible to focus on class? This feels more like a sauna. All the other classrooms have air conditioning. Why are we the unfortunate ones stuck in this decrepit room without any relief? It's sheer agony. The classroom was rife with grievances. Even if they opened the windows for a breeze, the hot air from outside was so unbearable that they instinctively recoiled. It was excruciating. Amidst the chorus of complaints, Xiao Wu noticed Yi Fan remained remarkably composed. Yi Fan's demeanor was unfazed, as if he were utterly impervious to the sweltering heat. In fact, he appeared quite at ease. Are you not hot? Xiao Wu exclaimed, astonished. Fat Tiger, equally bewildered, asked, Old Yi, have you perhaps succumbed to heatstroke? Yi Fan genuinely felt no discomfort. After all, he had exchanged his sensory experience. At present, he could only perceive the refreshing coolness of the air conditioning and savor the crisp taste of soda. It was a delightful reprieve. Despite the stifling heat, he feigned discomfort, quipping, has anyone come to fix the air conditioning yet? Observing the distress of his classmates, particularly Mu Xinci, he felt a pang of guilt. He quickly loosened a few buttons, were it not for the fear of appearing inappropriate in class. He would have preferred to shed his shirt entirely. To alleviate Mu Xinci's discomfort, Yi Fan sipped on his chilled soda, using his textbook to fan some air. Surely, this would provide her with a bit of relief. Yet the crucial question remained. When would the air conditioning be repaired? I have no idea, Xiao Wu remarked, noticing Yi Fan's apparent discomfort, and joined in the complaints. We've lodged numerous complaints, yet no one has come to fix it. It's as if they think we students are easy to bully. How are we supposed to endure this sweltering heat? Exactly, lamented Lei Go. It's impossible to focus on class amidst the stench of sweat. Standing in the corridor is far more pleasant than this. As the grievances continued to fill the air, suddenly, a notification chimed on Yi Fan's phone. He picked it up to discover a message from Mu Xinci. What's going on? It's so hot. What happened? Instantly, Yi Fan envisioned the image of Mu Xinci, her beautiful face glistening with perspiration due to the heat. It was clear that she was bearing the brunt of the sweltering conditions, and it tugged at his heartstrings. He candidly explained the situation regarding the broken air conditioning. Mu Xinci replied, all right, I understand. Within mere minutes, 2 workers entered the classroom, toolbox in hand. Hello. We are here at the request of Miss Mu Xinci to repair the air conditioning. Yi Fan was taken aback. He hadn't expected Mu Xinci to act so swiftly. She was truly remarkable, while he sometimes felt rather ineffectual. The moment the words left his lips, astonishment swept over the students. They had lodged complaints countless times, yet no one had ever come to address the air conditioning issue. Now, Mu Xinci merely had to mention it, and the school permitted repairs? It was evident that Yi Fan was the primary reason for this swift resolution. After all, the campus bell was pursuing him. The system chimed in. Congratulations, host. It has been detected that Mu Xinci has arranged for the air conditioning to be repaired for you. Reward, 500 points. Upon receiving the points, Yi Fan felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He immediately commenced a lottery draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a villa in Yin Family Garden. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an unlimited black card. Yi Fan was elated. Yin Family Garden was renowned as the priciest and most prestigious residential area in the city, with villas starting at a staggering 80 million. Previously, Yi Fan had intended to save up for a house. Now that he had won a villa, what need had he for a mere apartment? Countless individuals worked their entire lives without affording such luxury. Yet here he was, casually acquiring a magnificent villa. It was exhilarating. As for the unlimited black card, Yi Fan had heard it discussed by various influencers. It was a symbol of status, an exceedingly valuable asset. Even affluent individuals struggled to secure bank approval for such cards. Fewer than 50 people in the country possessed them. Yet now, he found himself the owner of an unlimited black card. His wishes were truly fulfilled. The documentation for Yin Family Garden has been successfully processed, and the black card has been placed in your bag. The host may check. Yi Fan promptly retrieved his backpack and, upon inspection, found the property deed and documents indeed confirming the villa number 215 in Yin Family Garden, with his name as the owner. I've finally joined the ranks of homeowners. He gazed at the black card, marveling at its exquisite design, which suited his persona perfectly, while Yi Fan reveled in his fortune. The workers had completed the air conditioning repairs, restoring the classroom's former coolness. Thanks to the air conditioning, the previously stifling environment transformed into a comfortable atmosphere. Many students basked in the newfound tranquility, relishing the embrace of cool air. Instantly, they turned their adoring gazes toward Yi Fan. Brother Yi, you're nothing short of a deity in our eyes. You are our savior. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know how long we would have to endure this furnace. The campus belle has gone to such lengths for you. How can you possibly refuse her affections? She's utterly devoted to you. Even Xiao Wu and the other roommates expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Big brother, I bow before you. Old Yi, thank you for saving our lives. Your name has proven to be powerful. I owe you one. Whatever you wish to eat later, it's on me. Yi Fan was equally surprised, never anticipating that a mere mention would prompt Mu Xinci to leverage her connections for his benefit. Although this was merely a result of their exchanged sensory experiences, and she acted to ensure his comfort, no one else knew that. Everyone unanimously perceived Mu Xinci as Yi Fan's devoted admirer, utterly infatuated with him. Yi Fan had saved the galaxy, and now such a stunning girl was passionately devoted to him. He sent a text to Mu Xinci. It's fixed now. Thank you. Are you feeling any better? Mu Xinci replied. Phew, that's good. I'm already feeling the coolness. As Yi Fan read her message, he envisioned the scene. His eyes filled with affection for Mu Xinci. Simultaneously, Mu Xinci felt significantly more comfortable, no longer drenched in sweat as before. However, upon seeing Yi Fan's message, she couldn't help but smile. Beside her, Xiaoye, who was engrossed in her drawing, trembled upon hearing laughter. Surely, she hadn't misheard? It seemed that it was Mu Xinci who was laughing. A glance confirmed her suspicion. Mu Xinci's face was adorned with a delightful smile. When Mu Xinci laughed, she was truly captivating, her eyes crescent-shaped, lips slightly curled, radiating an exquisite gentleness, infused with sweetness. What could possibly bring such joy? As her close friend, Xiaoye seldom witnessed Mu Xinci in such high spirits. After all, Mu Xinci had always been the school's icy beauty, and it was only thanks to Xiaoye's vivacious personality, sitting beside her, that she managed to open up. Xiaoye learned that Mu Xinci had previously endured some unfortunate experiences, which led her to retreat into herself, becoming less inclined to smile. As her confidant, Xiaoye had only ever been privy to Mu Xinci's forced smiles. As Xiaoye leaned in to glimpse Mu Xinci's phone, the latter's face instantly flushed crimson. Embarrassed, Mu Xinci hastily tucked her phone into her pocket, preventing Xiaoye from seeing. It's nothing, just a funny joke I stumbled upon. Now, let's get back to drawing. She couldn't allow Xiaoye to discover that she had been laughing at a message from Yi Fan. She dreaded the thought of being teased. Yet, why was she inexplicably grinning? All because of a simple thank you from Yi Fan. How absurd. After the school day concluded, Xiao Wu stretched lazily before rising from his seat. Finally liberated. Yi Fan, let's head to the internet cafe for some gaming. You were incredible yesterday. Pang, who was equally exhilarated. Yes, I recorded it and posted it on Bilibili. The view count has soared into the tens of thousands. With your skills, it's a shame you aren't pursuing a career as a professional streamer. I can't. I have other matters to attend to, Yi Fan declined, reminding himself of his arrangement with the president of JUA Media. He couldn't afford to miss this golden opportunity. Chapter 23. Slapping the female CEO's face. In an upscale cafe, a woman with skin as white as snow sipped her coffee, resembling a celestial being, her skin radiant and exquisitely beautiful. Her black hair was elegantly styled in an updo, secured with a rhinestone clip, accentuating her fair swan-like neck and delicately sculpted collarbones. Clad in a black, form-fitting gown, she exuded an air of elegance and nobility. Her hands crossed, radiating an imposing presence. The men in the cafe cast furtive glances her way, yet she remained utterly uninterested, her gaze fixated outside the window, seemingly searching for someone. You must be Director Xue. Upon hearing the deep voice, Xue Kaiwan lifted her eyes to behold a striking young man before her. The corners of his lips curled into an alluring arc, embodying the ideal appearance favored by young girls. Clean-cut, with refined features and a tall, athletic build. He wore a simple black t-shirt, yet emanated an undeniable aura of youthful vitality. Xue Kaiwan found herself momentarily taken aback, realizing her reaction was too abrupt. She quickly stood. Yes, that's me. Is your father not here yet? The young man appeared to be a student. How could he possibly invest in her company? She assumed he had accompanied his father. No, I personally wish to invest. Yi Fan shook his head, speaking with earnestness. Shui Kaiwen was taken aback. She scrutinized Yi Fan from head to toe. He was quite young and undeniably handsome, resembling an idol. Yet he claimed he wanted to invest in her company and become a shareholder? Was this a joke? Shui Kaiwen had envisioned investors as older, mature individuals. Certainly not a youthful lad like him. Besides, upon closer inspection, he seemed to lack substantial funds. Irritation flickered across Shui Kaiwen's face. If you find amusement in toying with me, then I must decline your company. The company was facing a critical cash flow issue, and time was of the essence. In the past, Shui Kaiwen might have entertained thoughts of a younger man funding her, but now she felt no interest, finding such notions dull. Just as Shui Kaiwen prepared to leave, a shadow blocked her path. It was Yi Fan. His deep-set eyes locked onto hers with unwavering determination. Who said I was joking? I genuinely wish to discuss a collaboration. With a resounding thud, a black card and a car key were placed on the table. Shui Kaiwen gasped. The black card, a hallmark of the world's elite, symbolized immense wealth and privilege. It was notoriously difficult to obtain, requiring rigorous scrutiny from banks. Shui Kaiwen had applied multiple times, only to be rejected. The young man before her possessing a black card indicated he was either extraordinarily wealthy or of high status. Glancing at the car key, she recognized it as a limited edition Koenigsegg. There were only a few in existence globally, and for Yi Fan to own one was a testament to his formidable capabilities. Yi Fan noticed the astonishment on Shui Kaiwen's face. He stood confidently, arms crossed, surveying her. Now, can Director Shui see my sincerity? Shui Kaiwen, who had previously displayed dissatisfaction, quickly transformed into a state of excitement. She humbly pleaded, I apologize for my rashness. Please, you must help me through this crisis. The company desperately needs your assistance. Here is the company profile, and here are the contract documents for your review. Feel free to state any requests. She laid a series of documents before Yi Fan. She had never anticipated that this young, handsome man was a concealed magnate. Her initial judgment had been profoundly flawed. Now, with little confidence, she feared his displeasure would deter him from collaborating with her. No need for that. Let us sign the contract directly. Yi Fan's decisive tone left Shui Kaiwen momentarily speechless. She hadn't expected him to agree to the investment without reviewing anything. Was this what it meant to be wealthy and carefree? For someone of his stature, investing in a company might be as trivial as spending a mere dollar. Shui Kaiwen was overwhelmed with gratitude. All right, once you sign, you will be our first shareholder, and we will establish an office specifically for you. Yi Fan, well aware of the profitability of the company, had no reason to hesitate. As long as he invested, the profits would flow in effortlessly thereafter. When the contract was presented to him, Yi Fan confirmed there were no discrepancies and promptly signed. Shui Kaiwen gazed at the elegant signature at the bottom of the document. Yi Fan. A sense of admiration stirred within her, coupled with deep appreciation for his generosity. Few offered timely assistance, and even fewer could discern talent. Very well, Mr. Yi, you shall not regret your decision. Shui Kaiwen was profoundly moved. Yi Fan invested a staggering 16 million, becoming the principal shareholder of Jiayue Media. He was left with only a few $100,000 in his account. Yet Yi Fan remained unfazed. With the system at his disposal, he had no reason to fear financial shortages. After dining with Shui Kaiwen, Yi Fan drove away in his luxury car. Shui Kaiwen hurried back to the company, convening a meeting. I announced that we have a new shareholder who will help us navigate this crisis. Shui Kaiwen joyfully proclaimed the good news. He holds 25 of our company's shares. One male shareholder, filled with excitement, inquired, which company's president is providing the funds? Shui Kaiwen shook her head. Not a president. Rather, he is a high-ranking corporate executive. Not a corporate executive. Shui Kaiwen continued to shake her head. Is it an overseas investor? No, she denied. This left everyone puzzled. Then who is it? I'm not entirely clear about his identity. He seems to be just a student, a sophomore at Hucking University. Shui Kaiwen's response astonished the crowd. Shui, you can't be joking with us, right? A male shareholder scoffed. A student proposing to become a shareholder? You must be kidding. He added. Did he say he wants to buy the company? Are you actually selling it to him? Other shareholders expressed their concerns. Indeed, students these days struggle to find jobs. How could one possibly invest in a company? Even if this student is a rich second generation, his interests likely lie in frivolities like chasing girls and partying. He'll inherit his family business and want to invest in our project. Shui, have you downloaded an anti-fraud app? The CEO remarked. Could it be that this young man wants to cozy up to a wealthy woman and is using this excuse to approach you? Everyone found this hypothesis quite plausible. After all, Shui Kaiwen was strikingly beautiful and possessed an alluring figure. Countless suitors had pursued her, yet none had captured her interest, leaving her perpetually single. However, many male executives and employees in the company harbored feelings for her. The thought of a university student attempting to woo Xue Kaiwen in such a manner seemed entirely possible. Chapter 24. Who has captured the heart of the beautiful CEO? No, the documents have already been signed, Xue Kaiwen confidently declared, raising the papers in her hand. He wouldn't deceive me. Yet, a male shareholder, harboring feelings for her, inwardly scoffed. What if he's using a false name to dupe you? The documents could be entirely invalid, making you the fool. Kaiwen, you are simply too naive. Others echoed his sentiments, sensing something amiss. However, Xue Kaiwen, visibly displeased, retorted to the male shareholder. Though he is a student, he drives a Koenigsegg and possesses a black card, having transferred 16 million directly into my account. Her words left everyone in shock. The previously disgruntled male shareholder was left agape, almost dislocating his jaw. At over 30, he could barely afford a Mercedes-Benz. It wasn't that he didn't desire to own a Koenigsegg, but the price was exorbitantly beyond his means. As for a black card, he had none. He simply wasn't qualified to apply for one. Whispers of astonishment filled the room. A student with a black card? Surely it's not counterfeit. Did you not hear Xue say he drives a Koenigsegg and invested 16 million in one go? A black card can be forged, but can money? The consensus was that this student was remarkable, likely investing casually with pocket money. With this revelation, gasps echoed around the room, particularly envious of this so-called new shareholder. They had toiled for decades, yet might not even earn a fraction of what this student could spend casually. Upon witnessing the shift in her colleagues' attitudes, Xue Kaiwen stated, although he is a student, his exceptional insight in recognizing our company as potential and extending a helping hand demonstrates his extraordinary capabilities. I do not wish to hear anyone speak ill of him in this company. Otherwise, I will hold them accountable. With her authoritative stance, no one dared to question the new shareholder any further. Especially given that he possessed substantial financial means, he was now considered a valuable asset to the company. In light of the company's dire situation, on the brink of bankruptcy, the infusion of over $1 million was a lifeline. Consequently, everyone felt immense gratitude for the new shareholder's involvement. Long live the new shareholder. When can we meet him? Yes, I'm eager to see what he looks like. We must give him a proper welcome. After all, he has done us such a tremendous favor. Xue Kaiwen, nodding at their enthusiasm, agreed. Indeed. We should host a welcome party for him. I will inquire about his availability to arrange a visit to our company. The team was invigorated, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to glimpse the true identity of their new benefactor. However, the male shareholder remained decidedly displeased. He is just a rich second generation, after all. It's merely fortune that granted him a prosperous lineage. Otherwise, how could he afford to invest in our company? If he could take his pick, he'd invest wherever he pleased. Why elevate this young upstart? Particularly vexed was he by Xue Kaiwen's evident admiration for the student. It only fueled his resentment. Upon the young man's arrival, he was determined to assert his dominance, ensuring the newcomer understood the established hierarchy and his own esteemed position within the company. Setting aside her work, Xue Kaiwen opened WeChat. She quickly located Yi Fan's account and sent a message. Mr. Yi, our company is hosting a welcome party for you this week. Do you have time? This was the first time she awaited a reply from a male. After what felt like an eternity, a response finally arrived. Just finished showering, but I'm busy with exams. His cool demeanor starkly contrasted with the eager attentiveness of other male counterparts. Xue Kaiwen could easily visualize the young man's relaxed demeanor. It became evident that Yi Fan held no romantic interest in her, dispelling the notion that he was lavishly spending to win her favor. This only deepened her respect for him. His motivations were purely based on the potential of the company rather than personal pursuits. A smile broke across her face as she appreciated Yi Fan even more. As a student investing in an unremarkable small company, even if he were a rich heir, it showcased his remarkable abilities. She had encountered numerous wealthy heirs, some miserly, while others, though generous, would never invest a dime in risky ventures. Yi Fan's willingness to invest indicated careful consideration rather than reckless abandon. Thus, Xue Kaiwen enthusiastically invited. As our first shareholder, it would be courteous to observe some formalities. Could you please share a convenient time for us? We will accommodate. At that moment, Yi Fan had not anticipated Xue Kaiwen's steadfastness. He was naturally averse to trouble and indifferent to formalities. However, given her sincerity, he decided to relent. Let us meet next Friday morning. I have no classes that day. Xue Kaiwen promptly replied, great. The secretary, who had been observing the situation, wore an expression of disbelief as she watched Xue Kaiwen smile at her phone. The CEO, typically focused on work to enhance efficiency, rarely engaged with her phone, let alone gaze at it with such delight. Who had managed to capture the attention of the formidable CEO? That evening, Yi Fan reclined against his headboard, indulging in a film through his projector. The experience was sheer bliss. Living in a cramped dormitory left no room for a projector, but Mu Xinci's spacious room offered ample space. Not to mention a high-end projector and sound system that made watching movies feel akin to being in a cinema, all without the need for a subscription. Yi Fan relished the fact that he wouldn't have to spend money on a membership. The film library was extensive, catering to all his viewing desires. Yi Fan was comfortably engrossed in a film when a sudden knock echoed from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, he replied. It was evening. Who could possibly be seeking him at this hour? A figure of graceful elegance entered, visibly miffed as she exclaimed, Yi Fan. Do you never dry your hair after washing it? Yi Fan had not even noticed that his hair was still damp. He indeed lacked the habit of drying his hair after a shower, especially during the sweltering summer months when his short hair would dry swiftly on its own. It's unnecessary. This will give me a headache. What if you catch a cold? Wouldn't I be the one to suffer? Mu Xinci complained, standing before Yi Fan and tugging at his hand to pull him up. All right then, let us dry your hair, he conceded, observing her earnest demeanor. Without delay, Mu Xinci fetched a towel and a hairdryer. In an unexpected turn, she pressed him down in front of the bed. Chapter 25, The Exclusive Treatment from the Campus Belle. She perched herself on the edge of the bed, using the towel to gently pat his hair dry. Yi Fan could faintly feel the smoothness of her fingers as they ran through his hair. Particularly, the contact sent a wave of comfort through him, prompting him to close his eyes in delight. It was his first experience receiving such attentive care from the Campus Belle, and her touch was remarkably tender. This feels wonderful, he mused blissfully. Suddenly, he felt a gust of warm air. Ding! Detected that Mu Xinci is drying the host's hair, obtaining 300 points. Mu Xinci switched on the hairdryer, a hint of reproach in her tone. You're enjoying this while I'm the one suffering. Now we've swapped sensations. You must bear the burden of two. She continued earnestly. You must take care of your health. If anything happens to you, how will I manage? Upon hearing her melodious voice, Yi Fan's heart raced. Although he understood her intentions were not romantic, his mind began to wander. What a delightful predicament, he thought with a hint of sweetness in his heart. Well, I'm quite careless and don't sweat the small stuff, Yi Fan teased, purposefully contradicting her. What is the point in drying my hair? I'm not accustomed to it, and I rather enjoy staying up late. Mu Xinci pouted. You. Can't you be a little more meticulous? Your health is your greatest asset. Can't you just take care of it? My health is just fine, quite resilient, actually, Yi Fan boasted, brimming with confidence. You. Mu Xinci was on the verge of tears from his infuriating nonchalance. Well, since you're watching over me, you can dry my hair, and you can ensure I get to bed early. The corners of Yi Fan's lips curled up involuntarily. That sounds rather troublesome, she replied, biting her lower lip, clearly conflicted. She had always been the one receiving care. When had she ever looked after someone else? Oh no, if this continues, I'll have to find myself a girlfriend to manage you. Yi Fan jested. Within moments, Mu Xinci became anxious. No? If Yi Fan really gets a girlfriend, what sort of shameless activities might ensue? I would feel every bit of it. If he kisses a girl, it would be me feeling it. If he touches a girl, it would be me feeling it. What if they get intimate? No, I can't bear to think of it. She shook her head vigorously, clearly rejecting the thought. Yi Fan squinted, delighting in the sight of her flushed cheeks. She was undeniably adorable. Like a little kitten, she radiated a charming naivete. Then you must obey and take good care of me, he said playfully. Mu Xinci ground her teeth in frustration. I'll tolerate you. But once we switch back our sensations, I'll return to my normal life. She ruffled Yi Fan's hair, confirming it was dry before urging. You need to get to bed now. I'll need someone to cover me with a blanket first. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Mu Xinci, despite her reluctance, complied, covering him with the blanket. My hands are a bit sore. Could you give me a massage? Yi Fan grinned at her. You. Fine, I get it. I'll go find myself a boyfriend, he teased. I'll massage your hands. Mu Xinci settled beside him, beginning to knead his arms. Normally, she would have punched him for such antics, but given their exchanged sensations, she was cautious, knowing that if Yi Fan felt pain, she would too. Yi Fan closed his eyes, relishing her unique service. Her hands were delightfully soft, yet surprisingly firm. Her delicate features were flushed, her nose slightly wrinkled in concentration as she hummed softly. Feigning discontent, he murmured, Not enjoying this? Of course I am, she quickly replied, transforming into an obedient little lamb. Indeed, such a sweet and soft creature, perfect to take home as a bride. Although their sensations would be swapped back in 2 months, Yi Fan was confident he could win Mu Xinci as hard in that time. If not, he would marry the author instead. Can you sleep now? Although Mu Xinci's hands were not fatigued, Yi Fan's teasing gaze made her want to flee. I'm not tired. It's too dull alone, he said nonchalantly. Stay and watch the movie with me. You. She glared at him. Is that a problem? If you don't, who knows when I'll sleep? Yi Fan smiled faintly. Mu Xinci, contemplating her options, reluctantly conceded. Fine, I'll keep you company. If Yi Fan stayed up late, she would have no hope of rest. and a lack of sleep would leave her drained the next day. Slap, slap, slap. Yi Fan patted the space next to him on the bed. After a moment of hesitation, Mu Xinci laid down beside him. Upon sensing the intoxicating aura emanating from Yi Fan, her body tensed with anxiety. Never had she shared a room with a boy at such an hour, let alone watched a film together. Yi Fan cast a sidelong glance at the alluring Mu Xinci, who was clad in a nightgown, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her lowered face blushing a deep crimson. She was enchanting, her silhouette outlined by the dim light. In the room, her lips were soft and full, eliciting a heat within Yi Fan. "Aren't we here to watch a movie?" Mu Xinci stammered, noticing his burning gaze. Instinctively turning his face away with her hand. Yi Fan secretly smiled. "You're far more captivating than the film. Of course I'm watching you." Boom. Yi Fan's deep, magnetic voice stirred something within Mu Xinci's heart. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She had no idea what was happening on screen. All she could feel was her face ablaze and her body rigid. Yi Fan could sense Mu Xinci biting her lip, her stunning face flushed like a ripe peach, radiating an irresistible allure. "I was just teasing. You don't take me seriously, do you?" Yi Fan teased, seeking to provoke her. Instantly, she flared up, akin to an excited shrimp leaping from the water. I wasn't serious at all." Her overreaction prompted her to kick Yi Fan lightly. He had merely been enjoying her flustered state, but now the flames of mischief had ignited. Upon feeling the delicate, porcelain-like foot make contact, Yi Fan stumbled and fell to the ground. However, the fall did not inflict any pain upon him, for all the discomfort was borne by Mu Xinci. "Ouch, that hurt!" Mu Xinci exclaimed, taken aback by Yi Fan's unexpected tumble and the sharp pain she now felt in her rear. Yi Fan, sprawled on the floor, burst into laughter. "You brought this upon yourself. You are such a typical straight guy," Mu Xinci accused from the bed. Leaning over the edge, Yi Fan, with a charming grin, teased. "I am indeed a straight guy who likes women. Surely, you are well aware of that." Chapter 26. "What do you mean I am aware?" Mu Xinci retorted, flustered as she gazed upon Yi Fan's strikingly handsome face, her cheeks ablaze. "Morning," Yi Fan prompted. Mu Xinci's eyelashes fluttered rapidly, intensifying the heat on her flushed face. "Behave yourself," she admonished. Yi Fan, with a languid smile, replied, "I can't help but think you are the one lacking decorum. Who would have imagined you were such a school beauty?" Embarrassed by Yi Fan's teasing, Mu Xinci covered her face and shook her head, glaring at him. "I wasn't thinking anything. I'm going to bed. You should hurry to sleep." "I refuse to sleep. What will you do about it?" Yi Fan declared, exuding an air of superiority, his knowing smile directed at the furious Mu Xinci, who was helpless to retaliate. It was undeniable that her fair skin was truly captivating when flushed. Mu Xinci puffed her cheeks. "Can't you just go to sleep? Staying up late is bad for your health." "I am in perfect health," he retorted confidently. "I'll give you 50,000. Just go to sleep." "I don't need the money," Yi Fan replied, for he had the system to provide him with all the wealth he desired. You. Mu Xinci was on the verge of tears from his provocations. As she pondered how to deal with him, Yi Fan patted the space beside him on the bed, laughing. "You can coax me to sleep. Don't push your luck." Mu Xinci mumbled, instinctively waving her hands to leave. Yi Fan sighed. "If that's the case, I'll just stay up all night." Mu Xinci halted, considering the consequences of an entire sleepless night. She would be utterly drained the following day. When she saw Yi Fan laughing heartily, she blurted out, "You were just about to leave." "I changed my mind. Is that not allowed?" Yi Fan responded, still teasing. "How do I coax you?" Mu Xinci asked with a hint of stubbornness. Yi Fan squinted playfully, his brows arched, and replied, "Are you inquiring about the paid version or the free version?" Mu Xinci's ears turned crimson. "Pervert." Yi Fan chuckled. "I haven't done anything. Yet you label me a pervert. If I were to do something, what would you call me?" He leaned closer, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, playfully suggesting, "Perhaps you would call me husband?" Congratulations to the host for unlocking the waist-hugging action, earning 300 points. Yi Fan smirked, leaning down to inhale the delightful scent from her shoulder. The fragrance wafted delightfully to his nose, and he felt her soft waist beneath his palm. It was so delicate, so perfectly shaped. Mu Xinci's beautiful face flushed a deep shade of red, especially as Yi Fan's unique aura enveloped her, filling the air with an intoxicating allure. Listening to his deep and enticing voice, Mu Xinci felt her ears burn with embarrassment. The warmth radiating from his fingers made her tremble nervously, and she swiftly pushed him away. "Be serious." "I am being serious. Just tell me if you're going to coax me. If not, I'll head to the internet cafe for an all-nighter," Yi Fan replied, instinctively attempting to rise. However, his arm was abruptly ensnared by her delicate grip. "Come back. I never said I wouldn't coax you." Her shy voice sent a thrill through Yi Fan. He turned to see her sitting on the bed with her legs apart. Her cheeks flushed, her exquisite oval face slightly lowered, and her dark hair softly curled at the tips. He noticed her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, adding to her charm and sweetness. Yi Fan smiled broadly and lay down beside her, saying, "All right then, if husband is too much to utter, just call me brother and sleep tight, moi. Remember to be gentle. You." The mention of brother ignited a fiery heat in Mu Xinci's ears, especially with Yi Fan's teasing grin accompanying the words. "Weren't you supposed to coax me? Have you changed your mind?" Yi Fan attempted to sit up, only to be pushed back down by Mu Xinci. Her long hair cascaded down, brushing against his cheek, tickling him. "I haven't changed my mind," she exclaimed, her breath coming in quick gasps. The fragrant air enveloped Yi Fan's face, stirring his senses. "Brother," she called softly, her eyes shimmering like clear water, her blush lingering. That single utterance was utterly enchanting, her melodic voice rising at the end. Yi Fan's breath quickened, filled with meaning, and then, "Sleep early," Mu Xinci shouted, her embarrassment overwhelming her as she finally spoke. "Hey, that's not enough." "What do you mean?" Mu Xinci asked, puzzled. "What about the moi?" Yi Fan pointed at his lips, hinting at her. Seeing Yi Fan's playful demeanor, Mu Xinci's face flushed deeper. "Must I add that? Are you not coming?" Yi Fan teased, attempting to rise, which made Mu Xinci panic, leading her to awkwardly peck him. Yi Fan laughed, looking at the blushing girl before him, instinctively giving her nose a gentle poke, affectionately declaring, "I'll let you off this time. Now off you go?" Yet, Yi Fan's gesture startled her. Her sparkling eyes blinked rapidly, appearing like a startled fawn. Embarrassed and blushing, she fled. Hearing his laughter, she felt both awkward and ashamed. Why did she keep embarrassing herself in front of Yi Fan? If only they had not exchanged such moments, she wouldn't feel so vulnerable. However, memories of their flirtatious exchange flashed through her mind, heating her skin. After Mu Xinci left, Yi Fan entered the mall, eager to utilize his points for a draw. Ding! Congratulations, the host has won a SSC hypercar, parked in the Yin family villa's garage. Ding! Congratulations. The host has obtained high-value demolition rights. The house will be demolished immediately. Ding! Congratulations, the host has received a global free travel card for 2. With all expenses covered, including high-end exclusive services and VVVIP tour guide services. Yi Fan felt a surge of excitement. Currently, he was driving the Koenigsegg sports car borrowed from Mu Xinci, which did not truly belong to him. But now, the system had granted him a SSC hypercar. The SSC is the fastest hypercar in the world, even surpassing the Bugatti Veyron, with a minimum value of 60 million. It was truly the pinnacle among luxury cars. Faster than the Koenigsegg, how exhilarating. Just in time, he had yet to visit the villa, making the trip to see the car even more appealing. Besides acquiring the car, he had also become a beneficiary of demolition rights. This was something Yi Fan had long dreamed of. Ever since elementary school, he fantasized about his family's house being demolished, leading him to sudden wealth. Though that dream had never materialized until now, the system had finally fulfilled this wish. Chapter 27. Mom, our house is going to be demolished. The thought of his old house in the countryside being demolished brought Yi Fan immense joy. He imagined the delight on his parents' faces. With a global free travel card in hand, Yi Fan wasted no time thinking. It was undoubtedly meant for his parents. The world is vast, and it is imperative for my parents to experience it. Thus, Yi Fan promptly dialed his father and mother. It turns out I am but a tipsy butterfly, unable to escape this vibrant world. As the melody of the ringtone came to an abrupt halt, the call was answered. "Hello, son. Why are you calling? Is it because your allowance has run out again?" The warm voice of his mother filled Yi Fan's ears. He couldn't help but chuckle. Did she truly think he called merely for pocket money? "Mom, you underestimate me. Your son is driving a supercar and living in a mansion," Yi Fan exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. "You are quite the joker, my son." "Ha ha," his mother responded, still amused. "You really don't believe me? If we turned on the video now, I could show you the grandeur of my abode." Yi Fan continued. "All right, Mom, I possess a global free travel card, complete with a tour guide and all expenses covered. You and Dad should go together. Isn't your wedding anniversary in just a few days?" Yi Fan transitioned to the main topic. "Ha ha ha, you are too funny, son. Have you downloaded the anti-fraud app?" His mother's laughter echoed from the other end. "Mom, I'm serious. I want it through a legitimate channel," Yi Fan replied, exasperation creeping in. "Did you lose a game of truth or dare?" His mother teased. "I assure you it is true. Moreover, our house is slated for demolition. So please don't change your household registration." "Son, are you talking nonsense in the dead of night?" His mother continued to laugh heartily. "I am quite lucid. It is indeed true. Our village is so underdeveloped. How could they possibly demolish our home? You should really get some sleep, dear. I know you are concerned about the demolition, but we must remain realistic," she said. It was no wonder she thought this way. After all, their village was not thriving like the neighboring one, which had not faced demolition either. The idea of demolishing their small village was indeed far-fetched. However, with the system he had, improbable occurrences were entirely plausible. Mom, it is true, and you will see for yourself soon enough. By the way, pack your bags. I'll notify the tour guide to contact you tomorrow. You absolutely must go. After informing his mother, Yi Fan hung up the phone. His mother, left on the line, wore a perplexed expression. Just then, his father returned from the shower and asked, "What is going on? Who called?" "It was our son. He just told me 2 hilarious jokes." She replied with a smile. "What?" "He actually said our remote village is set for demolition. Not only that, but he claimed to have won a global travel card with no expenses. How ridiculous." Upon hearing his wife, Yi Fan's father shook his head, deeply worried. "Our son is dreaming. He must be delirious from a fever. Could he have been scammed? I don't know. I even suggested he download an anti-fraud app, but he didn't listen. I think he might have lost at Truth or Dare. I'll ask him tomorrow," his mother replied. Yi Fan's father lay down on the bed, sighing. "After all these years of marriage, working hard on the construction site while you toil in the factory, we have been too busy and too poor to travel. Honestly, I wish I could take you to Sanya." But his wife quickly pushed back. "Aren't you concerned about our son? He still needs to go to college. And we need to save for his tuition and future marriage expenses. Why travel to Sanya when we have a big puddle right outside our door? Just look at that. How can that be the same?" "What do you mean it's not the same? You don't actually believe our son, do you?" "I too wish for our village to be demolished, but it's merely a dream. Opportunities like that don't just fall from the sky." She sighed. She too yearned to travel with her husband and explore the world beyond. But where would the money come from? Since their marriage and the birth of their son, she had scrimped and saved, reluctant to indulge in anything for herself, wanting only to provide her son with good food and clothes. Traveling was a dream, but only if their circumstances permitted. Yi Fan's father also wore a troubled expression. After a lifetime of labor, their savings were scant, and he naturally hoped for a chance to improve their living conditions. Yet, such fortuitous opportunities seemed exceedingly slim. It would be more practical to find 100 yuan on the construction site. Meanwhile, Yi Fan slept soundly, oblivious to his parents' worries about daily necessities. Once Yi Fan fell asleep, Mu Xinci also drifted off into sweet slumber. As dawn broke, Yi Fan's parents arose early, each preparing to work to earn a living. After making millet porridge and egg pancakes, Yi Fan's mother sat down to breakfast with her husband. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the jubilant voice of the village chief. "Old Yi, Yi Saw, you're all here. How wonderful. What is it, village chief?" Yi Fan's parents exchanged puzzled glances. The chief excitedly announced, "Our Peach Blossom Village is confirmed for demolition. Hurry to the village committee to sign." The revelation left Yi Fan's parents utterly astonished. Mirroring Yi Fan's earlier claims, Yi Fan's father, taken aback, nearly lost his balance and fell. Demolition was a monumental blessing. Countless impoverished families had risen from poverty through such opportunities. "Be careful." Yi Fan's mother rushed to steady her husband. "I can't believe it's true. Our son was right." "Yes, I thought he was joking, but it appears he was serious," Yi Fan's mother exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. Just yesterday, she had dismissed Yi Fan's claims as fanciful. The village chief looked at them, not in joy, but in confusion. "What's wrong? My son knew about this before it was announced. I thought he was just joking. After all, our village is so poor and remote that if there were to be demolitions, surely it wouldn't be here." She recounted everything that had transpired the night before. The village chief was taken aback. "Your son is a prophet? Or does he possess some insider knowledge?" Yi Fan's parents exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what to make of the situation. Just then, several well-dressed men entered the room. "Hello, we are from Tungfei Travel Agency. May I ask if this is Mr. Yi Hai and Ms. Shin Meirong?" "Yes, what is the matter?" "We are the premier tour guides from the agency. You have won the global travel rights, and we will provide exclusive service throughout your journey. You will enjoy 5-star accommodations, all expenses paid, with VIP benefits." This announcement left Yi Fan's parents in shock. They never anticipated such a windfall to fall into their laps. Chapter 28. Winning the Global Travel VIP Reward. While Yi Fan was still blissfully asleep, he received a phone call. Groggily, he answered, "Hello, son." The exuberant shout jolted Yi Fan awake. Rubbing his ears, he replied, "Mom, what is the matter? Please lower your voice." "Ha, I can't believe you weren't joking. You truly won the Global Travel VIP Reward." His mother's jubilant voice elicited a chuckle from Yi Fan. "Yes, now you believe me, right? It seems yesterday the premier tour guide contacted Dad and Mom. Ha, we are about to board our flight to Sanya. It's my first time in first class," his mother exclaimed, brimming with excitement. As father leaned in to interject, he exclaimed, "All expenses covered. How splendid. We can indulge in a sumptuous dinner, sleep in a presidential suite, and revel in a luxurious cruise." Mother, with a hint of regret, replied, Alas, there are only 2 spots available, and you're not included. A pang of emotion welled up in Yi Fan's eyes. His parents seemed to always think of themselves whenever good fortune came their way. I don't want to travel anyway. It's exhausting. Besides, I still have classes. You two enjoy yourselves. Just take plenty of pictures for me to see, as if I were there with you. Yi Fan grinned widely. Absolutely, no problem. Mother responded cheerfully. And there's another delightful piece of news to share. Our home is indeed being redeveloped. You truly possess a remarkable intuition. How did you know our village was slated for demolition? Yi Fan was taken aback that the news of the redevelopment had reached his parents so swiftly. The system's efficiency was impressive. Haha, I have a friend in the demolition office. He mentioned that our village is set for significant development. So I informed you ahead of time. Who would have thought you wouldn't believe me, Mother? Yi Fan concocted a casual excuse. Upon hearing this, Mother felt a bit embarrassed. Son, I apologize. At first, I thought you were jesting. How could she doubt her own child? My son is truly remarkable, obtaining information even before the village chief. Father praised Yi Fan. Mother nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, it seems your university education has fostered a valuable network. You are certainly bringing honor to our family. Hee. Not at all. We already own 2 or 3 houses and some land. The compensation will be substantial. Yi Fan mused about the benefits of demolition, feeling elated. Mother chuckled heartily. That's right. Who would have thought such good fortune would befall us? We are truly becoming landowners. Father chimed in. Your aunt's family initially looked down on our village due to its poor conditions and insisted on moving to the neighboring village. Now that the neighboring village has no hope of redevelopment and ours is thriving, she must be seething with envy upon hearing the news. Haha, that's not all. She knows that your father and I can travel the world, and her expression must be absolutely priceless. Mother added. Yi Fan, reflecting on his vain and superficial aunt, couldn't help but feel delighted. She must be regretting her decision to relocate, missing out on a piece of the pie. Previously, when his family faced difficulties and sought her financial assistance, she had arrogantly refused, deeming them too impoverished. The tides of fortune have turned. This is truly deserved. Yet, this is merely the beginning. There will be an endless stream of envious events unfolding for his aunt. After all, he possesses a remarkable system. This was the most exhilarating news he had heard all day. After concluding his conversation with his parents, Yi Fan headed off to school. Following his classes, he made his way to the restroom. However, on his way, several burly figures suddenly blocked his path. At the forefront stood the school bully, his face marred by a menacing scar, chewing gum as he scrutinized Yi Fan. You must be Yi Fan, he sneered. This scene was witnessed by Hong Yi, who was brimming with excitement. Given the circumstances, it was evident that trouble was brewing for Yi Fan. It was common knowledge that those who crossed paths with the school bully either ended up battered and bruised or were bullied into transferring schools. With Yi Fan's petite frame, he would likely be left in ruins at the hands of the bully. Previously, Yi Fan had overshadowed Hong Yi, even capturing the affections of his favorite class flower, who now seemed utterly disinterested in Hong Yi. Sensing this rare opportunity to witness Yi Fan's downfall, Hong Yi whipped out his phone to livestream the encounter. He had many followers, all students from Hucking University. He aimed to showcase how the seemingly polished Yi Fan would be reduced to a pitiful state in front of the school bully. Hong Yi hid in the corner, eagerly murmuring, My friends, send some hearts. A grand spectacle is about to unfold. Our college's heartthrob, Yi Fan, is now in the clutches of the school bully. Let's see how many punches he can endure. The camera focused on Yi Fan, and the barrage of comments flooded in. Wow, the school bully fights ruthlessly. Last time I saw him, he knocked someone out with a single punch. Streamer, go help him. Poor Yi Fan is about to be turned into a meat patty. Why is the bully picking on him? Hong Yi had expected the crowd to revel in Yi Fan's misfortune, but to his surprise, the comments were overwhelmingly supportive of him. Hong Yi scoffed, not a chance. At most, I'll consider calling an ambulance for him out of courtesy as a fellow student. At that moment, Yi Fan regarded the rowdy group blocking his way, his brow slightly furrowed. Yes, that's me. What do you want? He typically avoided interactions with such individuals, but had heard tales of their notorious behavior, terrorizing the campus. Previously, a student had suffered several broken ribs and fractures, requiring hospitalization. And the school bully's father had used his connections to suppress the incident. Otherwise, the bully would have been expelled long ago. Such circumstances only served to embolden his tyranny. Yi Fan felt no fear of the bully. He possessed a system. Moreover, he harbored exceptional combat skills, rivaling that of a boxing champion. A mere school bully daring to assert dominance in his presence? He would shatter him. I hear the class flower is pursuing you. The bully glared menacingly at Yi Fan. Under normal circumstances, Yi Fan would have dismissed this outright, but upon witnessing the bully's brazen demeanor, he boldly admitted, yes, and what of it? Yi Fan's arrogance overshadowed that of the bully, tinged with a hint of defiance. Observing this, Hong Yi snorted, still talking tough when your end is nigh. The bully has 4 lackeys with him. In a group fight, Yi Fan wouldn't stand a chance. Being knocked down would be the least of his worries. A disfigured face would spell disaster. Perfect. That way, Yi Fan won't be able to use that face to charm anyone. Yi Fan's dark eyes bore into the bully. The bully advanced menacingly, while Hong Yi watched in exhilaration, muttering, "It's about to go down." Chapter 29. The school bully bows to you? To everyone's astonishment, the bully suddenly bowed deeply before Yi Fan, adopting a surprisingly humble demeanor. "Could you not pursue a relationship with Mu Xinci? I beg of you. Please don't let her chase after you." Yi Fan. Hong Yi was taken aback. "Dude, weren't you supposed to beat Yi Fan to a pulp? What happened to your fierce persona?" Yi Fan was equally stunned by the bully's reaction, his expression one of utter disbelief. The bully even shed tears in front of him. "I've liked her for exactly 1,052 days. I've pursued her for 1,052 days. I've never seen her so infatuated with any other boy. She's so wonderful. Please just accept her. As long as she's happy, I'll find contentment." The bully had been eating poorly and wearing shabby clothes lately. Hearing that Mu Xinci was chasing after Yi Fan pained him deeply. The girl he had cherished like a precious jewel was now so humbly pursuing another boy. Why must Yi Fan repeatedly hurt his little princess? Observing the bully's desperate pleas, Yi Fan felt a twinge of sympathy. The once dominant figure, now wounded by love, had become a love-struck fool. "As long as you two are together, I'll ensure that all the protection fees I collect go to you. You can regard me as your big brother. If you need anything, just let me know." As the school bully reached this point, Yi Fan sighed. "I'll give it my all." It was not that he was reluctant, but rather that the school beauty was unwilling. She was certainly not his devoted admirer. Had it not been for the system's meddling that swapped their sensory experiences, she likely wouldn't have interacted with him at all. Upon seeing Yi Fan nod, the bully was overcome with emotion, tears trembling in his eyes. The viewers who had just entered the Hongyi live stream were utterly astonished. My goodness, can Yi Fan really make the school bully cry? He is incredibly impressive, indeed. Only someone capable of making the school beauty act like a devoted follower could be considered extraordinary. Is he the first man to subdue the school bully? I am in awe, utterly respectful. 666. Observing the flood of compliments directed at Yi Fan, Hongyi grew anxious. He had initially launched the live stream to showcase Yi Fan's humiliation, yet things were unfolding quite differently from his expectations. Ding ding ding. The sound of a phone ringing caught him off guard. Instinctively, he noticed that Yi Fan and the bully, who had been chatting moments before, were now glaring at him. Alarmed, Hongyi attempted to flee, only to be swiftly apprehended by the bully's lackeys. His phone was snatched from his grasp. "Were you secretly filming?" The bully furrowed his brow. Upon spotting Hongyi, Yi Fan began to stir the pot. "Does he have a grudge against you? Is he trying to trip you up by capturing footage of you fighting, making it easier for the school to expel you?" Instantly, the bully's expression darkened. He had already been reprimanded by the school multiple times. He had been striving to be a model student, only to discover that a lowly scoundrel sought to sabotage him. "No, it's not like that." Hongyi shook his head, his eyes filled with terror. His intention had merely been to make Yi Fan look foolish, not at all as Yi Fan had presumed. The bully abruptly ended the live stream, smashing the phone to the ground and trampling it mercilessly with his shoe. The screen shattered, reflecting Hongyi's terrified visage. In an instant, the bully seized Hongyi by the collar. "Let today be your lucky day. Next time you see me, take a detour, or I swear I will strike you every time we cross paths." Anyone daring to conspire against him clearly had a death wish. After the bully and his entourage stormed off, Hongyi, tears in his eyes and a bruised face, ground his teeth in rage. It was all Yi Fan's fault. Otherwise, would he have been beaten? He vowed not to let Yi Fan off easily. "No, please, no." In the dead of night, a soft moan echoed through the spacious room. A girl, with skin as pale as snow, lay on the bed clad in a sheer white nightgown. Her elegant, refined features bore the marks of a troubling dream. Her brow furrowed, and fine beads of sweat dampened her dark hair. Her slender fingers clutched the bedsheet tightly as she shook her head, her face a mask of terror and pallor. Suddenly, a pair of icy hands gripped her wrist, startling Mu Xinci awake. Bang! The light was turned on. Mu Xinci beheld a boy sitting at the edge of her bed, his dark eyes filled with concern, his brow furrowed as he asked nervously, "Did you have a nightmare?" Mu Xinci gasped for air, clearly shaken, her disheveled hair and pale complexion rendering her utterly pitiful. What are you doing here?" She stammered in astonishment. "Our sensory experiences have been swapped. If you had a nightmare, how could I not know?" Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, stating matter-of-factly, "Drink some water." Having been sleeping next door, Yi Fan felt an unsettling sensation, particularly the overwhelming dread that permeated the air. Fearing for Mu Xinci's well-being, he hurried over only to find her ensnared in a nightmare. "Okay." Mu Xinci, feeling a bit parched, couldn't shake off her anxiety. The vivid images from her dream continued to tug at her heartstrings, and even the slightest thought sent her emotions spiraling. She caught a glimpse of Yi Fan's tall, broad figure, which brought her a flicker of safety, enabling her to break free from the grip of her nightmare. Yi Fan handed her a glass of warm water, and she grasped it. As she took a sip, she found it bland. Just then, a shadow fell over her. "I should drink, so you can feel it," he said, taking her hand and sharing a sip. His moist lips glistened with droplets of water, appearing somewhat alluring. The intertwining of their fingers intensified Mu Xinci's breathlessness, her heart racing. She also tasted the water, crisp and refreshing. Yi Fan had happened to sip from the very spot where her lips had touched, igniting a blush in his ears and a sense of joy blossoming within him. "Did you feel that?" Yi Fan gazed intently at Mu Xinci. "Why, yes," she stammered, her heart racing. "Congratulations to the host. You have shared an indirect kiss with Mu Xinci, earning 500 points. The system chimed in. After dismissing the notification, Yi Fan looked at Mu Xinci. "Are you still thirsty? Would you like more?" "No, thank you." Mu Xinci's cheeks flushed crimson, clearly feeling a bit shy. She had initially thought Yi Fan would leave right away, but to her surprise, he lay down beside her. What was he planning to do? Chapter 30. Do not call me hubby. Enveloped by the unique aroma of cedar emanating from Yi Fan, Mu Xinci felt like a startled little rabbit. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Why are you lying down? Aren't you going to sleep?" Yi Fan glanced at her, a wry smile gracing his lips as he shrugged. "Given your state, how can I possibly sleep?" The thin sheen of sweat on her face had yet to dissipate, and she still bore the remnants of her fright. Looking rather unwell, their sensory experiences were intertwined. If she was uncomfortable, he naturally felt it too. Mu Xinci's round, glistening eyes met Yi Fan's determined gaze. "It'll be fine in a bit. I'm used to it," she said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Yi Fan could feel the gentle touch of her delicate fingers on her hair and caught a whiff of her delightful peach scent. "Used to it? Do you frequently have nightmares?" Yi Fan seized upon the key point. "No, not at all," Mu Xinci vehemently denied. "Are you really not lying?" Yi Fan lifted her chin. "Why do I feel like you're dodging my questions?" His instincts told him it was not as simple as she claimed. However, Mu Xinci, radiating a cold yet powerful aura, pushed Yi Fan's hand away, her eyes filled with hostility. "If I say no, then it is no." Her beautiful face remained stoic, yet her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "So fierce," Yi Fan observed her attempt at intimidation, chuckling as he rubbed his hands. "You hit me, but you still feel the pain in your heart." Mu Xinci bit her lower lip, and though Yi Fan saw through her defiance, she remained unyielding. Yi Fan was not one to relentlessly pry into matters. If Mu Xinci refused to speak, then he would refrain from questioning her. Stubbornly turning her face away, Mu Xinci felt a sudden tug on her arm. In an instant, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. "Tonight, I'll reluctantly coax you to sleep," Yi Fan said lazily, his hand resting on the back of Mu Xinci's head, gently stroking her soft hair. "Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the embrace feature and earned 300 points. A sensation like a playful fawn leaped within Mu Xinci's heart, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. He was actually holding her, and in such an intimate manner. "You're violating me," she exclaimed, blushing fiercely. "Violating? Are you certain? If I intended to violate you, would I still be calmly chatting with you now?" Yi Fan instinctively pretended to launch a surprise attack, hoping to startle Mu Xinci. She gasped, covering her chest with both hands. "You wouldn't dare." Yi Fan licked his lips and couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. "Are you playing hard to get? Where are you touching?" Upon grasping the implication in Yi Fan's words, Mu Xinci's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Realizing her reaction, she muttered under her breath, "Pervert." She was at a loss as to where to place her hands. Resting them on Yi Fan was too embarrassing. Yet placing them on herself felt even more so. Is it abnormal for a man to act this way? Enough. Stop being so flirtatious. This is my first time coaxing someone to sleep, and you're the one feeling shy, Yi Fan teased, adding, "Don't overthink it. I simply want to sleep early." He gently patted Mu Xinci's head. "I'm not the one feeling shy." Mu Xinci alternated between being fiery and bashful, appearing as an adorably prickly little hedgehog in Yi Fan's eyes. He cast a sidelong glance at her, finding it hard to believe her. Her face was already flushed with embarrassment, her lips resembling ripe cherries. "Heh, they must taste sweet when bitten. Now hurry and sleep, or I'll take over your bed. I wouldn't mind having a beautiful lady accompany me for the night." Yi Fan smirked, playfully pinching Mu Xinci's chin. She felt an unexpected smoothness from his touch, causing her cheeks to redden further. "Control your hands," she snapped, instinctively biting the back of Yi Fan's hand. However, Yi Fan showed no reaction, while Mu Xinci felt a sharp pain that nearly brought her to tears. After all, their sensations were intertwined. If Yi Fan was hurt, Mu Xinci felt the pain too. Yi Fan glanced at the back of his hand, now bearing a delicate row of bite marks. He pressed his lips to the imprint, speaking with a devilish charm. So, you enjoy this kind of thing? The sight of that small action left Mu Xinci's fair and translucent skin blushing profusely. I don't like it. Just be aware and get off the bed. Facing Mu Xinci's command, Yi Fan remained unperturbed, smiling cheerfully at her. No, I refuse to get off. You. Mu Xinci was on the verge of tears from frustration. She couldn't strike him or kick him. All she could do was gaze at him with her sorrowful eyes. Suddenly, she felt as if she had invited a wolf into her home. Yi Fan found her melancholic expression irresistibly cute, eagerly anticipating the sight of her eyes glistening with tears. That would be quite thrilling. All right, I've already coaxed you to sleep. You should just take the easy way out, Yi Fan said, gently wrapping his arm around her delicate shoulder, allowing her to rest against him. Once you're asleep, I'll leave. Upon hearing his assurance, Mu Xinci felt somewhat skeptical. Is that for real? You better close your eyes, or who knows what might happen, Yi Fan warned, raising his chin slightly in a mock threat. It appeared to have a deterrent effect, as Mu Xinci quickly shut her eyes. Her serene face nestled against him brought Yi Fan a sense of happiness and sweetness. Sleep now, my dear treasure, he murmured, gently rocking her as he hummed a lullaby. Mu Xinci didn't open her eyes, but her skin flushed deeper. What are you changing the lyrics for? What brother? Oh, it's husband's hands gently rocking you. Yi Fan. Mu Xinci's eyes shot open, her face completely crimson. What's wrong, my wife? Yi Fan asked with a grin, gazing at her. Don't call me that. Mu Xinci protested, mortified by his absurd titles. Since you refused to let me call you brother, I had no choice but to change it. Yi Fan raised his brows, reveling in his victory. Mu Xinci found herself at a loss for words, ultimately lying back down. Anything else is fine. Just don't refer to yourself as that. Refer to myself as what? Yi Fan inquired playfully. Husband. Upon hearing that, Yi Fan felt a rush of warmth. Mu Xinci's voice was soft and delicate, especially after having just cried, carrying a slight tremor. Yes, husband is here, Yi Fan replied eagerly. Mu Xinci, filled with embarrassment, retorted. I wasn't calling you. Are there any other men hiding in the wardrobe while it's just the two of us in here? Yi Fan teased. Chapter 31. The secret of the school flower emerges. Mu Xinci covered her flushed and warm face with her hands. I'm not. You're so thick-skinned. Indeed. After exchanging some banter with Mu Xinci, Yi Fan ceased his teasing. He gently patted her back, playing some soothing music, and soon Mu Xinci drifted off to sleep. Yi Fan, feeling drowsy himself, watched her charming face as she slept. She appeared peaceful, devoid of any coldness or sharpness, her innate allure radiating from her beautiful features. Yi Fan smiled, gazing at her with affection. After tucking her in, he tiptoed out of the room, careful not to wake Mu Xinci. Little did he know. The moment he closed the door, the girl on the bed opened her eyes. She couldn't help but chuckle softly, a hint of satisfaction gracing her stunning features. When Yi Fan returned to his room, he fell into a deep slumber, not awakening until the sun was high the next day. Mu Xinci had likely slept soundly without waking, and Yi Fan felt no discomfort, having enjoyed a refreshing sleep. After putting on a shirt and freshening up, he headed downstairs for breakfast before going to class. As Yi Fan attended class with his roommates, he noticed that Hong Yi was absent. The professor mentioned he had taken a sick leave. Yi Fan recalled Hong Yi's pitiful state from the previous day, shaking his head. It seemed Hong Yi would be out for quite some time. The professor's lecture was rather tedious, and Yi Fan found himself uninterested. As he idly considered playing on his phone, Xiao Wu suddenly exclaimed, "Are you having an allergic reaction?" Following Xiao Wu's gesture, Yi Fan immediately noticed small red rashes on his arm, appearing rather alarming. A dense patch of them was quite striking. Isn't the school flower feeling unwell? That's urticaria, it itches terribly. Don't you feel itchy? Pang Hu chimed in, glancing over. No, I don't. Yi Fan genuinely felt no discomfort, as he had exchanged sensations with Mu Xinci. How could he feel anything unpleasant? Yet now, it was Mu Xinci who must be suffering. She was undoubtedly feeling quite uncomfortable. With that thought, Yi Fan felt an increase in guilt towards her. A few roommates found the situation utterly baffling. The discomfort from urticaria was unbearable. I had scratched my skin to the point of bleeding, leaving scars on my hands. How could you endure it without any reaction at all? Yi Fan had indeed seen Xiao Wu in the throes of her urticaria before. It was a torment worse than death. He felt a surge of anxiety and resolved to rush to the infirmary for treatment, lest Mu Xinci continue to suffer. Just then, as Yi Fan was about to rise to report his predicament, the classroom door swung open with a clang. A stunningly beautiful girl appeared at the entrance, instantly disrupting the professor's lecture. The professor looked on in astonishment, inquiring, "Is there something you need, student?" The other students were equally taken aback, recognizing immediately that the girl was none other than the renowned campus belle, Mu Xinci. She exuded an air of urgency, glancing around anxiously, Yet her beauty was undeniable. With bright eyes and pearly teeth, her pristine appearance was accentuated by a white shirt that highlighted her alluring curves, 36D, and a tiny waist that were hardly concealed, complemented by a super short skirt that showcased her long, graceful legs. It was a veritable feast for the eyes. What was the campus queen doing here? She wasn't enrolled in this class. Could it be that she had come to audit? She didn't attend our class, but hadn't she noticed Yi Fan was present? Surely, she was here to find him. As this thought crossed their minds, all eyes turned toward Yi Fan, filled with envy and jealousy. Upon seeing Mu Xinci, Yi Fan understood clearly that she must have come because of his urticaria. Mu Xinci discreetly scratched her arm, addressing the professor. Professor, it seems that Yi Fan is having an allergic reaction and isn't feeling well. I'll take him to the infirmary. At this declaration, a collective gasp echoed through the room. Previously, there had been whispers of Mu Xinci pursuing Yi Fan, but most had dismissed them as mere rumors lacking substantiation. However, now that she was aware of Yi Fan's discomfort, she was willing to disrupt the professor's class to escort him to the infirmary. How many girls could achieve such a feat? Let alone the campus belle. If I could have the campus beauty bring me a bottle of water, I would be elated. Let alone have her personally take me to the hospital. How warm-hearted she is. Looking at my girlfriend, who merely offers me warm water when I'm unwell, pales in comparison to this. Surely, Mu Xinci is the epitome of a perfect girlfriend. If I were Yi Fan, I would seize the opportunity without hesitation. Clearly, Yi Fan possesses something remarkable. Otherwise, how could he captivate the heart of the campus belle, who is surrounded by admirers? Yi Fan's roommates were beside themselves with excitement, poking him in the ribs. Goodness, the campus belle has come looking for you. What incredible fortune. She's taking you to the infirmary. What are you still doing sitting here? Yi Fan felt a bit embarrassed by their teasing. Although he understood that it was his discomfort that prompted Mu Xinci's concern, her arrival still made him feel quite special. Was this her way of expressing worry for him? It warmed his heart. The professor, upon witnessing Yi Fan's allergic reaction, shot him an approving glance, realizing that Yi Fan's good looks had indeed garnered the attention of the most popular girl on campus, affirming his impressive capabilities. All right, you may go. The professor granted his permission. Yi Fan stood up, and, amidst a sea of envious gazes, left with Mu Xinci. Everyone was nearly driven to madness by jealousy. Not only could Yi Fan brazenly skip class, but he also received Mu Xinci's tender care. This left the boys who had previously cast longing glances at the campus belle feeling desolate. They had exerted considerable effort to win her favor, yet she remained indifferent. Now, here was Yi Fan, merely suffering an allergic reaction, and it had induced such concern from Mu Xinci, causing a stir. It truly was infuriating. The girls, upon seeing Yi Fan leave with Mu Xinci, were fuming. Originally, they had felt a flicker of hope upon learning that Yi Fan and Mu Xinci were not dating. They adorned themselves each day, seeking to catch Yi Fan's attention, only for him to ignore them entirely. And now he was walking away with the campus beauty. How maddening. Surely, Mu Xinci was merely a little more beautiful, a tad more well-endowed, and perhaps a bit wealthier than the rest. Yi Fan followed Mu Xinci as she scratched at her skin, her fair, smooth arms now marked with red welts. Her skin, already luminous, displayed the redness starkly. I'm sorry for making you itch. I didn't anticipate it would bother you so much. Is there anything I can do to make it up to you? Yi Fan inquired. Chapter 32. The campus belle is a sycophant, ending up with nothing. Mu Xinci took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure, her eyes distinctly reddened. It's so itchy. If you wish to make amends, then you must recover quickly. Yi Fan could hear her quivering voice. The once icy demeanor she possessed now bore a hint of softness. Mu Xinci gazed at him with innocent eyes. Your health is paramount. Let us hurry to the infirmary. In an effort to alleviate her discomfort, Yi Fan quickened his pace, wary of tiring her out. Let us move. To his surprise, she found his pace too slow and grasped his hand. Yi Fan felt her delicate hand clasping his fingers tightly, and she led him forward in a mix of walking and running. Congratulations, host. Interaction detected. 10. Reward, 300 points. Yi Fan watched her fidgety demeanor, feeling a warmth spread through him. Sweat glistened on Mu Xinci's petite face, though it was unclear whether it was from the heat or her anxiety. She hurriedly spoke to the nurse in the infirmary. Teacher, he is having an allergic reaction. Please help him. Mu Xinci's presence in the infirmary was like the most refreshing soda on a sweltering summer day, invigorating all those around her. Both male and female staff members turned their heads to gaze at Mu Xinci. Especially upon hearing her express concern for Yi Fan, they were taken aback. The campus belle was indeed silently devoted to him. How enviable for Yi Fan to have such a beautiful girl caring for him. The rumors were evidently true. Yi Fan was extraordinarily fortunate. If I had a campus beauty watching over me like that, I would gladly endure a dozen allergic reactions." While the boys excitedly whispered among themselves, the girls were not to be outdone, proclaiming, "It's clearly Yi Fan's charm that captivates her. He is just as handsome as the campus heartthrob. He heroically rescued a damsel in distress. If I were the campus belle, I would be enamored with him too." Indeed, Yi Fan was not only handsome and brave, but also possessed a good temperament and athletic prowess. Whenever girls found themselves in peril, he was the first to leap into action. It was only natural for the campus belle to have feelings for him. Yi Fan was a gallant hero. Yet could the campus belle not refrain from pursuing him so ardently? Couldn't she allow us girls who admire Yi Fan a chance? The girls gazed at Yi Fan with admiration. Even in the throes of an allergic reaction, his charm remained undiminished. With striking features, long eyelashes, and a confident demeanor, he captivated hearts with merely a glance. The school nurse promptly examined Yi Fan and drew a sample of his blood. After analyzing it, she informed him that he was suffering from urticaria, likely due to an allergen in the fabric. "It's nothing serious. I'll administer an anti-inflammatory and you should take some antihistamines and apply calamine lotion. You'll be fine," she reassured him. "Thank you, teacher," murmured Mu Xinci, nodding as she exhaled in relief. Yi Fan, with his long fingers casually propped against the wall behind her, could easily draw her slender waist into his embrace with a mere shift forward. He squinted playfully, observing her expression. "Are you that worried about me?" "Not at all. It's merely for my own sake," she retorted, momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing. Although he was the one unwell, her discomfort mirrored his. What nonsense was he speaking? It was only so that he would recover from his allergy quickly. Allowing her to feel at ease, Yi Fan chuckled silently at her proud demeanor. The nurse prepared to administer the saline solution, and Mu Xinci's anxiety escalated at the sight of the needle. Her brow furrowed tightly, fear evident in her eyes as she stared at the sharp point. This scene did not escape Yi Fan's notice. She was genuinely terrified. Her tousled hair brushed against her pale face, her expression clearly distressed. Yet she attempted to maintain a facade of composure. Unbeknownst to her, her eyes were already glistening with unshed tears, reminiscent of a frightened rabbit, adorably vulnerable, evoking both a desire to tease and a protective instinct. "Teacher, please be gentle." Mu Xinci's nervousness was palpable. Yi Fan felt a pang of sympathy for her. He was acutely aware of her concern for him. Onlookers could not help but murmur in admiration. The school beauty cared deeply for Yi Fan. Worried that the nurse might cause him pain, the boys sighed, feeling inferior in comparison to Yi Fan. Even the smallest smile from Mu Xinci would leave them utterly satisfied, let alone receiving such considerate affection from her. "It's okay. It'll be over quickly." Just as Mu Xinci was becoming excessively anxious, Yi Fan gently covered her eyes with his fingers. This way, the sight of the needle would be less daunting for her. His refreshing scent enveloped her, and his voice, deep and melodious, caused her cheeks to flush subtly. She felt the faint prick of the needle, but it was manageable. It merely required some acclimatization. In a moment, his hand was removed, and Mu Xinci found herself somewhat reluctant to part with it. Yi Fan burst into laughter, revealing a row of white teeth as he teasingly asked, "How is my service?" He intended to lighten the mood, alleviating her worries as he knew she was feeling quite uneasy. By making her laugh, he could distract her from the itchiness she was experiencing. Mu Xinci huffed in annoyance. Terrible. Ding. Interaction detected. 500 points earned. The system chimed in. Mu Xinci personally held the bag for Yi Fan, drawing envious glances from those around. Who had ever seen a boy receive such special treatment? Yi Fan was undoubtedly the first. At that moment, Yi Fan recalled how Mu Xinci had previously complained about his slow pace as she hurried ahead to take her seat. He wished to move quickly, sit down, and receive the thus providing her with some relief. However, Mu Xinci was quick to admonish him, "Slow down. It'll hurt." Yi Fan immediately complied, moderating his pace to consider her feelings. The surrounding boys were utterly disheartened. Was the school beauty truly that attentive? Fearing that Yi Fan might hurt himself if he walked too briskly, it had always been others expressing concern for her. When had she ever reciprocated such care towards a boy? The likelihood of such an occurrence was exceedingly rare, yet here it was happening before their eyes. When they fell ill, none of them had a girl to care for them, while Yi Fan was directly receiving the school beauty's attentive care. Truly, the disparity was maddening. Upon hearing Mu Xinci's plaintive voice of complaint, Yi Fan smiled and replied, "I'll listen to you." Turning his head, he caught sight of the lovely curve of Mu Xinci's lips, which had formed a beautiful smile. She was truly stunning. No wonder she was the school beauty. Just a glance was enough to lift one's spirits. Mu Xinci cautiously helped Yi Fan sit down, unwilling for him to feel discomfort. She slowly and delicately placed the bag on the stand. From Yi Fan's perspective, he could see her elegantly contoured waist. Her long, flowing black hair danced lightly, framing her flawless face, which bore an expression of earnestness. Her lashes fluttered slightly, and her eyes, tinged with a hint of redness, conveyed a sense of delicate vulnerability. Beyond her occasional fierceness, she was quite gentle, an ideal candidate for a devoted wife. Yi Fan found his thoughts wandering as Mu Xinci poured him a glass of water and then checked the instructions for the allergy medication. Afterward, she poured out the antihistamine and gently reminded Yi Fan, "Take 2 a day, don't forget. Start with 1 now, and take another in the evening." Yi Fan, admiring her exquisitely delicate face, playfully countered, "What if I forget to take it?" In truth, he was teasing her, hoping to draw her attention more to him. Mu Xinci stared at him with her large, reddened eyes, filled with a mix of reproach and concern. "Can you really forget to take your medicine?" Upon seeing Yi Fan raise an eyebrow, she softened her stance and murmured, "I can remind you, right? It's only a small inconvenience for me if it helps you recover sooner." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's smile broadened, his spirits lifted. With the saline infusion lasting over 2 hours, Mu Xinci remained steadfastly by Yi Fan's side, ostensibly to care for him, but in reality, she was there to supervise, ensuring he wouldn't exacerbate his allergy by wandering off. She silently accompanied him, providing water whenever he needed it, and obediently fed him fruit. The boys across the room were left speechless, as if the fruit was being delivered to their own mouths, a bittersweet reminder of their own solitude and sickness. Chapter 33. The cold persona is a facade, but the affection is genuine? What astounded them further was Mu Xinci's unwavering diligence. She was the quintessential devoted partner. She anticipated Yi Fan's discomfort and even provided him with a soft cushion for his back. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would never have believed it. After Yi Fan's saline was set, Mu Xinci carefully assisted him as they exited. Such meticulous attention, what girlfriend could match that? Had the aloof school beauty truly abandoned her persona? The boys gazed longingly after Mu Xinci as she supported Yi Fan, hearts heavy with envy. Each lamented the fact that Yi Fan had yet to officially become the school beauty's partner. If they did become a couple, she would undoubtedly shower him with affection. Now they understood why she maintained her cold demeanor. It was simply because she was not warm towards them. With so many suitors vying for her attention, the school beauty remained uninterested, yet here she was, wholeheartedly devoted to Yi Fan. What could they possibly lack compared to him? Once in Mu Xinci's luxurious sports car, she personally drove him home. I consulted with the school nurse and took notes. "You must adhere to a bland diet and avoid any stimulating foods," Mu Xinci stated earnestly. "And what about you?" Yi Fan shot her a sidelong glance. After all, their well-being was intertwined. If he had to abstain from spicy and flavorful foods, wouldn't she have to do the same? "I'll eat the same as you," with a hint of grievance. Mu Xinci coldly uttered a few words through her clenched teeth. "What else can I do?" Upon hearing her complaints, Yi Fan chuckled. "You're enjoying hot pot. And I can feel it. It doesn't affect my health." Mu Xinci gazed at him with her clear, water-like eyes, innocently asserting, "No way. Consider this a punishment for your disregard for your health." Yi Fan burst into laughter. "It's not like I wanted to be allergic." After scrutinizing him from head to toe, Mu Xinci solemnly declared, "Exactly. You're allergic to the fabric. Your clothes are too non-breathable and of poor quality. Get rid of them at once." "What am I supposed to wear then?" Yi Fan looked down at his attire, which wasn't as bad as she described. It was an outfit he bought last year at the night market with his roommates. He hadn't worn it in ages and didn't expect it would trigger an allergy. Perhaps his skin had simply grown intolerant after being neglected for so long. "Come on, I'll take you shopping for clothes." Mu Xinci's voice flowed like a gentle stream, imbued with a playful charm. Before long, they found themselves parked outside a high-end department store, the finest in the city, where luxury brands reigned supreme and prices soared. Yi Fan had visited with his roommates before, only to realize they could afford nothing. Even a single shirt bore a 4-digit price tag, effectively deterring any student from purchasing. Now, walking in with his back straightened, he felt a sense of newfound confidence. Mu Xinci led him into the Gucci store, where customers turned to stare in astonishment at the striking couple. The man was extraordinarily handsome, while the woman exuded an enchanting beauty that captivated even the couples present. Unfazed by the attention, Mu Xinci generously announced, "If you see anything you like, feel free to buy it. I'll cover the bill." The price tags at Gucci were astonishingly high. If one had the means, who wouldn't desire to wear such luxury? Yi Fan was no exception. Typically, he wasn't fond of shopping and had no particular preference for fashion, as long as his clothes were comfortable. How about this one? He grabbed a simple black t-shirt. Mu Xinci, with a playful blink of her beautiful eyes, disapproved, saying, "You're at least somewhat handsome. Why is your taste so lacking?" Flattered by her compliment, yet perplexed by her follow-up comment, Yi Fan couldn't agree. After all, a clean and neat appearance was perfectly acceptable for a young man. How could that be equated with poor taste? What followed next astonished Yi Fan. Mu Xinci, proudly revealing her delicate shoulder, turned to the sales associate and commanded, "Aside from this black one, I want one of every style in his size. Yi Fan. There were at least dozens of styles in the store. Did she really mean to purchase one of each? The sales associate was ecstatic. This was a super customer. It was rare for men to shop for themselves in such a place. Most were there buying gifts for their girlfriends. To suddenly receive such a large order was unprecedented. Mu Xinci's audacity left the male customers in the store dumbfounded. Initially, they assumed Yi Fan must be wealthy to have such a beautiful girlfriend. However, they quickly realized they were mistaken. The true affluent one was this young woman. Not only was she wealthy, but she also doted on her boyfriend. Given the exorbitant prices at Gucci, even a real socialite would hesitate to make such a purchase. Yet here was Mu Xinci, making it seem effortless, showcasing a wealth that was undeniably significant. Meanwhile, the girlfriends of the other customers were anything but considerate, nagging their partners for being stingy. It's not that expensive. Why won't you buy this for me? You're so cheap. Frustrated, the men felt a strong urge to reprimand their girlfriends. Just look at how lovely and considerate Mu Xinci was. Most importantly, how she cherished her boyfriend. If only their own girlfriends could show half the understanding that Mu Xinci did, they'd consider themselves fortunate. After leaving her address, Mu Xinci instructed the staff to wrap the items for delivery. Just as she was about to pay with her card, the sales associate reminded her. This gentleman has already taken care of the bill. Though the associate was pleased with the sale, she couldn't help but sigh. She had initially thought Yi Fan was living off Mu Xinci, only to discover he was, in fact, a wealthy individual himself. It seemed that this was a case of mutual benefit, where affluent individuals naturally supported one another. The sales associate, captivated by Yi Fan's tall and handsome figure, found herself smitten. How had she never encountered such a dashing wealthy man before? What a pity. Mu Xinci stood momentarily stunned, her eyes wide in disbelief as she looked at Yi Fan, who was now being pointed out by the sales associate. As she approached him, she resembled a feisty little wildcat, her voice a mixture of indignation and sweetness. Why did you pay? Where did you get the money? Faced with her accusatory tone, Yi Fan straightened the collar of his newly acquired shirt and replied, I'm far wealthier than you think. Although he had linked himself to a system that provided support, he still felt a twinge of guilt for such a significant expenditure being covered by her. Mu Xinci huffed, I was buying for you. Are you looking down on my capabilities by not letting me pay? Let's find another place. This was certainly a novel approach. Yi Fan was taken aback, but was already being dragged out by Mu Xinci. The male customers who had been observing from a distance were now envious beyond measure. Just look at her girlfriend. Her boyfriend secretly paying the bill had made her angry. Was that even a thing? If their girlfriends were to pay, they would be ridiculed for being stingy or eccentric. Yet here, the roles were reversed. Mu Xinci took Yi Fan to an AJ store to buy shoes, declaring to the sales associate, get him the best and most expensive options available. Chapter 34. I may not excel at coaxing, but I will learn. The sales associate's eyes lit up upon seeing the elegant and wealthy Mu Xinci, adorned in Chanel and carrying an Hermes bag. She was undoubtedly a daughter of a wealthy family. The associate promptly gathered the most popular and expensive sneakers in the store. Try these on, buy whatever fits. Mu Xinci tossed her hair back, her clear, beautiful eyes sparkling with determination. This was a matter of her pride. How could she, the daughter of the Mu family, allow someone as impoverished as Yi Fan to refuse her generosity? How would she maintain her standing in high society? Yi Fan found the situation amusing. It seemed Mu Xinci was determined to treat him. Who wouldn't he want a pair of AJs? And with someone eager to pay, this soft life was indeed delightful. He began trying on sneakers, most of which fit him perfectly. Mu Xinci insisted he choose one pair to take home and had the staff wrap them up. The male sales associate gazed at Yi Fan enviously. How fortunate he was to have a rich and beautiful girlfriend who always considered him first. She was buying him the latest sneakers without a moment's hesitation, while he, as a mere associate, had never even received a single pair of AJs from his girlfriend, who was always asking him to buy her Swarovski instead. The disparity in treatment between individuals was staggering. As Yi Fan bent down to tie his shoelaces, he was surprised when Mu Xinci effortlessly squatted down to assist him. This spontaneous gesture sent a wave of envy through the male sales associate. How unfortunate for him. His girlfriend Wu Ti even let him kneel down to tie his laces. And here was Yi Fan, blessed not only with a stunning girlfriend, but one who was both wealthy and considerate. It was enough to make one green with envy. Little did the male associate realize that Mu Xinci and Yi Fan had exchanged feelings and experiences. Mu Xinci, wishing to avoid the discomfort of bending down, opted to crouch and tie Yi Fan's shoelaces. Unbeknownst to her, she was perceived by outsiders as the epitome of an ideal girlfriend. Yi Fan could sense the envious gazes directed at them, basking in the admiration that surrounded him. A handsome young man accompanied by a beautiful girl, indeed, a sight to behold. Detected intimacy with Mu Xinci, awarded 300 points. Detected Mu Xinci spending money on you. Unlocking the dependency skill, awarded 2,000 points. The system's notifications momentarily startled Yi Fan. Merely having Mu Xinci purchase something for him had earned him 2,000 points? The soft dependency system certainly lived up to its name. Had he known earlier, he would have let Mu Xinci pay for everything, thus securing those points. Once they exited the store, Mu Xinci instructed, clothes have been purchased, and shoes as well. From now on, wear these. I will have the boutique send over the latest styles regularly. All right. Enjoying the benefits, Yi Fan did not refuse. Together, they approached the elevator. Ding. As the elevator arrived and they stepped inside simultaneously, a voice of astonishment rang out. Mu Xinci, is that really you? Yi Fan turned to see a girl with freckles pointing at Mu Xinci, her astonishment evident. Mu Xinci's eyes reflected an unmistakable panic. Instinctively, she turned her face away, even using her hair to shield her lovely visage, unwilling to meet the girl's gaze. No, it's not me, she insisted, her rejection tinged with distress. Yes, it clearly is. The freckled girl replied, her excitement palpable. As the freckled girl attempted to approach Mu Xinci for a closer look, a shadow fell before her. A broad, imposing figure stood in front of Mu Xinci, causing her to tremble slightly. I'm sorry, but you've mistaken her for someone else. The freckled girl gazed up in shock at the handsome young man before her. With striking features and piercing eyes, his voice was as cold as ice, yet undeniably captivating. The freckled girl was momentarily entranced, her attention diverted from Mu Xinci. Meanwhile, Mu Xinci stood frozen for a moment, feeling a warm hand grasp her own, gently guiding her into the elevator. The young man shielded her from the freckled girl's view, tenderly holding the back of her head to encourage her to lower her gaze as they entered the elevator. Before the freckled girl could react, the elevator doors slid shut. Yi Fan glanced down at Mu Xinci, only to find her trembling, her delicate features contorted in distress, her long eyelashes glistening with unshed tears. The pallor of her cheeks rendered her utterly pitiable. Yi Fan felt her panic resonate within him. What is wrong? He inquired, concern etched on his face. In the confined space, her complexion appeared alarmingly pale, her eyes flickering with fear. I. Mu Xinci's body seemed to collapse. Leaning against the elevator wall, curling into herself in an anxious, sorrowful manner, hugging her knees tightly. Yi Fan was taken aback. He had witnessed her in such a state before. Last time, it was after a nightmare. Why was she avoiding that girl? Why did she not want to be recognized? Despite being a privileged young lady from an esteemed family, her expression now radiated despair and suffocation. Mu Xinci's crimson lips quivered, yet no words escaped her. Yi Fan's heart ached for her. It's all right, it's okay. Though he was unaware of the specifics, her current state rendered her unable to articulate her feelings. He gently stroked her hair, feeling how fragile she was within his embrace. The tear streaks on her translucent face revealed her vulnerability, evoking a protective instinct within him. Mu Xinci felt the soothing timbre of his voice wash over her like a gentle stream, and even the faint scent that lingered around him captivated her senses. Her initial panic gradually subsided. Once she regained her composure, she wiped the perspiration from her brow. Yi Fan could feel the softness of her skin, and as she bit her rosy lip, she murmured, "Don't tell anyone about today. I was just feeling unwell, that's why I cried." Understood. Normally, Yi Fan would tease Mu Xinci, but seeing her in tears restrained him. If he provoked her further, it would be utterly inconsiderate. At this moment, Yi Fan was certain something troubling had occurred in Mu Xinci's past, explaining her sudden emotional collapse. He moved forward, and she followed closely, her mood still subdued. Wait a moment, Yi Fan suddenly called out, causing her to look at him quizzically. He returned with 2 ice creams in hand. Here you go. He offered one to Mu Xinci. I never said I wanted ice cream. She protested softly. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, replying nonchalantly, I want it, all right? I'm so pitiful. Having exchanged sensations with you, and this is such a small request. Mu Xinci retorted, her tone tinged with a hint of sadness. But I'm the one who is pitiful. Fine, we are both pitiful. Yi Fan chuckled, watching as the previously sullen Mu Xinci now accepted the ice cream with a soft demeanor. She took a bite, and Yi Fan followed suit, savoring his own. The coolness was a surprise to her, causing her delicate brows to furrow momentarily before relaxing into a satisfied smile. The sweetness must have been gratifying, otherwise she wouldn't be licking the ice cream with such delight, her demeanor transforming like a recovering little kitten, adorable and full of life. Yi Fan's gaze lingered on her rosy tongue, his heart warming at the sight of her glistening eyes. She was simply enchanting. With a smile, he took another bite, finding the sweetness emanating from her far more delightful than the ice cream itself. Upon returning home, Mu Xinci had shed her earlier fragility, regaining her haughty demeanor as she handed Yi Fan a bottle of calamine lotion. Apply this. Yi Fan instinctively lifted his shirt to remove it. Hey, Mu Xinci squeaked. Her cheeks flushed a bright red. What are you doing? As you can see, I'm preparing to apply the lotion, Yi Fan teased. Put your shirt back on, she exclaimed, her ears burning with embarrassment. Although they had exchanged sensations for some time, she still found it disconcerting, given the differences in their genders. Didn't you just ask me to apply it? Yi Fan smirked, propping himself on the bed, his gaze fixed on her, noting the way her face blushed a deep crimson. You're so cute, he thought, finding her adorably endearing. Mu Xinci was on the verge of fleeing. But Yi Fan called out to her, stop. Yi Fan curled his lips into a sly smile as he beheld the graceful figure come to a halt before him. What's the matter? Ha. She is quite obedient, isn't she? Although her words were fierce and playful, her body betrayed her sincerity. You can wipe it for me, Yi Fan said leisurely. Why should I do it for you? Mu Xinci stamped her foot, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. I have it on my back as well, but I can't reach it. Sigh, perhaps I should just find a maid to help me. After all, the maids have nice figures and are quite beautiful. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Mu Xinci panicked. Yi Fan was such a lecher. If he really summoned a maid, what might happen then? Would she not be the one experiencing it? No way, she definitely did not want to feel that strange sensation. I can wipe it for you, can I? Mu Xinci's face turned crimson. Yi Fan sat down right in front of her, a slight smile gracing his thin lips. Go ahead. Mu Xinci felt a wave of shame wash over her. Before her was Yi Fan's broad and smooth back. The texture pronounced, and the small red rashes from his allergy resembled strawberry marks, patchy and intimate. With her ears flushed, Mu Xinci took a cotton swab and began to apply the ointment bit by bit. Through her touch, Yi Fan could feel her soft, delicate hand gliding back and forth. TSK, that sensation was truly velvety. Yi Fan comfortably squinted his eyes, especially under the gaze of a girl, his heart fluttering. Are you spying on me now? Yi Fan teased mischievously, deliberately provoking her. Mu Xinci's small face blushed fiercely, resembling a boiled shrimp. I'm not. Don't wrongfully accuse me. With such a fierce attitude, Yi Fan jested. Then perhaps I should find a beautiful maid to apply the ointment for me. They would surely be gentler. That is not fair. Can I be a little gentler? Mu Xinci pouted. Yi Fan relished the moment, genuinely sensing her gentler demeanor. Such a privilege was indeed rare. Once she finished applying the ointment, Mu Xinci's eyelashes fluttered as she softly said, All right, you should put on your shirt now? Yi Fan chuckled inwardly, taking in her bashful expression. He deliberately fastened his buttons at a leisurely pace, savoring the way it made her anxious. Mu Xinci's face burned hotter than ever, her gaze shifting away, yet she could not help but glance. Can't you hurry up? If you're in such a hurry, why don't you help me put it on? Yi Fan tempted. Absolutely not. Then why are you rushing me? Yi Fan casually remarked, deliberately caressing his abdominal muscles in her presence. You're bullying me. Don't touch me. Mu Xinci's face turned a vivid shade of crimson, biting her ruby lips, utterly overwhelmed by embarrassment. If I don't touch my own body, should you touch it instead? Besides, I'm getting dressed. Isn't that enough for you? Yi Fan teased her further. Mu Xinci's ears were so red they seemed ready to bleed. I won't rush you anymore. I'm leaving. Like a little rabbit, she dashed away, her small fists swinging adorably. Seeing her reaction, Yi Fan could not help but burst into laughter. How innocent. The campus belle must be a novice. Perhaps that last kiss was her first. He thought to himself, he would love to savor her completely, but alas, the time was not yet ripe. The most sophisticated of hunters always appeared in the guise of prey. Wouldn't it be even more delightful to have Mu Xinci take the initiative to pursue him? Yi Fan then entered the system lottery, drawing 3 times. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the super scholar ability. Congratulations, you have drawn exceptional memory. Congratulations. You have drawn professional level 8 English proficiency. Wow, this is fantastic. He had drawn 3 remarkable gifts all at once. It was worth noting that Yi Fan had always feared English. He was quite patriotic, so despite the maximum score being 120, he never exceeded 50. Even his English teacher shook her head upon seeing his performance. Not only in English, but Yi Fan had also barely passed in other subjects. After all, he was a person who never forgot his roots. Whatever the teacher taught, he simply regurgitated it back. Yi Fan had previously worried whether he would even graduate, considering his abysmal grades. Thankfully, the teachers had shown him some leniency, or he would have already been held back. He managed to enter university because his high school teacher had accurately predicted the exam questions, and fearing he might not get into college, he worked diligently, ultimately gaining admission to Hucking University with the lowest score. However, upon entering university, he completely slacked off, only remembering to have fun. Now that he possessed these 3 skills, could he still be considered a slacker? Instinctively, Yi Fan opened a textbook and glanced through it. As soon as he closed it, he realized he remembered everything clearly. Incredible, This was undoubtedly a cheating artifact. If the system could auction this skill, he could sell it and make a fortune, benefiting all students. The next day, during midterm exam week, Yi Fan arrived at the dormitory building and saw fellow students buried in their studies. Even his roommates, who usually had a lax attitude, were starting to feel the pressure. "Quick, let us go," Little Five urgently called out to Yi Fan. "Where to?" Yi Fan was confused. Little Five shot him an incredulous look. "Are you stupid? We're going to the library to grab a seat." Fat Tiger, still disheveled and clearly just waking up, munched on a piece of bread. "Brothers, I'm heading out first. My girlfriend said the seats are in high demand, and if we go too late, there won't be," and he left. He didn't even bother putting on proper shoes, rushing out in flip-flops. Is it really that dramatic? Yi Fan thought, feeling somewhat exasperated. It was just a midterm exam. "Dude, you're not getting carried away because the campus belle likes you, are you?" Lei Gu exclaimed. "Girls are important. But midterm exams are crucial too. They account for half of our total grades." Little Five nodded vigorously, looking distressed. "Exactly. If I mess up my English midterm, I'm going to fail." Without further ado, he dashed out like a rocket. Lei Gu followed closely behind. In contrast to his roommates rushing around, Yi Fan strolled leisurely, unperturbed. With the system backing him, what was there to fear? He was now a scholar, no longer a slacker. Feeling bored, Yi Fan decided to join his friends at the library. Upon arrival, he noticed Little Five and the others looking quite forlorn, still eyeing the seats. "I can't believe it's already full this early," Little Five lamented. "Had I known, I would have queued before it opened. So frustrating." Fat Tiger clenched his fists. "My girlfriend only managed to snag one seat." Chapter 36. Binding the Scholar System, making a remarkable impact. When would this ever change? Fat Tiger sighed heavily. "I'm already exhausted from memorizing in high school. I didn't expect university to be so cutthroat." Who said otherwise? Teachers claimed university was all about fun. Yet here I am, still studying diligently. I can't afford to fail this time. Otherwise, my mom will have my head. Little Five shrugged, feeling quite helpless. As several of his friends sighed in despair, a shadow suddenly appeared before them. "Did you not manage to secure a seat?" What a melodious voice. It was a girl's. The group simultaneously looked up, including Yi Fan. Yi Fan caught sight of Mu Xinci, adorned in a delicate lace mini-skirt, exuding an exquisite beauty that captivated the senses. Her pair of lustrous, enchanting eyes were fixed upon him. Instantly, the other brothers began to nudge him playfully, excitedly reminding him, "It's the campus beauty." Yi Fan could hardly suppress a roll of his eyes. He wasn't blind to her presence. "I arrived too late. There are no seats available," he replied candidly. "Why don't you come upstairs? There are VVIP seats on the second floor," Mu Xinci suggested, adding, "Standing is quite exhausting." Her implication was clear. She was hinting that she found it tiresome to stand herself. After all, given the current demand for seats, it was uncertain when they might secure a spot. She certainly didn't want to witness Yi Fan enduring discomfort while she remained seated. However, the brothers misinterpreted her concern, thinking Mu Xinci was worried about Yi Fan's fatigue from standing. "What an angelic girl," one exclaimed. Last time Yi Fan had an allergic reaction, the campus beauty personally escorted him to the infirmary. Now, she's worried about him standing and has invited him to the VVIP seats. Xiao Wu was somewhat taken aback. "Can we really sit in the VVIP area? Isn't that reserved for faculty?" "Indeed, last time we tried to enter, the security scolded us," Fat Tiger recalled, his fists clenching at the memory. Yet Mu Xinci answered with serene confidence, "My father is one of the shareholders of the school. I can freely use and allocate those seats. The library was funded by my father's generosity." Her words elicited gasps from Xiao Wu and the others. The renovation costs of the library at Huaqing University were no trifling matter, clearly a lavish expenditure. They had always known the Mu family was affluent, but this revelation surpassed their wildest expectations. "Goodness, did you hear? The library was built with the funds from the campus beauty's family," Xiao Wu excitedly relayed to Yi Fan. In contrast, Yi Fan maintained a nonchalant demeanor, as if such revelations were commonplace. After all, he often found himself enjoying the luxuries afforded by Mu Xinci's family, rendering the situation hardly surprising. The extent of the Mu family's wealth undoubtedly eclipsed the imaginations of his roommates. Upon reaching the second floor, the brothers were left in awe. "This is excessively luxurious. It's a far cry from the student area downstairs. Indeed, the seating here is distinctly more comfortable." They marveled at the tranquility of the environment, never imagining they would one day come here to study. Even Yi Fan felt content. The ambience was refined, and the air was far fresher than below, devoid of any murkiness. The seats resembled plush couches, akin to an elegant cafe. "You are all welcome to come up here to study anytime. If anyone tries to stop you, just mention my name," Mu Xinci candidly offered. The enthusiasm of her roommates surged as they exchanged knowing glances with Yi Fan. "Look, the campus beauty is not only beautiful but kind-hearted. You should thank her. Indeed, consider all she has done for you. It's only right to show your appreciation. Yi Fan found himself in a predicament, bemused by their insistence. Mu Xinci was merely alleviating her own discomfort by providing him with this privilege. Yet, in their eyes, she was enamored with him, constantly giving. All right. Thank you, he conceded, feeling compelled to express gratitude, for she had indeed resolved a considerable inconvenience. It's nothing. Mu Xinci replied, noticing Yi Fan's sincere expression, which made her feel somewhat shy, causing her cheeks to flush. Old Yi, let us find some English exam books. Xiao Wu suggested. Sure, I'll go. Mu Xinci interjected eagerly. Huh. Yi Fan turned to her. The books are heavy. You all focus on your studies. And I'll fetch them. Besides, I know exactly what we should be reviewing at this stage. His roommates suddenly realized the implications. Of course. The campus beauty is an academic prodigy. She scored perfectly on her last English exam. She even passed the CET 6 and has studied abroad since childhood. Always in a bilingual environment. This is truly her forte. Their admiration for Yi Fan only intensified as they considered Mu Xinci's attributes. She was beautiful, well-endowed, wealthy, and academically gifted. The only perceived flaw was her aloofness, yet she exhibited none of that towards Yi Fan, demonstrating remarkable attentiveness instead. After Mu Xinci departed to retrieve the books, Xiao Wu and the others began to express their frustration. Old Yi, what are you waiting for? With a girl like that, how can you not make your move? Exactly, what more do you want? The most beautiful girl in school has taken an interest in you, and you're still hesitating? One added, if I weren't already in a relationship, I'd have jumped at the chance. Amused yet exasperated, Yi Fan replied. Do you think I don't want to win over Mu Xinci? The issue is, she is not interested. You're all blinded by illusions. If it were that easy, I'd have already made my move. However, he could not voice his true feelings and instead deflected with, I'm a student. Focusing on my studies is my priority. Their laughter was tinged with disbelief. Come on, man, have you seen your grades? You're failing every subject. How can you claim to be studying hard? Right. If you don't have a good study partner during exams, what will you do? You're already at the bottom of the class. Perhaps it's best to give up altogether. Clearly, you excel in the exam room, but falter in romance. It's almost as if I want to take your place at the bottom. Their banter continued, subtly suggesting that with the campus beauty's attention, he should seize the opportunity. Yi Fan retorted playfully, fine, if you want the bottom spot, take it. Don't look down on me. Fortunes change, and just as I was at the bottom before, I can rise to the top now. His words prompted eye rolls from his friends. Self-awareness is the greatest virtue, Xiao Wu quipped. As the second to last student, even if I deliberately answered 10 questions wrong, I believe you would still be at the bottom. Old Yi, let us be honest. Nothing is impossible as long as you're willing to give up. You're simply not cut out for academics. Even guessing, I'd score higher than you. Despite their skepticism, Yi Fan remained confident. I fear I may disappoint you. My grades will surely surprise you all. Of course, every time your grades have surprised us, it's been in a negative way, like scoring 15 in English. Xiao Wu chuckled. In Chinese, when asked to fill in the blanks for when shall we share the candlelight at the west window, you humorously wrote that husbands and wives should stay up until dawn. Pure genius. Yi Fan dismissed their laughter, retorting, I didn't answer any of the questions. It was the teacher's lack of imagination. In a world with endless possibilities, answers can vary. What else could keep someone up all night, if not a couple? Is refraining from intimate matters the hallmark of a couple? Their laughter erupted once more. You've turned a straightforward Chinese question into a risque joke. I think you should just cling to the campus beauty and enjoy the perks instead of worrying about grades. I refuse. I'm determined to secretly excel and astonish you all, Yi Fan proclaimed, slamming the table in determination. However, they remained unconvinced, believing he was jesting. After all, anyone who had completed 6 years of compulsory education knew the extent of Yi Fan's capabilities. It wasn't something one could easily achieve without merit, and yet, here he was, languishing at the bottom. Huh. Scoring at the bottom also requires a certain level of skill. Yi Fan jested with his friends, only to realize that Mu Xinci had yet to return. Concerned that she might have encountered some trouble, he decided to check on her. Descending the stairs, he discovered Mu Xinci standing on a row of bookshelves, reaching for the tomes located on the uppermost tier. From Yi Fan's vantage point, he was greeted by an unparalleled view. You're exposed, he exclaimed, his eyes warming at the sight. If other boys were to witness this, it would certainly cause a stir. Her dress was far too short today. Mu Xinci was startled by his sudden outburst, her cheeks flushing crimson. In her moment of surprise, she lost her balance and began to slip. Just as panic set in, she was caught securely in a pair of robust arms, landing softly in a warm embrace. Breathless, she looked up to find a handsome visage gazing down at her. Yi Fan relished the sensation of her soft form against him. She was truly delightful. A waft of a peach-like fragrance enveloped him, almost rendering him weak at the knees. With a playful arch of his brow, he admired her blushing skin, her shy demeanor, and the delicate contours of her face, framed by her silky black hair cascading against her fair complexion. Overwhelmed by nervousness and shyness, her hands fumbled aimlessly, the silky sensation slipping through his fingers. Yi Fan barely felt her weight. Carrying her in a princess hold was effortless. After all, she was exquisite, and he had nothing to lose. What a splendid view it was. This was an indulgence. Ding, detected a princess carry. Awarding you 300 points. Amidst his elation, Yi Fan noticed Mu Xinci starting to kick her legs. She bashfully called out, "Put me down. You're too heavy." After all, the weight was hers to bear. Yi Fan chuckled, "So you're aware of your own weight?" he teased, leaning closer to her lovely ear. It was evident that her ears flushed a deeper shade of red, resembling sweet, ripe fruit. "No, I'm not heavy at all," Mu Xinci stammered. With her explanation, her face grew even warmer. Yi Fan laughed heartily, choosing not to tease her further as he gently set her down. "What do you need?" "I'll get it for you," he inquired with a smile. 3 years of college entrance examination, 5 years of simulation. "Are you a demon?" he replied. For that was Yi Fan's nightmare. His high school teacher had relentlessly compelled him to work through that book. After the exams, he had promptly burned it. To his dismay, he was now faced with it once more. Mu Xinci stomped her foot, her face a vivid crimson. "The questions are similar and can be useful. So hurry up and get it." "All right then." Yi Fan effortlessly reached up to retrieve the book, the height he had gained proving advantageous. No need for a ladder. He simply stretched his arm and fetched it down with ease. Mu Xinci gazed at him enviously, having never noticed his height before. It seemed he had grown significantly. Was he now over 6 feet tall? Standing beside her, he emanated an imposing sense of security. His jawline was sharp, exuding youthful charm, and his shirt carried a faint, refreshing scent of mint, which made Mu Xinci's cheeks flush anew. He even looked strikingly handsome. "Do you need anything else?" he asked. "The second book to your right, please." Yi Fan complied, reaching for the book, only to lock eyes with Mu Xinci. She hurriedly buried her face in her chest, her bashful demeanor stirring something within Yi Fan. Leaning closer, he inquired, "Why the sudden blush?" "I'm not," Mu Xinci protested, shyly patting her flushed cheeks. The gentle touch sent a jolt through Yi Fan, causing him to catch his breath, suppressing a groan of desire. Her palm was exquisitely smooth, and the visual impact of the moment was undeniably tempting. Fortunately, Mu Xinci turned away, clutching her books as she walked off. Otherwise, Yi Fan might have succumbed to kissing her. He chuckled softly, finding the transformation of the school beauty into a bashful lamb quite endearing. As Yi Fan and Mu Xinci ascended the stairs, they attracted the attention of numerous students. Gasps echoed as they noticed Mu Xinci burdened with an impressive stack of books. "Goodness, Yi Fan is far too unkind," exclaimed one. "That's the delicate school beauty. No matter how aloof she is still a lovely girl." Furthermore, she harbored feelings for Yi Fan, pursuing him, yet he appeared utterly oblivious, a true steel-hearted man. The boys were eager to step in. How could he disregard the affections of the school beauty, showing such callousness? One boy bravely approached, eager to win her favor. "School beauty, allow me to carry your books." However, Mu Xinci shot him a frosty glance, replying, "No need," as she distanced herself to avoid any contact. Was this the same Mu Xinci who had just walked closely beside Yi Fan? The boys were left heartbroken. Others sympathized. "Oh, how unfortunate. But he really is overestimating himself. The school beauty has only ever been close to Yi Fan. Indeed, do they think anyone could replace him? The school beauty willingly devotes herself to Yi Fan. Just look at his remarkable qualities. Tall, handsome, and charming. I'm a girl, and even I'm drawn to him." Yi Fan was undoubtedly the most sought-after boy in school, surpassing even the school prince in popularity. Several girls from the neighboring class secretly harbored crushes on him, especially after he heroically saved the school beauty. It was only natural for her to develop feelings for him. I hope he treats the school beauty well. School beauty, don't fall for love blindly. There are so many who cherish you. Why not take a moment to look around? Chapter 38. You can be first in the grade. I'll write my name backwards. Upon seeing Yi Fan and Mu Xinci ascend to the second floor, others followed suit, hoping to secure the prime spots. However, they were promptly halted by the security guard. "I'm sorry, students are not allowed upstairs," the guard stated sternly. An onlooker retorted, but Yi Fan and his friends went up. "Look at who's beside them. It's the school beauty." The guard's words brought clarity to the crowd. When had the school beauty ever shown leniency? Only Yi Fan was an exception. If he desired, not only would he have access to the VVIP seats, but the entire school might as well belong to him. Envying murmurs arose in the crowd. Yi Fan was indeed fortunate. They weren't even a couple yet, but if they were to date, he would surely be pampered by the school beauty. "I wish for a beautiful girl to be so devoted to me. Just look at the school beauty," Her affection is solely for him. Who else possesses such charisma to achieve that? It was true. Yi Fan had remarkable qualities that could make the school beauty bend the knee. After all, who else would dare to face the rushing waters, aside from him? Meanwhile, Yi Fan, blissfully unaware of his good fortune, returned with Mu Xinci, who was laden with books. His roommates were rolling their eyes to the heavens. How could he let the school beauty carry such a heavy load? He is a man. Moreover, she carried those books for him. Why didn't he show any gratitude? Little did they know, Mu Xinci had further plans. Yi Fan, are you thirsty? Would you like something to drink? Her words subtly hinted at her own thirst. Then I shall have the lavender latte milk tea, topped with plant-based cream and sprinkled with crushed nuts. Please make it moderately sweet, with less ice, and add pearls and coconut jelly. A paper cup lid for the milk tea would be appreciated to keep my hands warm. Yi Fan pondered for a moment before responding to Mu Xinci. Thanks to the skills provided by the system, his memory was remarkably sharp, allowing him to recall Mu Xinci's preferences effortlessly. However, a few oblivious friends, unaware of the situation, were ready to chastise Yi Fan for being perpetually single. Just look at how considerate she is, braving the heat to fetch milk tea for you. Yet, you make such extensive demands. They could already envision the school beauty, unable to contain her frustration, erupting in anger. Xiao Wu began to fret for Yi Fan. Despite the school beauty currently doting on him, she was aloof and wealthy. Offending her could spell trouble for him on campus. I think you should keep your requests to a minimum, school beauty. Just the lavender latte milk tea will suffice, Xiao Wu suggested with an awkward smile, attempting to dissuade Mu Xinci from flaring up. To their surprise, Mu Xinci shook her head and smiled contentedly. My requests are not excessive. I quite like it. Let us go with that. Xiao Wu was left speechless. Fat Tiger and Brother Lei were equally perplexed. Is this truly acceptable? And Mu Xinci is not furious, but rather delighted. This is beyond strange. Then off you go. Yi Fan felt a sense of satisfaction at his roommate's astonishment. Who would have thought that Mu Xinci was volunteering for this? It was her favorite. Her requests were plentiful, not his. Mu Xinci then inquired of Xiao Wu and the others. Would you like anything to drink? I can get it all together. The roommates were utterly taken aback. The school beauty wants to buy them milk tea? Good heavens, this is nothing short of an honor. When has she ever bought milk tea for anyone else besides Yi Fan? Now she considers them merely because they are Yi Fan's friends. The school beauty is truly smitten with Yi Fan. Look at her efforts to win him over. Haha. Anything is fine, we are not picky. Just having something to drink is enough. The group was exuberant, as if they had just won the lottery. Mu Xinci nodded. All right, I'll take care of it. After she departed, Xiao Wu and the others swarmed around Yi Fan, creating a chaotic scene. Bro, give me a massage, and teach me how to woo girls. How do you get the school beauty to heed your every word? Indeed, you possess an extraordinary charm. You should become a love guru. Who else could achieve such a feat with the school beauty? I respect no one but you. Being your companion has its perks. The school beauty truly adores you. Willing to go to such lengths. It's a long story that can only be understood, not expressed, Yi Fan replied smugly. Then let us keep it brief. The three eager wolves gleamed with anticipation. Yi Fan had not anticipated that his three friends would take such an interest in his affairs. He certainly couldn't divulge the existence of the system, so he deflected, I'll go see what she buys. As Yi Fan walked away, his three roommates exchanged bewildered glances. Is the iron tree finally blooming? Does he also have a day of compassion for the school beauty? Am I really celebrating her affection? Could this be the clarity after the fog? I bet a dime that he is hard-hearted yet soft-hearted, undoubtedly helping the school beauty with her milk tea. At that moment, Yi Fan spotted Mu Xinci at the entrance of the milk tea shop. She was carrying numerous milk tea cups, and he stepped forward to assist. Let me help you. Yet, Mu Xinci, her face radiating a rosy glow, was quite defensive. No, I'll manage. It's heavy. Yi Fan chuckled softly. Heavy? Could she truly gauge that? The one bearing the weight was him. However, Yi Fan found it manageable. Meanwhile, the other students in the milk tea shop found the situation absurd. The school beauty typically never accepted milk tea from other boys. Now, she was buying it for Yi Fan, and worried he might tire. The school beauty has indeed confirmed her status as a devoted admirer. Just another day of envying Yi Fan. When Mu Xinci returned, carrying a large bag of milk tea, the shock on the faces of his roommates was palpable. Just moments ago, they had speculated that Yi Fan was carrying the milk tea for Mu Xinci. Yet here she was, hands full, while Yi Fan remained empty-handed, seemingly unbothered. Truly a paragon of the iron-willed man. Is he not worried about remaining girlfriendless? No. Yi Fan harbored no such concerns. He had no girlfriend, yet countless admirers, particularly such a stunning pursuer. Who needs a girlfriend? After Mu Xinci distributed the milk tea, Yi Fan's roommates received pearl milk tea. However, they were more than satisfied, as it was a gift from the school beauty. upon seeing Yi Fan's drink. Their envy boiled over. Yi Fan's lavender latte milk tea was generously topped with thick plant-based cream, sprinkled with crushed nuts, complete with pearls and coconut jelly, and even had a paper cup lid. Every detail Yi Fan had mentioned was meticulously remembered by Mu Xinci, who had followed his instructions to the letter. This clearly demonstrated her genuine concern for him. Xiao Wu felt a pang of jealousy, despite not running errands for his girlfriend. He had to settle for a simple matcha milk tea, with her nitpicking about how much ice to add, oblivious to her own discomfort. Yet, look at Mu Xinci, though not yet his girlfriend, she was already so compliant with Yi Fan's preferences. Who wouldn't he want a girlfriend like that? Yi Fan savored his milk tea, only to catch several resentful glances directed at him. He chuckled, unfazed, and continued to peruse his comic books. Aren't you supposed to be studying? What will you do for the exam? If you flunk, we can't help you, Fat Tiger exclaimed. Noticing Yi Fan had brought along a stack of comic books instead of study materials, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and replied with a smirk, "Don't worry. The exam will be a breeze for me." Xiao Wu laughed. He really thinks he can top the class. I could write my name backward and still beat him in his spring and autumn dreams. Chapter 39, easily outperforming Yi Fan. Not necessarily. One must have dreams. Who knows? They might just come true. Yi Fan casually glanced at the practice problems, all of which he could solve with ease, arriving at answers in a heartbeat. What more was there to see? His roommate sighed, engaging in banter with Yi Fan before returning to their studies. While Yi Fan indulged in his freedom, they had to maintain focus on the impending exams. Survival was paramount. As Yi Fan drank his milk tea, he heard the sound of a pencil being sharpened nearby. There was a palpable sense of effort. He turned to see Mu Xinci seated beside him. However, rather than studying, she was diligently sharpening her pencil with a small knife, ensuring each one was perfectly pointed before neatly returning them to her pencil case and offering them to Yi Fan. You might need these for the exam. Mu Xinci's tone was casual, yet her intent was clear, heard distinctly by his roommates across the table. What? Mu Xinci went through the trouble of sharpening pencils only for Yi Fan's use? Good heavens, what good deeds has Yi Fan performed? Yi Fan was taken aback, gazing into Mu Xinci's luminous eyes, and accepted with a bright smile, "Thank you." He understood her intention was to spare him the discomfort of sharpening pencils himself. As he took the pencil case, Xiao Wu and the others were filled with longing. Who wouldn't envy such fortune? Alas, not everyone is blessed with the luck of Yi Fan. By evening, his roommates were clearly conspiring to create opportunities for him, crafting numerous flimsy excuses to leave first. Yi Fan found himself in a state of bemusement. Could these individuals possibly act with any greater sincerity? Their performance was riddled with inconsistencies. "Let us depart," he declared, glancing at the darkening sky outside, and promptly informed Mu Xinci to leave. She had no objections, but as they stepped outside, Yi Fan cast a glance that commanded, "Sit down." Huh. Mu Xinci raised her head, puzzled. Little did she expect that a moment later, her thigh would be firmly grasped by him. The smoothness of his fingertips captivated Yi Fan, reveling in the softness and fairness of her skin. "What are you doing?" Mu Xinci exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In a state of mild panic, she gazed upon his handsome visage, biting her lip in shame. She could feel every sensation he evoked within her, sending shivers through her body, akin to the jolt of electricity. "What do you intend to do? I suspect you would have to shout until your voice gives out," Yi Fan remarked with a knowing smile. Mu Xinci's complexion deepened to a rosy hue, her exquisitely beautiful face enveloped in a veil of shyness. Her eyelashes fluttered in a flurry of anxiety as she retorted, "You rogue." Yi Fan erupted into laughter. "Rogue? Be careful, or you might just end up with a slap in the face." Mu Xinci initially thought he might perform some audacious act, but to her surprise, he simply lifted her and gently placed her on a bench by the flowerbed of the academy. "You are to remain seated and not move. If I catch even a hint of your feet leaving the ground, you shall face the consequences," he warned, fixing her with a commanding gaze while playfully pinching her delicate, flushed cheek. His natural gestures, brushing against her skin, brought warmth that she could distinctly feel. Her eyes, as translucent as grapes, blinked in astonishment, her ears aflame with embarrassment. "Do you dare move now?" "I dare not," she thought, recognizing his character. He might indeed indulge in lewd antics. But what exactly was he up to? Mu Xinci watched in confusion as Yi Fan departed. He soon appeared at the school store, and after making his purchase, the shopkeeper inquired, "Alipay or WeChat?" "Alipay," Yi Fan replied, presenting the payment code for scanning. Once the transaction was complete, he returned, immediately noticing Mu Xinci curled up, her lovely face still tinged with a blush, exuding an utterly captivating allure. She resembled a little wildcat, obedient and soft. To nurture such a creature would surely be delightful. A bit of wildness, perhaps, would add an element of excitement. Yi Fan bent down before her, grasping her ankle. Hey, what are you doing? Mu Xinci gasped, momentarily startled and feeling a bit shy as she struggled to free herself from his hold. Be obedient, or I shall kiss you, Yi Fan teased, leaning in closer to her face. Her lips were mere inches away, the warmth of her breath brushing against him. The mixture of terror and shyness on her face ignited within him a genuine urge to kiss her. Mu Xinci's voice rose in protest. I'll be good, I promise. That's the spirit, Yi Fan replied with a smile, gently removing her foot from her shoe. Her small feet were as soft as jade, supple and delicate, her toes long and pale, the nails a rosy hue, accentuating the beauty of her feet. Yet, it was evident that her heels bore the scars of wear. The red marks of shoe-induced abrasions, tinged with blood, only serving to highlight the elegance of her feet. This was indeed a boon for foot enthusiasts. Yi Fan stared intently, his breath quickening. Though not a foot fetishist, he found himself wanting to kiss such beautiful feet. What are you doing? Mu Xinci withdrew her foot, clearly embarrassed, unaccustomed to having a man so openly gaze at her feet. Oh, so you're disobedient now? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, feigning annoyance. Instantly, Mu Xinci tucked her head down, falling silent. You've exchanged sensations with me, yet you remain oblivious to how your shoes have marred your lovely feet. Yi Fan chided lightly. Men often dismissed such trivial pains, especially someone like Yi Fan, who was accustomed to a rugged lifestyle. However, he could not abide the thought of such a beautiful pair of feet bearing imperfections. Beautiful feet deserved tender care, did they not? Yi Fan personally disinfected Mu Xinci's wounds, applying band-aids before placing her feet into the slippers he had purchased. His meticulous actions did not go unnoticed by Mu Xinci, whose heart raced, her breath becoming shallow. Were it any other boy, he would likely have treated the situation with casual indifference. Yet, his attention to detail was entirely unexpected. From now on, wear fewer high heels. You must consider the other person, so refrain from torturing me with such footwear, all right? Yi Fan arched an eyebrow at Mu Xinci. Initially, she was pleased, but upon hearing his words, her feelings crumbled. So, he was only thinking of himself. It was no wonder he was so attentive. Absolutely not. I'll wear high heels as soon as I get home. Mu Xinci retorted, playfully challenging him. Suit yourself, but if you dare wear them, I shall watch videos of you tonight. Yi Fan responded with a grin. You. Her face flushed with anger. How could she possibly contend with him? Yi Fan, witnessing her frustration, could not help but laugh. She was so youthful, yet utterly charming. He found himself enamored. Ding. Detected application of ointment on the campus beauty and shoe exchange. Intimacy refreshed. 300 points awarded. Please continue your efforts, host. Yi Fan acknowledged the system's reward. With points in hand, the world was his oyster. Onward and upward. Upon returning from his injury rehabilitation, Hong Yi heard from his friends about Yi Fan's remarkable feats at school, gnashing his teeth in resentment. It seemed that every spotlight had been seized by Yi Fan. Had it not been for him, would he have been shunned by the goddess of the department and beaten by the school bully? However, Yi Fan was indeed arrogant. He ranked dead last in the school, yet showed no inclination to study hard alongside the others, embracing a path of self-indulgence. Curiously, his friend inquired about Hong Yi's thoughts on Yi Fan, to which Hong Yi scoffed. What of it? His failures are his own concern. My grades won't suffer. I am certain to secure a scholarship this time. His grades might not be the best, but he consistently ranked in the top 20 of his class. So passing was assured. Surely, this would overshadow Yi Fan's dismal performance. Chapter 40. Instant academic success, ascending to the pinnacle of life. Hong Yi gazed at Yi Fan, who was engrossed in a game at his desk, brimming with confidence. Perhaps fate was truly on his side. He was astonished to find Yi Fan seated next to him during the exam. What a fortuitous opportunity. How serendipitous, indeed. Would the campus beauty pursue him for answers during the test? Hong Yi rested his chin on his hand, reveling in his triumph as he looked at Yi Fan. You still need my help, don't you? Yi Fan had not anticipated Hong Yi sitting beside him, finding it quite the eyesore. He scoffed. Are you offering to let me copy your answers? Beg me, and I may allow you to, Hong Yi replied with a smirk. If I'm feeling generous, I might just show you the multiple choice answers. Otherwise, prepare to fail. Is that so? Yi Fan shot Hong Yi a cold glance. If I recall correctly, your grades aren't stellar either. You've never achieved all A's, and that one time your math score was just 10 points higher than mine. You had to plead with the teacher to bump your comprehensive score to AB. Yet here you are, boasting as if you were some academic prodigy. That was Hong Yi's hidden history, and Yi Fan surprisingly remembered it all too well. Hong Yi's face flushed with anger. That was an exception. I was unwell that day. When have I not received a scholarship? Will you be able to secure the first-class scholarship this time? Yi Fan retorted. Hong Yi hesitated momentarily. If you can't win the first prize, then why pretend in front of me? Yi Fan regarded Hong Yi with disdain, his icy gaze rendering Hong Yi quite uncomfortable. Having been overshadowed by Yi Fan on numerous occasions, Hong Yi clung to the notion that only in terms of academic performance could he find a semblance of confidence. This time, he was resolute in not allowing Yi Fan to belittle him. As if you could even win a first prize. Hong Yi snapped, gritting his teeth. You'd be hard-pressed to even secure a third-class scholarship. Not necessarily, Yi Fan replied, his tone dripping with confidence. Hong Yi scoffed derisively. Do you dare to bet on it? On what terms? Yi Fan inquired. If you fail to obtain the scholarship, you must bark like a dog 3 times in front of me, Hong Yi declared triumphantly. And you owe me 5,000 yuan. Fine, Yi Fan agreed with remarkable ease. With the support of his system, he was unfazed by the prospect of achieving high scores and securing a scholarship. It's settled then. Hong Yi secretly reveled in his perceived advantage. This fool had no idea of his own limitations. A student who struggled academically thought he could win a scholarship? It was utterly absurd. And what makes you think you could win a scholarship? Yi Fan countered. Hong Yi erupted in laughter. You can't possibly believe you have a chance. Why not try and find out? Are you too afraid to place a bet? Yi Fan raised his chin defiantly, locking eyes with Hong Yi. Are you joking? I would never back down. Hong Yi retorted. If you lose the bet, you'll have to crawl around me in front of the whole class and bark 3 times. And then hand over 10,000 yuan. How does that sound? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Deal. I've got this in the bag. Hong Yi was utterly convinced of his victory. Yi Fan couldn't help but smile. This naive child was completely unaware of the trap he had fallen into. With his scholarly system, the university-level questions were mere trifles. Not only would he secure the money, but he would also relish in watching Hong Yi's humiliation. Unaware of the impending irony, Hong Yi felt elated, believing he had stumbled upon an incredible stroke of fortune. While everyone envied Yi Fan, they would surely revel in his downfall. Especially if Yi Fan had to submit to him, it would be a moment of pure glory. Recently short on pocket money, he couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of an unsuspecting fool handing him cash. As the exam papers were distributed, Hong Yi surveyed the questions and felt exceedingly confident. The difficulty level was substantial. Even he found himself pondering the answers, let alone Yi Fan. It was unimaginable that Yi Fan, no matter how hard he tried, could achieve a passing score, let alone win a first-class scholarship. It was akin to a pipe dream. Oh, winning will be far too easy, Hong Yi mused. Regretting not raising the stakes further, he could have reaped even greater rewards. He envisioned recording a video of Yi Fan's humbling moment to post on the school network. In a buoyant mood, Hong Yi began answering questions, carefully shielding his paper from Yi Fan, wary of any attempts at cheating. No peeking. If you dare to cheat, I'll report you immediately, he warned, glaring at Yi Fan. To his surprise, Yi Fan countered, that line should be mine. No cheating. Hong Yi found the notion ludicrous. While he might cheat, would Yi Fan's answers be worth looking at? Was he really that disdainful of his own academic performance? Uffed, with your grades. I wouldn't even bother to glance at your work. Just wait to lose the bet. Hong Yi replied, his irritation palpable. Yi Fan chuckled quietly. Hong Yi was remarkably short-sighted. The more fiercely he spoke, the harder he would fall. If you lose the bet, no amount of pleading will soften my heart, Yi Fan said languidly. Hong Yi dismissed Yi Fan's bravado. There's no way I could lose. This is a guaranteed win. It's clear as day that your abysmal grades will lead to failure. The idea of you winning a scholarship is nothing more than a ridiculous fantasy. Yi Fan paid no mind to Hong Yi's taunts, focusing instead on the exam. For others, the questions presented a considerable challenge, yet for Yi Fan, empowered by his system, each problem was effortlessly solvable. While others struggled with calculations, he completed the entire exam with remarkable ease. Excuse me, may I submit my paper? His clear voice rang out, shocking the room. Are you joking? You finished all 4 pages of math problems? In under 20 minutes? The astonished gaze fell upon Yi Fan. My apologies. I didn't mean to interrupt, he added, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone as he recognized his own academic prowess. Hong Yi, witnessing Yi Fan prepare to submit his paper, couldn't contain his glee. So, you've conceded already? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Who said I've conceded? I've completed all my answers. Hong Yi glanced at Yi Fan's paper, initially intending to mock him, only to discover that every question had been answered, including the more complex ones. This must be a fluke. With Yi Fan's intellect, how could he possibly solve these problems? It's absolutely impossible. As Hong Yi's astonishment grew, the invigilator approached Yi Fan with a resigned expression. Student, why not take a moment to double-check? Even a guess might yield some correct answers. Having witnessed numerous students give up at the first sign of difficulty, the invigilator anticipated Yi Fan's paper would be no exception. Laughter erupted among the other students, including Hong Yi. Even the teacher recognizes Yi Fan as a complete underachiever. Yet, as Hong Yi reveled in his triumph, he was taken aback when the invigilator glanced at Yi Fan's paper, shifting from a stern demeanor to one of surprise. What he initially assumed to be a blank sheet was instead filled with meticulous answers. his eyebrows raised in disbelief as he checked a complex question. Incredible. Correct. And here are 3 different methods of solving it. It was as if Yi Fan were challenging the examiner's intellect, questioning the audacity of presenting such problems. As the invigilator continued to peruse the answers, he found them all to be correct. Staring at Yi Fan, he marveled, this is no underachiever. This is a true scholar. Excellent. You may leave now. Keep up the good work. The invigilator praised Yi Fan, leaving Hong Yi utterly dumbfounded. Had he truly witnessed the invigilator's pride in Yi Fan? Shouldn't Yi Fan be reprimanded instead? This was utterly perplexing. Before departing, Yi Fan cast a meaningful glance, reminding, don't forget our bet. Hong Yi tightened his grip on the pencil, impulsively retorting, I dare say you're bound to lose. Yi Fan dismissed Hong Yi's words as mere background noise. To him, achieving a high score was as certain as the sun rising. He soon exited the scene, leaving his peers still reeling from their astonishment. However, with time slipping away and their test papers incomplete, they hastily began to tackle the questions. Xiao Wu, Fat Tiger, and Lei Gu emerged from the examination hall, instinctively heading towards Yi Fan's room to await his arrival. Without a doubt, he would be the last to finish. This had always been the pattern. Yi Fan was the one who fought the hardest, yet was the first to fall. After all, the number of questions he could answer was scant, and after graduation, he returned all he had learned to his teachers, embodying a spirit of gratitude. While a few of his roommates had also nearly forgotten, they at least remembered slightly more than Yi Fan. Hey, what are you all doing standing there? As the group waited at the exam hall's entrance, a voice called out. They turned to see a tall, familiar figure sprawled on a bench by the flower bed, casually engrossed in his phone, exuding an air of leisure. Old Yi, when did you come out? Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock. Lei Gu hurried over. Miracle. How did you finish before us? Yi Fan straightened, offering a nonchalant smile. I was the first to finish. I submitted my paper after about 20 minutes. The others were taken aback. Surely you jest. You didn't give up entirely, did you? Although this math exam was challenging, there were still some questions with easy marks. Why submit so early? You could have at least had a chance to copy. Are you foolish? Do you genuinely wish to fail? Don't you realize that your midterm scores impact your overall grade? They began to chastise Yi Fan. He shrugged, a carefree grin on his face. Relax, I answered everything. This exam was far too easy. Xiao Wu scoffed. You're just boasting. My math skills are quite good. Yet I still struggled with the questions, let alone you. Lei Gu added, we must accept the reality. Failing this exam is no tragedy. After all, subjects like mathematics, physics, and chemistry have been our lifelong adversaries. It's not just you who risks being cannon fodder. I too am destined to be a vanquished foe. Yi Fan boldly declared. Today is not like the past. You shall see me in a new light. I am certain to score high and win a scholarship. Confidence is commendable, yet arrogance is not. I acknowledge that you excel in various areas, but scholarships are awarded based on results. Xiao Wu sighed. Don't be so harsh. At the very least, Old Yi excels in sports. Perhaps he might qualify as a special talent, earning him extra points. Lei Gu interjected. Yi Fan, observing his roommate's skepticism, remained unfazed. After all, his remarkable leap in grades was not particularly shocking. However, the notion of securing a first-class scholarship was indeed outrageous. Yet, he relished the thought. He possessed a system, a veritable panacea. Hey, going from the bottom of the class to the top. He clapped his friends on the shoulder, beaming. Now, let us go celebrate. It's on me. All right, Old Yi is treating us. I want an extra chicken leg. Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. I desire the most expensive sauerkraut fish pot in the cafeteria. Fat Tiger chimed in, exhilarated. Ha ha ha, I certainly won't hold back when ordering. Lei Gu grinned. Yi Fan smirked. Rest assured, there will be more than enough funds. Indeed, becoming a beneficiary of redevelopment had its perks. Well, Old Yi is now wealthy. If his studies falter, he could always return to inherit several properties. Xiao Wu mused. Who can argue with that? Not only does he inherit numerous houses, but he also stands a chance at marrying a beautiful and affluent campus belle. Isn't that infuriating? Lei Gu clenched his fists, brimming with excitement. Not only does he inherit several properties and have the potential to marry a beautiful heiress, but he is also handsome, attracting numerous admirers. Goodness, it's maddening how I have such an outstanding friend. Fat Tiger shook his head. To them, Yi Fan seemed devoid of flaws. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Fan had experienced a sudden growth spurt, now towering at 183 meters, up from his previous height of 178. With newfound stature and a burgeoning fortune from his family's redevelopment, aside from his academic struggles, Yi Fan truly had no shortcomings. It was no wonder that the campus belle might pursue him. As Yi Fan reveled in the praise from his friends, he burst into hearty laughter. Enough of that. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Yi Fan allowed his roommates to order freely. However, when he presented his meal card, the cafeteria lady took it back, perplexed. What's wrong? Yi Fan inquired, puzzled. Is it demagnetized? He checked and found it intact. No, no, no. It's the card reader that's malfunctioning, the cafeteria lady exclaimed in astonishment, having spotted an astonishing number of zeros on the screen. This is the most shocking amount I have ever seen. Indeed, Yifan responded, I loaded that much. His roommates glanced over. Xiao Wu counted, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, is that 50,000? Fat Tiger stared, eyes bulging. He rubbed them multiple times, confirming he wasn't mistaken. It's indeed 50,000. Why on earth did you load so much? Xiao Wu asked, flabbergasted. Well, considering I'll graduate in 2 years. I'm just being lazy, avoiding the hassle of reloading, Yifan replied nonchalantly. His words incited a wave of envy. As students, a monthly allowance of 2,000 was considered affluent. Yet Yifan had managed to load a staggering 50,000 for his meals. This was enough to bring the cafeteria to its knees. That's incredible, man, Xiao Wu exclaimed, nearly dislocating his jaw in astonishment. I must post this on social media. Just how much did you benefit from the redevelopment? Lego reached for his phone to take a picture. Fat Tiger became animated. I want to ride your coattails. Yifan calmly replied, not much. I suppose I received a net of several million from the redevelopment. Just several million? How can you say that so casually? Lego was nearly at a loss for words. Previously, Yifan had been poorer than them, relying on their support. Now, having turned the tables through redevelopment, who wouldn't feel envy, jealousy, and resentment? Isn't this just my stroke of luck? Yifan thought to himself, feeling that binding the system was even more exhilarating than winning the lottery. After a round of compliments from his roommates, Yifan waved dismissively, enough with the flattery. Hurry up and order. I'm starving. With that, his roommates wasted no time, promptly ordering several meaty dishes. They settled into a quiet corner, ready to feast. However, just as Xiao Wu took his first bite, he grimaced, exclaiming, what on earth? They've put way too much soy sauce in this braised pork. For such a small portion, they're charging 8 yuan? This is outrageous. Lego added, the cafeteria lady's hands must be shaky. The plate of boiled river shrimp I ordered is far too scant, and they're all tiny. How can that even fill a gap? This sweet and sour rib dish is mostly flour, whereas the meat. They all lamented the declining quality of the cafeteria food, wondering how the chef had even secured their position while merely exploiting students' finances. Ugh, there's a bug in this vegetable. Are they trying to supplement our protein intake? They collectively felt they had hit a culinary disaster. Although the food was not inedible, it certainly left much to be desired. Amidst their dissatisfaction, they observed Yifan relishing his meal with great enthusiasm. As the succulent pork belly was stuffed into his mouth, the salty flavor seemed utterly absent. The visual appeal of the dish was undeniable, leaving Lei Guo and his companions utterly dumbfounded. Has your palate gone awry? This meat is excessively salty. You should refrain from eating it. Little Wu hastily handed Yifan a glass of water, concerned that he might be overwhelmed by the richness. Fortunately, Yifan and Mu Xinci had exchanged their taste sensations. Currently, Mu Xinci was savoring a delectable bowl of crucian carp and tofu soup. The fish was incredibly fresh and pan-fried to perfection, melting in the mouth. The broth undoubtedly stemmed from a rich stock. Yifan could vividly imagine the milky white base, speckled with vibrant green scallions to temper any fishy taste. As for the saltiness that Little Wu complained about, Yifan remained blissfully unaware of it. He recognized his roommate's good intentions and took a sip of water, yet the exquisite flavors of the fish soup lingered, prompting him to smack his lips in delight. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Xinci was grappling with her own plight. Just then, her phone rang. What is going on? What are you eating? It's so salty, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Even through the phone, Yifan could envision her delicate, soft features, prompting him to chuckle. I'm just dining at the cafeteria. The food doesn't quite suit my taste. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Mu Xinci replied in a rush before abruptly hanging up. The campus bell? Little Wu asked, astonished. Indeed, Yifan replied with a lopsided grin, sensing her imminent arrival. His roommates gasped in astonishment. Moments later, they witnessed Mu Xinci storming in, though her destination was not Yifan, but rather the cafeteria counter. Upon her entrance, the entire dining hall was illuminated by her beauty, causing male students to momentarily forget their meals, entranced by her presence. However, Mu Xinci quickly slammed her hand onto the counter, demanding, bring your cafeteria manager here. Why is the quality of the food so deplorable? Are you neglecting the students? If you cannot locate your chef, I am more than willing to assist the school in hiring one. Everyone was taken aback. They never anticipated Mu Xinci would voice their collective frustrations. Oh, how touching. Not only is Mu Xinci beautiful, but she is also kind-hearted. Yifan nearly choked on his food. There were even little bugs in the dishes. This is clearly a hygiene issue that requires immediate rectification. Her words resonated with the crowd, enlightening them. They had heard tales of enraged lovers defending their partners. But witnessing the campus belle fiercely stand up for Yi Fan was unprecedented. Yi Fan was indeed fortunate. How could he have captured the heart of such a remarkable girl? Should the cafeteria genuinely undergo improvements as a result, he would truly be a hero. A wave of envious glances converged upon Yi Fan. Even Little Wu and the others raised their thumbs in admiration, praising him. Your charisma is truly formidable. The campus belle is defending you. Yi Fan bashfully rubbed his nose. Yet pride swelled within him. Oh, it's nothing. But his spirits soared high. The cafeteria staff, thoroughly startled, promptly notified the manager. Upon seeing Mu Xinci, the manager wasted no time in apologizing profusely, willing to waive all of Yi Fan's meal costs and promising to enhance the cafeteria standards, even hiring new chefs to ensure Mu Xinci's satisfaction. Mu Xinci's assertiveness proved effective. That very evening, not only did the cafeteria offer significant discounts, but the food was also several times more delicious than usual. The ingredients were the freshest available, rivaling the fare found in restaurants, affordable yet exquisite. Celebrations ensued. Yi Fan quickly gained renown, becoming a figure of admiration among the students of Hucking University. As he walked through the campus, countless gazes of respect and gratitude were directed his way. Do you know him? He is the stuff of legends among us students. Thanks to him, the campus belle confronted the cafeteria, leading to its much-needed reforms, allowing us to enjoy delicious and affordable meals. Indeed, I used to dread eating here, yearning for takeout, as the cafeteria was both overpriced and unpalatable. But ever since Yi Fan endured a dreadful meal, the campus belle stood up for him. I'm no longer envious. In fact, I absolutely adore him. Now the cafeteria staff are no longer trembling, the dishes are plentiful, and they even smile, asking if there is enough food. He is the true hero of this story. This must be recorded in history. Such voices of admiration reached Hong's ears. He lamented to a friend. What is so remarkable about this? It's just the campus belle helping him complain about the cafeteria, making him seem extraordinary. His close friend shot him a fierce glare. How can you say that? He has liberated us from the torment of dreadful cafeteria food. He was taken aback, not expecting his friend to turn against him. Yet he couldn't comprehend how the campus belle's actions were tied to Yi Fan when it was her complaint, not his own. Clenching his teeth in frustration, he retorted, Can you make the campus belle complain for you? Chapter 43, quietly competing, stunning everyone in the exam. This indeed put Hong in a difficult position. He wished to, but the issue was that the campus belle wouldn't agree. If you dare to utter another negative word about Yi Fan, I will punch you. His friend exclaimed angrily before storming off, leaving Hong seething with indignation. Why was everyone turning against him in favor of Yi Fan? He was merely an ordinary person. However, the higher Yi Fan was praised, the harder he would fall. After all, the results were to be announced the following day. The anticipated day soon arrived. The school website published the scores, accessible by entering student ID numbers. Upon entering the classroom, Yi Fan, along with Little Wu, Fat Tiger, and Lei Go, found the atmosphere a mix of jubilation and despair. Oh no, I failed English again. This is terrible. I want to earn credit for my math final. Scoring only 30 points. How can the exam questions be so difficult? Who could possibly score well on such challenging math problems? Exactly. I thought earning a scholarship would be a breeze. Yet Hong, brimming with confidence, declared, Scholarships are no challenge at all. I've got this. What score did you get, class monitor? Everyone inquired eagerly. Hong nonchalantly handed over his phone. Oh, it's just average. I underperformed a bit. Are you being modest? You scored perfectly on your English exam. Impressive. Your math score exceeds mine by 30 points. You are the class monitor for a reason, always pleasing the teachers. I wish I could swap scores with you. You did remarkably well. You'll likely be in the top 5 of the class. How enviable it is that the class monitor can secure a scholarship. For someone like me, it feels like a distant dream. Hong smugly touched his nose, unable to conceal his pride. It was decent, but if I hadn't run out of time on the last question, I could have scored higher. Yi Fan scoffed quietly, recognizing Hong's unshakable tendency to boast. Not just Yi Fan, but even Little Wu and the others found Hong's bragging tiresome. Seriously? Is there a need to flaunt your average performance? Indeed, what is so impressive? Many in the entire grade scored higher than him. Yet he acts as if he is the top of the class. Coincidentally, Hong overheard their murmurs, his expression darkening. All right, are there any scores higher than mine? Upon witnessing Yi Fan's appearance, Hong raised an eyebrow with a smug demeanor, proclaiming, You haven't forgotten our wager, have you? What wager? A curious classmate inquired. With an air of arrogance, Hong replied, It pertains to his previous audacity in betting against me, asserting he could secure the first prize scholarship. If he loses, he must bark like a dog 3 times and pay me 5,000 yuan. This declaration left Xiao Wu and the others in shock. What? You actually wagered with him? Xiao Wu asked, clearly troubled. Peng Hu, with a hint of trepidation, turned to Yi Fan and cautioned, the first prize scholarship has stringent requirements. One must be exceptionally proficient, ranking at least in the top 10 of the grade. Why would you engage in such a bet? Even Lei Gu appeared despondent, reluctant to witness his good friend suffer public humiliation. Losing the wager would be a disgrace, an indelible stain on one's reputation. Monetary compensation seemed trivial compared to the humiliation of barking like a dog in front of so many people. How damaging to one's pride. Noticing the concerned expressions of his friends, Yi Fan reassured them, it's all right, I may not necessarily lose. TSK, you truly are oblivious to the impending doom. Hong Yi scoffed disdainfully. The others began to persuade Hong Yi on Yi Fan's behalf. It was merely a jest. Surely it can't be taken seriously. This exam is somewhat difficult. Let's not make a fuss. Everyone talks big. Why be so pedantic? Yet Hong Yi resolutely declared, no, I am serious. If he loses and refuses to acknowledge it, that reflects poorly on his character. Denying the bet would imply he disregards me, the class monitor. Hong Yi was genuinely furious. He was intent on winning, while everyone else seemed to rally around Yi Fan. What exceptional ability did Yi Fan possess that garnered such support? The others exchanged glances, feeling quite conflicted. Although they stood with Yi Fan, the class monitor was evidently unwilling to relent. Regardless, denying the wager would mean Yi Fan was being unreasonable. However, they were equally hesitant to witness Yi Fan face punishment. The demand truly seemed excessive. I haven't lost yet, Yi Fan replied coldly. Well then, how did you fare on this exam? Hong Yi inquired with a smug grin. I haven't checked, Yi Fan replied succinctly. Hong Yi exaggeratedly remarked. You must be too afraid to look. Allow me to assist you. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed to the classroom computer. The multimedia screen descended, and Hong Yi eagerly typed in Yi Fan's student ID. His face lit up with excitement. Yi Fan was surely doomed now. In front of everyone, Yi Fan would be utterly humiliated. Ha ha, Yi Fan is as good as finished, Hong Yi thought, reveling in his anticipation. The girls below averted their gazes. Feeling a pang of cruelty, they did not wish to witness their idol suffer defeat and humiliation at the hands of the class monitor. The boys sighed, fearing the worst outcome. With a resounding click, Hong Yi pressed the enter key, and the computer screen began to reveal the results. Phew, someone gasped. These scores. Are they even real? Heavens, this is unbelievable. The girls who had not seen the results felt a wave of dread wash over them. Oh no, our idol has truly flunked. They resolved to advocate for him. Class monitor, can't we let this slide? How can we? He lost. Hong Yi, you must honor the bet. A clear voice rang out. It was not Hong Yi's triumphant tone, but rather Yi Fan's resonant voice. What was happening? The girls were utterly bewildered. How could the class monitor have lost? They quickly turned to the large screen, only to discover the scores were astonishingly high. Out of a total of 120 points, political science, 120, English, 120, mathematics, 120, Chinese, 120, comprehensive finance, 120, and economic comprehensive ability, 120. Everyone was left dumbfounded. This was a perfect score. Except for Yi Fan, all were in shock. Even Hong Yi could not resist pressing F5, refreshing the screen repeatedly. Yet, the scores remained unchanged at a perfect 120. His throat felt parched. Was there something wrong with his eyesight? How could it be that every score was perfect? And it was Yi Fan who achieved this. It was utterly absurd. The crowd could hardly contain their excitement. How did you manage this? Yi Fan, you are incredible. This isn't just being a top student. You must be a genius. How did you improve so rapidly? Any tips? Even Xiao Wu and the others were astonished. Their mouths agape. Have you been burning the midnight oil to study? Goodness, you've been secretly working hard. No wonder you seemed so distracted while we were together. You were preparing. Suddenly, they felt foolish and naive, realizing their friend was indeed an academic prodigy. You must have cheated, otherwise, how could you score full marks? The praises from his friends made Yi Fan feel bashful. He scratched his head with a smile. Well, I have indeed put in some effort lately. The effort, of course, was directed towards the system. After all, acquiring this skill required the expenditure of points, which could be considered a form of diligence. This result was entirely within Yi Fan's expectations. The academic prowess system was indeed remarkable and reliable. Achieving full marks in every subject seemed almost excessive. Ha. He probably should have missed one question to make it more believable. This score was simply extraordinary, but seeing Hong Yi's stupefied expression was utterly delightful. I recall that if you lost the bet, you'd have to crawl around me once while barking like a dog 3 times, and then pay me 10,000. Yi Fan teased, gazing playfully at Hong Yi. Hong Yi's entire body felt electrified. He had never anticipated losing the wager. He had initially bet merely to humiliate Yi Fan. Who would have thought he would be the one humiliated? setting aside the embarrassment of crawling and barking. The prospect of paying 10,000 was enough to make Hong Yi feel financially drained. Typically, he relied on his parents for money or worked part-time, all while managing a small loan each month. His finances were already strained. Now he was being told he had to pay Yi Fan 10,000. This was madness. How could Yi Fan possibly achieve such high scores? Such a result would undoubtedly place him in the top 10 of the grade. No, he would be the absolute top student. He would surely qualify for the first prize scholarship. As Hong Yi stood in stunned silence, a girl began to gloat. Look, Yi Fan has won. You must honor the bet. Yes, class monitor, you wouldn't want to back out, would you? Of course not. The class monitor has always been a person of integrity. Just now, he said that anyone who denies a wager has questionable character. If the class monitor were to renege, how could he possibly continue to be our class monitor? The underlying sarcasm in their tone was palpable. Was this the same group that had just moments ago suggested letting it slide? How had their attitude shifted so dramatically? Hong Yi clenched his jaw, feeling entirely trapped. He had no way to save face or retreat gracefully. He slammed his hand on the table in utter disbelief and exclaimed, "This must be a flaw in the school system. How could Yi Fan possibly have answered such questions? There must be a mistake that led to this erroneous score." Observing Hong Yi's desperate struggle, Yi Fan merely smiled with disdain. It was then that someone suggested, could it be a mistake? Why not call the counselor and ask? Hong Yi felt a flicker of hope. It had to be an error. Yi Fan was at the bottom of the class. How could he achieve such outstanding results? Clinging to this last straw, Hong Yi excitedly proclaimed, "Yes, how did I not think of that?" He promptly dialed the counselor's number, deliberately putting the call on speaker so that everyone could hear the conversation. Hong Yi expected Yi Fan to be anxious, but to his surprise, Yi Fan leaned calmly against the wall, exuding an air of nonchalance, completely unfazed. Humph, still pretending, he thought. He looks composed, but inside he must be terrified. Soon, I shall have the pleasure of mocking Yi Fan. Hello? Hong Yi exclaimed with elation, having finally reached the counselor. "Teacher, this is the class monitor. I believe there's an issue with Yi Fan's scores. He seems to have nearly perfect marks in every subject. Is it possible there was a glitch on the website?" The counselor nodded in acknowledgement, confirming the error. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the students below. No way. They really mixed up the scores? I knew something was off. How could my score be so low? Exactly. The top student used to be Mu Xinci, and even she couldn't achieve such high marks. While I think Yi Fan is quite capable, it's still hard to believe he could score so incredibly well in such a short time. Who wouldn't he be surprised? The difficulty of this exam was considerable. What a pity. If Yi Fan really had scored this well, he would have shattered our school's record. Yi Fan furrowed his brow. This was truly unexpected. Could it really be that the scores were incorrect? Meanwhile, Hong Yi was elated. See, I knew it had to be a mistake. He cast a triumphant glance at Yi Fan. Look, Yi Fan's arrogance will soon be deflated. He remains the same old last-place student. Dreaming of high scores? What a fantasy. I'll soon have the chance to humiliate him thoroughly and share the video online, making sure he feels utterly small in my presence. Haha. He won't be able to hold his head high around me. As Hong Yi reveled in his anticipated triumph, Xiao Wu and the others were deeply concerned. Initially, Yi Fan's high scores would have meant potential scholarships, and everyone had been thrilled. After all, Yi Fan had brought glory to their dormitory. But who could have anticipated such a blunder? Yi Fan would surely feel disheartened. Xiao Wu patted Yi Fan on the shoulder, offering comfort. Pang, who gritted his teeth. What is Hong Yi planning? I'll deal with him. Lega nodded. I'll protect you. He won't lay a finger on you. Seeing his roommates standing by him, Yi Fan felt a swell of gratitude. With the errors corrected, Yi Fan's mathematics score should be 120, making him the sole student with perfect scores across all subjects. The counselor began to express excitement, exclaiming, "He is a genius." This declaration caused Hong Yi's previously smug smile to freeze in disbelief. He doubted his own ears. Yi Fan achieved all perfect scores. "Teacher, you must be joking." He stammered, still in disbelief. The counselor assured him, "This is no jest. We cannot joke about academic results." There was a minor issue with question 5. The mathematics teacher had written down the wrong answer, which we just realized and have rectified. Thus, those points must be added. Hong Yi was on the verge of losing his composure. Yi Fan not only hadn't he flunked, but had achieved perfect scores. Damn it, had I known, I wouldn't have called, he thought, feeling utterly humiliated. The surrounding students erupted in admiration. Goodness, perfect scores across the board. This is beyond my wildest dreams. I always thought Yi Fan was bright. He just hadn't applied himself. If he did, he would easily surpass all other students. No wonder I seldom saw him studying. He is a genius. No matter how hard we ordinary folks try, we could never reach his level. The school beauty's judgment is truly impeccable. Who can compare to Yi Fan? Those who used to criticize him now see he is the best. To Hong Yi's ears, This praise was a cacophony of irritation. He could see Yi Fan's face glowing with delight, while his own countenance darkened with despair. Humph, Hong Yi, you little fool. Are you convinced now? You've lost. Yi Fan arched an eyebrow and extended his hand, asking, will it be Alipay or WeChat? Wait, you must have cheated. Hong Yi protested indignantly to the counselor. Was there a leak of the exam questions? How else could Yi Fan's scores have skyrocketed? This scholarship is for you to earn, not to claim the top rank in the grade, the counselor replied sternly. The exam questions are confidential and have never been leaked. Initially, we wondered if Yi Fan had memorized the answers, but upon reviewing the exam, we discovered he provided at least 3 methods for each major problem. Methods even the math teacher had not considered. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. The teacher got the answers wrong, yet Yi Fan got them right? That means he's even more remarkable. Help, I can't even come up with one method, and he can produce several. Yi Ge, you're amazing. Yet you still claim there was a leak. If you think you can do better, prove it. It became evident that Yi Fan was a treasure trove of talent. He accomplished what others could not. Previously, I thought Yi Fan was foolish for rejecting the school beauty. Now I see it was a wise choice. I suddenly feel she is unworthy of him. Those who once disparaged Yi Fan now regarded him with utmost respect. Yi Fan had truly achieved the impossible. Handsome, tall, financially stable, and a super scholar. He was simply perfect. Now, girls flocked to him, eager to shower him with admiration. Yi Fan, you're incredible. How did you solve such difficult problems? Could you teach us a few? Excuse me, don't block my way. Yi Fan, shall we go to the bookstore after school? Yi Ge, would you come to my house for tutoring? I didn't do well this time and need some comfort. Beautiful girls vied for Yi Fan's attention, desperately trying to catch his eye. Hong Yi, witnessing this, was seething with rage. How had Yi Fan's scores skyrocketed? He had gone from the bottom to the top. Wasn't this a blatant slap in the face? Hong Yi felt utterly embarrassed, and as he instinctively began to retreat, Xiao Wu quickly stepped in front of him, gloating. What's wrong? Weren't you all about taking responsibility for your bets? Hong Yi felt mortified, acutely aware of the scrutinizing gazes upon him. Even Yi Fan taunted. Thinking of escaping? Hong Yi felt his face flush with humiliation. No, I just wanted to use the restroom. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and replied. You should fulfill your bet first. Hong Yi cursed himself for his earlier impulsiveness in challenging Yi Fan to a bet. Now, I have truly dug my own grave. With so many pairs of eyes upon me, I cannot afford to act dishonorably. However, should I fulfill this wager, it would lead to my utter humiliation. Some onlookers, unable to bear the spectacle, began to jeer. Class monitor, don't be a sore loser. Indeed, just moments ago, he was so assertive, and now that he has lost, he wishes to evade his fate. At this juncture, Hong Yi finds himself entirely cornered, with no means of escape. Taking a deep breath, he realizes he must bow his head. Yet, to his astonishment, Ye Fan extends his foot, tugging at Hong Yi's collar, compelling him to rise. Never mind, I'm not that cruel. Simply apologize to me. Ye Fan looked down at Hong Yi with an imperious gaze. He had no interest in escalating the situation, for that would only invite trouble and tarnish his reputation with accusations of bullying. Hong Yi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Ye Fan would refrain from making him crawl on the ground or bark like a dog. Nevertheless, Ye Fan's aloof demeanor irked him. It felt as though Ye Fan was bestowing a favor upon him. I'm sorry, Ye Fan. I was wrong before. Hong Yi, desperate to avoid punishment, could only disgracefully apologize. The surrounding crowd murmured in admiration for Ye Fan. Ye Fan is truly magnanimous. The class monitor is so petty, yet chooses not to stoop to his level. Truly, he is my idol, simply exceptional. Hearing their praises ignited a fire within Hong Yi. He perceived Ye Fan's feigned kindness as nothing more than a performance. Just as Hong Yi wallowed in his humiliation, he heard Ye Fan inquire, Alipay or WeChat? What? We agreed that if I lost, I would owe you 10,000. Ye Fan paused, declaring that this could not simply be overlooked. Hong Yi's expression darkened. For him, 10,000 was indeed no trifling sum. As the crowd urged him on, he reluctantly scanned Ye Fan's payment code and transferred the funds. The notification of 10,000 arriving via Alipay was met with Ye Fan's quiet satisfaction. Not only did I excel in the exam, but I also gained 10,000. This is an undeniably profitable venture. After securing the money, Ye Fan slung his arm around his roommates. Let us go, let us indulge in some delicious food. Laughter erupted as they departed, their excitement palpable. Watching Ye Fan leave in high spirits left Hong Yi seething with rage. Not only were his classmates disdainful of him, but he had also lost 10,000. How infuriating. He had to work part-time for ages to earn that amount. As if this were not enough, a more grievous blow awaited Hong Yi. Due to having corrected an answer on a math problem, he lost a point and consequently failed the subject. This misfortune meant he was now ineligible for the scholarship. He became the subject of ridicule among his peers. Hey, The class monitor was so confident about securing the scholarship this time. Now he has no chance. Who can blame him? He was so arrogant before. He deserves this. Seeing Yefan confront him was truly delightful. Hongyi always looked down on others. And now he has finally met his downfall. As the taunts of his classmates echoed around him, Hongyi's fury boiled over. This matter could not simply be brushed aside. If Yefan aspired to win the scholarship, then he would ensure that Yefan would not receive it, and he would be utterly disgraced. In the afternoon, within a classroom, Xinci, have you checked the results? Xiaoya asked Mu Xinci. Mu Xinci, engrossed in her book, replied nonchalantly, not yet. You haven't checked? Well, with your abilities. You must have secured the top spot again. Xiaoya nodded knowingly. For over 2 years, Mu Xinci had consistently ranked first in every examination. Everyone had grown accustomed to this fact. A subconscious smile graced Mu Xinci's lips. She was confident in her capabilities. The questions on the exam were ones she could easily tackle. Without a doubt, she would be first in the grade. Just then, a few girls in the front row gasped in astonishment. What an astonishing score. Given how difficult this exam was, achieving a perfect score is remarkable. Hearing this, Xiaoya boasted. Of course, Xinci's grades have always been excellent. This is only natural. No, I didn't score full marks. I checked and got a question wrong. Mu Xinci interjected, grasping Xiaoya's hand. Huh. Xiaoya was taken aback, unable to fathom that Mu Xinci would say such a thing. Who could possibly have scored better than her? This had never occurred before. The girls in the front row bashfully responded, of course it's Yefan. Yefan. The previously composed Mu Xinci blurted out in disbelief. This sounded utterly absurd. Xiaoya too found it hard to believe. No way, is there a mistake? ISNT, he always at the bottom of the class. Chapter 46, Yefan's Deceptive Prowess. Now, the school's official Weibo account had released the list, and there was no mistake. What's wrong? 30 years of the East Bank and 30 years of the West Bank. Is it not permissible for someone to strive for excellence? The girls clearly displayed their bias. Visibly displeased. Yet, some girls admired. He perfectly fits my criteria. Tall, handsome, and academically exceptional. How could such a perfect person exist? Mu Xinci immediately checked the school's official Weibo. Upon seeing the results, she was left dumbfounded. Perfect scores across all subjects. Even Xiaoya, upon glancing at it, was left with her mouth agape. Is he a super scholar? Perfect scores in every subject. What kind of intellect must that possess? Xiaoya suddenly felt embarrassed, so he was just pretending to be mediocre. His academic prowess is impressive. I had previously belittled him, and now I realize how shallow I was. Xiaoya gave Mu Xinci a thumbs up. I didn't understand why you liked Yefan before, but now I see your taste is quite discerning. Among all the students, who else could achieve perfect scores? He is truly a hidden gem. Mu Xinci was equally astonished. It was worth noting that Xiaoya was notoriously selective. Very few boys earned her praise unless they were exceptionally talented. Now, receiving commendation from Xiaoya made her face flush. Although she had not pursued Yefan, it was purely a misunderstanding due to their body-swapping experience. Yet, she felt no anger whatsoever. Was she perhaps reveling in this? Had she gone mad? After indulging in merriment with his friends, Yefan drove to the Yin family garden. He had yet to see the villa there. After all, there was a sleek Silby supercar parked in the garage. Having grown tired of driving his Koenigsegg, switching to a Silby would be a refreshing change. Yefan soon arrived at Villa 215 in the Yin family garden. Upon arrival, he was astounded. It was even more luxurious than the Mu family's residence. The property spanned an estimated 3,000 square meters. In such a vast space, it would take at least 4 or 5 maids to keep it clean. The rooms were so expansive that one could easily get lost, complete with its own elevator. It was far more opulent than Yefan had imagined, with dedicated dining rooms, tea rooms, gyms, music rooms, yoga studios, and esports rooms. Everything he could envision was present. Yefan was elated. He wandered around, utterly dizzy from the size of the place. His very first home was this grand. He never expected it. Remembering his Silby supercar, he dashed to the garage. He beheld the sleek and opulent silver sports car nestled within the garage, a veritable embodiment of luxury, its design surpassing even that of a Koenigsegg. As Yefan took it for a spin, he felt a thrilling rush akin to that of high-speed racing. It was an exhilarating experience. The system had indeed bestowed upon him an exceptional vehicle. After relishing the comfort of the car, Yefan prepared to depart, only to realize the vastness of his home was somewhat wasted without anyone to manage it. Finding a butler and staff would require careful selection and time. For now, it seemed prudent to have the property management oversee the estate. Thus, Yefan made his way to the property office, locating the manager. Hello. Here is the key to house 215 in Yin family garden. Oh, you must be the butler, the manager remarked, scrutinizing Yefan with a piercing gaze, his tone brusque. Just leave the key here and be on your way. If you're the butler, you appear rather youthful for the role. Yet, given his youthful appearance. One could easily surmise the homeowner was a woman. After all, affluent women often preferred young, handsome butlers to avoid drawing attention and to evade their husband's suspicions. The manager smirked at the thought. No, Yifan replied, I am the homeowner. His declaration left the nonchalant manager momentarily stunned, nearly toppling from his chair. What? This is unbelievable, the manager exclaimed, incredulous. The owner of 215 is a full cash buyer. Yet here stood a striking young man, even if he were a wealthy heir. It seemed implausible that he could afford such a prime piece of real estate outright. It was likely his father who had purchased it. The mere notion of him claiming ownership was utterly astonishing. Your name is Yifan? The manager asked, consulting the homeowner's name with lingering skepticism. Yes. Yifan raised an eyebrow. Do you require my identification? He was acutely aware of the manager's previous disdain. Yet, one could hardly blame him. After all, a mere university student acquiring a mansion would naturally raise eyebrows. No need. Rest assured, I will ensure your property is well managed, the manager exclaimed, his demeanor shifting to one of eager servility. Our property management is reliable. We will not let you down. Clearly, this individual was of considerable stature and must not be offended, lest the manager risk his own position through a complaint. That is acceptable, Yifan nodded. Handing over the key, the manager clasped it reverently, bowing and smiling. Would you care for some fruit or snacks? I can fetch them immediately. No, thank you. I have matters to attend to. Yifan declined, uninterested in engaging with such a sycophant. Very well, take care. The manager bid him farewell with undue enthusiasm. Upon witnessing Yifan enter the silver sports car, his eyes widened in astonishment. While he could not discern the license plate, the car's design screamed luxury. It was not something one could acquire casually. He nearly insulted a person of great consequence and regretted not having insisted on treating him to a meal. As the manager lamented his missed opportunity, Yifan drove away, completely unaware that this exchange of keys would sow the seeds of future complications. Yifan was exhilarated as he drove, the sports car surging with speed. After relishing the thrill of drifting, he cheerfully returned to the Mu residence. As he stepped inside, he noticed Mu Xinci descending the curved staircase. Did I hear correctly that you achieved the top score in your year? She inquired abruptly, her lips pursed, her demeanor fiery, accentuating her porcelain skin. Her long legs clad in black stockings commanded an imposing presence on the staircase. Yifan's heart skipped a beat at her approach. It appeared she was ready to confront him. After all, the previous top scorer had been Mu Xinci herself. His unexpectedly superior performance had robbed her of her title. Considering her temperament, a fierce outburst seemed inevitable. Ahem, Yifan straightened, refusing to cower. With the system at his disposal, why should he fear Mu Xinci? Mu Xinci strode confidently to Yifan's side. He anticipated an onslaught of accusations. Instead, she erupted in excitement. Well done. How did you manage to score full marks across all subjects? I flubbed the last question in mathematics, yet you offered 3 different solutions. Yifan was taken aback, utterly unprepared for this unexpected turn of events. Chapter 47. It is perilous for boys to venture outside. Mu Xinci's eyes sparkled with admiration. Who wouldn't relish such adulation from a stunning school beauty? This marked the first time Yifan experienced her genuine admiration. Not too shabby, I suppose. I didn't study all that much, Yifan replied, scratching his head. So you possess innate talent? Mu Xinci gasped in awe. She held no doubts, as her experiences with Yifan allowed her to perceive his every action. Yifan did not deny it. With the system, he was indeed gifted. How marvelous. I find myself sharing experiences with a genius. Mu Xinci exclaimed, glancing at her hands in surprise, realizing how deeply Yifan had concealed his capabilities. Initially, she viewed their shared experiences as a misfortune, but now, she recognized Yifan's exceptionalism. It had been her own lack of insight that blinded her from recognizing his brilliance. She had always admired those with talent. Yifan was faultless, any misstep lay with her. Yifan was buoyed by her praise, surely. This was a validation of his worth, truly gratifying. As he reveled in the moment, he felt a soft touch against his Adam's apple, causing him to instinctively recoil. Your allergy hasn't fully healed. Come, let me apply some medicine, Mu Xinci said with newfound warmth, leaving Yifan astounded. Previously, persuading her to tend to his injuries had been a daunting task, yet now, she effortlessly pushed him onto the bed. As he gazed at the enchanting and alluring Mu Xinci, he swallowed hard. Suddenly, he realized that a girl's warmth could indeed be perilous for a boy. What was merely a medicinal application became a source of shyness as he caught sight of her exquisite features. I may have been a bit harsh and reckless earlier, but I meant no malice, a timid voice emerged. Yifan looked up. Do girls change their attitudes so drastically? This was a complete turnaround. Will you help me study? Mu Xinci asked shyly. I didn't perform as well as you this time. But that doesn't mean I can't surpass you next time. She appeared slightly disheartened. Yi Fan's clarity returned. Oh, so it wasn't he that Mu Xinci harbored feelings for me. She simply desired to excel academically. The world of scholars is truly beyond my comprehension. All right, no problem, he replied, unable to refuse the request of the school beauty. After all, who wouldn't he want to be the tutor of such a charming girl? Ding. Detected intimate behavior between the host and Mu Xinci, rewarding you with 500 points. The system finally activated, rewarding him with points, which greatly pleased Yi Fan. He promptly accessed the system panel, eager to try his luck with a draw. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the talent identification skill, which enables you to discern artists and talents that can bring profit to the company clearly. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ability to discern and employ individuals wisely. Adept at recognizing their virtues and talents, utilizing them judiciously, and ensuring clear division of labor, thus avoiding futile efforts. These two skills are immensely beneficial for Yi Fan, who is now the principal shareholder of JUM Media. Tomorrow marks the company's welcome event, and it is his inaugural visit to the company to meet the staff. To ensure JUM Media embarks on the right path, both skills are indispensable. Signing on profitable artists is certainly a surefire win. The following day, under the radiant sun, a brand new Siebel supercar parked at the entrance of the office building, instantly captivating the attention of a throng of office workers. It is noteworthy that this building lacks wealthy elites. The most luxurious cars typically seen here are merely Benz and BMWs. The arrival of such an eye-catching Siebel supercar created quite a sensation. The women were somewhat exhilarated. This car looks incredibly expensive. Riding in the passenger seat must be so comfortable. Hurry, let us take pictures and post them on social media. I've never seen such a luxury car before. This is my first time witnessing it with my own eyes. The men, too, expressed their admiration, lamenting how effortlessly some could drive such luxury vehicles while they themselves were relegated to riding shared bicycles. One young man, addressing the excited women, doused their enthusiasm. Those who can afford such luxury cars are all old, pot-bellied men. Do you really want to marry someone like that? Upon hearing this, the women hesitated. While they certainly desired to ride in such a car, the thought of who could afford it quickly dampened their spirits. After all, such wealth typically belonged to balding, greasy uncles. The reality of life offered no abundance of handsome, rich men, and they realized they needn't dream. As the women's spirits sank, the men reveled in their self-satisfaction. Honestly, riding my Emma electric bike is quite nice. No need to hunt for parking. I can go wherever I please. Compared to those old men, these young men appeared more appealing. They felt they had scored a point. Moments later, a woman exclaimed, "So handsome." This only added to the men's pride. Haha, really? I think so too. I'm like Wu Yanzu of Magic City. Yet, as the young man scratched his head, he overheard the women's complaints. Stop being so vain. We weren't talking about you. The young men pondered. Was there anyone more handsome? As they observed the women swooning, they felt a slight irritation. What is so handsome about him? But following the women's gaze, they gasped in unison. Wow, he is truly handsome. Goodness. I think I'm falling in love. From the aforementioned supercar emerged a tall, striking young man. He had a lean physique, starry eyes, and thin lips. And under the sun, he radiated an air of elegance, clad in a crisp white shirt. He was simply breathtaking. Such allure stirred an instinctive envy and admiration among the young men. However, in the next moment, their expressions shifted to one of shock. Who claimed he was an old man? This was undoubtedly a Prince Charming. The women sighed in admiration. The men conceded, seeing him, I willingly yield. In terms of looks, I've genuinely lost. It was infuriating that the other party was so undeniably handsome. To make matters worse, he was driving a top-tier luxury car. This was bound to induce a sense of inferiority. As the women gazed with envy and the men looked on with longing, Yi Fan stepped into the office building. This was his first day meeting JUM Media. Inside the building, Chi, the shareholder, encountered several female employees on the ground floor. The women greeted him respectfully. Good day, Director Chi. He arrogantly nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to enter the exclusive elevator. At that moment, he overheard the astonished voices of the female employees. Is he new? He is so handsome. Yes, he is coming this way. My heart is racing. Their surprise was accompanied by a flutter of youthful excitement. Chi furrowed his brow slightly. Is there a newcomer? Could it possibly be that new shareholder named Yi? Chapter 48. Is this the grandeur of a domineering CEO? Chi harbored a strong aversion to his counterpart, particularly since Xue Kaiwen had a favorable impression of the new shareholder, which further fueled his dissatisfaction. It was known that he was the primary shareholder within the company. Yet, after that young man arrived, he had usurped Chi's position as the top shareholder, becoming a near-mythical figure within the organization. There was no way Chi would accept it. Today, Xue Kaiwen had even organized a welcome event for the new shareholder, an honor that had never been afforded to Chi himself. Why should a newcomer, a mere boy, receive such treatment. She glanced outside, instantly dispelling his hostility. Humph, just a pretty boy. Clearly a novice relying solely on his looks to charm naive girls. How could someone like this possess wealth? She would never believe that such a person could have money. After all, those rich second-generation heirs, while handsome, were typically out chasing girls and spending money on their girlfriends, not casually investing in companies. This one resembled more of a gigolo, seeking a wealthy woman. She scoffed, completely disregarding someone of this caliber. However, he never anticipated that the young man would press the button and enter his elevator. Chi's eyes widened in disbelief. Even the female employees outside gasped in shock. Oh no, how did this handsome guy end up in the same elevator as Director Chi? It was known that Chi had a terrible temper, harbored grudges easily, and was notorious for holding onto past grievances. Furthermore, this elevator was reserved for the higher-ups, ordinary employees. Even new interns were prohibited from using it. Chi detested anyone who crossed boundaries. He had previously made life difficult for a junior employee who shared an elevator with him. The female employees were apprehensive, not wishing for this handsome man to clash with Chi, and immediately began signaling to Yi Fan. Handsome, you've taken the wrong elevator. This is the employee elevator. You must be new and unfamiliar with the rules. Let us guide you. This is a private elevator for the higher-ups. Chi, observing the young man's indifference, impatiently urged, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get out. He was already prepared for the young man to apologize fervently in mere moments. Chi relished such scenarios where pretty boys had to bow their heads to him, relishing the feeling of superiority. So what if you're handsome and can attract girls? In the end, you'll still have to humble yourself before me. As Chi awaited this moment, he found that the young man showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he spoke with a significant tone. The executive elevator, you say? Then I'm in the right place. The female employees outside were left dumbfounded. Even Chi wore a confused expression. Was this pretty boy out of his mind? What makes you think you belong in the executive elevator with me? Chi scolded. Did you forget to take your medication this morning? Which department are you from? I'll file a complaint against you. Initially, Chi believed that invoking a complaint would cause the young man to panic and plead for mercy. The female employees now felt a wave of fear for Yi Fan. Look, he's really about to face Chi's wrath. But to their surprise, Chi's words only prompted Yi Fan to shrug. Which department are you from? I'll fire you. Chi. The youth of today? Are they all so audacious? As the shareholder Chi seethed with fury, Yi Fan, icy and unyielding, pressed the elevator close button and selected the 5th floor. Chi's anger intensified. This pretty boy had clearly disregarded him. How outrageous. Hey, what is your name? You must be joking. You're about to be fired. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened. Yi Fan paid him no mind. Infuriated, Chi raced after him, grabbing his shoulder. Hey, I'm talking to you. He could not tolerate being ignored. To his astonishment, Yi Fan swiftly executed a shoulder throw, sending Chi crashing to the ground with a heavy thud, pain shooting through his tailbone as he curled up in agony. You brought this upon yourself, Yi Fan replied coldly. Chi clutched his back in distress, when suddenly, a familiar voice pierced the air. Yi shareholder. It was Shui Kaiwen. Chi was stunned to see her astonished expression. Not only her, but also the company employees bore witness to his embarrassing predicament, all eyes on him, including those of the goddess he admired. Where could he hide his face? He could distinctly see his subordinates stifling laughter, a mortifying scene indeed. Yet, what utterly shattered Chi was Shui Kaiwen's words. Yi shareholder? Could it be Chi's gaze fixated on the imposing Yi Fan, who exuded an air of cold indifference? A powerful presence accentuated by his tall stature. In that moment, Chi felt utterly dwarfed. You are the new shareholder? Chi stammered in disbelief. No wonder this young man dared to take the executive elevator and challenge him. He was indeed the new shareholder. Yi Fan turned his frosty gaze towards Shui Kaiwen. You should discipline your subordinate. Shui Kaiwen shot him a look of disdain. What have you done? Chi hastily scrambled to his feet. His face flushed as if scalded by hot water. I did nothing. He attacked me first. If memory serves, you were the one who spoke disrespectfully and struck first. My actions were merely self-defense. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. The onlooking employees were struck with admiration at Yi Fan's decisive actions. How exhilarating. They all knew Chi had been abusing his power, treating his subordinates poorly, and now, the new shareholder had swiftly dealt him a blow. It was a cause for celebration. Not only was the new shareholder wealthy, but he was also extraordinarily handsome. As the female employees ascended, their eyes widened in shock upon realizing Yi Fan was the new shareholder. They eagerly began to gossip. So you're Yi shareholder. You look even younger than we imagined. So handsome. You've raised our company's attractiveness. How cool. If he works here, I wouldn't even need a raise to be motivated. Even the male employees respected Yi Fan. They had all witnessed his impressive shoulder throw against Chi. Handsome and formidable. How favored was he by fate? Who wouldn't want to be like Yi Fan? They all secretly wished to thrash Qi. Even Xue Kaiwen didn't side with Qi, but instead admonished him. Change your temper and apologize to Yi shareholder. Qi felt utterly defeated. Was this a joke? He was the one who was struck, yet he was expected to apologize? Chapter 49. The protective black-stockinged female CEO. Qi, a longtime investor in the company, found it hard to believe he was being overshadowed by a newcomer. I stand by principles, not personal feelings. If you refuse to apologize, don't bother coming to the office today, Xue Kaiwen stated icily. She had dealt with Yi Fan before. If he had acted, Qi must have provoked him. Qi's character was indeed capricious, but she had tolerated him for the sake of his investment and connections. Seeing Xue Kaiwen's displeasure, Qi panicked. He had long harbored feelings for her. Without her, he would never have invested in this company, which he knew had no promising future. His every action was to win her favor. If she began to avoid him, it would be a tremendous loss. Fine, I'll apologize. Is that sufficient? Qi relented. Though reluctantly, he turned to Yi Fan and muttered, I'm sorry. It was an apology, but delivered with an air of arrogance. Yi Fan, having encountered such individuals throughout university, found it unworthy of his attention and preferred to remain silent. Yi shareholder, this way please. Xue Kaiwen smiled elegantly, inviting Yi Fan into the company. She exchanged glances with her secretary and employees. Moments later, someone began to set off fireworks and shower confetti in celebration. The welcome party had been meticulously arranged, a grand affair. Employees stood in two lines, bowing respectfully. Welcome, Yi shareholder. Others eagerly offered, Yi shareholder. Would you prefer coffee or black tea, orange juice, or perhaps pu'er tea? We have fresh fruits, cakes, macarons, and snacks. Feel free to take whatever you like. Qi watched in envy. Why had he never received such treatment before? It was so unfair. I want black tea, Qi blurted out. Yet Xue Kaiwen coldly replied. That wasn't a question for you. Her gaze was clearly directed at Yi Fan. Yi Fan noticed Qi's jealous glare and subtly curled his lips. I'll have black tea. Certainly. Would you like it iced or hot? Xue Kaiwen, ever attentive, inquired. Iced please. Yi Fan thought about the hot weather and opted for something refreshing. He couldn't help but envision the lovely face of Mu Xinci, who preferred iced beverages. If he drank something hot, she would likely complain, perhaps even pouting like a little wildcat. The thought was endearingly delightful. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with affection. Though he couldn't see Mu Xinci now, he could still imagine her sitting on the sofa, flipping through pages of a book. Such a good girl. Ever since he scored higher than her on an exam, she had been studying even harder. Just as Yi Fan was lost in his thoughts, Xue Kaiwen's melodious voice broke through. All right, I'll personally brew you a special lemon black tea. Qi, initially indifferent, was taken aback when he heard that Xue Kaiwen would be the one to prepare it. When I asked you to make it before, you refused. Now you do it for him? It's different. He is a distinguished guest, Xue Kaiwen replied, finding Qi's reaction excessive. She silently warned him not to offend Yi Fan, or she would not be lenient. Yi Fan was the savior of the company, having rescued it from dire straits. She was grateful beyond measure. If Qi kept provoking Yi Fan, she wouldn't hesitate to take action against him. Qi gritted his teeth in frustration. He wants it. Yet he doesn't get it? Yi Fan's request was met with a willingness from Xue Kaiwen that was utterly astonishing. Such disparate treatment was truly excessive. Initially, Qi Guodong believed that Xue Kaiwen was merely brewing a common black tea, but upon venturing to the tea room, he discovered that she was using the illustrious Dahong Pao. How could you possibly use Dahong Pao? That costs several hundred per pound. When I wanted a taste, you were reluctant to oblige. Yet now you indulge that boy? Is this not a gross misallocation of resources? Xue Kaiwen cast a discontented glance at Qi Guodong. I find it to be worth every penny. Moreover, the tea is my purchase, and I shall brew it for whomever I choose. Qi Guodong clenched his fists, feeling the sting of fate's mockery. Xue Kaiwen had not always treated him so disdainfully. Ever since that boy's arrival, everything had seemed amiss. Unable to bear it any longer, Qi Guodong stepped outside for some fresh air, only to be further provoked. A throng of people surrounded Yi Fan, fawning over him. Among them were several attractive female employees, all smiling sweetly. Yi Guodong, you are so handsome. I hear you are a university student. Which university do you attend? Have you practiced martial arts? Your skills are impressive. If you worked here, we wouldn't need to hire bodyguards. It feels so safe. Qi Guodong had previously witnessed those same female employees offer him only feigned smiles. How could they be so genuinely cheerful in Yi Fan's presence? His eyes darkened with envy. A thought crossed his mind, and he instinctively approached Yi Fan. Today's university students are exceedingly busy. Surely you aren't attending some obscure institution or a vocational college, are you? If that were the case, I would genuinely worry about the company's future. Qi Guodong subtly boasted. Unlike me, a graduate of the prestigious North Shore University, with exceptional vision and extraordinary leadership abilities. Oh, And how's your leadership faring with the company on the brink of collapse? Yi Fan arched an eyebrow, retorting. Qi Guodong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as his female colleagues watched with amusement. Which university did you attend? He demanded, his tone heated. North Shore is commendable, being a 211 school, but I attended a 985 institution, Yi Fan replied, raising an eyebrow, specifically, Hucking University. Yi Fan had gained admission as a special talent student, albeit ranking last, yet the university was a top-tier institution. Qi Guodong's countenance faltered. Hucking University was a school he had once aspired to attend, but he had narrowly missed the cutoff and opted not to retake the exam, instead enrolling in North Shore. The realization that the university he had coveted was now attended by Yi Fan left him shaken. The female employees gasped upon hearing Yi Fan's revelation. Hucking University is impressive. You attend a prestigious academy. How remarkable. A true academic prodigy. Their admiration for Yi Fan intensified. Qi Guodong felt a pang of regret. He had unwittingly undermined himself, allowing Yi Fan to steal the limelight. Naturally, the others were more enthusiastic towards Yi Fan. Yi Guodong, if you wish to take a break, you may use your exclusive office. President Xue has already arranged it for you. Come and see. It boasts the best lighting and is the most spacious. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was elated at the prospect of having an office, a first for him as a student. All right, let us take a look. Guided by the group, he arrived at his exclusive office, and the result was beyond his expectations. Chapter 50. The arrogant CEO emerges. This was no ordinary employee workspace. It was evidently a spacious room that had been elegantly decorated, with meticulously selected ornaments, offering every amenity. The genuine leather chair exuded grandeur, and Yi Fan immediately sat down. Although he couldn't discern the chair's softness, he could sense the luxurious comfort of the sofa where Mu Xinci was seated. It was indeed impressive. Leaning back, Yi Fan gazed out the window, taking in the towering skyscrapers and the bustling traffic below. It was magnificent, reminiscent of scenes he had only seen on television, further afield. He could even glimpse the sea. How delightful. The ambience promised cool comfort in summer and warmth in winter. No wonder so many aspired to be domineering CEOs. The experience was simply splendid. This room is allocated to me. Surely this is a jest. Qi Guodong seethed, biting down on his teeth in frustration. He had had his eye on this office, yet Xue Kaiwen had claimed it was reserved for someone else, leaving it unoccupied. Who would have thought it was being prepared for Yi Fan now? This ignited a fierce jealousy within Qi Guodong. He instinctively stormed out to confront Xue Kaiwen. What is the meaning of this? Why should he receive an office like this? He is merely a student. How could he possibly need such a luxurious space? Especially when he will hardly be around. Isn't this wasteful? Qi Guodong shouted vehemently at Xue Kaiwen. Xue Kaiwen, her expression tinged with annoyance, placed her hands on her hips and replied, how is it wasteful to give it to him? Don't forget he is the primary shareholder, possessing significant authority in the company. As the president, I have made my decision. If you are dissatisfied, you may leave. It was evident that Xue Kaiwen was genuinely displeased. Qi Guodong simmered with indignation, but faltered at the notion of leaving. Although he was not genuinely invested in the company, he had earned some dividends. When issues had arisen, he had contemplated withdrawing his investment, but with the crisis resolved and the company gradually recovering, he could see profits on the horizon. How could he abandon such an opportunity? That would be sheer folly. Kaiwen, I am not asking for better treatment for myself, merely for fairness. I am your friend. Qi Guodong's tone softened considerably. In the workplace, fairness is a myth. When you needed a studio, I promptly arranged it for you, and your studio is the best aside from yes. You are merely being greedy. Xue Kaiwen replied, her expression tinged with exasperation. Xue Kaiwen exited with the freshly brewed lemon black tea. Qi Guodong clenched his fists in frustration, unwilling to concede defeat. At that moment, Yi Fan sat comfortably in his chair, sipping the lemon black tea personally crafted by Xue Kaiwen, though he couldn't savor the flavor. The sight of Qi Guodong's envious gaze from the shadows brought him immense satisfaction. How delightful. Is there an artist audition tomorrow? Yi Fan noticed a form and inquired of Xue Kaiwen. Yes, after all, the number of artists currently with the company is quite limited. We aim to sign some new talents for acting roles, Xue Kaiwen replied with a faint smile. Yi Guodong, if you are interested, you can join us in selecting them tomorrow. Qi Guodong felt a wave of discontent wash over him. He was merely a university student. What could he possibly contribute? It would only lead to the signing of a haphazard array of artists. In response to Qi Guodong's bluster, Yi Fan scoffed. Is my handsome appearance causing you to judge me solely by my looks? That must surely be my fault. However, underestimating me is undoubtedly your error. Yi Fan's gaze was piercing, his presence commanding. This not only intimidated Qi Guodong, but also quickened Xue Kaiwen's heartbeat. She held Yi Fan in high regard and immediately began to defend him. Among so many companies, Yi Guodong chose us. His discerning eye is exceptional, and I trust his judgment. Hearing Shui Kaiwen's words, Qi Guodong felt a surge of bitterness. His own goddess was consistently siding with Yi Fan, which was infuriating. Very well. Let us see what he can select. Qi Guodong muttered through clenched teeth. Tomorrow, he would ensure that Yi Fan faced a challenge, regardless of what Yi Fan chose. He would vehemently oppose him. Yi Fan, however, brimmed with confidence. After all, he possessed a system that granted him exceptional insight. With 2 aces up his sleeve, talent identification skill, and ability to know and employ others, he was well equipped. Now that the company was essentially his, as an entertainment enterprise, having versatile and outstanding talents was of paramount importance, as it undoubtedly pertained to future growth prospects. Noticing the time was growing late, he prepared to leave, with Shui Kaiwen personally escorting him downstairs. He drove his sleek Silby sports car back to the Mu residence. Little did he anticipate that upon arriving at the entrance, he would collide with a graceful figure. Yi Fan, why have you only just returned? Mu Xinci, sporting a bun hairstyle, had a charmingly delicate face. Dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and hot pants, her figure was alluringly curvaceous, her long, fair legs captivating. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with vitality. Faced with her surprise, Yi Fan rested his hands on the steering wheel, smirking. What's the matter? Missing me? Her naive visage instantly flushed crimson as she vehemently shook her head. No, I wasn't missing you. I was just worried you might be off gallivanting again and tire me out. So you do care about me? Yi Fan's smile deepened, relishing in the playful exchange. He took delight in teasing her, enjoying the sight of her face turning beet red as her various protests fell short against his banter. Absolutely not. Don't misconstrue my words. Mu Xinci's exquisitely refined face was now a vivid shade of red, her delicate ears burning with embarrassment. To Yi Fan, this only added to her charm. Perhaps overwhelmed by shyness or embarrassment, she quickly redirected the conversation, her gaze shifting to Yi Fan's sports car. Is this a Silby? Why did you change cars? Mu Xinci's surprise was palpable, soon followed by a pale expression. You didn't rent it, did you? Where did you get the money? If you're in financial trouble, please tell me. Don't resort to illegal activities. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with amusement. Look at her. Just moments ago, she claimed not to worry about him, yet she was clearly quite concerned. How endearing. Her face radiated a soft pink hue, utterly adorable. Especially when met with her glistening eyes, Yi Fan found himself utterly captivated. What if I have engaged in illegal activities? What will you do? Yi Fan's lips curled into an impish grin. What can I do? She stammered, her expression filled with reluctance. I definitely don't want to experience sewing in prison. Though she spoke defiantly, deep down, she was genuinely worried about Yi Fan. The truth was, he wasn't a bad person. He was a potential gem. It would be a pity if he strayed down the wrong path. Not just sewing. Who knows, you might even end up picking up soap. Yi Fan sighed dramatically, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he gazed at her. Mu Xinci resembled a startled rabbit. Her previously soft expression now flushed with color as she shook her head vigorously. Absolutely not. What exactly have you done? Just confess, and I'll help you think of a solution. Chapter 51. The spa treatment. Currently, their fates were intertwined. Mu Xinci naturally wished for nothing to go awry for Yi Fan. Yi Fan, however, burst into laughter, relishing her anxiousness. You are far too easy to deceive. You actually believe that? Huh. Mu Xinci, momentarily taken aback, blinked her long, curled eyelashes, reminiscent of dragonflies fluttering their wings, innocent and endearing. Once she grasped the situation, she balled her tiny fist. You tricked me. Come on. Yi Fan leaned closer, his handsome face mere inches from hers, observing her flawless complexion in its entirety. Even noting her slightly irate expression, he teasingly remarked, well, the pain will ultimately land on your face. Mu Xinci quickly withdrew her fist, pouting her rosy lips. What is really going on? The car is mine. My family's house was demolished, Yi Fan replied with a broad smile. Feeling relieved now? He instinctively reached out to gently poke her nose. Although he felt the warmth of affection, his eyes clearly observed her startled reaction, akin to a little rabbit. Her ears twitching adorably. That's good. Mu Xinci's ears flushed a soft red, exuding a tender charm. It turned out the demolition had brought in a windfall. Having experienced her own villa's demolition, she understood the financial gains involved. If Yi Fan had indeed prospered from it, everything made sense. She felt a twinge of regret. Realizing her earlier attitude had been too rigid, she shouldn't have doubted his integrity. Despite his occasional mischief, he was fundamentally a good person. With this thought, Mu Xinci softened her tone. You should hurry inside. I've prepared something for you. Prepared what? Yi Fan inquired, curiosity piqued. A hot spring. Really? Yi Fan exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Thank you. You're so considerate, thinking of me. It had been ages since he last indulged in a hot spring. He had longed for such an experience, but had lacked the opportunity, as they were typically found only in resorts. Yet, Yi Fan had never anticipated that the Mu residence would have won. After all, the Mu estate was vast, and he had yet to explore it fully. Don't overthink it. Mu Xinci's face turned crimson again, her flawless skin glowing with embarrassment as she deliberately avoided Yi Fan's twinkling gaze. I'm just tired and sore. I want to soak in a hot spring. All right. Although Yi Fan couldn't quite comprehend Mu Xinci's thoughts, it would be foolish not to enjoy a hot spring if it was available. After parking his car, he asked her, "Are you coming?" Mu Xinci paused. Taken aback, a hot spring? It would be such a waste for me to enjoy it alone. Besides, if you come, I can also experience the comfort of the hot spring. Consider it helping me out. Yi Fan smiled. I suppose that means I owe you a favor. Observing Yi Fan's earnest demeanor, Mu Xinci pondered for a moment before shyly nodding. Okay. Who wouldn't want a sweet and soft companion like her? When she was playful, she exuded a wild spirit, yet when she lowered her head, she appeared tender and adorable. As Yi Fan's thoughts wandered, Mu Xinci blinked her eyelashes softly. I'll go change into some clothes. Her delicate voice flowed like a gentle stream into Yi Fan's heart. Not to mention the innocent gaze she cast his way, it was simply too endearing. All right, I'll wait for you, Yi Fan replied with a smile. The hot spring facility at the Mu residence was indeed expansive, rivaling that of any public spa. The steam enveloped the area in a soft mist, with figures faintly visible. After settling into the hot spring, Yi Fan played with his phone, yet he noticed she had not yet arrived. What could have happened? Chapter 52. The joy of soaking in a hot spring. Yi Fan dared not blink, anxiety creeping in. He found the steam rather excessive, obstructing his view of the beauty he awaited. Just as his anticipation peaked, the graceful Mu Xinci finally came into view. Her voluminous hair was elegantly styled, and her fair skin, whether from the heat or not, blushed a vivid hue. Her face was exquisite, clad in a striped tank swimsuit, though it wasn't a bikini. Her soft curves were unmistakably accentuated, complemented by her stunningly long legs as she walked gracefully, each step echoing like a heartbeat in Yi Fan's chest. With her breathtaking beauty, she embodied innocence and allure. Upon spotting Yi Fan, her ears perked slightly, revealing a hint of shyness, and she instinctively grabbed a towel, as if to shield herself. However, under Yi Fan's fervent gaze, she truly felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. What should she do? A twinge of regret washed over her, and she wished to flee. Yet, unbeknownst to Yi Fan, Mu Xinci's timid and bashful thoughts lingered. He found himself somewhat dissatisfied. As a gentleman, it was paramount to respect the girl, for there would be ample time in the days to come. Come down, Yi Fan instructed Mu Xinci. With her delicate, beautiful face slightly nodding, she tentatively tested the water temperature with the back of her foot, as if fearful of scalding herself. Observing her cautious movements, Yi Fan chuckled. Can you feel the temperature? It seems our sensations have exchanged. Mu Xinci, blushing from his teasing, retorted, I'm afraid of water. Can't I be a little careful? After all, she harbored a long-standing fear of water. Yi Fan pondered this. He mustn't be too forward, for everyone possesses their fears. Particularly a girl like Mu Xinci. As she gingerly prepared to descend, a pair of strong, powerful hands seized her arms, effortlessly lifting her up. The weight in her palms was tangible, but gazing at the bare-chested, strikingly handsome man before her, her breath became erratic. Ding! Contact detected, awarding 300 points. Yi Fan intended to assist Mu Xinci, yet upon touching her skin, he immediately regretted it. The visual impact, combined with the tactile sensations conveyed through her skin, ignited a fervent heat within him. Thank you, Mu Xinci's shy voice reached his ears. Her hair, smooth and soft, grazed her cheek, brimming with embarrassment. Her bright eyes radiating an irresistible allure. As Yi Fan instinctively leaned closer, unable to resist the urge to kiss her rosy lips, an interruption occurred. Miss, young Master Yi, the wine and meal have arrived, the maid announced, catching Yi Fan's attention. She bore a tray filled with wine glasses and exquisite delicacies. The specially designed tray floated effortlessly atop the water, while it was delightful to indulge in food and drink while soaking. Yi Fan felt a tinge of displeasure at the disruption. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that should he have kissed her, it might have frightened her away, causing him to lose precious time. Why is she running so fast? Mu Xinci wondered aloud, watching her maid dash away. Yi Fan chuckled heartily at her naivety. What are you laughing at? Mu Xinci inquired, genuinely puzzled by his amusement. Drawing near, Yi Fan observed her with intrigue. In this beautiful moment, on this lengthy night, why do you think she hurried away? Is it not to avoid disrupting us? With a playful flick of his finger, he brushed aside the strands of hair that obscured Mu Xinci's lovely face. He could keenly sense her cheeks quivering with unease. a subtle frequency that accentuated her fragility and sweetness. Mu Xinci's face flushed vibrantly. Yi Fan's suggestive words guided her thoughts towards peculiar avenues. Don't drive the car. Stop, she stammered, retreating in a fluster. Her youthful visage, flushed with embarrassment, appeared even more radiant. Those doe-like, crystalline eyes seemed restless, unsure whether to meet Yi Fan's gaze or look elsewhere. After all, he was currently bare-chested. Could you perhaps don a bathrobe? Mu Xinci's ears turned a deep crimson. Have you ever seen a man in a bathrobe while soaking? Oh, you must have been secretly admiring my physique for quite some time, fearing I might be so alluring as to make you bleed from the nose. Yi Fan teased, his pride swelling. Shall I be your benefactor? He feigned the role of a wolf about to pounce. Mu Xinci's face blazed a deeper shade of red, her small hands pushing against Yi Fan's chest. No. Yi Fan's gaze instinctively landed on her hand, his breaths becoming heavy as he smirked knowingly. What does that mean? Startled, Mu Xinci's skin flushed a delicate cherry hue. Her voice elevated in pitch, brimming with excitement. Don't think too much. She hastily withdrew her hand, regretting her impulsive contact. Oh dear, she had just given him a reason to laugh at her. Gazing at the adorable, soft Mu Xinci, akin to a delicate little rabbit, Yi Fan struggled to suppress his racing heart. Ha! You are simply too endearing. Flattered by his compliment, Mu Xinci's eyes widened in surprise, innocently blinking, her lips pouting. I am inherently adorable. She couldn't help but smile, delighting in the moment. Ding! Detected sweet mutual feeding, awarding 300 points. Yi Fan dismissed the systems panel, feeling the atmosphere lighten, his body at ease. After all, soaking in the hot spring, indulging his skin, enveloped in warmth, was incredibly pleasurable. Let us eat, Mu Xinci chimed, her eyes sparkling with desire. As she leaned over like a lazy and charming cat, the jelly is delicious. Yi Fan chuckled softly. Who could misunderstand her meaning? She simply craved the jelly, indulging her whims, for she was undeniably charming. He reached for the jelly as her excited little face lit up, her eyes gleaming. Yi Fan's heart raced, completely captivated by Mu Xinci. In Chapter 53, You Actually Want a Drink? The dessert was cherry blossom jelly, beautifully delicate and soft. Yi Fan scooped a spoonful into his mouth, but it tasted bland, akin to plain water. Yet, gazing at the sweet, enchanting Mu Xinci, he felt as though he could taste the sweetness. Her satisfied smile, with the corners of her mouth lifting and her eyes gleaming, radiated joy and happiness. Have another bite, she urged, her lips pouting in desire. Yi Fan thought that her lips would likely taste incredibly sweet. I want to eat too, he declared, instinctively scooping a spoonful of jelly towards her rosy lips. It was an unexpected act. The jelly found its way into her mouth. Yi Fan distinctly felt her gentle nibble, her soft bite enhancing the sweetness. He nodded in satisfaction, savoring the delightful experience. Ding! Detected sweet mutual feeding, awarding 300 points. Instinctively, he offered her another spoonful. As Mu Xinci leaned down to partake in the jelly, a sudden clatter echoed as the slippery jelly slipped from the spoon. Ah! She exclaimed, the jelly landing at her feet. Mortified, she felt utterly humiliated. How could she have embarrassed herself like this? She had always maintained a respectable image in front of others. Yet Yi Fan, ever the gentleman, effortlessly masked the incident, retrieving the fallen jelly with ease. It's all right, it was merely an accident. Ahem. I often find myself in similar predicaments. Mu Xinci fidgeted with her hair, flustered and embarrassed, wishing she could vanish into thin air. Shall we have some wine? She suggested, hoping it might alleviate the awkwardness. She nodded in silent agreement, desperately wishing to drown her embarrassment. Yi Fan poured 2 glasses of red wine and handed one to her. Mu Xinci eagerly drank it down, and Yi Fan savored the crisp, slightly astringent flavor. Pleasantly sweet. This was a bottle of Lafite worth thousands, yet Mu Xinci consumed it in one gulp. Yi Fan chuckled teasingly. Thirsty? Mu Xinci shot him a glare. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Indeed, this fellow was clearly feigning ignorance. It was he who had put her in such an embarrassing predicament. Remembering the recent events, she shyly buried her face. What should she do if she wanted to flee? Yi Fan observed the entire scene with amusement. She was truly adorably foolish. In her current state, she lacked any semblance of menace, making one wish to indulge her whims. There's still plenty of red wine. Will it suffice? Allow me to pour you some, Yi Fan said with a smile as he gazed at Mu Xinci. You drink it, I want a drink. Mu Xinci insisted, handing him the glass he had poured. Who would refuse a lovely lady offering wine? Yi Fan could already sense the delightful aroma wafting from her. He savored the wine with great pleasure. Due to their shared sensations, he could only experience the taste from Mu Xinci's perspective. As they drank together, he soon found her soft form nestled close to him, her delicate body pressed against his, startling Yi Fan. He watched her tipsy, foolishly rosy-cheeked visage. Ding. Detected Mu Xinci's affectionate embrace, granting you 300 points. Hey, she giggled, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. She was pure and sweet. With a playful gesture, she beckoned him closer, her intoxication amplifying her allure, her smile captivating. Come here. Yi Fan chuckled helplessly. Silly girl, thoroughly inebriated. Did she truly believe she was safe? After all, he was a man. With a teasing grin, Yi Fan leaned in closer, only to be enveloped by the intoxicating sweetness of her breath. It carried hints of wine, yet predominantly of fresh fragrance. Hee, you're so handsome. Your lashes are so long, your nose so refined. Haha, your lips are beautiful. And your skin is even better than a girl ass. Mu Xinci playfully lifted his chin, giggling. Yi Fan's gaze was fixed upon her stunningly inebriated visage. The enticing blush on her cheeks was both sensual and endearing. He found himself enchanted. In her tipsy state, she was undeniably irresistible. Just as Yi Fan felt a surge of desire, she unexpectedly cupped his face in both hands, pressing him against the stone wall of the hot spring. She leaned in, fervently kissing him. In an instant, Yi Fan's composure shattered. This was no mere peck, it was a passionate French kiss. He was at a loss for where to place his hands. As he grew anxious, she fervently pressed her red lips against his, immersing him in a state of blissful surrender. The lingering taste of red wine on her lips was sweet and utterly tantalizing. Ding, detected a passionate kiss. Rewarding you 500 points. Yi Fan was astonished that Mu Xinci would take the initiative. After all, he was a man. How could he allow a girl to be so forward? However, it wasn't long before he regained his composure and passionately kissed her back. Although he had little experience kissing girls, it felt instinctual. Yet, when he paused, she whimpered with a slight pout. Kiss me, please. Her eyes glistened, her lips pouting seductively. How utterly adorable. All right, let us kiss, Yi Fan conceded, leaning down to press his lips against hers. Mu Xinci smiled, her beautiful face radiating satisfaction. The subsequent events spiraled out of control. As Yi Fan rose from the warmth, this foolish girl immediately leaped onto his back, insisting, let us sleep. Yi Fan chuckled at her carefree demeanor. Did she possess no sense of danger? Why wasn't she worried about what might happen? Shaking his head in resignation, he carried Mu Xinci back to her room. Chapter 54. You awoke from your drunken slumber? The next day, as Yi Fan was putting on his shirt, the door swung open. Yi Fan, what did you do to me last night? A flustered voice exclaimed. Yi Fan glanced up to find Mu Xinci's face flushed. Her eyes blinked rapidly, clearly mortified, her small fists clenched tightly. Upon awakening, she found herself in bed, disheveled, and suddenly recalled her drunken escapade from the previous night. Awake? Yi Fan approached the now accusatory Mu Xinci, his tone laden with meaning. I was just about to inquire what you did to me. As he drew near, he noticed Mu Xinci recoiling like a startled rabbit, nearly losing her balance. What could I possibly do to you? She protested, her ears reddening. I am still a girl. And I am still a boy. Who would have thought you were so ravenous, that you would ravage me? Look, here is the evidence. Yi Fan instinctively tugged at his collar, revealing a vividly red love bite on his neck. Upon seeing it, Mu Xinci's skin ignited with embarrassment. She had never anticipated being so bold as to kiss Yi Fan's neck, let alone leaving a mark. This was clear evidence that it was far more than just a casual peck. Just how many kisses had she given? Had she been sober? She would surely have perished from embarrassment. I was drunk, Mu Xinci wailed, her voice rising before she adopted a pitiful demeanor. Yi Fan gazed at her exquisite face, a smirk playing at his lips as he teased. Oh, so you think being drunk grants you the license to take advantage of others? How dare I be wronged? Mu Xinci averted her gaze, fearful of encountering the scandalous love bite. Observing her adorable demeanor, Yi Fan chuckled to himself. How mischievous he was. She was far too gullible. The mark was merely the result of him scratching an insect bite, yet she genuinely believed it was a love bite. Very well, contemplate your actions. Yi Fan ruffled Mu Xinci's hair, guiding her to face the wall before chuckling softly as he exited. The touch of his hand left her face blushing fiercely. She shot a glance at him, but he sauntered away with carefree nonchalance. Mu Xinci began her self-reflection. 1. Abstain from alcohol. 2. Avoid mingling with Yi Fan at night. Oh, how shameful. How could she have committed such a disgraceful act? Filled with regret, she lightly banged her head against the wall. Thud, thud, thud. No self-punishment. Yi Fan returned, laughing, and pointed at his forehead. But I am the one suffering. Before Mu Xinci could respond, he had already left. She immediately covered her burning face. Mortified. Meanwhile, after Yi Fan descended the stairs, he entered the system mall for a 5-fold draw. He received 3 rewards in total. Ding, congratulations, host. You have drawn 30 bottles of Macallan M Crystal Whiskey, now placed in the Villa S wine cabinet. Ding, congratulations, host. You have drawn a phone with a permanent, fully charged state. Ding, congratulations, host. You have drawn a surveillance repair technique. Yi Fan was quite pleased. Macallan M Crystal Whiskey was indeed a fine spirit. One bottle fetched tens of thousands. It could be considered the Rolls-Royce of wines. Should he ever face bankruptcy, even selling this wine could make him a millionaire. Moreover, the collectible value of such liquor is exceedingly high, destined for appreciation in the future. Even if one were to indulge in it personally, the experience would be delightful. Yi Fan has quite the penchant for alcoholic beverages. However, in the past, he only consumed the 3 yuan a bottle large beers. He finds himself quite content with this. 30 bottles of Macallan's M Lalique Crystal Whiskey could easily fill his liquor cabinet. As for the skill that ensures his phone remains perpetually charged, it is remarkably practical. How splendid it is. Can I ever worry about a dead battery again? Yi Fan is positively thrilled. Although there are now shared power banks available, they charge at a painfully slow rate for 3 yuan per hour, which feels like an exploitation of consumers. However, a dead phone can be exceedingly troublesome. In this age of 5G, who can possibly live without their mobile device? With this skill, Yi Fan is free from any concerns. He picks up his phone to test it out. How marvelous. He can play with his phone without any fear of battery depletion. His phone remains in a state of full charge. Compared to other rather useless skills, this one is immensely valuable. Yet, he is puzzled by the purpose of the surveillance repair skill. It sounds rather unhelpful. Host. This skill allows you to record everything under surveillance, even if the cameras are turned off or damaged, and it will send the original files to your USB drive. After hearing the system's explanation, Yi Fan contemplates the utility of this skill. While it may not be as immediately useful as the previous ones, one never knows when it might come in handy. When the time for class arrives, Yi Fan heads to school. As he reaches the corridor, a demure girl with short hair, blushing fiercely, hands him a love letter. For you. Witnessing her bashful demeanor, Yi Fan remains unfazed. This is merely a part of his daily life. Being so popular can indeed be a burden. He finds himself constantly rejecting girls. I do not harbor feelings for you. Yi Fan states bluntly. He has learned his lesson. He cannot afford to give any hope to the girls he does not like, as it would only complicate his life further. It is better to cut through the confusion swiftly, allowing himself some peace. The short-haired girl, taken aback by Yi Fan's rejection, feels tears welling in her eyes. Can we at least be friends? I truly like you. I never engage with friends romantically, Yi Fan replies coldly, before turning to leave. The girl gazes at his retreating figure with a sense of injustice, her fists clenched in frustration. Just when she feels overwhelmed, a shadow suddenly appears before her. I have a way for you to successfully date Yi Fan. Are you willing to give it a try? The short-haired girl hesitates. Really? Since he currently shows no interest in her, what does she have to lose? Perhaps it could yield success. This thought dispels her doubts, and she asks openly, what is your plan? After the other person reveals the scheme, her eyes widen in disbelief. Isn't this a bit excessive? Excessive? Or would you rather watch him date another girl? I've heard the campus belle is pursuing him quite fervently. Alarmed, the short-haired girl exclaims, no? I'll follow your advice. She is left with no other options. She genuinely desires to be Yi Fan's girlfriend and does not want the campus belle to win his affection. Perhaps this plan is indeed worth a shot. During the afternoon physical education class, Yi Fan is tasked with retrieving sports equipment from the storage room. Just as he is about to exit, he suddenly hears the door slam shut. Who is there? Yi Fan asks, alert. Chapter 55. Did I not make myself clear? I will not date you. To his surprise, he finds the bashful face of the short-haired girl before him. Now, she clutches her chest nervously, her expression indecisive. Yi Fan. Yi Fan furrows his brow. Is it that I failed to clarify? I will not date you, I apologize. As Yi Fan attempts to leave, the short-haired girl blocks the door, her eyes glistening with tears as she defiantly responds. Even if you do not like me, I still want to date you. With that declaration, she tears open her shirt, revealing her smooth, beautiful skin. What is she doing? Is she attempting to offer herself? Yi Fan feels no excitement. Rather, he is repulsed. Girls should have more self-respect. However, everything seems to take an unexpected turn. She covers her chest, tears streaming down her face, and begins to shout, help. Someone is assaulting me. Instinctively, Yi Fan tries to restrain the short-haired girl to prevent her from her outrageous actions, but it is too late. The door bursts open, light flooding in as the physical education teacher and several male classmates rush in. The short-haired girl appears to see her saviors and immediately rushes towards them, crying, Teacher, save me. Yi Fan is bullying me. Yi Fan. Is this what humanity has come to? Has this girl turned into a Yandera? Inside the office, Hong Yi and several male classmates serve as witnesses, observing the scene. The short-haired girl continues to sob beside them. The counselor appears deeply troubled. She can hardly believe that Yi Fan would engage in such behavior. While he may be a bit mischievous at times, he is of noble character. Yet, with so many girls coming forward with complaints and numerous eyewitnesses, The counselor finds herself unable to side with Yi Fan. She must advocate for the girl who claims to have been wronged. Rubbing her temples, she expresses her disappointment. Yi Fan, how could you do something so despicable as to bully a girl? Yi Fan, expressionless, replies, I did nothing. She is slandering me. Slandering? Would any girl joke about her own innocence? Hong Yi presses aggressively. Several boys express their disappointment in Yi Fan. I always thought Yi Ge was an upright individual. Yet here you are, unwilling to take responsibility for your actions. What kind of man are you? To commit such a heinous act is shameful. I feel embarrassed to have you as a classmate. We should just report this. The short-haired girl, terrified, shakes her head vigorously. No, please don't report it. If my parents find out, they will surely punish me. Tears cascade down her face, evoking sympathy. The counselor quickly attempts to soothe her emotions. All right, stop crying. This only intensifies the dissatisfaction towards Yi Fan among the others. Yi Fan, particularly displeased, asserts, I stand by my actions and can request to review the surveillance footage. Is there not a camera in the area? He had not anticipated being ensnared by a girl, especially one who harbors feelings for him. It seems that being a boy is perilous. One must take care to protect oneself. The surveillance is already damaged. I assent it. You broke it. Hong Yi glares at Yi Fan, accusing him of premeditating actions against innocent girls. How outrageous. Did you really think you could cover your tracks? Luckily, Xiao Yuan is clever. Otherwise, she would have fallen victim to your schemes. Several boys join in the chorus of accusations against Yi Fan. Yi Fan smirks. This is clearly a trap. An obvious attempt to force him into a corner. Had this happened to him in the past, he would have found it impossible to defend himself. But now, he possesses a system. Today, the system has granted him the surveillance repair skill. He can reveal the entire incident in a matter of moments. As teacher Yi Fan was about to clarify the situation, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Teacher, I can prove that Yi Fan is innocent. The enchanting voice belonged to none other than. Everyone turned in unison towards the doorway, where they beheld the flustered and flushed face of Mu Xinci. Her hair slightly disheveled and her expression filled with anxiety, clearly distressed over Yi Fan's predicament. Yi Fan was somewhat taken aback by Mu Xinci's sudden appearance. What had initially been a troubling situation now seemed to take on a sweeter tone due to her presence. However, the male students promptly began to voice their grievances on behalf of Mu Xinci. Mu, stop defending him. Find someone else to like. Don't waste your affections on scum. Exactly. His actions are utterly deplorable. He does not deserve your admiration. Don't be foolish. Look at how he treats other girls. Do you want to fall victim to his vile behavior as well? He's a disgrace, a blight on all men. He should be expelled at once. Amidst the cacophony of accusations, the short-haired girl feigned innocence, shedding tears that further painted Yi Fan's actions as heinously unforgivable. Yet, Mu Xinci remained resolute. He didn't do anything wrong. Stop slandering him. Hong Yi, witnessing Mu Xinci's bold stance, retorted angrily, you weren't a witness. How can you be so certain he hasn't done anything? Mu Xinci shot back, her irritation palpable, but as the words escaped her lips, she realized she had nearly divulged their shared secret. Who would believe in the absurdity of their body-swapping incident? What? Now you're at a loss for words. Unsure how to vindicate Yi Fan's misdeeds? Hong Yi was brimming with arrogance, reveling in Yi Fan's current plight. How deserving he was of this downfall. Despite the throngs that once supported Yi Fan, soon they would only cast him aside in disdain. As long as Yi Fan remained in school, he would face utter disgrace. Drowning in the spittle of his peers, Mu Xinci felt a pang of regret. Having rushed to his side upon hearing the allegations, she had failed to gather any evidence. What would happen if Yi Fan were truly sent away? Would she spend her days in sorrow, lamenting behind bars? She gazed at Yi Fan with a pitiful expression. Upon seeing her forlorn face, Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle. She resembled an adorable kitten that had been wronged, soft and delicate. I haven't done anything wrong. As for vindication, Yi Fan drawled lazily, casting a glance at the short-haired girl. You professed your feelings for me today, even sent me a love letter. Now, suddenly you claim I harassed you? Is this love turned to hate? The counselor's eyes fixed intently on the short-haired girl. Is that true? The girl immediately grew anxious, her shoulders trembling in panic. Hong Yi, sensing an opportunity, felt urgency rise within him. How could he allow Yi Fan to evade responsibility? Even if she liked him, could that deny his actions? Perhaps she was unaware of how despicable he truly was. Even if he were her boyfriend, any unwelcome advances constituted harassment. Hong Yi pressed on relentlessly. The short-haired girl, seeing Hong Yi offer her a way out, nodded tearfully. Wah, I didn't mean for him to hurt me. I still have some feelings for him. If he becomes my boyfriend and takes responsibility, I could let this all go. Chapter 56. I will take revenge on the spot. If not, we shall meet in court. The sound of applause erupted. Everyone turned to see Yi Fan clapping, a sardonic smile gracing his face. Teacher, see? She has finally revealed her true intentions. I've been waiting for this moment. A girl who had been assaulted now wished to be with her assailant? One would expect her to want him punished, not to pursue a relationship. Or was this all a carefully orchestrated act to win me over? Each of Yi Fan's words prompted deep contemplation among the crowd. Even those who had been comforting the short-haired girl began to doubt. Xiaoyuan, are you pretending? The short-haired girl was utterly terrified, stammering and glancing at Hong Yi's suggestive eyes, shaking her head vigorously. No, it wasn't me. Wah, I'm really timid. Please believe me, teacher, she cried, seeking sympathy from the counselor. The counselor, witnessing her tears, felt her resolve waver. Surely, such a far-fetched scenario couldn't have transpired. The girl seemed too timid to concoct such a scheme. Yet, Yi Fan didn't appear to be the type to harass girls either. He seemed quite the gentleman. A bright and sunny youth. Meanwhile, Hong Yi was relentless. I believe this matter should be reported to the authorities. He must face consequences, or he will continue his misdeeds, putting all the girls in school at risk. The counselor hesitated. Yet, Yi Fan addressed her directly. May I borrow a computer? I have a way to restore the surveillance footage. His words astonished the counselor. Really? Hong Yi, overhearing, scoffed. Stop exaggerating. Are you planning to defy science? If you want to clear your name, just admit your fault and apologize. Mu Xinci shot a cold glare at Hong Yi. Could you be quiet? The rebuke from the beautiful goddess left Hong Yi feeling utterly frustrated. Had all the girls gone completely mad? They were all rallying to defend Yi Fan. What merits did he possess that warranted such loyalty? He was now perceived as a perpetrator, yet the school beauty stood by him. Mu Xinci urged the counselor. Let him try. He might actually succeed. Knowing Mu Xinci was the daughter of a powerful family, a shareholder in the company, the counselor realized she could not afford to offend her. With her backing, there was no excuse to refuse. Thus, Yi Fan accessed the computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard under the system's guidance. Look at this. It appears quite convincing. Does he truly think he is a computer whiz? Hong Yi sneered beside him. However, as he prepared to revel in Yi Fan's downfall, he was taken aback when Yi Fan produced a video. The footage was nothing less than a complete record of the short-haired girl's false accusations against Yi Fan. He had not laid a finger on her. Rather, it was she who had torn her own clothing to frame him. Now, can we prove my innocence? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, addressing the crowd. The short-haired girl's complexion drained of color. She had never anticipated Yi Fan would manage to recover the video. Despite her attempts to destroy the surveillance, he had succeeded. The boys who had previously scolded Yi Fan, siding with the short-haired girl, now felt a wave of shame wash over them. They immediately turned to Yi Fan, apologizing. I'm sorry. Yigu, you're a good person. It's truly hard to gauge the depths of human hearts. Yes, I was foolish, led astray, and misjudged you. Yi Fan, I'm truly sorry. Please don't be upset. I owe you one. The counselor too, feeling embarrassed, offered her apologies. Teacher, I'm sorry. Please don't be angry. Yi Fan replied coolly. It's fine. You were deceived as well. His ire was directed at the short-haired girl and Hong Yi, who had consistently stirred the pot. Thankfully, soon they would face their just deserts. The short-haired girl was immediately met with a chorus of reprimands. Xiaoyuan, how could you falsely accuse a good student? You appear so innocent, yet your heart is so vile. Indeed, we wronged Yi Fan. He is so upright, yet you sought to ensnare him. No matter how much you like him, such cruel tactics are inexcusable, truly wicked. Even the counselor, visibly enraged, exclaimed, Xiaoyuan, what more can you possibly say? Your actions are utterly unacceptable, and I must inform your parents and impose disciplinary action on you. The short-haired girl, sensing the tide turning against her, burst into tears, pleading, Teacher, I was wrong. Please don't call my parents. Woo-woo, I just strayed down the wrong path in a moment of mischief, all because I liked Yi Fan too much. If you inform my parents, I'll be beaten to death. Being punished will ruin my chances of graduating. Woo. It wasn't my intention. It was Hong Yi who threatened me. Woo. He is the real mastermind. The short-haired girl sobbed as she pointed an accusing finger at Hong Yi. Hong Yi immediately panicked, his emotions spiraling out of control. No, that is not how it is. Don't slander me. I was deceived by you, supporting you, and you dare to throw mud at me. Yi Fan, taken aback, realized this was all orchestrated by Hong Yi. What a despicable character he was. Why was it that she only targeted him with accusations? It was glaringly obvious that this was instigated by him. Yi Fan's icy gaze bore into Hong Yi. He had harbored malice towards her before, but she never anticipated he would resort to such underhanded tactics. Desperation surged through Hong Yi. It wasn't me. The more frantic he became, the harder it was to explain himself. He found himself at a loss for words. Mu Xinci stated coldly, This matter is serious and must be addressed with accountability. Yi Fan nodded. I will send a lawyer's letter. We shall see each other in court. Upon hearing this, both Hong Yi and the short-haired girl were struck with terror. Court. Wouldn't he that ruin their lives? Especially since Hong Yi aspired to join a reputable company. A criminal record would obliterate his future prospects. No, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I was just momentarily bewitched. Hong Yi hastily begged for mercy. What dignity could compare to his future? Better to suppress this matter for now. Yi Fan's cold stare fixed on Hong Yi. Not a chance. This extinguished any remaining hope Hong Yi had. He realized that not only would Yi Fan not forgive him, but she would not relent for the short-haired girl either. Despite her various pleas and tears, Yi Fan remained indifferent. She had resolved to pursue her damaged reputation and immediately began contacting a lawyer to send a letter. Hong Yi and the short-haired girl found themselves in utter despair, filled with regret. The short-haired girl, in a fit of rage, began to punch and kick Hong Yi, shouting, "It's all your fault for coming up with such malicious schemes and dragging me down. You scoundrel." Her sharp nails and explosive strength inflicted considerable pain upon Hong Yi, who cried out, "Don't hit my face. Ah, be gentle, help." He never imagined the situation would escalate to this extent. It was truly dire. No matter how he shielded his face, he was still subjected to her relentless strikes, including a brutal sweep of her leg. The scene was nothing short of tragic. After recording a video of Hong Yi being beaten, Yi Fan retreated from the battleground, remembering that she had something far more important to attend to. Chapter 57. Enduring with dignity. Father's business acumen outshines yours. Yi Fan departed the office alongside Mu Xinci. Ding. Detected that the campus bell stood up for the host. Earning 300 points. Please continue your efforts. Thank you for today, Yi Fan remarked, closing the system notification panel as he turned to Mu Xinci. A gentle breeze tousled her long hair, accentuating her exquisite complexion. Her cheeks bore a faint blush as she feigned calmness. For what? I didn't really help. You are the impressive one, managing to fix the surveillance. At this, her eyes sparkled with surprise. A smile graced Yi Fan's lips. Being admired by a girl was undoubtedly a joyous occasion. I have more talents than you realize, he said with a hint of pride. Mu Xinci, curious, inquired. What else can you do? Her eyes twinkled with eagerness for knowledge. Just as Yi Fan was about to respond, he caught sight of the time on his phone. Wait. I have matters to attend to. I must head to the company. Her surprise was palpable. Company? You're not interning, are you? She hadn't heard him mention it. Not an internship, but managing a company, Yi Fan replied, his smile widening. I've just become a shareholder in a film and television company. And it's time to get to work. Mu Xinci was taken aback. What other secrets did he hold? He was truly a treasure of a young man. In an age where male college students often occupied themselves with part-time jobs to make ends meet, Yi Fan was a shareholder managing a company. Previously, she only appreciated his looks, but now she realized that his physical appearance paled in comparison to his other attributes. She felt a wave of shame wash over her for having underestimated him. As Yi Fan drove away, he remained oblivious to the gradual shift in Mu Xinci's perception of him. At GUM Media Company, in the interview room, shareholder Qi Shuekaiwen and several other executives sat together. After glancing at his watch, shareholder Qi smugly remarked, "See, today as college students have no sense of time. We agreed to meet at 5 in the afternoon, and yet here we are, still waiting." With such a lackadaisical attitude, how could he possibly aspire to be a shareholder and lead us forward? It was nothing short of a dream. The other executives frowned, swayed by shareholder Qi's words. Although Yi Fan was undeniably handsome, he appeared too inexperienced. As a student, he would likely be more inclined to indulge in leisure, while such friendships were fine. Having him as a shareholder was too risky, especially with the company still in its growth phase and the market environment being unfavorable. Introducing a frivolous major shareholder could hinder the company's development. Only Shuekaiwen stood in support of Yi Fan. It's easy to get stuck in traffic at this hour. It's perfectly normal for him to arrive late. After all, this is just a simple interview. We're not scrutinizing him as though he were a candidate for employment. The executives nodded in agreement. Yi Fan was not merely an employee, but a savior who could rescue them from their predicament. Given his wealth, accommodating him was the least they could do. Apologies for being delayed. School matters held me up, a magnetic voice resonated. The room turned to see the extraordinarily handsome Yi Fan enter. His striking profile and superior aura instantly dissipated any lingering displeasure among the executives. They recalled that Yi Fan attended a prestigious university, and smiles broke out as they welcomed him warmly. Yi shareholder, you must be exhausted, juggling both school and company affairs. Indeed, Yi shareholder attends Hucking University. With so much on his plate, balancing everything is truly an accomplishment. They all felt it was an imposition to have Yi shareholder make the trip, expressing their willingness to accommodate his schedule. Even Shuekaiwen, concerned for Yi Fan's well-being, suggested, "Perhaps I could report to you via video call in the future? Your school is a bit of a distance from us. It's not far, just 4 or 5 kilometers. I'll arrive shortly." Yi Fan casually placed the keys to his sports car on the table. Numerous eyes covertly glanced at the keys, unsure of the brand, but certain they were quite expensive. The design alone suggested luxury. One could tell the car was undoubtedly high-end. Indeed, the top-tier sports car was incredibly fast, and he arrived in no time. In comparison, brands like Mercedes and BMW seemed rather lackluster. All right, let us commence the interview. Shui Kaiwan nodded and handed Yi Fan a document containing a list of artists scheduled for selection and signing that day. Yi Fan possessed the skill of talent appraisal and required no interviews. Merely glancing at the photographs on the file was sufficient for him to begin generating evaluation results. One by one, artists entered for their interviews. Shui Kaiwan remarked, Chun Jinjin, a former winner of the 25th supermodel competition, gained exposure from her role in the popular drama Royal Power. Not signing. Without lifting his gaze, Yi Fan dismissed her. She, the shareholder, was mesmerized by the stunning beauty before him, a graceful figure with an enviable physique. How could Yi Fan decline such a striking young woman? He hadn't even looked at her, yet he was so quick to refuse. Chi gritted his teeth. Selecting artists was a serious matter, the lifeblood of the company. Not a mere game. Even other executives chimed in. I believe her qualifications are quite good. She seems well suited for acting, especially with the current trend of pure and innocent portrayals. Yi Fan glanced at Chi, his demeanor calm, yet commanding. If she is so exceptional, why has she remained obscure for so long? He noted that the model's score was a mere 20, classified as 5-line minor transparent, generating a profit value of only 500,000 for the company. His words rendered Chi speechless. Chen Jinjin was frequently seen, but never gained popularity. No matter how much effort was invested, she remained unnoticed. This was why she had switched agencies multiple times. Since I have been brought in for the interviews, you must adhere to my selections. If you disagree, endure it. If you cannot, then leave. I am the primary shareholder, and my word is final. Yi Fan decisively turned the page, signaling the next candidate. A collective gasp rippled through the other executives. His words were so assertive, so authoritative, radiating a powerful aura. Everyone silently admired Yi Fan. Despite his youth, he managed to overshadow Chi entirely. Shui Kaiwan nodded in agreement, signaling her support for Yi Fan, effectively becoming his ally. With her backing, who would dare oppose him? Chi, seeing that the others had no objections, was seething with anger. Did he not wish to leave? This was not merely about missing out on a goddess. The investment he had made had resulted in no returns. Staying might afford him a chance to recuperate his losses. Besides, if he left, where would he find another shareholder position? He could only begrudgingly flip the page and concede. Fine, let us continue to observe. Excitement coursed through the room. Yi Fan's presence was commanding enough to rein in Chi, making him the unequivocal choice for leadership. Those who had initially doubted Yi Fan now found themselves in silent admiration. Yi Fan looked at Chi, who now resembled a defeated cat, and nodded in satisfaction before continuing the interviews. Adorable girls, sultry vixens, fresh-faced young men, and elegant beauties all fell into Yi Fan's disapproving gaze. Towards the end, Chi's attention was captured by a stunningly beautiful woman with porcelain skin. When she smiled, her sweet dimples appeared, and her figure was impeccable. This one is great, a popular internet celebrity, Song Wei, with 500,000 followers. We must sign her. She would bring substantial profits to the company, Chi exclaimed, excitedly slapping his thigh. Not signing. Yi Fan's eyes, partially obscured by his lashes, held a faint shadow. What nonsense was this? With so many promising candidates, he would refuse them all. Even Song Wei. Chi slammed the table in frustration. Song Wei, visibly displeased, interjected, Chi, I'm here at your request, not because just anyone can dictate terms to me. Chi quickly appeased her. He is new and inexperienced. He then glared at Yi Fan. Do you even have an eye for talent? Get her to sign the contract. Chapter 58. The atmosphere grew tense, signaling that someone was about to be dismissed. Shui Kaiwan reprimanded Chi. Please correct your attitude and do not overstep your bounds. Meanwhile, Yi Fan lazily surveyed the fuming Chi and addressed Shui Kaiwan. Since he is so dissatisfied, let us set him free and prepare his termination papers. Chi was left speechless. So, you are going to kick me out? Fine. I will instruct the legal department to prepare them. Shui Kaiwan nodded. Chi, feeling utterly exasperated, shouted, My team is here. I am the senior. I will not leave. I am considering the company's interests here. If you allow him to run amok, you will eventually ruin the company. He continued, after all this time spent interviewing. And not a single artist has been signed. Are you certain this isn't a joke? The executives whispered among themselves, their concerns growing. The company had only a few artists, and they were in dire need of fresh talent. What if we signed Song Wei? Shui Kaiwan respected Yi Fan's judgment. But Song Wei was undoubtedly one of the most beautiful and renowned among them. The company needed a boost, and she could provide that. Declined, Yi Fan firmly responded. I have my own plans. Yi Fan acknowledged that Song Wei had popularity and commercial value, but she was also a high-risk choice. The system categorized her as a severely scandalized artist, predicting a profit generation of 2 million. How could they afford to sign someone like that? Did they not fear leading the already precarious company towards bankruptcy? Although Yi Fan was financially secure, his wealth was earned through diligent effort, and he had no intention of filling such a pit. You may look handsome, but your intelligence seems lacking, Song Wei exclaimed. Her fists clenched as she directed her ire at Yi Fan. Forget it. I wouldn't have come to your small company anyway. It's been a stroke of bad luck for me. Furious, she turned to leave, only to be halted by Qi. Do not take offense at him. I genuinely wish to sign you. I will treat you to dinner as an apology, and you can sign under my studio. That should be acceptable. Song Wei crossed her legs, still fuming. Fine, but I'm still very upset. She shot a glance at the strikingly handsome Yi Fan, her cheeks slightly flushed. He'd better treat me to dinner as recompense. After all, this was a rare opportunity that had landed in her lap. She was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Song Wei would harbor any interest in Yi Fan. Damn, with Yi Fan around. Is he going to sweep away all the beauties in the company? Uninterested, Yi Fan coldly replied. Dining with her will not entice me. I have no appetite if her face is the main attraction. He fixed a piercing gaze on Qi. You may sign her personally, but you will bear the consequences. As long as it was not under the company's name, Yi Fan was indifferent. After all, it would only cost Qi. Song Wei felt a tremor of uncertainty. She could already hear the executive's stifling laughter. Dining with her, and my face would be such an eyesore that it would ruin your appetite? She thought indignantly. I'm beautiful. I came here today, and this is the attitude I receive? There are plenty of companies outside eager to sign me. And I chose not to go there. I doubt anyone here will be satisfied. I bet you won't manage to sign a single one of us. The executives exchanged worried glances, their concerns deepening. Now it is time to sign artists, yet Yi Fan has not signed a single one. So, who will the company ultimately support? Since we are in the business, profit is paramount. Yi, as a handsome gentleman, it is normal for you to have high standards. But you cannot approach this matter with the same criteria as selecting a girlfriend. Indeed, you should make some compromises and sign someone for a trial. Who knows? It might lead to success. Even Xue Kaiwen softened her tone and inquired, what do you prefer? Yi Fan's gaze swept around the room and suddenly fixed on a figure stealthily standing at the door. He pointed decisively toward her. Everyone turned their attention in unison, astonished. Qi, the shareholder, burst into laughter. Are you kidding? Sign her. Song Wei laughed heartily. Haha, handsome, I finally understand why you don't give me a glance. Your taste is questionable. The executives gently advised Yi Fan. Yi, this is really not feasible. I actually believe that the second and third candidates are quite solid and genuine. After all, we are nurturing artists, not funding a charity project. This would likely require considerable investment and a lengthy recovery period. We are not in the business of philanthropy. Even Xue Kaiwen frowned, clearly dissatisfied. Under the barrage of persuasion, Yi Fan remained unmoved. He asserted confidently, she will definitely become a sensation. The executives shook their heads. The girl before them was timid, her hair disheveled, her features quite ordinary, with freckles adorning her face and clad in thick black-rimmed glasses. She appeared petite, barely over 5 feet, dressed in plain white t-shirt and jeans, her shoes worn and faded. She seemed both unrefined and unattractive, looking as though she had little to no financial means. With a lack of curves, how could she possibly succeed in the industry? What a joke, she mocked. Even the girl pointed at, in a flustered manner, waved her hands. No, I'm just accompanying a friend to the interview. Her small face drooped in self-doubt. And in the face of mockery, she appeared utterly flustered. Even Song Wei scoffed dismissively. See? She isn't even here to become an artist. She is aware of her limitations. At the very least, choose someone more appealing to sign, and I wouldn't object. Yet, Yi Fan approached the girl and asked, what is your name? The girl, Yao, timidly waved her hands. I really can't be an artist. No. You will be a film queen in the future. Yi Fan looked at her calmly, urging her to have confidence. System assessment. First-tier international film queen. Company profit valuation, 2 billion. This is an exceptional talent. Her future prospects are boundless, exhibiting immense potential. Upon closer inspection, her features are not lacking. They are merely concealed beneath a veil of modesty. However, Yi Fan's words incited uncontrollable laughter from Qi. Yi Fan, you claim she will be a film queen? She cannot even become an artist, let alone a film queen, which requires substantial acting skills. Without a trial, how can you ascertain her acting ability? Yi Fan shot a glance at Xue Kaiwen and instructed, bring in the makeup team. Let us see how she looks with makeup. All right. Though Xue Kaiwen found Yi Fan's taste somewhat peculiar, she acquiesced, trusting his judgment, believing there must be a reason behind his insistence. Perhaps she would truly astonish everyone. Chapter 59. I have set my sights on the film queen. She is my pillar of support. Yao Yao was taken away from makeup. Meanwhile, the other executives were skeptical. Yi, don't take offense, but no matter how much makeup she wears, her foundation is still lacking. Given the current financial constraints, we should consider our options carefully. There are others to evaluate later. A flicker of coldness passed through Yi Fan's eyes. What? Do I not even have the right to sign an artist? The other executives fell silent. No matter their discontent, what could they do? He was a shareholder, an investor. He held the company's lifeline. If he withdrew his investment, the company would face bankruptcy. The market was already challenging, and opportunities to attract wealthy investors were rare. No. If you wish to sign her, then proceed. The executives could only awkwardly flatter Yi Fan. Perhaps she will look stunning after makeup. Yet everyone understood this was a futile dream. They had all seen Yao Yao's qualifications. She wasn't even fit to be a supporting character. She seized the opportunity to belittle. Ah, Song Wei, you are so beautiful, naturally gifted, a perfect model, unlike someone who picked a country bumpkin. What a hassle. Even Song Wei laughed uncontrollably beside him. Chigo, he just has this peculiar preference for a rustic film queen vibe. Yi Fan sneered. Just wait. What's the matter? If nothing is wrong, just enjoy your plums and refrain from showing off in front of him. He possesses a system. Can he truly make a mistake? Yi Fan was confident that in the near future, he would prove them wrong. While waiting for Yao Yao to finish her makeup, Yi Fan interviewed the remaining candidates and signed two. One was a titan in the music industry, a top-tier king. The other, a live-streaming queen, earning copious amounts daily. What nonsense. He struggles to articulate. You want him to be a singer? She found this absurd. And her, she has social anxiety. You want her to live stream? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, unconvinced. Then invest yourself. Put forth tens of millions and outbid me, the shareholder. One sentence rendered Chi speechless. He had no money. In terms of financial capability, Yi Fan far surpassed him. This was infuriating. He couldn't fathom Yi Fan's background, which granted him such financial prowess. I regret allowing you to interview. You're just randomly selecting these nobodies for charity. You are squandering public resources. Chi spat bitterly. Whether they were capable would only be revealed in time. Yi Fan remained resolute. The other executives sighed. Yi Fan seemed perfect in every way. Yet his judgment was slightly lacking. Thankfully, the company was still under Shue's direction. Yi Fan was merely a shareholder. Otherwise, no amount of wealth could sustain such reckless choices. At that moment, Shui Kaiwen returned, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she addressed Yi Fan. Your vision is quite remarkable. He has signed all sorts of nobodies, and you still flatter him? What about Yao Yao? Hasn't she finished her makeup yet? Is she afraid of startling us? Taking so long to arrive? Chi scoffed coldly. Shui Kaiwen regarded Chi with disdain. Startle? Yes, she is indeed afraid of startling you. She called out. Come in. Under the gaze of many eyes, a graceful figure stepped inside. Her skin was alabaster, her black curls cascading over her shoulders, her features exquisite. With bright eyes and white teeth, her profile flawless. Her round, full eyes, delicate nose, and luscious red lips were captivating. The lace off-shoulder dress hugged her enchanting silhouette, and she walked as if she were a sprite, dancing upon the hearts of onlookers. How stunning. She was completely transfixed, unable to divert his gaze. The crowd gasped. Where did this little fairy come from? So beautiful. Is she here for the artist interview? Sign her immediately. She is the most beautiful girl I have seen today. Truly breathtaking. Her skin looks flawless. Even Chi was exhilarated, pointing at her. She is perfect. Sign her at once. Send her to act. Men were stirred with passion. Her innocent appearance was reminiscent of a first love, evoking a strong desire to protect this girl. Her face would undoubtedly appeal to audiences. She is Yao Yao. Shui Kaiwen's lips curled into a smile, prompting me to commend Director Yi for his prescient insight and discerning taste. At this thought, Shui Kaiwen felt a twinge of regret for having previously questioned Yi Fan's judgment. It was evident that Yi Fan possessed an exceptional aesthetic sensibility and a remarkable ability to recognize talent. The others around her inhaled sharply. Director Chi nearly tumbled from his chair, circling Yao Yao, yet he could not discern any resemblance between her and the individual from just moments ago. Could it be a trick? Though Yi Fan was already aware, he was still somewhat astonished. Indeed, the art of makeup is undeniably one of the four great sorceries of Asia. These ladies before and after their makeup appear to be entirely different individuals. Truly, one can hardly trust beautiful women. Yet, as Yao Yao transformed, she became strikingly gorgeous. With a beauty that could withstand scrutiny, she possessed a cinematic visage. No wonder she was destined to be a future film queen, with a little more refinement. Her prospects were indeed promising. Song Wei was left utterly speechless. The girl she had mocked had transformed into someone so stunning. Jealousy washed over her as she envied Yao Yao's fair complexion and enviable figure. Once the executives confirmed that the breathtaking beauty before them was indeed Yao Yao, Their faces felt as though they had been struck. They had all just ridiculed Yi Fan's discerning eye, yet the truth was that his judgment was unparalleled. Director Yi was truly a master. Now, I wholeheartedly believe she is destined for stardom, an undeniable talent. How shameful it would have been to overlook such a beauty. She must be signed. At this moment, Director Chi felt quite embarrassed. He had never anticipated that Yao Yao would look so exquisite after her makeup. Her beauty utterly eclipsed Song Wei's. In comparison, Song Wei seemed trivial. He found himself wishing to possess Yao Yao for himself, abandoning any desire for Song Wei. However, having made bold proclamations, how could he retract them? What do you think? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, casting a smug glance at Director Chi. She is merely average. Not nearly as captivating as Song Wei. Just wait and see. You will surely regret this. Yi Fan shrugged. Whether I will regret it is uncertain. But I am certain that you will. He extended the contract to Yao Yao. Are you interested in signing? Yao Yao was taken aback. Am I truly able to become an artist? Of course, Yi Fan affirmed with a nod. Yao Yao felt a flutter of excitement, yet she hesitated. May I take some time to consider before responding? Of course. Since Yao Yao was tagged as a first-line film queen, signing with the company was a foregone conclusion. Yi Fan was confident in his victory. This deal was all but sealed. After Yao Yao left with the contract, Yi Fan was enveloped in praise. While Shui Kaiwen was so delighted she insisted on treating him to a meal. As the crowd surrounded Yi Fan, Director Chi felt utterly neglected. His frustration bubbled over. And he shouted, I have Song Wei, the ace in my hand. I will personally finance her role in The Legend of Chu Fei. I have already acquired the novel. Chapter 60, Success in Foreseeing the Future, preparing to astonish the entire company. Director Chi quickly regained the spotlight. Chi, you actually purchased The Legend of Chu Fei? That is the hottest novel right now. Indeed, it's immensely popular. Even my grandmother is following it. If Song Wei were to star, her fans would surely support her. Chi, you are quite impressive. Director Chi laughed heartily. Not at all. It is merely unfortunate that someone here failed to recognize a gem and will miss out on the benefits. He cast a smug glance at Yi Fan. Yi Fan chuckled dismissively, his nostrils flaring lightly. The Legend of Chu Fei? It is indeed popular. However, I possess a system that allows me to foresee the future. If Song Wei stars in this production, her fate will be precarious. A dismal failure awaits. This Director Chi is truly naive and wealthy, ha ha ha. But he deserves it for opposing me and ignoring my warnings. I can easily envision him weeping in despair. Just the thought brings me joy. Yet, Director Chi remained lost in his delusions. He believed that with Song Wei's current popularity as a trending internet celebrity, there was bound to be viewership. And with a solid production team, the ratings would soar, leading to substantial profits. In turn, his own value would rise, allowing him to hold his head high within the company. Perhaps even Shui Kaiwen would shower him with affection. The mere thought filled him with delight. After leaving the company, Yi Fan discovered a flurry of discussions in the dormitory WeChat group. Xiao Wu, Yi Fan, Old Yi, have you been schemed against by the class monitor? The entire campus network is buzzing. Fat Tiger, Xiao Wu, stop calling him class monitor. Hong Yi has been dismissed and sanctioned. And the school has barred him from his part-time job. They even summoned his parents just now. I hear he cried a river. Brother Lei, fantastic. I've always found him insufferable. He went too far this time. I was about to give him a beating, using such underhanded tactics. He deserves to be rejected by the campus beauty. Xiao Wu, I heard the campus beauty barged into the office to stand up for Old Yi. Is that true? The campus beauty is so good to you. Brother Lei, seriously, how can you not fall for the campus beauty? She is utterly devoted to you. Where can one find such a good girl? I have no one chasing after me, and you still don't appreciate it. Fat Tiger, I struggled so hard to pursue my girlfriend and spent so much money, yet now the campus beauty is willing to spend on you, and you still hesitate? I can't stand it. The roommates were utterly envious. Yi Fan instinctively smiled and replied, all right, I will consider it. Xiao Wu, consider what? I would have jumped at the chance. Fat Tiger, some people just don't know how to appreciate their fortune. But Old Yi, you must think carefully. There are many girls who like you, not just one or two. Yi Fan could feel the envy and jealousy emanating from his roommates through the screen. He chuckled softly, finding the campus beauty delightful, sweet, and beautiful. Why rush? Patience was key. He would wait for the right moment. After shutting off his phone, Yi Fan drove back to the Mu family home, only to find Mu Xinci waiting at the dining table. Upon seeing him, she pouted, why did you take so long? No matter how busy work gets, you should eat regularly. If you keep this up, it will be my responsibility when your stomach starts to hurt. Her lovely face was completely adorned with a look of grievance, her arms crossed, and her cheeks puffed in irritation. However, Mu Xinci was unaware that Yi Fan could completely empathize with her feelings. His ears flushed, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Why did it feel as if she were a pouting little wife? Apologies, I'll be more mindful. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting, Yifan approached her, ruffling Mu Xinci's hair. I promise to eat 3 meals a day properly and heed your advice. His tone was gentle, as Mu Xinci felt his comforting touch. She looked at Yifan's tender demeanor and suddenly found it a bit unsettling. What has gotten into you? Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. How had he become so different all of a sudden? Experiencing this exchange is a shared journey. I shouldn't act selfishly. You care for me, and I should also cherish you. Yifan's lips curled into a smile. Mu Xinci's various gestures moved Yifan deeply. He had been somewhat excessive in neglecting his health, causing her distress. In the future, he made a conscious effort to amend his ways. Mu Xinci's skin began to flush. She had always been tough on the outside yet tender-hearted within, and now she appeared even more adorable and soft. Pouting her crimson lips, she murmured, "It's good that you've come to your senses." In an attempt to conceal her shyness, she boldly called out to the butler, "Butler, serve the dishes." Yifan was somewhat taken aback. "Is everything ready? I had the kitchen keep everything warm, but who knew when you'd return for dinner? I was starving." Mu Xinci's innocent little face was endearing. Once the dishes were served, she promptly placed some squirrel fish onto Yifan's plate, urging him, "Eat more." Yifan understood her intentions well and smiled as he savored the food. Mu Xinci had a penchant for sweet and sour delights, so he indulged in her favorites. As he gazed at her contented expression, his mood lifted. "Congratulations, host. Intimate behavior detected with the school beauty. You are awarded 200 points. The system chimed. After the meal, Yifan addressed Mu Xinci. "I'm heading upstairs to sleep. Are you really going to sleep?" Mu Xinci looked at him in astonishment. "Yes. Do you really think I would deceive you?" Yifan asked with a grin. Mu Xinci's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. No. Yifan was quite reliable, providing her with a sense of security. The corners of Mu Xinci's lips involuntarily curved upwards. As Yifan ascended the stairs, he suddenly felt a wave of heat surge from his lower body. Moments later, a sharp pain gripped his abdomen. "Ugh," Yifan groaned, clutching his stomach. "What's wrong?" Mu Xinci was alarmed and rushed upstairs. Yifan gritted his teeth, calling out to her, "Wait." He sat on the steps, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "What's the matter?" I don't really know what's happening, but I think you should go inside and check," Yifan replied through clenched teeth. Sensing something was amiss, Mu Xinci's ears turned beet red. She immediately dashed up the stairs. Yifan shouted, "Slow down. No vigorous movements." "Oh, okay, I'll go slower." Mu Xinci scampered up the stairs like a little kitten. Yifan sighed, gritting his teeth. "No need to be that slow, phew." Chapter 61. Ant flow is truly painful. Mu Xinci's delicate and fair face bore a look of distress. She was on the verge of tears. "All right, I'll be right there. It's fine. I'm not angry with you. Take your time," Yifan reassured her, realizing he may have been too hasty. Mu Xinci looked at him with a gentle smile, feeling as if a spring breeze had brushed past her. She shyly nodded at Yifan, "I'll come up shortly," and then she merrily bounded upstairs. Yifan leaned back against the staircase. He genuinely felt a painful, bloated sensation in his abdomen, a troublesome ailment within. It was excruciating. Yifan closed his eyes, striving to ignore the discomfort, and sensed a peculiar texture. Could it be the pink item most commonly found in girls' bags during military training? The one with little wings? Through Mu Xinci's hands, Yifan finally grasped how to use it. How marvelous! Who invented this? And why did he have to learn about it? A soft sanitary pad enveloped him securely, providing a comforting sense of safety, devoid of any fear of leakage. Yet, he truly found it quite unfamiliar. "The system is a dog. I am at odds with you," Yifan protested. The experience was utterly lacking. In novels, when a male character became female, he had never encountered such a bizarre experience. He felt thoroughly betrayed by the system. The system innocently replied, "Host, what ill intent could the system possibly have? This is merely a bug accompanying the benefits I've procured for you. As compensation, I offer you 3 chances to draw rewards. Is there any pain relief potion?" Yifan felt the bloating and pain in his abdomen intensifying. The system replied, "You can draw rewards. That option is available." "Great. I'll wager everything on the draw," Yifan exclaimed, clutching his stomach and gritting his teeth. The system responded, "All right, the draw is commencing. Including this bonus, you have a total of 6 prizes. Ding, congratulations, host. You've won a golden iPhone 13 Pro Max. Ding, congratulations, host. You've obtained a permanent stable signal, avoiding any interruptions, allowing for uninterrupted gaming. Ding, congratulations, host. You've acquired beautiful handwriting, enabling you to write effortlessly without scribbling. Ding, congratulations, host. You've gained exceptional endurance, surpassing human limits, with a heightened pain tolerance. Ding, congratulations, host. You've received superior quality sleep, making it difficult to be disturbed by noise and hard to fall asleep. Ding, congratulations, host. You've obtained a pain relief potion, effective for 8 hours, capable of blocking any pain. Yi Fan felt that the preceding rewards paled in comparison to the sixth one. He didn't need endurance. He simply sought pain relief. All right. Use the pain relief potion immediately. Yi Fan commanded the system. The system complied, and Yi Fan felt the discomfort and pain dissipate instantly. Phew, that feels great. I feel revitalized. He had previously thought that some girls calling for an ambulance during menstruation was an exaggeration. Now he understood that menstrual pain was indeed excruciating. He would no longer tell girls to simply drink hot water. They should indulge in sweet red sugar water instead. Yi Fan slowly struggled to rise from the stairs. Moments later, hurried footsteps approached. Suddenly, a pair of slender, delicate fingers grasped his wrist, gently helping him up. Are you all right? I'm sorry, I've started my period. As she spoke the latter part, her voice dwindled to a whisper, like that of a mosquito. However, Yi Fan had particularly keen hearing and understood her clearly. Ding. Intimate actions detected, earning you 200 points. The system notified Yi Fan. After dismissing the system panel, he turned to Mu Xinci, whose beautiful face was flushed with embarrassment. She bashfully bit her lower lip, her ears slightly drooping, resembling a delicate little rabbit. I had an inkling, Yi Fan remarked, feeling his own ears heat up slightly. It was tough for girls to endure this ordeal every month. You should sit and rest. I'm actually used to it. Mu Xinci responded, waving her hands in protest at Yi Fan's sudden concern. You should rest instead. In truth, Mu Xinci felt somewhat comforted. She usually experienced severe pain during her periods, but now she felt none, especially with Yi Fan's concern for her well-being. She found it somewhat rewarding. It seemed that the exchange of experiences was not as dreadful as she had imagined. No, the one suffering now is you. Please, take a break, Yi Fan insisted earnestly. But isn't it you who is experiencing menstrual pain? Mu Xinci's fair and lovely face was filled with concern, her brows furrowed. I'll go make you some ginger tea with brown sugar. No need, I'm perfectly fine now. Yi Fan interjected. Really? Mu Xinci asked, somewhat surprised. She recalled how painful her periods had been in the past, yet Yi Fan seemed entirely unaffected. Was it possible that she was no longer experiencing pain? But just moments ago, Yi Fan's face had been pale. Hadn't he claimed that his pain tolerance was stronger? As Mu Xinci remained in doubt, Yi Fan boldly declared, I'm perfectly fine. You are the one who is most weakened right now. You should rest. He urged Mu Xinci to ascend the stairs and lie down comfortably in her room. Her eyelashes fluttered, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Particularly, when Yi Fan assertively pressed her onto the bed, her heartbeat faltered momentarily. Just lie here and rest. Don't wander around, all right? Yi Fan tenderly tucked her in, demonstrating a meticulous care for her well-being. Mu Xinci, taken aback by his attention, nodded bashfully. Okay, resembling a docile little kitten. Beyond her exquisite beauty, which delighted Yi Fan, he found the softness and comfort of her presence quite pleasing. He contemplated rushing downstairs to brew her some ginger tea, but soon realized he had exchanged sensations with Mu Xinci. He couldn't run. What if she grew weary? Instinctively, he slowed his pace. Yi Fan searched the kitchen for brown sugar and ginger tea, but after a thorough search, he found nothing. Young master, what are you looking for? Inquired a curious maid with a delicate visage. Yi Fan responded, Do you have brown sugar and ginger? The maid nodded. Yes, right here. She opened a cupboard and handed him the brown sugar and ginger. Once in hand, Yi Fan began to search for the recipe on his phone. He only knew that girls needed to drink warm water, but had never learned how to make ginger tea. Armed with the latest iPhone 13 Pro Max and excellent signal, he quickly found the method and got to work. The maid observed Yi Fan's flurry of activity, marveling inwardly. What a warm-hearted young man. Oh, how fortunate the young lady is. Previously, she had thought it unjust for Mu Xinci to play the role of someone else's devoted admirer. Now, watching Yi Fan prepare ginger tea for her, she felt it completely normal for Mu Xinci to pursue such a man. A man like him is a rarity. A celestial being among mortals. Handsome, kind-tempered, and warm-hearted. No wonder Mu Xinci was infatuated to the point of secrecy regarding her business trips abroad, stealthily bringing him home. Chapter 62. Mu Xinci's father discovers the affair. While watching a drama upstairs, Mu Xinci caught a whiff of a pungent odor. Her brows knitted in concern. That doesn't tea smell pleasant. What is he making? Slipping on her slippers to investigate, she opened the door just as Yi Fan stepped in, and they collided face to face. Not behaving. Weren't you told to rest? Yi Fan squinted at the little wildcat on the verge of crossing boundaries. I just wanted to see what you were doing, Mu Xinci replied, her small face flushed, her lips murmuring shyly. Yi Fan set the ginger tea on the bedside table and swiftly scooped her up in his arms. Lie back down, or you might catch a chill, he instructed with a commanding tone. He sensed her quickened breath, her delicate face, as lovely as petals, lowered slightly, and her fingers anxiously fidgeted with her clothing, clearly flustered by being cradled in his arms. This inadvertently stirred his own excitement. Congratulations, host, for unlocking a princess carry, earning 300 points. With a heated face, Mu Xinci was gently placed back onto the bed. She caught a whiff of ginger tea emanating from him and exclaimed in surprise, "You made ginger tea?" "Yes. Drink it while it's hot," Yi Fan urged. Mu Xinci blinked her watery eyes. "I don't like the taste of ginger tea. Have you forgotten we exchanged sensations? When you drink it, I taste it too. But if you smell the ginger, I can sense that as well," she mumbled. Yi Fan pondered for a moment. "Then should I wear a mask?" He started to move, only to be halted by Mu Xinci's hand gripping his. "No, I was just joking. I don't want ginger tea, nor do I like its smell." However, she decided she could endure it this time. Yi Fan shivered, although it was merely her touch. It sent his adrenaline soaring. "Congratulations, host, for detecting a hand-holding action, earning 300 points. All right, you drink." Yi Fan settled himself on the edge of the bed, ensuring Mu Xinci felt at ease. She cautiously sipped the ginger tea, glancing at his reaction. Noticing that Yi Fan was on the verge of tears from the spiciness, she halted. "Is it that spicy? Don't stop. Down it in one go. The aftertaste is particularly intense." Yi Fan grimaced. Even though he was generally fine with garlic and ginger, he couldn't handle raw ginger. The flavor of the ginger tea was overwhelmingly potent, and despite the brown sugar, it failed to mask the sharp, piquant taste. Yi Fan suddenly recalled the cafeteria's specialty dish, spicy soup with banlan root. Mu Xinci, undeterred, immediately gulped it down. Phew! Yi Fan exhaled in relief. While some spiciness lingered in his throat, it was bearable. Fearing Yi Fan's discomfort, Mu Xinci drank a sip of warm water. And only then did he feel his body begin to recover. Moments later, he heard a gentle laugh. Turning to look, he found Mu Xinci smiling sweetly. His face flushed. "What are you laughing at? I suddenly find this sensation exchange quite amusing. Look, now I'm on my period, and you're experiencing it too. You can understand how challenging it is to be a girl." Mu Xinci smiled. Indeed, it was quite a revelation, and Yi Fan had not anticipated such an experience. He had heard of the pain of childbirth, but had never experienced the discomfort of menstruation. He estimated he was the first male to have such an experience. However, upon seeing Mu Xinci's innocent smile, warmth spread through his heart, bringing him joy. Just as they were enjoying each other's company, a sudden ding-dong rang out. His phone rang. Mu Xinci glanced at her phone, her face drained of color, and she anxiously whispered, "Shoo, don't make a sound. It's my dad." Yi Fan froze. Completely taken aback, he had not expected Mu Xinci's father to call at this hour. Naturally, he wouldn't be foolish enough to expose their situation. In the late hours, sharing a room with a young woman, what father wouldn't have suspicions? He reckoned he might end up on the recipient list of a dark shark. It was worth noting that Mu's father was the chairman of the Mu Group, a formidable figure in the business world, definitely not someone to provoke. "Dad, what is up? Why are you calling me so late?" Mu Xinci maintained her composure, having activated the speakerphone so they both could hear. Who could have anticipated the abrupt turn of events? "Daughter, are you hiding someone in your home?" Mu's father's inquiry sent both Yi Fan and Mu Xinci into a panic. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Had they been discovered so quickly? However, Chairman Mu was famously indulgent towards his daughter. He likely kept a close watch on her activities. Mu Xinci's palms began to sweat slightly, utterly astonished. "Huh? Dad, what are you talking about?" She had bribed the servants to keep Yi Fan's presence a secret, including from her father. Logically, he shouldn't know. "What could you possibly hide from me, your father? Do you think just because I'm working abroad, I wouldn't know what is happening domestically?" Chairman Mu's laughter rang out. "Dad, you're not angry at all." Mu Xinci was incredulous. Since her mother's passing, her father had taken on both parental roles, showering her with affection. Yet, he had always been strict regarding her romantic pursuits. Men are treated with the same vigilance as one would exercise against a thief, ever fearful of being deceived and victimized by scoundrels. The protective instinct of her father towards her is particularly intense. To her surprise, he did not explode with fury, which took Mu Xinci aback. Even Yi Fan was momentarily stunned. Was Chairman Mu truly so open-minded? How could he not feel angered by the fact that his daughter was cohabiting with a boy? "Why should I be upset? This is a positive development," Chairman Mu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "But why didn't you inform me sooner?" The more Mu Xinci listened, the more she felt something was amiss. "Father, it's not that I had the chance to tell you. Could it be that since her father began living abroad, his mindset had become more progressive?" In that moment, as she prepared to confess everything to her father, he interjected, "My dear daughter, I understand that you have grown up and feel lonely, so I am pleased that you have chosen to live with Xiaoya. It brings me joy to know you have a confidant, as it signifies your emergence from the shadows of the past." Chairman Mu declared with enthusiasm. "Your father is quite perceptive, isn't he? The household expenses and electricity bills this month have doubled compared to your usual spending." Mu Xinci replied, "Yes, father. You guessed it right. That was a close call, I almost let something slip. Yi Fan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. So, that was the reason. He had genuinely believed that Chairman Mu was simply open-minded. However, what did Chairman Mu mean by the shadows of the past? Yi Fan's brow furrowed. A deep sense of unease settling in his heart. Vivid memories of Mu Xinci evading girls and her recurrent nightmares surfaced in his mind. It was clear that Mu Xinci harbored a little-known past that continued to weigh heavily on her. Chapter 63. Father, I am actually harboring a boy at home. While Yi Fan pondered this, Chairman Mu continued, since you feel so lonely, I will fly back next week to keep you company and express my gratitude to Xiaoya. The mere thought of her father returning sent both Yi Fan and Mu Xinci into a panic. What would they do? Even Mu Xinci found the situation quite tricky. She certainly did not want her father to discover that she was hiding a boy in her home. If he found out, he would undoubtedly raise a ruckus. Most importantly, if Yi Fan were to leave, where would he go? The one to suffer would be her. While at home, Mu Xinci could at least keep an eye on Yi Fan. Otherwise, once he stepped outside, he would be like a wild horse, completely unmanageable. What if he chose to indulge in reckless abandon? Mu Xinci quickly responded to her father, Dad, there is no need for that. You have just begun your career in the beautiful country. It would be a shame to give up all your hard work in expanding your overseas market. Oh, my dear little cotton-padded jacket, you think so much of your father. Despite your loneliness, you still consider my feelings. I suppose I must return to accompany my daughter, especially since I have brought back many gifts for you. Chairman Mu said, his eyes glistening with emotion. Mu Xinci felt utterly helpless. She knew the dire consequences if her father returned unexpectedly. He would surely not spare Yi Fan. She had to find a way to prevent this. However, her father had likely already made up his mind and would not easily be dissuaded. He was probably already looking at flight tickets. In a stroke of inspiration, Mu Xinci quickly devised a plan. Father, I would indeed love for you to return, but I fear you might frighten Xiaoya. Our bond is quite strong, and your sudden return might disrupt her comfort. What if she no longer wishes to spend time with me? She continued. I must also learn to grow up and not rely on you as I once did. Besides, the back-and-forth travel is exhausting. And there's the matter of the time difference. My daughter has matured, Chairman Mu said, clearly touched by her words. He nodded. Very well, I shall postpone my return. Thank you, Mu Xinci sighed in relief. Even Yi Fan felt a weight lift from his shoulders. As long as Chairman Mu did not return at a critical moment, he would have fewer troubles. But what about Xiaoya? Why hadn't she spoken up? Mu Xinci initially thought they had turned the crisis into safety, only to discover her father had changed the subject. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Xiaoya was not even here. How could they bring her in to speak? It was simply impossible. However, without Xiaoya present, they were bound to slip up. Suddenly, Yi Fan raised his phone, and Mu Xinci noticed him writing something in his notes. Xiaoya is taking a shower. Mu Xinci's eyes lit up, and she quickly nodded. Yes. Xiaoya has gone to take a shower. Shall I go and get her? No need. She is showering. What is the point of seeking her out now? As long as you are happy, I am at ease. Is this month's living allowance sufficient? If not, I can transfer 5 million to you. Chairman Mu inquired with concern. That will suffice, Mu Xinci replied, while Yi Fan was taken aback. 5 million as living expenses? Truly extravagant. Was this the joy of the wealthy? After hanging up, both Yi Fan and Mu Xinci breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, her father had not discovered anything amiss. Mu Xinci gently patted her chest. Yi Fan nodded yes. It was a close call. Now, it's getting late. You should get some rest. He retreated to his room. As he lay down, he noticed a message from Xiao Wu inviting him for a gaming session. Xiao Wu, Yi Fan, LOL, we're one short, hurry up. Yi Fan replied, I'm off to bed, it's late. His response shocked everyone. Xiao Wu, the night owl is actually going to sleep now? Fat Tiger, am I seeing things? It's only 9:30. Thunder Brother, Big Brother, you're not old yet. Are you already starting to sleep early? Are you brewing goji berries in your thermos? Yet, despite the astonishment of his friends, Yi Fan's resolution to sleep remained unwavering. Yi Fan, I've turned over a new leaf, good night. After turning off his phone, Yi Fan truly fell asleep. Initially, it was difficult to drift off. But the thought of Mu Xinci's radiant smile soon lulled him into a deep slumber, and he slept soundly until dawn. The next day, the school bulletin board displayed a notice of reprimand. It was evident that the notice concerned Hong Yi and the girl with short hair. A throng of students surrounded the bulletin board, buzzing with gossip. I never expected Hong Yi to be that kind of person, inciting girls to behave in such a manner. Did you only just realize? I accidentally bumped into his Wuling Hongguang with my bicycle last time, and he demanded I pay for the repairs. I heard Xiao Yuan's parents came to campus yesterday and slapped her several times, dragging her off to pack her things. They processed her transfer last night. And rumor has it she won't be allowed to continue her studies. She'll be sent directly to work in a factory. She deserves it. Wronging Yi Fan, who is truly so unfortunate. Just because he is handsome, they wish to take advantage of him? I like him too, but I wouldn't resort to such despicable tactics. Now, everyone was rallying in defense of Yi Fan. Reluctant to give up on his education in favor of working in a factory, Hong Yi remained at school. Naturally, he received no goodwill from his peers. The myriad of vexations caused by Hong Yi has become the subject of incessant chatter and scorn among his peers. As he donned his mask and entered the classroom, the air was thick with the derision aimed at him. How could Hong Yi still have the audacity to attend class? Had he even apologized to Yi Fan? It was rumored that he was no longer the class monitor, a fate he thoroughly deserved. Indeed, to engage in such self-serving antics at the expense of others fills me with shame for having such a classmate. Could he not consider transferring to another school? This was a devastating blow to the prideful Hong Yi. Yet, matters took a turn for the worse when he overheard a particularly distressing piece of news. Have you heard? The counselor has promoted Yi Fan to class monitor. Hong Yi's eyes widened in shock. He immediately retorted with indignation at the student who had just spoken. That's impossible. The other rolled their eyes in response. What's wrong? If not him, who else should take the position? He is undoubtedly the most qualified. Others chimed in with agreement. Absolutely. Yi Fan is the unequivocal choice. He embodies integrity far more than you. Admiration gleamed in everyone's eyes as they spoke of Yi Fan. Hong Yi, seething with discontent, could hardly bear the thought of losing the position he once held with such pride. While his spirits sank, he suddenly heard an exuberant shout. Yi Fan, you're here? A tall figure appeared, and students rushed to surround him, offering snacks and pulling out chairs. Congratulations on becoming class monitor. Here, have some treats. You're now our protector, they exclaimed. Yi Fan is the beacon of our class, and our handsome face. What other class is fortunate enough to have such a dashing monitor? One student remarked, noticing Yi Fan's pallor. You don't look well. Have you been resting enough? Such displays of concern only fueled Hong Yi's fury. He felt compelled to reclaim his standing. Otherwise, how insufferable would Yi Fan become? Suddenly, a notification chimed on Hong Yi's phone, igniting a flicker of hope within him. The time for my resurgence has arrived. Chapter 64. I hold no grudges. I repay grievances on the spot. Yi Fan was quite taken aback by his elevation to class monitor. After all, he had never been associated with class leadership during his formative years. Who would have thought that he would become class monitor in university? Overseeing the entire class while also gaining extra credits and priority for research opportunities? The thought of witnessing Hong Yi's downfall filled him with elation. Yi Fan declared, as class monitor, I will diligently serve our class. His roommates shared in his joy. Old Y, you are truly the bravest among us. They laughed. With Old Y at the helm, we are in good hands. Granting him the role of class monitor is only fitting. He will surely uphold his responsibilities, unlike some who abuse their power. Amidst the chorus of praise, a discordant voice cut through. Being a monitor isn't all that great. It's far better to be an ordinary student, free from responsibilities. Lest you find yourself solely accountable when things go awry. Yi Fan turned towards the voice, spotting Hong Yi lounging with an air of smugness. His brow furrowed in dismay. He had hoped that Hong Yi would adopt a more humble demeanor after his recent lessons, but it appeared he remained as arrogant as ever. After Hong Yi poured cold water on the excitement, Xiao Wu retorted, someone who was ousted is merely trying to comfort themselves. Fat Tiger scoffed. Using underhanded tactics to sabotage others only brings about retribution. He deserves it. Lei Gu rolled up his sleeves. Thinking about how you incited that green tea to frame Old Y and tarnish his reputation makes me want to confront you. Go ahead. Everyone's watching, and there are cameras. If you hit me, you'll bear full responsibility. I might just be bullied and expelled, but don't blame me. Hong Yi sneered, dismissing Lei Gu entirely. You. Fat Tiger fumed. Seeing that Fat Tiger hesitated to retaliate only added to Hong Yi's delight. Just a dog. The owner hasn't even spoken, and the dog is barking. Suddenly, a chair came flying towards Hong Yi, striking him painfully at the knee. He gasped in agony, his expression contorted in pain. He immediately began to massage his knee. But no amount of rubbing could alleviate the throbbing ache. The onlookers were taken aback. The perpetrator of the chair incident stood tall, exuding confidence. His dark eyes and thin lips framing a powerful aura as he regarded Hong Yi with disdain while lounging comfortably in his seat. Dare to speak to my brother like that? Are you seeking death? What is wrong with me hitting you? I'm curious to see who will perish first, you or I. Such viciousness. Witnessing the chair soar through the air had caused physical pain to the spectators. Hong Yi, now on his knees, was drenched in cold sweat, letting out pained groans. Thankfully, they had not offended Yi Fan. Otherwise, they would be the ones suffering now. Xiao Wu was exhilarated. Old Y, that was so cool. Fat Tiger clenched his fists. I used to idolize Tomato S readers, but now you are my idol. Yi Fan smirked, relishing the sight of Hong Yi in distress. You provoke him without considering your own capabilities. Laughter erupted from the group. Everyone expected Hong Yi to erupt in anger, but instead, he let out a manic chuckle. Don't be fooled by his facade. Beneath that polished exterior is a decaying core. Hong Yi pointed an accusing finger at Yifan. I've uncovered your little secret. If you beg for mercy, I want to expose you. The other students were taken aback. Yifan raised an eyebrow, visibly displeased. What madness is this? A secret? Are you jesting? He remained unperturbed. Hong Yi smirked. Don't think I'm unaware of the dealings between you and the school bell. Yifan's heart skipped a beat. He scrutinized Hong Yi suspiciously. Could this guy have discovered his secret with Mu Xinci? The body swap phenomenon, if exposed, would surely send shockwaves across the globe. What if a secret organization sought to capture him for research? No, even if Hong Yi found out, he would likely be dismissed as insane. Who would believe such a scientifically implausible occurrence? Feigning calmness, Yifan was already aware that his words had left the others bewildered. What was Hong Yi implying? Did Yifan possess some incriminating evidence? A transaction with the school bell? Recently, the school bell had indeed been excessively attentive to Yifan, which raised suspicions. Seeing the doubt in their eyes, Hong Yi reveled in his triumph. What now, Yifan? Just apologize to me, and I want to reveal your true nature. Yifan's gaze turned icy as he glared at Hong Yi. Speak plainly. What else with the dilly-dallying? He was prepared to risk it all. He had a system to back him up. If anything went awry, the system would take full responsibility. He loathed being threatened. Hong Yi chuckled at Yifan's confidence. You're still stubborn, huh? Our school bell is being coerced by this hypocritical charlatan. He declared loudly, revealing the extent of his investigations. Yifan has been flaunting that flashy Koenigsegg sports car, but it's not even registered in his name. I inquired with a friend at the Vehicle Administration Bureau, and it turns out that the sports car is registered under Mu Xinci's name. Furthermore, Yifan has acquired a new mobile phone and suddenly adorned himself with designer brands. The campus belle has always maintained a cool demeanor, never getting close to other boys, but Yifan has become the exception. I have checked the student records, and both of Yifan's parents are farming at home. He is not a second-generation rich kid. Where on earth did this money come from? It is quite apparent that he extorted it from the campus belle. Hong Yi's words fell like a heavy stone, creating ripples in the water and inciting a fervent discussion among the crowd. No wonder I noticed the campus belle has been getting close to Yifan lately. It seems she has been caught with some compromising evidence. Previously, there were rumors that Yifan was a wealthy heir with a grand villa, but it appears that was all a facade. He has been spending the money of women, which is truly disgusting. In addition to the discontent from Mu Xinci's admirers, there were also other girls who secretly admired Yifan and came to his defense. Could there be a misunderstanding? Yifan does not seem like the kind of person who would resort to such actions. If he truly extorted her, why wouldn't he just ask the campus belle to be his girlfriend directly? Chapter 65. Yifan's extortion of the campus belle. Evidence as follows. Xiao Wu flushed, hurriedly explaining on Yifan's behalf. You all are just spreading baseless rumors. Hong Yi is nothing but a fraud, and you still believe his nonsense. Brother Lei retorted. The Yi family is quite wealthy now. How could he possibly extort the campus belle? I refuse to believe he is capable of such behavior. Immediately, Hong Yi sneered. You may know a person's face, but not their heart. How do you know he hasn't done something behind the scenes? He then shouted. Let us go find the campus belle for a confrontation. Let us see how Yifan will explain himself. All right, I'll go get her. Some boys were genuinely afraid that their beloved goddess had been threatened by Yifan and began to seek justice by calling for Mu Xinci. Hong Yi became even more smug. You're finished. Yifan chuckled. Hong Yi was foolish and naive. Indeed, he was the most innocent boy Yifan had ever encountered. While Hong Yi awaited the campus belle to expose Yifan's true colors, several boys returned disappointed. What happened? Where is she? Hong Yi was taken aback. She wasn't invited. Was she? Without a confrontation, how could they humiliate Yifan? No. The campus belle has been assigned by the teacher to participate in a cultural event at the neighboring school. One boy explained, we can't reach her. And we don't know when she'll be back. Damn, what terrible luck. Hong Yi felt somewhat disgruntled. It seemed the heavens were conspiring against him. However, it mattered not. After all, Yifan had already been incriminated for extortion. As a mere pauper, how could he afford luxury brands, drive a sports car, and have the campus belle pursuing him? Hong Yi curled his lip in disdain, a sour feeling rising within him. Yifan, upon hearing this, found amusement in the situation. Such comprehension of language must have come from a physical education teacher. Without further ado, Yifan began accessing the system, conducting 3 draws, and successfully obtaining 2 rewards. All right, this is almost a sure thing. That Koenigsegg sports car is indeed not mine. Yifan raised an eyebrow, glancing at Hong Yi. It truly belongs to Mu Xinci. This revelation left Xiao Wu and the others dumbfounded. Xiao Wu anxiously tugged at Yifan. What are you saying? Isn't that just fueling Hong Yi's arrogance? Look, he is already admitting it. Those who defended Yifan earlier must feel slapped in the face now. Hong Yi was brimming with triumph. Now that Yi Fan has seen the situation revealed, he must be choosing to confess. Yet, it was futile. Yi Fan was like a turtle in a jar, bound to meet his demise sooner or later. The crowd began to murmur, clearly expressing their disappointment in Yi Fan. Xiao Wu and the other roommates were also quite flustered. The tide of the situation was turning against Yi Fan. As his close friends, they knew well that Yi Fan would never stoop to such a level. I admit the car belongs to the campus belle, but I never said I threatened her. She willingly lent it to me, Yi Fan declared, producing a black card from his wallet and placing it on the table with a flourish. Moreover, if you're so keen on investigating, why not check who the owner of this black card is? As the black card was presented, Hong Yi's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. The others were equally astonished. A black card? I've never seen one before. It seems to be a symbol of top-tier wealth. My uncle is a factory manager, and when he previously applied for one at the bank, he wasn't even qualified to fill out the forms. I've heard that this card has no spending limit. How could Yi Fan, a mere student, possess a black card? Could it be a gift from the campus belle? Amidst the buzzing discussions, Hong Yi was left flabbergasted. He, who couldn't even qualify for a credit card, was now confronted with Yi Fan's black card. Impossible, given Yi Fan's impoverished background. It would be absurd for him to have been approved for a black card. Now, Hong Yi's psychological balance was restored. All right, let us go to the bank counter and verify. It must be the campus belle's. There were still some foolish individuals who were inadvertently revealing their own naivety. No need. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Hong Yi, didn't your parents work at XX Bank? Wouldn't it be a piece of cake to check a black card? This single statement turned Hong Yi's complexion a shade darker. Sweat began to bead on his brow. The surrounding classmates suddenly understood and began to clap. Exactly. Why go to the counter? Just call your parents directly. Hong Yi clenched his fists, feeling a mix of conflict and anxiety. What's wrong? Forgotten the number? Don't tell me your phone's out of battery. As the class monitor, I have your parents' contact information. Should I call for you? At this, Hong Yi became frantic. No? The onlookers, reveling in the drama, urged Hong Yi. Come on, class monitor, speak up. Hurry. You're about to drive me mad. Just contact them. I really don't want to see the campus belle being extorted. Please expose his true nature. Hong Yi was now like a duck being pushed onto a stage. His emotions were in turmoil. Yi Fan gazed at him, meaningfully shaking his phone. The screen displayed Hong Yi's father's phone number. Yi Fan's finger hovered over the call button. Once he dialed, Yi Fan's words would surely be embellished. I'll do it. With no other choice, Hong Yi gritted his teeth and shouted. Yi Fan's lips curled into a smug smile. Good. Let the storm intensify. A grand performance was about to unfold. Under pressure, Hong Yi dialed the number. With countless eyes fixated on him, the palms of his hands were slick with sweat. He silently prayed, Please, Dad, don't say anything rash. Hello. The phone was on speaker, and a middle-aged man's voice, thick with accent, resonated through the air. The background noise suggested a bustling environment. Hong Yi swallowed hard. Dad, I need to ask you for a favor. Chapter 66. Hong Yi's hidden secrets can no longer be concealed. What? Is this about the BMW you wanted again? Absolutely not. Hong Yi's father sighed. We have limited means. We previously scrimped and saved to buy you a Wuling Hongguang outright. That car is sufficient for now. Your mother and I only earn 100 a day working in the factory. Son, we want to satisfy all your desires, but this is not feasible. If our house gets redeveloped, we might have the funds to buy you one. Just wait a little longer. Hong Yi's eyes widened in shock. He was so startled that he immediately hung up the phone. His father had just revealed everything in one breath. Yi Fan's lips slowly curled into a smirk. Just moments ago, he had drawn 2 skills. 1. Secret peeping card for a day. 2. Stock market search card. Apart from the inability to pry into the secrets of Mu Xinci, he possesses the unrestricted ability to unveil the truths of everyone else. Upon encountering Hong Yi, he immediately discerned his hidden truths. Firstly, Hong Yi boasts that his parents are highly educated banking executives, when in reality, they are merely factory workers, toiling away as screw assemblers, with education levels confined to elementary school. Secondly, Hong Yi is a freeloader, relying solely on his parents' financial support while outwardly claiming that his wealth is a result of his own hard work, which includes his much-lauded Wuling Hongguang. Thus, Yi Fan contemplated utilizing the secrets he had uncovered to expose Hong Yi's vain and hypocritical facade. He decided to employ the tactic of the black card. Just as he had anticipated, his revelation left his classmates utterly astonished. Hong Yi, didn't you claim your father is a banking executive and your mother a senior teller? Isn't it true that they limit your allowance to instill in you the values of frugality and non-wastefulness? What a deception. Your parents are merely factory workers. And what about your so-called prestigious education from Zhejiang University? Bah, even your Wuling Hongguang, which you've always boasted about earning through your own efforts, was actually purchased with your parents' money. What a colossal fraud. Their incredulousness only intensified, with one student exclaiming, "I once found your self-sufficiency admirable. But now it's clear that you're living off your parents' generosity. How shameless can one be, flaunting wealth while pressuring their parents to buy a BMW? Do you truly deserve that?" As those who had previously been subtly mocked by Hong Yi for relying on parental support grappled with their indignation, it became evident that they had all been deceived by him. Hong Yi was indeed the consummate charlatan. Thus, one must ponder, how many genuine words can emanate from such a fraud? Yi Fan surveyed the other students, their faces ablaze with righteous indignation. It was abundantly clear that no one was inclined to place their trust in Hong Yi any longer. "Damn, I've been used as a pawn," someone declared. "Hong Yi, our friendship is over. From now on, should you require my assistance, you shall find none." It was astounding that such a person had once held the position of class monitor. "Hong Yi, perhaps you should consider putting on some clothing." Hong Yi now felt a profound sense of inferiority. It was his comparatively modest background that had led him to falsely portray himself as affluent, yet lacking any substantial wealth. He could only boast of his self-sufficiency to maintain his facade. Hong Yi never anticipated that his downfall would come so swiftly, and it was clear that Yi Fan was the architect of his demise. "I was merely being candid and joking with everyone. Now, Yi Fan is shifting your attention away from me. Just because my parents are workers doesn't mean it proves that Yi Fan hasn't extorted the school bell." In a desperate bid to salvage his reputation, Hong Yi sought to drag Yi Fan down with him. If he was to suffer, then Yi Fan would share in his plight. Yi Fan yawned lazily. "You truly are relentless in your delusions." Grasping the black card, he declared, "Behold, this card bears my signature on the back. It is unequivocally mine." The mere utterance of this statement sent shockwaves through Hong Yi and the others. A black card, notoriously challenging to acquire, now belonged to Yi Fan. Did this not signify that Yi Fan was exceedingly wealthy? Astonishing, indeed. It is well known that obtaining a black card is more difficult than acquiring a luxury sports car. "No, it cannot be true. You're lying," Hong Yi screamed in desperation. At that moment, a voice of confusion pierced the air. "What is happening here?" Drawing the attention of the crowd. They soon noticed the counselor entering with a stack of documents. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Xiao Wu inquired curiously. "I'm here to deliver documents to Yi Fan," the counselor replied, directing his gaze at Yi Fan and extending the papers. "Yi Fan, isn't your family undergoing relocation? The village requires documentation to prove your student status. And I've prepared it for you. Just send it back." "Thank you, teacher," Yi Fan responded as he accepted the documents. The counselor's words left everyone in astonishment. "Brother Yi, your family is relocating? Relocation signifies wealth. Who wouldn't desire such a fortune? No wonder Brother Yi is suddenly affluent. It turns out his family is undergoing relocation. While he may not be a second-generation wealthy individual, he is certainly a beneficiary of relocation. The black card belongs to him. And with his family's relocation, he is genuinely wealthy, while Hong Yi is undeniably impoverished. Ah, Hong Yi, you're merely sour grapes. I'm sorry, Brother Yi. We misjudged you." The rumors were effortlessly dispelled. Now, anyone who continued to believe Hong Yi would be deemed utterly foolish. The strength of the Mu family is not to be underestimated. "Do you truly believe I could threaten the school bell? Perhaps you think she is so naive as to be easily manipulated by me?" Yi Fan regarded Hong Yi with disdain. Immediately, others felt their previous doubts about Yi Fan were utterly foolish. The Mu Corporation is the foremost financial conglomerate in the country. In truth, Chairman Mu is a decisive and formidable business magnate, possessing countless means to eliminate adversaries should his daughter be extorted. Thus, the conclusion was inevitable. The school belle harbored affection for Yi Fan, willingly acting as his devoted admirer, all in pursuit of winning over a handsome man. They were utterly foolish to have believed Hong Yi's fabrications. In an instant, envy surged within them for Yi Fan. The school belle could freely bestow luxury cars upon Yi Fan and treat him with unparalleled care. In the entire school, how many individuals could evoke such attention from the school belle? Only Yi Fan. Consequently, this envy morphed into fury, and the onslaught against Hong Yi commenced. TSK. Some individuals are simply envious of what they cannot attain, resorting to slander against others. Brother Yi outshines you by several streets. The more one lacks, the more they wish to flaunt. Hong Yi is a grand deceiver. How pitiful Yi Fan is. Merely for being favored by the school belle and having a family in the midst of relocation, only to be maliciously slandered by Hong Yi. Listening to the mocking jibes directed at him, Hong Yi felt overwhelmed with inferiority and anguish. He yearned for validation of his wealth, desiring the admiration of others. Yet now, Yi Fan effortlessly attained all that he desired. He longed to be favored by the department belle, only to find her affections directed toward Yi Fan. He wished for his family's relocation to bring riches. Yet it was Yi Fan's family that had gained wealth through relocation. Why was it that all the advantages seemed to fall into Yi Fan's lap? What distinguished him from Yi Fan? Yi Fan coldly gazed at Hong Yi, stating, "Don't forget our court date next month. I believe I should file additional charges." The pressure on Hong Yi intensified immensely. He was already financially strained. And should this continue, he would find himself destitute. "Yi Fan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so blinded and falsely accused you. Please, spare me." Tears streamed down Hong Yi's face as he pleaded with Yi Fan. He felt he had committed no grave offense. So why was Yi Fan so relentless? Why was it that criticism was not directed at Yi Fan, yet he was intent on persecuting him? Yi Fan's gaze remained icy as he responded, "It's not that I didn't give you a chance. Everyone has their limits, and you have crossed mine. Originally, Hong Yi could have chosen to maintain a low profile and move forward without retribution. However, since he had shown such disrespect, Yi Fan would return the favor tenfold. Furthermore, Hong Yi had tarnished Mu Xinci's reputation, an offense that was intolerable. Only he had the right to bully Mu Xinci. No matter how much Hong Yi repented or pleaded for mercy, he could not undo the damage. His reckless actions had led to the consequences he deserved, leaving him isolated at school. Upon returning to school, Mu Xinci was taken aback upon hearing of Yi Fan's actions. She had not anticipated him to be so formidable, effortlessly delivering a resounding blow to Hong Yi's pride. Unfortunately, she had missed witnessing an intriguing spectacle. Thus, as she and Xiaoyu studied together in the library, she found herself in high spirits. Xiaoyu gazed at Mu Xinci in bewilderment. What had happened to this child? How could she possibly laugh aloud while reading a book on Marxism-Leninism? Yet, Mu Xinci remained blissfully unaware of her peculiarity, thoroughly enjoying herself. It wasn't until her phone rang that the tranquility was disrupted. Upon checking, she discovered it was a call from Yi Fan. "Hello?" Mu Xinci answered, deliberately softening her voice to avoid disturbing others. "Where are you? Please help me." A hoarse and feeble voice emanated from the other end. Yi Fan's voice. Mu Xinci's heart tightened in an instant. What should she do? What had happened? What was wrong with Yi Fan? "Where are you?" Her excitement surpassed that of anyone else, and she couldn't restrain herself from shouting. Her face turned pale with fear. She genuinely feared something terrible had befallen Yi Fan. At that moment, as she followed the agonized tone of Yi Fan's voice, her heart felt completely constricted. Even Xiaoyu was taken aback. She had never seen Mu Xinci lose control like this, nor had she witnessed such disarray. "I'm in classroom 203 of the teaching building. Hurry." The call ended with Yi Fan's painful withdrawal. "Okay, I'm coming right away." Mu Xinci swiftly hung up the phone. Xiaoyu observed Mu Xinci's anxious demeanor and inquired, "What's wrong?" "I have something urgent to attend to. I'm leaving now." Mu Xinci paid no heed to anyone's concerns, clutching her phone and departing hastily. "Hey, your bag!" Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. It was in Hermes' bag. And yet Mu Xinci had abandoned it? She had just overheard that Yi Fan was the one calling. This was the first time Mu Xinci had gone all out for a man, and they still claimed she wasn't infatuated. This was love so profound it was difficult to articulate, love so intense it was beyond control. As others witnessed Mu Xinci dash out, gossip ensued. Where's the school beauty off to in such a hurry? She even left her bag behind. It was obvious, she must be rushing to find Yi Fan. The school beauty had recently become infatuated with him. She was clearly his devoted admirer. "Yi Fan is truly remarkable. I almost want to be his admirer too. But I'm not worthy. I'm not as beautiful as the school beauty, so he wouldn't like me." A girl sighed heavily. "Is Yi Fan really that impressive?" A boy interjected, muttering, "I think he's rather unremarkable." "Unremarkable, you say? What about you? Are you a complete failure?" The girls immediately rallied against him. "Yi Fan is great character, exceptional charisma, and excels in sports. He is simply multi-talented. The school beauty chasing after him is proof of his worth." The girls continued to praise Yi Fan, employing every beautiful adjective imaginable, yet they still felt something was amiss. To them, Yi Fan was nothing short of perfect. If only he could glance their way, they would be utterly satisfied. Unfortunately, if the school beauty couldn't catch Yi Fan's attention, their chances were even slimmer. If Yi Fan becomes unattached, I bet every girl in the school will be heartbroken. In classroom 203 of the teaching building, at the back of the room, a boy lay prone. His white shirt was already damp with sweat. His defined fingers pressed firmly against the desk as if enduring some form of torment. This was Yi Fan. At that moment, he was experiencing a pain that felt as if he were alive, yet on the brink of death. "Damn, this hurts worse than a fracture." Yi Fan gritted his teeth, struggling to endure. Just as he felt his mental state teetering on the edge, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. "Are you okay?" A familiar, excited voice broke through. To Yi Fan, it was as if an angel had arrived. He lifted his sweat-soaked face and beheld Mu Xinci's enchanting visage. "What is wrong with you?" she exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears, her eyes reddened and her nose slightly pink. Chapter 67. Will you bear my child? Mu Xinci had initially wanted to run, fearing that her haste might exacerbate Yi Fan's discomfort, so she deliberately slowed her pace. I can still hold on. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and pulled out something from his pocket. Here. Mu Xinci looked and saw it was a packet of pain relief granules. You actually know about this? She asked, astonished, her eyes sparkling. Yi Fan averted his handsome face, his ears tinged with crimson. I know a lot of things. In truth, he was just being stubborn. He had specifically asked the shopkeeper for information before hastily purchasing the item. All right, I'll brew it for you. Mu Xinci felt a pang of guilt, realizing it was her exchanged sensations that had led to Yi Fan's current suffering. You sit tight, I'll go? Just as Mu Xinci was about to leave, Yi Fan pressed her back into her seat. Congratulations, host. Detected shoulder-to-shoulder contact with the school beauty, awarding you 300 points. The system chimed, causing Yi Fan to chuckle helplessly. Shoulder-to-shoulder? They were still quite far from that. However, Mu Xinci's shoulders were indeed elegant and alluring, perfectly fulfilling Yi Fan's fantasies of a partner. Yet, that wasn't the crux of the matter. The priority was to alleviate Mu Xinci's menstrual pain as quickly as possible. Yi Fan picked up a mug and said, This is brand new. I haven't used it. Just wait here. He endured the pain and made his way to the tea room. Watching him stagger, Mu Xinci anxiously peeked around the doorframe, fearing he might fall. Thankfully, he managed to return, albeit unsteadily, with the pain relief granules. Drink this. This was the first time Yi Fan had shown such care towards a girl. Mu Xinci gazed at the steaming mug before her, blinking with gratitude. Thank you. Now, you sit down and rest a bit. She patted the chair beside her. Yi Fan decided to sit down as well. He noticed Mu Xinci sipping the medicine in small sips, her red lips contrasting beautifully with the pale steam. And as she moved, he caught a glimpse of her pink tongue. She gazed at him with an adorably innocent expression, reminiscent of a soft little rabbit. Yi Fan felt a warm surge within him, the taste of the bitter herbal medicine lingering in his mouth, a reminder of her warmth. The pain relief granules were soothing and considerate. Nonsense. Considerate, my foot. He was tempted to file a complaint against misleading advertisements. How could he still feel such pain after drinking it? Yi Fan hunched over, drenched in sweat. It was unbearable. He bit down on his lower lip, feeling that this was even worse than the agony of a testicle injury. Then he noticed Mu Xinci's flawless white hand reaching out. To his shock, she gently began to massage his abdomen. What are you doing? Yi Fan's ears turned crimson. He hadn't anticipated this move from Mu Xinci. Though he could feel her touch, it sent waves of heat through his body, as if a volcano were about to erupt. I'm giving you an abdominal massage. It will help alleviate the pain during menstruation. Mu Xinci's gaze was gentle, her smile revealing faint dimples, and her face flushed with warmth. Beep. Detected one instance of abdominal massage, awarding 200 points. He understood the rationale, but why was she touching him? Yi Fan inquired. Under his penetrating gaze, Mu Xinci froze for a moment before her mind clicked into place. All right, even if an abdominal massage helps with menstrual pain, it still involves touching you. I made a mistake. Let me try again. Mu Xinci's hand abruptly shifted. Ha! Yi Fan burst into laughter. She was simply too adorably naive and charming. Previously, Mu Xinci had always been perceived as aloof and unapproachable in everyone's eyes. Is this considered a breach of character? Don't laugh. Mu Xinci felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance as she gently tapped Yi Fan on the shoulder. Yi Fan leaned away, and her playful slap ended up landing on her own body instead. You mustn't be so hard on yourself. Yi Fan rested his hand on his jaw, clutching his stomach, and laughed heartily. You've made me laugh so much my stomach hurts. You're just too adorable. Upon hearing his words, Mu Xinci's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, You were already feeling unwell. Therefore, you should quickly think of a way to soothe your stomach. I am earnestly seeking your guidance. Yi Fan gazed at Mu Xinci with an eager expression. His intentions were pure. He merely wished to assist her. If she felt better, he would undoubtedly feel better too. Indeed, being a girl is no easy feat. Learning a few techniques would be beneficial, for who knows? They may come in handy when he tries to comfort Mu Xinci in the future. After 2 months of their body swap, he could effectively help her alleviate menstrual cramps, which would be quite advantageous. With her hands resting on her lower abdomen, Mu Xinci slowly demonstrated how to massage it. Yi Fan could feel the chemistry sparked by her soft palms touching his belly. Her little hands were indeed so delicate. Her abdomen was flat and devoid of excess flesh. What a slender waist. The difference between a girl's stomach and a boy's was stark. Touching her skin felt as smooth as jade. More overwhelming than any pain was her gentle touch. Yi Fan's adrenaline surged, his body flooded with hormones, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. It was a conflagration of emotions, spiraling out of control. Focus, no inappropriate thoughts. Yi Fan admonished himself as he struggled to maintain his composure. Clumsily, He imitated Mu Xinci's actions in massaging her belly. However, in a moment, Mu Xinci's composure shattered. "Ah, stop." Her face turned a deep shade of crimson. Her cheeks entirely flushed as she exclaimed, "That tickles." Yi Fan, startled, hesitated to continue. He glanced over and saw her breathing heavily, her eyes glistening with tears. Her previous whimpers had been utterly enchanting. As a teenage boy, Yi Fan found it impossible to contain himself. "I'm sorry." He quickly apologized, realizing he had caused Mu Xinci discomfort. "It's all right. You're not the one suffering on my behalf," Mu Xinci murmured, a hint of shyness in her tone. Yet, as she gazed at Yi Fan, her beautiful eyes softened, adding, "But I genuinely appreciate your efforts. Having you here is truly wonderful." Yi Fan's heart raced uncontrollably. "Every time I have my period, the pain is unbearable. I've nearly fainted several times and must take painkillers," Mu Xinci confessed. "I've been to the hospital for a checkup and everything is fine, but I always suffer from menstrual cramps. I heard that once you have a baby, the cramps cease. Then you should get pregnant." Yi Fan blurted out without a second thought, only to see Mu Xinci's round eyes widen in disbelief. Realizing the absurdity of his words, he faltered. "What am I saying? I can't even follow up." He feared Mu Xinci would misunderstand. "Ahem. What I meant was that once you become pregnant, it will get better." Mu Xinci watched Yi Fan as he awkwardly explained, her hand covering her mouth as she chuckled softly. Her radiant smile brought Yi Fan immense joy. "Would you bear my child?" she inquired. The mere utterance of those words left Yi Fan speechless, and without thinking, he exclaimed, "Absolutely not. A man cannot give birth." The very thought of experiencing the bizarre phenomenon of menstrual pain was already ludicrous enough. The prospect of childbirth was simply unfathomable. But since we exchanged experiences, doesn't that mean you would be the one experiencing labor? I heard it's a level 10 pain, while menstrual cramps are only level 4. Mu Xinci earnestly elaborated. Yi Fan was taken aback. If menstrual cramps are this painful and only level 4, then what on earth is level 10 like? He realized he had nearly revealed his secret regarding the system. Mu Xinci seized the opportunity. "What is wrong with 2 months?" Yi Fan felt frustrated, having inadvertently let slip his thoughts. "What I meant was that we might swap back within 2 months. Besides, you can't possibly get pregnant within 2 months. Yi Fan hurriedly corrected himself. "Right, we mustn't lose hope. Perhaps we will switch back," Mu Xinci said, her spirits lifting momentarily. However, she quickly remembered something and asked, "Are you feeling any pain now?" Yi Fan belatedly noticed that the discomfort had diminished significantly, with only a slight sensation remaining. "Then let me press on your acupressure point to alleviate the pain," Mu Xinci said as she lowered her head to begin the massage. "Acupressure point? Is there such a location? Where is it?" Yi Fan leaned in, curious to see. Just as he drew closer, Mu Xinci unexpectedly looked up, and their lips brushed against each other's cheeks. Yi Fan shivered, feeling the warmth of her kiss. At that moment, he also sensed her soft lips, akin to a gentle breeze, stirring his heart. Yi Fan felt his heart race. Ding! Detected a kiss on the cheek, awarding the host 300 points. Mu Xinci's face instantly flushed bright red, resembling a shrimp boiled in water, as she exclaimed, "I'm so sorry." She instinctively pulled away, her mind still reeling from the unexpected kiss. Her palms turned warm, tinged with embarrassment. It was too shameful. She had kissed him without realizing. Ahem. Yi Fan coughed to mask the rapid pounding of his heart, trying to appear nonchalant. Mu Xinci gently pinched her ear. "Well, as long as you're okay now." How could he possibly be okay? Just that simple gesture of her pinching his ear ignited a fire within Yi Fan. Who could have known how fair and beautiful Mu Xinci's ears were? Her earlobes were plump and translucent, gleaming like pearls, and now they were flushed with warmth. Her delicate fingers caressed her earlobes, sending tingles to Yi Fan's heart. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt parched, and the air was thick with an unmistakable tension. The pain had lessened, but just in case, he decided to keep the remaining discomfort. Suddenly, a loud thud interrupted their moment, as a large bag was dropped in front of Mu Xinci. "What is this?" Mu Xinci had noticed it earlier, but hadn't asked. Upon opening it, she was taken aback. Inside were not only a plethora of snacks, but also sanitary pads, several boxes of pain relief tablets, and even painkillers and heating pads. "Take it. It's all for you," Yi Fan said nonchalantly. "Snacks can uplift one's mood. Don't girls tend to feel down during those days? A little sweetness can boost dopamine levels." Of course, in front of Mu Xinci, Yi Fan grabbed a jelly, tore open the foil with his teeth, and swallowed it in one gulp. "I'll listen to you. I'll compensate with sugar. During this time, I want to engage in any vigorous activity, and I'll cooperate with you. I was too reckless before. Please don't hold it against me." Mu Xinci gazed at Yi Fan, who coolly delivered those words. Feeling a warmth in her chest, she was pleasantly surprised. Yi Fan was not only charming but also considerate. The sweetness of the jelly lingered in her mouth, making her heart feel as if it were overflowing with sweetness. Thank you. In the spirit of reciprocity, I refrain from indulging in ice, spicy foods, or sour flavors. Instead, I prioritize warmth and hygiene. As she spoke the latter part, her face turned crimson with embarrassment. Yifan too felt his cheeks flush. It is worth noting that he could sense Mu Xinci's every move. The intimate sensation of contact with her delicate wings left him utterly dazed. That's good. Yifan scratched his head, swiftly reaching in accord with Mu Xinci. Thereafter, he indeed adhered to his promise. Xiao Wu, brandishing a basketball, called out to Yifan, "Care to play?" "Not going." Yifan reclined on the lower bunk in his dormitory, making do for the time being. After all, there was evening study to attend, and he preferred to spare Mu Xinci any undue inconvenience. He casually spritzed some perfume to freshen the air, fully aware of Mu Xinci's sensitivity to scents. The dormitory's atmosphere was rather foul, and fortunately, the fragrance he chose was one that Mu Xinci frequently used, effectively masking the noxious odor. Xiao Wu, observing Yifan lounging in a relaxed position, expressed his confusion. "What is going on? Aren't you the one who loves basketball the most?" Just then, Lei Gu entered, exclaiming, "It's sweltering. Here, I bought some ice cream, one for each." As Lei Gu offered some to Yifan, he felt tempted but ultimately suppressed the urge. He remained resolute. "I want to eat it." Yifan firmly declined, reminding himself of Mu Xinci's discomfort during her menstrual cycle if he indulged. No, he had to endure, no matter the temptation. He would not betray his promise to Mu Xinci. "What is going on? You're not eating?" Lei Gu questioned, puzzled. "I'm just trying to rest," Yifan replied, wishing to avoid the sight of ice cream. "How strange. I'm offering you a treat, and you refuse? You're usually so eager for ice cream." Lei Gu was baffled, especially since Yifan had always been an enthusiast of frozen desserts. It sounded as if he were experiencing a feminine cycle where ice cream consumption was off limits for a few days each month. Moreover, Xiao Wu and the others noticed with bewilderment that Yifan was wrapped in a thick cotton coat and sipping goji berry tea from a thermos. What is going on? Has our old Yi turned into a health enthusiast? Didn't he despise hot tea and prefer cold beverages? They remarked. Exactly. It's so peculiar. He's dressed like this when it's only a few degrees. Previously, he would be in short sleeves, reveling in the cold, showcasing his exceptional cold resistance. They were utterly perplexed by Yifan's transformation. Little did they know, this was Yifan's act of self-preservation. While Xiao Wu and the others found Yifan's behavior unfathomable, they soon faced the consequences. Chapter 69. I am not a stock god, merely possessing a wealthy system. Hey, who's in the bathroom? I need to go in. Is today's ice cream poisonous? I've been running to the loo. Xiao Wu knocked on the dormitory bathroom door. Inside, the sound of Fat Tiger's distress echoed. Just a moment. Ow, ow, ow. Even Lei Gu could not contain himself. I'm coming out. I'm heading next door. He dashed to the adjacent bathroom. Yifan, witnessing this amusing turn of events, was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, what a twist. That day, a cold front swept in, and the few who had initially donned short sleeves were now all caught in colds. They soaked their hands in warm water while wrapped in thick jackets. Glancing at the seemingly unfazed Yifan, lamenting, damn, old Yi really had foresight. Not to mention, our entire dormitory is suffering, and he's perfectly fine. Ugh, I swear I'll never eat ice cream again. My stomach is killing me. Yifan reclined on his bed, feeling utterly relaxed. If Mu Xinci were to be his future wife, then the adage was indeed correct. Listening to one's partner brings no regrets. Yifan recalled that he still possessed a stock surge card, which would come in handy. As Yifan sat down with his newly purchased Apple laptop to check stock prices, Lei Gu curiously approached. What are you up to, old Yi? When did you start investing in stocks? I thought you had no interest in that. I've been doing some research lately and plan to invest in a few stocks. Yifan replied. You're a novice. Random investments will lead to losses. My dad loves stocks, and I've learned a thing or two from him. I invested in Qitian Manufacturing's stock, which is a solid concept stock. You can't go wrong with it, Lei Gu informed him. I've been investing in it, and it's been on the rise for the past few days. I'm not buying Qitian Manufacturing. I'm going for Blue Deer Medical, Yifan asserted with determination. Qitian Manufacturing is on the verge of a steep decline. You should sell it soon to avoid significant losses. Yifan possessed a system that allowed him to see that Blue Deer Medical was a promising stock, projected to rise by 95 in a single month. How could he resist such an opportunity? Lei Gu was taken aback. You can't be serious? You're considering Blue Deer Medical as stock? Are you looking to lose money? That stock has been on a continuous decline, and losses are piling up. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. I don't have high hopes for Blue Deer Medical either. It's quite obscure. And I've heard the group is on the brink of bankruptcy. You should follow Lei Gu's advice. You're a beginner and don't see the nuances of the stock market. Don't get caught in losses, Fat Tiger urged earnestly. Although Yi Fan had come into money due to his family's relocation, that didn't mean he should gamble with stocks and risk losing it all. Lei Gu said, if you're uncertain, why not invest in both? I can assure you that Qitian manufacturing will rise. Lei Gu, I appreciate your concern, but I genuinely believe in this stock. I recommend you invest too. Let us all profit together, Yi Fan sincerely replied. Lei Gu furrowed his brow, still harboring doubts. Xiao Wu inquired, do you have some insider information? I'd call it a sixth sense, Yi Fan quipped, raising an eyebrow. Just trust me this once. When have I ever had bad luck? If it goes south, I'll make it up to you, Lei Gu. Just sell Qitian manufacturing and invest in Blue Deer Medical. Lei Gu eyed Yi Fan skeptically, but Yi Fan's confidence inspired him. He smacked his thigh. All right, I'll go with your recommendation. Who knows? Perhaps a miracle will happen. I'll take the risk of a little loss. Following Yi Fan's advice, Lei Gu sold his shares in Qitian manufacturing and invested 500 in Blue Deer Medical. Just 500. If I lose, it won't hurt too much, he declared. However, when he glanced at Yi Fan, he was astonished to see Yi Fan about to invest 500,000. Did you accidentally add an extra zero? Lei Gu exclaimed in excitement, quickly grabbing Yi Fan's hand before he could click the mouse. Yi Fan looked at him in confusion. No, why? Are you really going to invest that much? Even if your family has money now, you shouldn't be so reckless. 50,000 is no small sum. Especially for a niche stock, it could lead to total loss. Lei Gu, trust me, I can make a profit. Besides, it's my money. And I'll manage it wisely. Yi Fan thought 50,000 was just the starting point. He had that card and could always buy more stocks later. Think it over. You don't want to end up with nothing. Exactly. You can explore other stocks. How is this any different from gambling? Xiao Wu and the others felt Yi Fan was being too impulsive. Yet no matter how they tried to persuade him, Yi Fan had made his decision. And he plunged all his money into the investment. Xiao Wu could only shake his head in resignation, sighing that Yi Fan was being foolish. Yi Fan's approach to investing was imprudent, and he was destined to face significant losses in the future. However, they also resolved that regardless of whether Yi Fan profited or suffered losses, they would wholeheartedly support him, ensuring he would never go hungry or be without a place to sleep. After purchasing the stocks, Yi Fan sat back with a sense of satisfaction, eagerly awaiting his fortune. Observing the worried expressions of others, he yearned to divulge the existence of his system. After all, he could not possibly incur losses. He was bound for substantial gains. Yet, given the secretive and unique nature of having a system, he opted for discretion. As the days passed, Yi Fan weathered Mu Xinci's monthly affliction. From an initial discomfort, he had grown accustomed to it. Once Mu Xinci's ordeal concluded, he too would be liberated. Furthermore, he needed to visit GUA Media to select scripts and songs. After all, for a company to thrive, it required robust productions. Yi Fan activated the system and began to draw rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a premium work identification. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a never traffic jam card. Yi Fan accepted the rewards, finding both immensely practical. The premium work identification would be particularly useful today as he selected works, while the never traffic jam card had immediate applicability. With a smirk, he gazed at the congested traffic before him. As a car owner, he knew that encountering peak hours or unexpected traffic snarls invariably resulted in a frustrating experience. Yet, with this card in hand, he felt invincible against the prospect of delays. With a mere tap, he activated the card. The previously immovable traffic began to flow seamlessly, transforming the congested roadway into an unobstructed path. Yi Fan effortlessly drove on, unaware that an unforeseen challenge awaited him at the office. Chapter 70. The bravest man in the company. It is not so easy to kick you out. Upon reaching his office door, Yi Fan overheard Qi, the shareholder, boasting within. With the current popularity of adaptations, we must seize the opportunity to produce the imperial garment. This CEO meets 4 little wives is a must-buy. So cliched, I adore it. You will report back to me immediately as I instruct. To this, his assistant timidly responded, but isn't it up to Yi, the shareholder, to decide? He hasn't arrived yet. I'm also a shareholder of the company. Why should you heed him over me? My choices are his choices, and he should be grateful. She asserted confidently. The assistant appeared bewildered. I guarantee that what I select, he will undoubtedly approve. She boasted with self-assurance. Yi Fan, feeling a wave of disdain, lifted his eyelids slightly. Irritated, he pushed the door open. Not at all. This startled Qi, who had been lounging in Yi Fan's office chair with his feet propped up on the desk, nearly causing him to topple over. He had not anticipated Yi Fan's sudden entrance. Yi Fan's contempt for Qi's audacity intensified as he surveyed the disarray in his office. Noting the remnants of Qi's cigarette butts in the ashtray and the unsightly shoe prints on the desk. You've arrived. Qi feigned calmness, attempting to project an air of nonchalance. I've already reviewed the scripts. You can leave now. What have you chosen? Yi Fan approached him. The assistant, trembling, began to hand over the scripts she had favored. Here they are. Oh, Yi Fan glanced over them, finding them quite appealing. Chi's pride swelled. Right? My taste is impeccable. He exchanged a smug look with the assistant. See, I told you Yi Fan would agree. It seems he understands now that causing trouble with me would make it difficult for him to remain in the company. He has become quite sensible. In an instant, Chi was left speechless. Yi Fan tore the scripts apart before him and forcefully threw the pieces at his face. The assistant gasped, covering her mouth in shock. It was a first for anyone to confront Chi in such a bold manner. Except for the ones you selected, I've purchased all the others. Yi Fan slammed his palm on the desk, exuding an intimidating presence. Are you out of your mind? Chi was both stunned and deeply humiliated. Yi Fan's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Chi. Chi Mingxian, consider this a notice. You can leave. Initially, he had tolerated Chi's transgressions out of respect for his status as a founding shareholder, but now Chi had overstepped. As the primary shareholder, he would not endure such insolence. Are you joking? Will Kaiwan allow this? Chi exclaimed, incredulous at Yi Fan's audacity. Yi Fan casually replied, no need to inform her. I am the chief executive of this company. Layoffs are entirely normal. Given your status as a former shareholder, I'm merely allowing you to gather your belongings. Otherwise, I will have security escort you out. Sweat began to bead on Chi's palms. He had not anticipated that he would provoke Yi Fan to such an extent. This had once been his domain. When had it become Yi Fan's realm? Just wait. Kaiwan 1T let me go. When she learns you're throwing a tantrum, she'll surely reprimand you. Chi fumed as he called for Shui Kaiwan. Yi Fan, unfazed, thought to himself that if Shui Kaiwan truly sided with Chi, he would simply withdraw his shares and not tolerate such indignities. If other shareholders disregarded his authority, he would not remain as the primary shareholder. To solidify his position within the company, he had to set an example. He could not allow Chi to manipulate him like a soft fruit. Otherwise, Chi's presence would only serve to undermine him further and sow discord. Shui Kaiwan soon arrived at Chi's summons. Observing the chaotic scene, she appeared perplexed. What is happening? Yi Fan wants to dismiss me. I am also a shareholder. Just because he holds a slightly larger stake, he thinks he can command me? Chi lamented, portraying himself as a victim. Shui Kaiwan furrowed her brow and turned to Yi Fan. What is the reason? Chi smirked, confident in his standing. See, Shui Kaiwan is sentimental. How could she possibly agree to my dismissal? She will certainly advocate for me. Yi Fan replied coolly. He has occupied my office and abused his authority, undermining my position. Did you hear that? You can leave now. Shui Kaiwan looked at Chi, who was visibly shaken. What? If those reasons aren't sufficient, let us add the fact that he has sexually harassed me. Doesn't that qualify? Shui Kaiwan's eyes reddened, her pent-up grievances exploding forth. She recalled her humble beginnings in entrepreneurship and how Chi Mingxian, as a senior, had partnered with her. Grateful for his support, she had not realized he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. With the company's instability requiring Chi Mingxian's investment, he had leveraged his shareholder status to invite her to dinners under the guise of business, even suggesting they share a hotel room. Ultimately, it was only through her threat of involving the authorities that Chi Mingxian's inappropriate advances ceased. However, in private, he became increasingly audacious, if not with verbal flirtations, then through sending cringeworthy, syrupy love messages on WeChat, day after day. Su Kaiwan promptly blocked him on WeChat. Each day was a torment for her, and she felt utterly drained. For the sake of her company and employees, she could not afford to confront Chi Mingxian recklessly, especially since he was connected to numerous influential figures. However, upon discovering that Yi Fan had acquired shares and surpassed Chi Mingxian to become the largest shareholder, she decided to no longer tolerate Chi Mingxian's advances. Like Yi Fan, she also wished to oust Chi Mingxian from the company. Yi Fan was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Su Kaiwan had been enduring so much. Su Kaiwan, I like you. How can you call that sexual harassment? Please do not malign my character. Chi Mingxian, the shareholder, felt awkward and instinctively tried to edge closer to Su Kaiwan. She evaded him, but in the next moment, she felt warm hands pulling her back. As long as she is unwilling, that is sexual harassment. The resolute words rang out, causing Su Kaiwan to tremble. She saw a tall, imposing figure standing protectively in front of her, instilling a sense of safety within her. Yi Fan was entirely unfazed. He glared at Chi Mingxian with displeasure. If you don't want me to leave you with a bloody nose, you'd better get lost. Chi Mingxian shot a menacing glare at Su Kaiwan, who was hiding behind Yi Fan. Su Kaiwan, are you certain you wish to offend me? You know I have connections. Chapter 71. A forced fruit is not sweet. Yet I am determined to taste yours. Su Kaiwan bit her crimson lip, her face pale. I don't care who you know. I am acquainted with far more influential individuals than you can imagine. Do you dare to threaten me without considering who stands behind me? Yi Fan bellowed. Su Kaiwan's eyes brightened. Indeed, No matter how many connections Qi Mingxian had, could they possibly compare to Yi Fan? Yi Fan was known to have a black card, drive luxury cars, and invest millions with nary a blink. The people Yi Fan knew were undoubtedly of a higher caliber than those known by Qi Mingxian. So what was there to fear? Qi Mingxian trembled. How had he not realized? Yi Fan was indeed a person of considerable repute, likely a formidable second-generation wealthy heir. However, he had always been oblivious to Yi Fan's true background. If Yi Fan were the heir of a prominent family, then Qi Mingxian would be in deep trouble. If you want to leave, then go. Do you think I want to stay here? I've had enough. Being here only hinders my ability to make money. Qi Mingxuan's tone softened slightly, yet he still attempted to save face. He glared at Su Kaiwan with malice. You'll regret this. With that, Qi Mingxian turned and left. In the office remained only Yi Fan, Su Kaiwan, and the assistant. The assistant inquired, who is she? Where is she? What is she doing? She seemed to have witnessed a significant spectacle. The conclusion was naturally that Yi Fan was extraordinarily handsome. He was simply a protective brother figure. As the assistant gazed at Yi Fan with admiration, he turned to Su Kaiwan, whose face was pale. Her eyes brimmed with tears, yet she remained resolute. Her originally exquisite features now appeared somewhat pitiful. Wipe your tears. Qi Mingxian is gone. From now on, who dares to provoke us will face dire consequences. Yi Fan said boldly as he looked at Su Kaiwan. Being a shareholder was simply wonderful. He could choose whom to associate with without having to endure anyone's disdain. How liberating. Thank you, Su Kaiwan replied, lifting her delicate face with a smile. Taking a tissue, she dabbed at her tears. Without you, I truly would not know what to do. Though Su Kaiwan was a female CEO, she was also a beautiful woman. The feeling of being trusted by such a lovely woman filled Yi Fan with pride. You are my employee. It is only natural that I look out for you. Stick with me, and I will ensure you enjoy the finer things in life. Yi Fan said, his lips curving into a smile. All right. Su Kaiwan harbored great confidence in Yi Fan. The assistant timidly asked, so, Mr. Yi, shall we select the works? Indeed. Yi Fan possessed the skill of quality work identification. Why waste time? He quickly used his skill to select several scripts. This song, Nunchaku, let us have Zhou sing it, Yi Fan stated to Su Kaiwan. The assistant mumbled, Zhou drinks milk tea every day. He is either researching today or drinking tomorrow. Coco. His mind isn't even on singing. I think it would be better for us to have Shui Qianqian sing, whom we signed previously. Su Kaiwan nodded. Zhou has a slight Taiwanese accent. His Mandarin isn't very standard, and he struggles with enunciation. The lyrics of Nunchaku are quite intricate and convoluted. It may not suit him. No. I believe his voice is quite unique and perfectly fitting for the song. Yi Fan insisted on having Zhou sing. As for Shui Qianqian, he also planned to release an album. There was a song titled Unserious Snow that would be perfect for him, making it the lead single. Confronted with Yi Fan's arrangements, Su Kaiwan felt somewhat bewildered. Shui Qianqian is a comedic performer. Can he truly sing such a poignant song as Unserious Snow? Is that feasible? However, since Yi Fan had made such assertions, Su Kaiwan could only acquiesce to his wishes. All right, I will make the arrangements, she agreed. She then glanced at the script Yi Fan had chosen and was astonished once more. Glory? An online game-themed project? There are currently no works of this genre on the market. Is it truly viable? No problem, Yi Fan nodded. I believe it would be better to have Yao portray the female lead. The evaluation results were as follows. SSSS grade blockbuster work. Profit index, 5 stars. Just as the system indicated, it recommended Yao for the role. But Yao isn't a trained actress. She is merely a puppeteer. Can she truly handle this? Su Kaiwan expressed her doubts. I believe she can. We can have a guiding teacher help her along the way. Yi Fan was confident in Yao. She is a remarkably promising star of tomorrow, destined to be an award-winning actress. She possesses innate acting talent that simply hasn't been discovered yet. All right, I will notify her then. However, I have one concern. I fear this theme may be too sensitive and may struggle with approval. After all, it is game-themed. What if parents report it for promoting gaming and leading to a lack of ambition? Su Kaiwan furrowed her brows and asked. The assistant excitedly nodded. Exactly. Ultraman and Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf were both reported and taken down by parents. Many scenes were cut. Yi Fan casually remarked. What we are promoting is national esports. The theme is virtual esports, a story filled with passion and perseverance. The government is currently supporting esports. If any foolish parents do report it, I'll just ban their favorite TV series in retaliation. Yi Fan had the system. What was there he couldn't accomplish? Su Kaiwan's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. She observed Yi Fan's carefree demeanor and felt somewhat intrigued. I believe it is worth a try. Aside from the sensitivity of the theme, the overall story is genuinely compelling. Immediately, Su Kaiwan set out to contact Yao. Upon reaching Yao on the phone, Su Kaiwan smiled and said, Yao Yao, have you made your decision? Our company has decided to cast you. Before she could finish her sentence, Yao Yao's voice trembled as she replied, I'm sorry, General Manager Su, but I can no longer sign with you. Su Kaiwan was taken aback. Why is that? Just yesterday, Yao Yao had decided to come and sign the contract today. How did she change her mind? Su Kaiwan wanted to inquire further, but the call had already been disconnected. What is going on? Yi Fan sensed something was amiss with Su Kaiwan and quickly asked. Su Kaiwan, in distress, exclaimed to Yi Fan, Yao Yao is not signing. Yi Fan was momentarily stunned. What on earth? Yao Yao's refusal to sign a contract equates to the company losing a significant cash cow. In Yi Fan's grand vision for development, Yao Yao is irreplaceable. What could have prompted her sudden decision to decline the contract? Yi Fan swiftly reached for his phone, dialing Yao Yao's number. Hello. The number you have dialed is currently off. The sweet, mechanical voice echoed back. Yi Fan felt an immense pressure and turned to Shui Kaiwan, saying, She turned off her phone. What should we do now? A reluctant fruit is not sweet. Should we consider someone else? Shui Kaiwan inquired. No. There is no substitute for her. How many superstars can emerge from our country? Especially those who have achieved grand slams. Yao Yao is a potential gem. I will not give up on her. Yi Fan asserted. How do we contact her now? She hasn't left a home address, Shui Kaiwan said anxiously. With a furrowed brow, Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. There will be a way. Shui Kaiwan paused, such as, for instance, Yi Fan began, shareholder Chi has received the buyout agreement. To avoid complications, he had no choice but to sign it. After all, he made bold statements. He cannot leave empty-handed. However, upon seeing the settlement amount, he was incredulous and confronted HR. What is happening? Why is there a deduction of 100,000 from my account? Mr. Yi has changed the desks and chairs. The expense is on you, HR replied flatly. Why should I cover the cost? Does he expect me to pay for his purchases? Shareholder Chi retorted angrily. What does this have to do with me? What desk and chairs could possibly cost that much? HR mimicked Yi Fan's tone, stating, Mr. Yi claims you have soiled his desk and chair. Therefore, the cost falls upon you. If you disagree, you may discuss it with him. But the consequences are yours to bear. Shareholder Chi gritted his teeth, feeling like a tiger fallen to the ground, bullied by dogs. With Yi Fan's backing now ambiguous, confronting him directly would yield no favorable outcome. Yet, Chi could not swallow this indignation. After packing his belongings, he dialed a number. Old Ma. Yes, it's me, Ming Xian. I need your help to investigate someone. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Understanding Yi Fan's background, he would no longer fear facing him. In front of the teaching building of Modu Normal University. So handsome. Is he a celebrity? When did our school have such a handsome guy? He seems to be looking this way. Should I ask for his WeChat? I want to flirt, but I'm a bit scared. If only I had such a dashing boyfriend. I'd rather fail my exams than miss out on games. The surrounding girls blushed, gazing at the tall and striking young man in the distance. He was impeccably handsome, clad in a designer shirt, his tall frame resembling a living clothes hanger, captivating their hearts. It is known that the quality of boys at this university is generally lacking in both number and caliber. In such a competitive environment, the emergence of such a handsome figure made the girls wish to devour him whole. Hey handsome, I want to go swimming this afternoon, but I don't know what to buy. Would you accompany me to choose? One girl flirted, her long legs clad in black stockings, playfully requesting, help me sit over there for a moment. Another enthusiastic girl loosened her shirt to reveal her shoulder, throwing a flirtatious glance. It's too hot here. My home has air conditioning, and I have many fun toys. It was Yi Fan, the object of their affections. He had not anticipated that upon his arrival, he would become the center of attention for the girls. However, he remained indifferent. With no thoughts of women in his heart, he was focused on his ambitions. Tempted by beauty would only impede his pace toward success. Sorry, not interested, Yi Fan said, deliberately avoiding them. The girls were incredulous, unable to fathom being rejected. Some even clenched their teeth, unwilling to accept. He must be gay. Thus, they reached a consensus, lamenting, how could such a handsome guy possibly be gay? But can he be turned straight? As they watched Yi Fan with reluctance, they noticed him suddenly approach someone. Yao Yao. His magnetic voice almost bewitched the girls. They expected him to call out to a stunning beauty, but upon closer inspection, they saw it was an unremarkable girl, sporting black-rimmed glasses and dressed rather plainly. She bore no resemblance to the beauty they had anticipated. It seemed that he was not gay. Rather, he had poor taste. I envy that Yao Yao. I almost want to change my name to Yao Yao. One girl lamented. If only she were even slightly attractive, I could accept it. But where does she surpass me? Yi Fan, however, was unconcerned with the opinions of others. He only wished to understand the true reason behind Yao Yao's refusal to sign the contract. Her decision was pivotal for the company. How did you know I was here? Yao Yao asked, astonished. Yi Fan replied. I inquired with a friend who interviewed with you last time. But why did you decline the contract? Yao Yao's gaze darted around, avoiding eye contact with Yi Fan. I don't belong in the entertainment industry. Are you afraid of the unspoken rules? Yi Fan probed. No, it's just that I'm not pretty enough. Nor am I skilled in acting. I'm looking for a stable job. Yao Yao quickened her pace, visibly dejected. Yi Fan pursued her. If it's a matter of finances, we can negotiate. If you're in need, I can advance you some funds. Your base salary can triple, and the profit share can be adjusted to 70-30 in your favor. Such terms should entice Yao Yao. Yao Yao halted abruptly. Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that money could indeed resolve the issue. If there are no other issues, we can sign the contract right now. I have it with me, Yi Fan said, smiling at her. Yet, unexpectedly, Yao Yao shook her head. It's not about the money. If money could solve it, then it wouldn't be a problem. Yi Fan was perplexed. Then what is the reason? What could be obstructing Yao Yao's willingness to sign? Yao Yao hesitated, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I genuinely appreciate your faith in me, but I absolutely will not step into the entertainment industry. You should give up. Yi Fan felt a wave of despair wash over him. Women's hearts are impossible to fathom. They are too enigmatic. She could have simply spoken her mind. Yet she hesitated and stammered instead. Who could truly understand her genuine concerns? Yi Fan had hoped that by confronting her today, he could secure her signature with ease. But he was met with resistance. Fortunately, Yi Fan possessed a system. He still held the secret insight card. Thus, Yi Fan utilized the skill on Yao Yao. Moments later, he uncovered the secret within her heart. A realization dawned upon him. Understanding the source of the dilemma was crucial. Mr. Yi, I have to leave for another matter. Yao Yao said apologetically, instinctively trying to depart. Yet Yi Fan called out to her. Wait, I know why you are unwilling to sign with me. Yao Yao turned back, her eyes wide with surprise as she saw him with his hands in his pockets, a subtle smile playing on his lips against the backdrop of the setting sun, exuding confidence and charm. In the computer classroom, Mu Xinci was engrossed in her CAD assignment when Xiaoya, glancing at her phone, suddenly gasped in astonishment. Is Yi Fan off the market? The mere utterance of those words caused Mu Xinci to halt her movements, bewildered. She stared at Xiaoya in disbelief. What? Off the market? How could that be possible? He isn't seeing anyone, is he? Chapter 73. The School Beauty's Jealousy, with Severe Consequences. Her lashes fluttered as a tumult of emotions surged within her. Are you certain about this? Mu Xinci's voice trembled slightly. I'm quite sure. There's photographic evidence. Xiaoya replied, handing her phone to Mu Xinci. Upon examining the images on Xiaoya's phone, Mu Xinci saw several photos of Yi Fan with another girl. They appeared to be engaged in a conversation that was undeniably intimate. In that fleeting moment, a pang of discomfort gripped her heart. As she fixated on the pictures, Xiaoya began to voice her grievances. I heard he pursued a girl all the way to Normal University, and now the campus network is abuzz with the news. What does Yi Fan see in her, when he could have someone like you? The girl in the photos seemed utterly ordinary, lacking any striking features. In stark contrast to the exquisite and beautiful Mu Xinci, she appeared to be an entirely different realm. Mu Xinci lowered her gaze, her mood darkening as she murmured. That girl must possess some admirable qualities. She is likely kind-hearted and has a good personality. Hearing this, Xiaoya's heart ached for her friend. Who could possibly compare to you in terms of character and kindness? And let us not forget your beauty and wealth. Xiaoya exclaimed indignantly. She reflected on how long Mu Xinci had been a devoted admirer of Yi Fan, and how he seemed uninterested in her efforts. Initially, Xiaoya perceived Mu Xinci as aloof and unapproachable, akin to a flower on a high mountain, keeping others at bay. However, after spending time together, she discovered that Mu Xinci was actually a sensitive, kind, and warm-hearted individual. She is an extraordinary girl. If she were a guy, I'd definitely fall for her. Beautiful, graceful, and easily approachable. How can Yi Fan disregard someone like her? Mu Xinci's cheeks flushed crimson, her lips pouting as she muttered. What does it have to do with me? Who he likes is of no concern to me. It's of no concern, Xiaoya reassured her. There will be someone better. Sighing, she realized her friend must be feeling quite hurt, even if she pretended otherwise. Mu Xinci indeed felt a lingering heaviness in her heart. After their emotional exchange, she and Yi Fan had established a pact. He would not date anyone for the time being. She never anticipated he would find a girlfriend so soon. Ugh. Men are so unreliable. They can't be trusted and can't control themselves. Mu Xinci pouted angrily, her fingers striking the keyboard with greater force. Forget him. Let him suffer. At that very moment, Yi Fan was seated in a cafe with Yao Yao and her friend. Yao Yao, is your sudden withdrawal due to your apprehension about your friend? Yi Fan fixed his gaze intently on Yao Yao. Do you feel guilty for potentially taking away her opportunity, causing her to miss out? Yao Yao was taken aback. She never expected Yi Fan to decipher her thoughts so accurately. How could you think that? Yao Yao's friend chimed in, exasperated. You're going to pass up such a wonderful opportunity? Besides, I just wanted to give it a try. I never thought I'd actually get signed. With a heavy heart, Yao Yao lowered her head. I'm afraid it might affect our relationship. I don't want you to be unhappy. What do I have to be unhappy about? My good friend could become a star, and that has something to boast about for a lifetime. Plus, if you become famous, I could work as your assistant. It's a win-win situation. Yao Yao's friend, carefree and easygoing, didn't he dwell on the matter further. This made Yao Yao's eyes misty as she recognized the value of friendship. Yao Yao, didn't you want to act? You've recorded radio dramas before, and your emotions were spot on. Not to mention, you look stunning when made up. Go for it. I believe in you. You'll carve out your own path. Encouraged by her friend's support, Yao Yao found renewed courage and clenched her small fist. Are you still considering signing? Yi Fan inquired. I will sign. Yao Yao's initial hesitation was dispelled, and she realized that passing up such an opportunity would be unwise. If she regretted it later, it would be too late. Yi Fan felt a sense of satisfaction. Thankfully, the system was there to navigate through the girl's complexities smoothly. Indeed, the one who tied the knot must be the one to untie it. After handing Yao Yao the contract, she lowered her head to sign. Observing her elegant signature, Yi Fan nodded in approval. Pleasure to collaborate. I've prepared a television drama for you titled Glory. I'll send it to you later so you can review it. He paused briefly. I intend for you to play the lead role. Yao Yao gasped in surprise. The lead role? No way. I can't bear such a heavy responsibility. I thought I'd just be a background character. You are our company's prize talent. I believe this script is perfect for you, and you can handle it. Don't dismiss yourself so quickly. I'll arrange for an acting coach to guide you. Just read the script when you return. Yi Fan patiently soothed Yao Yao's nerves. Looking up at Yi Fan's handsome and gentle demeanor, Yao Yao felt herself captivated. Blushing, she shyly nodded. Okay. Yao Yao's friend shared in her joy, and the two were enveloped in a warm camaraderie. Yi Fan, too, felt a sense of relief. However, in the next moment, he felt the pressure of fingers tapping. Thud, thud, thud. Previously, Yi Fan had only experienced gentle tapping or the soft clicks of a mouse. But now it was fierce and aggressive. What could have happened to elicit such ferocity? Who had angered her? She seemed to be brimming with frustration. Yi Fan's fingers ached from the intensity of the keystrokes. He shook his hands, attempting to alleviate the discomfort, but to no avail. Where was Mu Xinci? He should at least inform her. Yi Fan began to send a WeChat message to Mu Xinci. No response. She hadn't blocked him, so why the silence? He pondered, perplexed. He then dialed her phone number, only to be greeted by the sweet voice of a recording. Hello, the number you have dialed is unavailable. Yi Fan felt a sense of helplessness. Why wasn't she answering? Had she turned her phone off? Now, he had no idea where she was. Thankfully, Yi Fan had the system. If I want to locate someone, is there a way? The system replied. The host can use a lottery system. I will accurately reference the host's wish to provide lottery prizes. Yi Fan was elated. That is fantastic. I'll draw 3 times. After redeeming his entries, he began the lottery, resulting in 2 prizes. Ding! Congratulations, the host has won a limited edition Patek Philippe commemorative watch. Ding! Congratulations. The host has won a GPS positioning system that can accurately locate people or items. Wonderful. These are exactly what I've been wishing for. System, I adore you. You truly understand me. Yi Fan exclaimed with excitement. System, apologies, host, but my affections lie not with you, but with the enchanting beauty system. Yi Fan, the system is quite the flirt. Yi Fan swiftly employed the GPS tracking system, and soon pinpointed Mu Xinci's location. She was in the computer lab at school. After bidding farewell to Yao Yao and her companions, Yi Fan hurried back without delay. Upon arriving at the designated computer lab, he instinctively peered inside, scanning the room for any sign of Mu Xinci. Yet, he found no trace of her. Where could she be? Chapter 74. You walk the line between 2 loves. Playing the Sea King with utter clarity. The computer lab was nearly empty, with only 2 softly lit computers humming away. How peculiar. The last identification indicated she was here. So why had she vanished? As Yi Fan prepared to utilize the GPS once more to locate her, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder from behind. Yi Fan. He turned abruptly to find a charming girl before him. With a high ponytail, an apple-shaped face, and delicate features, she gazed at him with an expression tinged with displeasure. What brings you here? Who are you? Yi Fan inquired, perplexed. Li Xiaoya, Mu Xinci's close friend. Xiaoya huffed. Understanding dawned on Yi Fan. This was the rumored confidant, Xiaoya, who lived in the tales spun by Mu Xinci. It was his first encounter with her. Have you seen Mu Xinci? Where did she go? Yi Fan asked. You're looking for her, but she doesn't wish to see you. Xiaoya's arms crossed defiantly, laced with a hint of hostility. Given the circumstances, why would you want to disturb her? What do you mean? Yi Fan was bewildered. He realized he was utterly at a loss when it came to understanding the complexities of a girl's heart. Sometimes, couldn't they be a bit more straightforward? It was exhausting for boys to decipher their intentions. When a girl says no, she might actually mean yes. When she says yes, she likely means no. When she says whatever, it absolutely means she wants you to act according to her wishes, not just to brush it off lightly. Xiaoya immediately sprang to defend her dear friend. With your behavior, how can you even think of being a sea king? You're juggling two relationships with such clarity. One moment, you're flirting with our Xinci, and the next, you're entangled with another woman. How shameless. Yi Fan was even more confused. What are you talking about? He couldn't grasp why Xiaoya harbored such inexplicable animosity towards him. He had not bullied Mu Xinci, nor was he engaged in any flirtation with other women. Why did Xiaoya view him with such suspicion? As Yi Fan found the situation utterly baffling, Xiaoya scoffed. Stop pretending. You're not allowed to see Xinci anymore. She made it clear she wanted to be with you. Yi Fan was taken aback. Could it be that Mu Xinci had realized his feelings for her? Was she now rejecting him because of it? Had his previous overtures frightened her away? Just leave, or I want to hold back, Xiaoya warned, glaring at Yi Fan. Xinci is in a bad mood right now. Don't bother her. A man's greatest virtue is to be devoted and loyal. A fickle man is as undesirable as wilted greens. Having previously been deceived by a scoundrel, she couldn't bear the thought of someone like Yi Fan playing with the heart of a girl as innocent as Mu Xinci. What if she ended up getting hurt and couldn't recover? Therefore, Xiaoya concocted a lie, claiming Mu Xinci would never be with Yi Fan, hoping it would dissuade him from pursuing her friend. As long as she was vigilant, she would ensure no sparks ignited between them. Seeing Xiaoya's fierce demeanor, Yi Fan felt a sense of helplessness. Xiaoya was quite fierce and clearly disdained him. Hearing that Mu Xinci was in a poor mood and that he should leave her alone, he could only let out a deep sigh. If she wasn't there, then so be it. Perhaps it would be best for her to clear her mind and not dwell on her anger. Yi Fan had not anticipated that his feelings for her would place such pressure on her. It seemed that winning a girl's heart required a gradual approach. One must not be too hasty. Perhaps it would be best to wait until she calmed down before attempting to engage her further, lest he exacerbate her distress. With that thought, Yi Fan turned to leave. Seeing Yi Fan's dejected expression, Xiaoya felt her heart flutter unexpectedly. Why did he seem so profoundly sentimental? He didn't fit the mold of a typical sea king. No, sea kings are all masterful actors. Otherwise, how could they become experts in time management? They excel at feigning deep emotions. She couldn't afford to make the same mistake again. While Xiaoya struggled to steady her racing heart, Mu Xinci returned from the restroom, having touched up her makeup. What is going on? I thought I heard you talking to someone, she inquired. Xiaoya, feeling flustered, replied, Yi Fan was just here. Did he come looking for me? Mu Xinci paused, a rush of excitement coursing through her. He came to tell me to inform you not to pursue him any longer. He has got a girlfriend now and is too busy to deal with you. Xiaoya clenched her fists, seething with indignation. Who does he think he is? Mu Xinci was taken aback, her heart racing. He really said that? She found it hard to believe. It's true, I swear. Xiaoya affirmed. This revelation ignited a fire within Mu Xinci. Clearly, he was trying to distance himself from her. She felt infuriated. How could he quietly start dating someone else and then blame her for bothering him? Hadn't they made an agreement? I won't bother with him anymore. Absolutely not. Mu Xinci declared vehemently. My phone died and shut off. I'm going to charge it. Xiaoya exhaled, relieved. It seemed her tactic had proven effective, momentarily severing the connection between the two. Mu Xinci could now harbor disdain for Yi Fan, thereby preventing the scoundrel from taking advantage of her friend. This was splendid. That evening, Yi Fan returned home only to find Mu Xinci, who had been lounging on the sofa watching television, glaring at him. You've gone too far. Yi Fan chuckled incredulously. This is going too far? I can't help having feelings for someone. Was she truly this upset? I don't want to deal with you. Once I find a way to switch things back, I never want to see you again. I'm fed up with you. Mu Xinci exclaimed, her temper flaring. She instinctively aimed a kick at Yi Fan, but halted mid-motion. Kicking him would only hurt her. She certainly wouldn't do that. Humph. With that, Mu Xinci dashed away, sprinting with remarkable speed. Yi Fan could sense her swiftness resembling a 100-meter dash. Clearly, she was no longer concerned about his feelings. Thankfully, he thought that such a pace wasn't too strenuous. Otherwise, he might have been left breathless. Was she truly that angry? Did she genuinely abhor the notion of their relationship advancing further? Your slipper. As Yi Fan pondered how his first love might be quashed before it even began, he noticed Mu Xinci had run too quickly, flinging her slipper down the stairs. I don't need you to worry about it. Mu Xinci thought bitterly of Yi Fan's hurtful words, feeling utterly wronged. If only he had approached her with a better attitude, perhaps she wouldn't be so furious. She was not the type to be clingy or threatening. Why did he feel entitled to speak to her so harshly? Especially now? Making a fool of her in front of him was mortifying. Chapter 75. Earning millions, while others chase after you for support. Mu Xinci's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she retrieved the slipper Yi Fan had picked up, slipping it on and continuing her ascent. Yi Fan let out a weary sigh. When a woman becomes angry, she truly becomes formidable. Yi Fan has finally witnessed the aloof and unapproachable side of Mu Xinci. However, recalling her earlier demeanor while picking up her shoes, he finds her somewhat adorably fierce. What should he do? His interest in her has only intensified. Yet, how can he ease the tension between them? It seems that Mu Xinci harbors considerable disdain towards him. Sigh. Love is indeed a complex conundrum, one that even Einstein would struggle to decipher. That evening, a startled exclamation echoed throughout the entire dormitory. Lei Gu, who had been reclining on his bed, suddenly bolted upright. His eyes glued to his phone. What's wrong? Xiao Wu, who had been engrossed in a game, nearly let his phone crash into his face. Even Fat Tiger paused his conversation with his girlfriend, gazing at Lei Gu in confusion. Aye, Lei Gu stammered, his excitement palpable. You need to speak plainly. Xiao Wu chastised him. Fat Tiger shot Lei Gu an exasperated look, muttering, What's with the hysteria at this hour? Qitian Manufacturing has suffered a severe internal blow. The president is in prison, the company has declared bankruptcy, and their stock is plummeting across the board. Selling it has become a nightmare. Those who invested in it are suffering huge losses. Lei Gu exclaimed, barely able to contain his glee. You lost money? I recall you spent quite a bit on their stocks. Xiao Wu expressed concern. The stock market is fraught with risks. Investing requires caution. It was once a promising venture. Yet now it has collapsed into bankruptcy. Fat Tiger added, also troubled. What are you going to do? Should we lend you some support? He asked. Instead of looking despondent, Lei Gu was practically beaming, slapping his thigh in delight. Ha ha ha. Support? I'm treating you all to dinner with Old Yi, especially Old Yi. He.S. the real hero here. What do you mean? We don't understand. Didn't you buy their stocks? Xiao Wu inquired. Don't you remember? It was Old Yi who advised me to sell. I invested in Lanlu Medical instead. Lei Gu replied with a grin. That does ring a bell. But why are you still so happy? Lanlu Medical isn't exactly a solid stock. It can tumble just as easily. Xiao Wu exclaimed. Fat Tiger interjected. Are you foolish? Don't you recall that Lanlu supplies masks and has developed a new medical plan? Their stock has skyrocketed recently. It's the hottest stock. Many are regretting not buying in. Xiao Wu was taken aback. Oh right. How could I forget? Ha. I invested 500 after listening to Old Yi. Guess how much I've made? Lei Gu declared, his enthusiasm infectious. How much? Xiao Wu asked, curiosity piqued. 5,000. I'll guess 8,000, Fat Tiger ventured. You're both far too low. I've made a whopping 30,000. Lei Gu exclaimed, his joy palpable. Xiao Wu and Fat Tiger were utterly envious. Oh my gosh. Why didn't I listen to Old Yi and invest? Xiao Wu lamented. I curse my hands for not buying into Lanlu. Is there any way to reverse this regret? At that moment, everyone envied Lei Gu's newfound wealth. Who wouldn't he want 30,000? For a college student, earning that much in just a few days of stock trading is no trivial matter. It's remarkable. How did Old Yi come up with the idea to buy this stock? His luck is extraordinary. Xiao Wu was practically buzzing with excitement. Lei Gu nodded. I doubted him at first, but it turned out my vision was too shallow compared to his. Thankfully, I listened to him and sold my Qitian stocks. Otherwise, I would have been in dire straits. He sighed. I initially thought Old Yi was inexperienced and wouldn't he do well, yet he has outperformed me. Indeed, trusting Old Yi is the key to eternal life. Xiao Wu nodded fervently. Suddenly, he recalled something. Wait, where's Old Yi? Didn't he invest 500,000 last time? At this revelation, everyone gasped. Lei Gu shivered at the thought. I previously thought he had added an extra zero. Now it seems he should have added yet another. No, the real focus is how much he must have profited. Xiao Wu exclaimed with excitement. What kind of fortune has he stumbled upon this year? Such rare opportunities have all fallen into his lap. First, he was pursued by the aloof school beauty. Then his family's property was redeveloped, making him a wealthy second-generation demolisher. Then he aced his exams, and now he has struck it rich in the stock market. Fat Tiger felt a pang of envy. How can one person encounter such a string of good fortune? Each of these occurrences would make anyone proud. Yet Yi Fan has experienced them all within a mere month. It's downright infuriating. Thus, the group hurriedly initiated a video call with Yi Fan. At that moment, Yi Fan had just finished washing up and was climbing into bed when he heard the sound of a WeChat video call. Upon seeing that it was his roommates, he wondered what they wanted. What is up? Yi Fan asked, towel drying his still damp hair. He recalled how Mu Xinci had scolded him for not drying his hair before. This time, he decided to be smart and not give her a reason to worry. He needed to work on improving his standing with her. Old Yi, did you see the stock market? Lanlu Medical has become the hottest stock, skyrocketing to the top. Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. Lei Gu's voice trembled with enthusiasm. You saved my life. Thank you so much. Otherwise, I would have lost everything. I've made an entire 30,000. I've never seen so much money in my bank account. Fat Tiger asked curiously, how much did you make? Yi Fan smiled contentedly, just 30 million. The system didn't let him down. The stock market surge card is truly effective. He merely dipped his toes into the water and earned 30 million. How much? Just 30 million? That's enough to buy a courtyard house. Xiao Wu exclaimed, nearly bursting with disbelief. Help, if you went to withdraw that. I bet you wouldn't be able to fit it all in a single bag. Fat Tiger was dizzy with envy, exclaiming that he was exhausted from feeling envious. No. It should be said that he wouldn't even fit it in a truck. Lei Ge shook his head. Hearing 30 million sounds like a number from another world. That's money I could never hope to earn in my lifetime. Xiao Wu added, but he is a second-generation demolisher. 30 million isn't too much for him, right? This guy is already driving a sports car. Everyone pondered, and it dawned on them that 30 million would indeed be astronomical for them, but for Yi Fan, who had recently become wealthy, it likely wasn't a big deal. Why aren't you more surprised? Did you predict this surge? Fat Tiger remarked, observing Yi Fan's calm demeanor and daring to speculate. Surely not. Old Yi was just playing around. He is a novice. Lei Ge maintained his skepticism. The stock market is too intricate. Mere observation doesn't suffice. Sometimes what seems destined to rise plummets instead. Indeed, I believe luck plays a part, Xiao Wu mused, recognizing the element of chance involved. After all, seasoned investors had chosen Qitian Manufacturing's stock and suffered enormous losses, let alone a newcomer like Yi Fan. It's not just luck. I did my homework, Yi Fan asserted. Of course, much of it relied on the system. The system had enabled him to reap substantial rewards. Remarkable. Is it possible that a top student could excel in the stock market as well? One must admit, Old Yi has always been exceptionally clever. Looking at it this way, if one were to invest in a niche stock and make a small profit, that could be attributed to luck. But to buy in at the right moment and make a significant gain demonstrates true skill. If that's the case, Yi Fan's acumen in the stock market is indeed top-notch. The three of them gasped in astonishment. Yi Fan had previously transformed into a top student, dominating the academic realm. Yet now, in the stock market, he commanded respect. Truly extraordinary. Who wouldn't aspire to be Yi Fan? The most exasperating aspect is that he has a stunningly beautiful schoolmate pursuing him ardently, catering to his every whim, and acting like a devoted admirer. Xiao Wu sighed. I suddenly feel that my existence is a waste of land, air, and life. Brother Lei, feeling inferior, remarked. My father has been studying the stock market for over a decade, and I thought I was managing all right, picking up a bit of his knowledge. But now, compared to Old Yi, I realize that there are always greater talents. I am but a mere speck. Fat Tiger idolized him, saying, Master, please accept my humble bow. Well then, I'm off to bed. No more chatter. I'm signing off. After a brief conversation with a few brothers, Yi Fan prepared to retire for the night. Although several roommates noted that Yi Fan's sudden early bedtime felt a bit unusual, they had no objections, assuming he was merely adjusting his routine, which would be beneficial for his health. After ending the video call, Brother Lei's phone rang. It was his father calling. Dad, Brother Lei exclaimed joyfully as he answered. Son, how can you still be in high spirits? I'm about to face calamity. Upon hearing his father's words, Brother Lei's heart sank. In bewilderment, he inquired, what happened? All my savings have evaporated. His father lamented. I even borrowed 20,000 from Uncle He, and that too is gone. I am now at a total loss of 50,000. If your mother finds out, she will surely divorce me. Brother Lei's father was under the thumb of his wife, primarily due to her formidable demeanor. Unfortunately, he had to surrender his entire paycheck each month, leaving him with a meager allowance of 500 yuan, leading a rather frugal life. Thankfully, he had dabbled in stocks, turning that 500 into 30 or 40,000. Who could have foreseen his downfall when he invested in Qitian Manufacturing, only for them to declare bankruptcy, taking his money with them? Son, I truly apologize for dragging you into this. I made you invest over 10,000. His father was filled with regret. Initially, he had acted on hearsay, believing that investing in Qitian Manufacturing was a surefire win, pouring all his funds into it. He never imagined he would suffer such a crushing defeat. Hearing his father's confession, Brother Lei sighed. Dad, look at you. How could you put all your eggs in one basket? I have 30,000 here. Take it and repay Uncle He. His father was momentarily stunned. You can't be serious. Where did you get that money? Didn't you also invest and lose everything? No. I sold my shares in Qitian Manufacturing and bought into Blue Deer Medical instead. With just 500, I made 30,000. Brother Lei replied excitedly. Really? Son, you are incredible. This is fantastic. His father was overjoyed. Brother Lei chuckled. All right, take this money to settle your debt. He transferred 20,000 to his father, 10,000 for repaying the debt, and the other 10,000 as living expenses, keeping 1,000 for himself as pocket money. His father was elated upon receiving the money, as it alleviated his immediate financial crisis. Thus, he rushed to find his good friend, Old He. Old He, I'm here to repay you, Brother Lei's father exclaimed cheerfully. But didn't you just say you were in dire straits? Why are you in such a hurry to repay me? It's my fault. My wife misheard some gossip and misled you. You can wait until you're not struggling, Old He replied somewhat apologetically. His wife worked in a securities company, and despite having caught a whiff of some information, she inadvertently led her friend into ruin. It's all right. Though I suffered a loss, my son made a profit. He sold his shares in Chitian Manufacturing, bought Blue Deer, and earned 30,000. Brother Lei's father felt fortunate. My son is truly clever. Now he even lends me money to repay you. Old He was astonished. My wife mentioned that only 3 people bought Blue Deer. Your son is one of the lucky 3. Ha ha ha, not at all, just luck. Brother Lei's father grinned, patting his nose. This had nothing to do with luck. The fact that he managed to sell Chitian Manufacturing's shares in time and invest in an obscure stock like Blue Deer demonstrated his astute investment acumen. If you don't believe me, ask him tomorrow what stocks he recommends. If they soar, he will be a genius. Uncle, he remarked. Brother Lei's father clapped his hands, feeling jubilant. All right, I'll ask him tomorrow. He had not anticipated that his son had some talent. Initially, he thought his son was merely a gamer and a flirt. Old He envied Brother Lei for having such a shrewd and capable son. With a keen sense of market trends, making money in the future would be effortless. While Brother Lei's family celebrated unexpected joy, other investors were not faring well that night. They regretted not having invested in Blue Deer stock. Who could have predicted its rise? Indeed, in the stock market forums, the grievances of investors were laid bare through their words. Suddenly, a netizen posted a screenshot, replying, "Who said it was just luck? What about this big shot? He invested a whopping 500,000 in Blue Deer." Everyone gasped. The account named Xiao Xian had indeed invested 50,000 in one go. Wasn't that a guaranteed windfall of 30 million? Oh my, that's a fortune. The discussions erupted. So much money. 3 million can buy luxury cars and mansions. His insight must be extraordinary. This big shot seems new to the game, with hardly any trading history. Did he know Blue Deer would rise? Is he an insider, manipulating the market? It's quite probable. If he had inside information, then I wouldn't blame my losses, I would resent it. Who says he has inside information? Didn't you see only 3 people bought? He just happened to invest the most, proving his sharp insight. If only 3 people were investing in Blue Deer, it was clear that even the company itself did not foresee such substantial profits. This was entirely unexpected, yet somehow, he had managed to calculate it. The collective intake of breath reflected their awe. Who is this master? I've been a stock trader for 7 or 8 years, and I'm being outpaced by a newcomer? I barely caught a glimpse of the market, and yet he has already left me in the dust. Mom asks why I'm kneeling while looking at my phone. It's because I'm bowing to the master. Am I the only one concerned about how he has 500,000 in capital to invest all at once? Indeed, for an average person, having savings of 2 to 300,000 is already impressive, let alone possessing 500,000. Even if one had 500,000 in savings, who would dare to invest it all in stocks? After all, the stock market is fraught with risks. As we see, some reap rewards while others suffer devastating losses. Furthermore, to have the audacity to invest 50,000 in such an obscure stock, what commendable bravery, what exceptional foresight, and he certainly doesn't lack funds. Amidst the chorus of admiration, a well-known trader, Lin Ming, posted his thoughts. This guy isn't a master at all. He knows nothing about the stock market. He is now investing in West City Enterprises. I suspect he is just a nouveau riche throwing money around, stumbling upon luck. Lin Ming had helped many wealthy individuals profit and held a revered position among stock traders. Now that he had spoken, it was evident that the other party had merely thrown money about and gotten lucky. Investing in West City Enterprises? That company is on the verge of collapse. Their projects are failing. Ha. I thought he was a genius, but it turns out he is just a big fool, a rich idiot without a brain. He has lost a fortune in West City and still wants to invest. Is his father Wang Duiyu? Ha. Spend a few billion and inherit a vast fortune. Now, everyone is increasingly inclined to believe Lin Ming's words. It must be that a nouveau riche, out of sheer boredom, is recklessly investing to kill time. There are even those who begin to revel in the misfortune of others, believing that once he invests in West City Enterprises, he will soon be left with nothing. Indeed, those who indulge in such pursuits must eventually pay the price. Don't envy anyone for their wealth. They might become destitute in the blink of an eye. Lin Ming, you truly hit the nail on the head. No wonder you are an authority. Indeed, Lin Ming is the most formidable trader in the industry. If such a genius truly existed, he would have been snatched up as a trader long ago. Who says otherwise? There aren't that many stock trading prodigies in this world. However, the investors are completely oblivious to the fact that at this moment, Yi Fan is peacefully asleep. It isn't until around 8 the next morning that he finally rises. Glancing at the time, he recalls he has classes in the afternoon. So he gets up to wash up. When he descends the stairs, he discovers Mu Xinci sitting at the dining table, evidently preparing to have breakfast. Her long hair cascades over her shoulders, her eyes glistening, and her beauty is captivating. Just the sight of her is enough to uplift one's spirits. Yet, she pointedly ignores him, her red lips pursed, leaving Yifan somewhat exasperated. Is she still upset? Good morning. Yifan approaches to greet her. She shoots him a glare, but remains silent. Yifan feels quite troubled. Does he have to bear such a burden for merely liking her? Aside from their shared experiences, she seems to harbor no affection for him. Yesterday, when Yifan attempted to express his feelings, he was abruptly interrupted by Mu Xinci. You should eat this. Mu Xinci pushes a sumptuous breakfast toward Yifan. He feels elated. Is this her way of reconciling? She offers him such a delicious spread. I'll have this. Mu Xinci states, as she takes a bowl of plain porridge. Yifan's joy quickly diminishes. This watery concoction lacks any richness. Why is Mu Xinci eating this? The porridge seems insufficient. You should have some dumplings instead, Yifan suggests, pushing some fried dumplings toward her. I think the porridge is quite beneficial. It's good for cleansing the system. You used to enjoy porridge, didn't you? I'm merely catering to your preferences. Mu Xinci replies with a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes, her tone laced with sarcasm. Are you unwilling to have it now? She seems to be settling old scores. Previously, she found his cafeteria porridge tasteless, and now she insists he experience its blandness too. It's not unreasonable. Given that Yifan had uttered strange remarks and failed to honor their agreement, indulging in recklessness outside their collaboration. It's fine, as long as you enjoy it. Yifan realizes Mu Xinci is exacting her revenge. Alas, it seems he cannot offend a girl. Her temper is formidable, and he finds himself at a loss. At this juncture, it is imperative not to argue with her. The repercussions could be dire. Yifan eats the delectable dishes, yet his mouth tastes only the insipid porridge. How bland it is. Regret washes over him. He now understands the experience Mu Xinci had, reflecting on the cafeteria's dismal fare. He realizes his own past efforts were woefully inadequate. No wonder Mu Xinci resists his affections. What girl wouldn't he appreciate a warm-hearted man? He suspects he may have overdone it, leaving a poor impression on her. With this realization, Yifan resolves to make amends and strive to improve his relationship with Mu Xinci. A new beginning awaits. Surely, there will be another chance. Congratulations, host. Dining together in sweet harmony has earned you 300 points. The system activates. Yifan feels disheartened. Sweet dining? Where's the sweetness in this? After their meal, Mu Xinci huffs, I'm off to school now. Let us go together, Yifan suggests, eager to bolster her affection. However, as he approaches, Mu Xinci glares at him. Deploying her trump card. I'll take the bus. That should scare you, right? Buses can be quite cramped and unpleasant. Now that Yifan is accustomed to luxury cars, he surely wouldn't want to endure a bus ride. Let us take a car instead, Yifan shakes his head. If he drives a sports car, at least Mu Xinci can enjoy a better experience. After all, the morning rush on a bus is far from pleasant. I've never taken a bus before. Everything must have a first time. Life is about trying new things. I want to give it a shot, Mu Xinci declares. Hearing this, she feels a surge of satisfaction. See, Yifan is reluctant. In truth, Mu Xinci never intended to ride the bus. She was merely teasing him. A little punishment to see him squirm. Chapter 78. Silly fool. What should I do if I really want to bully you? Then I'll accompany you. Yifan responds enthusiastically. He is still too worried about Mu Xinci. After all, she is unfamiliar with the area, and this is her first time taking the bus. Such a beautiful girl is most vulnerable to unwanted advances in crowded spaces. No, he must protect her. Mu Xinci is taken aback. He actually intends to accompany her? That means she'll have to endure the unpleasant odor of the bus. Clearly, he is also trying to put himself through the ordeal. How infuriating. I'm going now. With newfound determination, Mu Xinci grabs her bag and dashes off. She runs incredibly fast, leaving Yifan behind. Ha ha ha, you can't catch up with me now. Mu Xinci calls back to Yifan, who is a short distance away. You must be exhausted. Yifan can only smile at her antics. Is she being too childish? She seems to be acting like a 3.5-year-old. Does she think he can't handle such speed? With the physique-enhancing potion, he is in splendid shape. Even if Mu Xinci ran up 8 flights of stairs, he wouldn't feel a thing. He is merely trying to spare her the effort. He might as well not run. This little fool. Does she not understand at all? She is adorably naive. Her charming face appears soft and sweet, especially when she beams with pride, revealing a radiant smile. Truly enchanting. Yifan finds himself utterly captivated. Her cheeks are rosy, lips crimson against her fair skin. Delicate and lovely, her figure slender and graceful, her long legs accentuating her beauty. Standing in the sunlight, welcoming him, she radiates a warmth akin to the morning sun. In this moment, Yi Fan feels an overwhelming sense of warmth. Youth truly is beautiful. Ha ha ha, how wonderful it would be if Mu Xinci could become his wife. Approaching her, he finds Mu Xinci seated on a chair, and with a smile, he remarks, "You ran so fast just to wait for the bus. I still have to take the same one as you. Heh, now that you're sitting, are you showing concern for my exhaustion?" Sitting there, Mu Xinci does indeed feel a twinge of guilt for Yi Fan. She worries that she may have run too fast, fearing he might genuinely tire himself out. Yet, she didn't anticipate that Yi Fan would see through her thoughts. Yi Fan hardly warrants her sympathy. "No, I'm sitting here purely out of instinct. It has nothing to do with you." Mu Xinci pouted her rosy lips and, deciding to stand up from her seat, pointed and said, "You sit here." "All right, I shall take a seat," Yi Fan replied with a smile as he settled down. "Stay a while longer, you deserve to enjoy it too." A nearby couple gazed in astonishment at Mu Xinci's actions, with the boyfriend feeling a twinge of envy. What a stunning beauty. So considerate to offer her seat to a guy. How brazen of him to sit down, he thought. Isn't he too inconsiderate of her? Can't he see the beautiful girl standing there? As the boyfriend grumbled, he was swiftly chastised by his girlfriend. "What does it matter to you? I think the fact that the guy allows the girl to do this indicates his exceptional qualities. Can't you see the girl is pursuing him?" She admired Yi Fan's handsome features, feeling a flutter in her heart. Had she not already found someone, she might have developed affections for such a man. Witnessing her girlfriend's praise and realizing this might indeed be a case of a girl chasing a boy, the boyfriend felt a pang of envy toward Yi Fan. He knew he had never been pursued by a girl himself. It had taken considerable time and effort for him to win over his girlfriend. When it came to squeezing onto the bus, it was expected of boyfriends to give up their seats for their girlfriends, who would comfortably settle into the available space. "Look at how different our circumstances are," he lamented. "If only my girlfriend were half as wonderful as hers." Soon, the bus arrived. Mu Xinci glanced at it and took a deep breath, obediently following the crowd onto the bus. Yi Fan trailed closely behind her. As Mu Xinci stepped into the crowded bus, the unpleasant odor wafted through the air, causing her to hesitate. Yet, thinking of Yi Fan watching, she steeled herself and boarded. "Miss, please pay your fare," the driver called out to Mu Xinci. Do I pay here?" she asked, slightly bewildered, as she had thought payment was made upon disembarking. "Yes, 2 yuan per person," the driver replied patiently, his gaze softened by her beauty. Feeling flustered, Mu Xinci rummaged through her wallet, but only found large bills. As she instinctively reached to deposit a 100 yuan note, Yi Fan interjected, "100 is far too much. That could cover dozens of bus rides." I don't have any coins," Mu Xinci murmured. Behind her, a man urged her impatiently, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up." Yi Fan shot a glare at the bald man, defending Mu Xinci. "What's with the shouting at a girl? Can't you see she's frightened?" "I have some," Yi Fan offered, placing 4 coins into the fare box. Mu Xinci felt a wave of gratitude wash over her, relieved that he had come to her rescue. "Take the seat." Yi Fan noticed an empty spot and urged her over. "You sit," Mu Xinci insisted, her eyes narrowing in a playful challenge. Yi Fan chuckled in resignation. "All right, I shall sit." He took his place, allowing her to rest comfortably rather than stand. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Detection of being offered a seat by Mu Xinci has granted you 300 points. At that moment, Yi Fan felt something being pressed into his hand. "Here," Mu Xinci said, her pride evident in her haughty tone. "Why are you giving this to me?" Yi Fan asked in confusion, glancing down to find a 100 yuan bill in his palm. "I don't want you to treat me," she retorted, tossing her hair back. Yi Fan chuckled softly, appreciating her adorably stubborn demeanor. It was clear her tough exterior masked a softer heart, and he realized she was quite easy to win over with a little effort. He retrieved a mask from his bag, donned it, and offered her one. "Want to wear this? The bus can be a bit odorous. It might help filter out the smells." Mu Xinci, feeling the warmth of his gaze, blushed and retorted, "I'm only wearing it for health safety, don't overthink it." As she slipped on the mask, Yi Fan felt the gentle brush of her delicate fingers against his skin, the smoothness of her long black hair cascading through her fingers, bringing him a sense of comfort. The unpleasant aromas in the bus faded away. Despite standing, Yi Fan felt a slight ache in his legs. Yet it was a small price to pay for the pleasure of being near her. Suddenly, he sensed an unwelcome touch. With a sharp gaze, Yi Fan locked onto a lewd man standing too close behind Mu Xinci. The man was far too close for comfort. While Mu Xinci remained oblivious to the unwanted advances, Yi Fan could distinctly feel the man's intentions. Sure enough, he witnessed the man reach out with ill intent. What the hell? Yi Fan thought, feeling it was the first time in his 20 years he had faced such a situation, and it was at the hands of another man. "What are you doing?" Mu Xinci had been absorbed in her phone when she heard Yi Fan's furious shout, startled by the sudden commotion. In an instant, she saw Yi Fan, who had been seated, spring up with fury and seize the lewd man's wrist. Her eyes widened in shock as she felt the force of Yi Fan's decisive blow strike the man's nose. He continued to deliver swift and precise punches and kicks, drawing gasps from the onlookers. The force was astonishing. It was clear he had trained in boxing. The lewd man, dazed and seeing stars, cried out, "Help! I'm being attacked." The man attempted to flee, but Yi Fan yanked him back and unleashed another torrent of blows. There was no way Yi Fan would let him escape. This man was utterly despicable, daring to harass someone and then attempt to run away. With skills akin to a champion boxer, Yi Fan was determined to teach him a lesson. "Driver, close the doors and call the police. There's a pervert harassing a girl," Yi Fan commanded calmly. The driver complied immediately, shutting the doors. Mu Xinci quickly called the police, and they arrived shortly, praising Yi Fan profusely after hearing the full story before taking the lewd man away. "Ding. Heroic act of rescuing a beauty detected, granting you 300 points. Are you alright?" Yi Fan asked, concerned as he noticed Mu Xinci's pale face from the fright. "I'm fine, thank you. I didn't expect you to be so strong," Mu Xinci admitted, her admiration for him growing. "Aren't you afraid he has a weapon? Should I just let him bully you?" Yi Fan replied, indignant. "I can't stand men like that." "Regardless, thank you," Mu Xinci said, her heart fluttering at his words. Seeing Yi Fan in a new light, she realized he wasn't so bad after all. At least he genuinely cared about her feelings. But why was he still single? She couldn't fathom it. What kind of girl could be so extraordinary as to make Yi Fan overlook physical exchanges for emotional connections? An indescribable flutter of emotions surged within her heart. The die had already been cast. She certainly could not act as a wedge between the couple, forcing a separation. It seemed that love had arrived, unstoppable and uncontainable. And Yi Fan could hardly restrain himself either. There was no need for her to be aggressive. Thus, after a moment of introspection, Mu Xinci found her impression of Yi Fan had significantly improved. When Yi Fan noticed the smile that graced Mu Xinci's face, her demeanor no longer so frosty. A sweetness began to bloom in his heart. In the back row of the bus, a man wearing a cap observed the entire scene. He raised his phone, glancing at the recorded video, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes. By the time they arrived at school, Mu Xinci was already late. However, she nonchalantly made her way to the multimedia classroom, sneaking in through the back door. At Xiaoyu's beckoning, she took a seat beside her. "What is going on today? You're late too?" Xiaoyu was taken aback. "I took the bus," Mu Xinci replied with a smile. This simple statement left Xiaoyu in shock. "Huh? You chose to take the bus? I just felt like trying something new," Mu Xinci said cheerfully. Seeing Mu Xinci take the bus and still be late, Xiaoyu felt no anger, only a sense of bewilderment. In the past, such a situation would have left Mu Xinci in a deep funk. "Forget it. I have my own troubles," Xiaoyu lamented. "I'm doomed." What happened? Chapter 79. Has Yi Fan become a scholar? I've had a streak of bad luck these past 2 days. I fell on my way out today, missed passing my accounting exam by 1 point. And now I have to retake it next year. I did my design assignment, but my computer crashed and I lost everything. And I forgot to set my alarm and was late again. I might lose credits. My credits are already pitiful. I won't fail, will I? Xiaoyu cradled her cheeks, a frown etched across her face. She was at a loss as to why everything seemed to go wrong. "Don't worry. Perhaps luck will turn in your favor soon," Mu Xinci consoled her. With her dear friend as comfort, Xiaoyu's spirits began to lift. Little did she know after class, she would take another nasty tumble, scraping her knee and becoming the target of ridicule. Xiaoyu felt tears welling up. She was ready to light incense and pray, wondering why misfortune seemed to follow her relentlessly. Meanwhile, in the classroom, after the lesson began, Lei Gu turned to Yi Fan and asked, "Old Yi, can you help me out? What do you think about buying stocks in North Shore Engineering?" "North Shore Engineering? No way," Yi Fan replied, shaking his head without a moment's hesitation. "Why not? North Shore Engineering is on the verge of a breakout. I've seen numerous analysts predicting a positive trend. It has risen 21 in the last 3 days. Lei Gu expressed his confusion. "This stock is about to plummet. You need to sell it off immediately, or you'll lose everything," Yi Fan warned, having already foreseen its future through the system. As Lei Gu still harbored doubts, Xiao Wu chimed in, "Just trust old Yi. His instincts are quite reliable. I'm planning to follow his lead." Pang, who nodded vigorously, "Old Yi has been on a winning streak lately. It's a sure bet." "Old Yi, what stock should we buy?" Lei Gu asked eagerly. "Purchase West City Enterprises," Yi Fan replied without a second thought. The night before, he had invested 2 million in West City Enterprises. If it weren't for the bank's trading limit, he could have bought even more. The stock was poised for a significant surge starting tomorrow, promising substantial returns. Lei Gu hesitated, but West City Enterprises is a small company. It doesn't seem very promising. Nonetheless, with Yi Fan's endorsement, he decided to invest. Thus, Lei Gu, Xiao Wu, and Pang Hu all pooled their pocket money to buy shares in West City Enterprises. During class, Lei Gu received a WeChat message from his father. "Son, what stock are you investing in?" I've already invested 10,000 in West City Enterprises. Lega responded. Hearing this, his father was taken aback. Is that true? What did you say your son bought? Coincidentally, Uncle He was sitting beside Lei's father, enjoying some fruit. With a grim expression, Lei's father replied, he bought shares in West City Enterprises. Uncle He coughed suddenly. What a joke. West City Enterprises is on the verge of bankruptcy, and your son bought into that? Did you hear about the wealthy fool who bought West City stocks and got ridiculed for it? Is that so? Lei's father was astonished. Indeed. A certain Xiao Xian had invested 50,000 in Blue Deer and made 30 million. Then he was caught buying West City stocks. And everyone realized he was just a lucky fool with money, but no brains. Hearing Uncle He's words, Lei's father felt downcast. It seemed as though Uncle He was insinuating that his son was just a lucky fool. I thought my son was quite impressive. But it turns out he's just an ordinary person who stumbled upon good fortune, Lei's father sighed. Uncle He, relishing the gossip, added, there aren't that many geniuses around. However, I feel my luck is about to change. I've invested in Huichin stocks, which should rise. Lin Ming is optimistic about this stock. It's bound to skyrocket. Are you investing? I'm not investing. Lei's father shook his head. I don't have any money left, and my son bought a terrible stock. Who knows how much he'll lose? I need to advise him to sell immediately. Yet, despite his father's fervent pleas to sell his stocks and invest in Huichin, his son remained obstinate. Dad, even if I lose, it won't be a total loss. What if I make a fortune? I still want to take the gamble. Seeing his son's stubbornness, Lei's father sighed. His foolish son. Why couldn't he see the reality? It seemed that only after losing money would his son learn a lesson. Lin Ming, observing Lei's father's dejected demeanor, felt a sense of triumph. He surely hoped for his friend's success, but also wished that his friend didn't surpass his own family. After all, his family would quietly amass wealth. This time, he was bound to reap significant profits. In the afternoon, Hucking University held its scholarship award ceremony, attended by all faculty and students to bear witness. The seated students buzzed with excitement. I've heard the competition for this scholarship is intense. Several previous frontrunners have been eliminated. Forget the scholarship. I have no hope. I'm too poor. I'll just strive for a student grant. Oh, I really envy those who receive scholarships. They must have a considerable sum. Every year at this time, a few individuals suddenly became wealthy, and it had nothing to do with him. In the last row, Hong Yi was filled with mixed emotions. He used to stand proudly on stage to receive awards. But now he could only sit below, watching others collect their accolades. A few classmates around him mocked him playfully. Hong Yi, didn't you say there would be at least a third-place prize? Why are you still sitting here with us? Anyone can boast. You used to look down on Yi Fan, yet now he's outshining you, having topped the entire school. Yi Fan was set to receive a first-class scholarship, which would surely amount to a significant sum. Hong Yi squirmed in his seat, feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles, a fishbone lodged in his throat, and thorns pricking his back, particularly when he beheld Yi Fan standing on the podium of the first tier to receive his award. A wave of envy and jealousy washed over him, stirring a profound sense of imbalance within his heart. Why was it that Yi Fan's performance had surged so dramatically, leaving him trailing far behind? And why did Yi Fan garner the adoration of all, while he found himself ostracized? It was evident that he had committed no transgressions. It was Yi Fan who had relentlessly pressed him, deliberately undermining his efforts. Hong Yi clenched his fists, his mood plunged to an all-time low. At that moment, Yi Fan had ascended the stage alongside Mu Xinci to accept their accolades, both recipients of the prestigious first-class scholarship. She led the way, her ponytail swaying gracefully, exuding a fresh and enchanting allure, a testament to her background in dance. With her upright posture, slender waist, and fair, captivating legs, she moved with an elegance that made one yearn to tug at her ponytail. Yi Fan suppressed such impulses. How could he dare to bully her in front of the crowd? Instead, he could only gaze intently at her, watching as she paused beside him, slightly shorter, her profile flushed with a rosy hue, her lips appearing delicately tender. He deliberately inched closer, captivated by the exquisite contour of her shoulder, a surge of desire rising within him to lean against her, to witness her blush and irritation. Alas, their relationship had yet to solidify, and he knew he could not afford to act precipitously.